Martial Peak, Chapter 4661, Drying Out the Lake to Catch the Fish. That crazy bastard. Qin Fen growled through clenched teeth. Another Sixth-Order Open Heaven Realm Master appeared to be heartbroken. He's basically drying out the lake to catch the fish. Although the Fifth-Order Open Heaven Realm Master didn't say anything, he pressed his lips together with a gloomy expression. At this point, their companions finally realized that something was off. The woman, who helped Qin Fen up earlier, was standing beside him as she asked gently, "Senior Brother Qin, is that person absorbing Spear Dao essence?" With reddened eyes, Qin Fen nodded. The woman let out a sigh. The original owner of this universe cave heaven was a master of the Spear Dao before his death, which was a well-known fact, so the Spear Dao essence in this place was quite abundant. Therefore, be it the Open Heaven Realm Masters or the other sentient beings raised in this place, many of them were good at using spears. Ironically, the current owner of Lin Lang Palace, Xia Lin Lang, knew little about the Spear Dao. In the past, Qin Fen would always cultivate together with the other two Open Heaven Realm Masters who were adept at the Spear Dao. They could easily achieve greater heights in the Spear Dao due to the unique environment in this universe cave heaven. If this universe cave heaven was like a pond, the ample Spear Dao essence in this place was like the fish, and the people who were adept at the Spear Dao were like the anglers on the shore. As for how many fish they could catch, it depended on their talent and opportunities. Qin Fen's innate aptitude was excellent, which was why he had built a solid foundation in the Spear Dao. Xia Lin Lang once said that if Qin Fen could keep achieving greater heights, he would have a chance to receive the inheritance of this universe cave heaven that the previous owner had left behind. It was the inheritance of an Eighth-Order Open Heaven Realm Master, so it was expected that everyone had their eyes on it. Qin Fen had always regarded himself to be the only choice to succeed the inheritance. However, at this moment, someone had brought a giant net with very small holes to this pond that was full of fish. After he was done with catching the fish, there wouldn't be many, if any, left for everyone else. That was the reason Qin Fen was heartbroken, and it was the same case for the other two Open Heaven Realm Masters who were experts in the Spear Dao. Inside Lin Lang Palace, Yang Kai, who was seated with his legs crossed in the middle of the grand array, could clearly feel the abstruse aura streaming into his body from all directions, which helped him quickly comprehend the Spear Dao. The sense of enlightenment made him feel ecstatic. The moment he was brought to this place by Xia Lin Lang, he could feel that the Spear Dao essence in this place was abundant. It was the reason he had improved his comprehension of the Spear Dao by 2 levels in just 10 years. Nevertheless, he wasn't content with just that. His goal had always been to absorb all of the Spear Dao essence in this place. As for whether his actions were considered drying out the lake to catch the fish, he didn't give a damn. Since Xia Lin Lang was trying to harm him, he certainly had to get his revenge. Although Yang Kai already had this plan a long time ago, he was unable to carry it out. Now that he had refined half of Lin Lang Palace, he had the right to do it now. Other than being a palace artifact, Lin Lang Palace was also the command center of the entire universe cave heaven. Streams of aura around the edge of the grand array were closely connected to the universe cave heaven, and every move made here would have far-reaching implications. The status of Lin Lang Palace in this universe cave heaven was the same as that of Blood Monster Divine Palace in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. The reason Blood Crow wanted to refine Blood Monster Divine Palace back then was to take control of the entire Blood Monster Cave Heaven. Even though Yang Kai had only refined half of Lin Lang Palace, he could do whatever he wanted, seeing as the controller of the other half wasn't around. Streams of existent but faintly discernible Spear Dao essence were being absorbed by Yang Kai, which greatly improved his mastery over the Spear Dao. Although he couldn't comprehend the Dao by blindly drawing it in, he would be able to digest it in the future. The transformation going on in the universe cave heaven was silent. Only the Open Heaven Realm Masters who were adept at the Spear Dao could clearly feel its loss. As time passed, the originally ample Spear Dao essence soon became sparse and disappeared. Qin Fen appeared to be devastated. Although Yang Kai had occupied Lin Lang Palace, Xia Lin Lang could still retrieve it upon her return. Nevertheless, the loss of Dao essence was irreversible. In the grand array of Lin Lang Palace, Yang Kai, who was seated with his legs crossed, belched as though he was full. While he was seated there, his spear intent surged as though he was an invincible spear himself. Certainly, he couldn't digest all the spear Dao essence in a short time, but as long as he could assimilate it into his body, he believed that he could still improve his comprehension of the spear Dao by another 2 levels, which would mean that it would be his second most powerful grand Dao after the Dao of space. He had refined half of Lin Lang Palace and snatched all the spear Dao essence in this universe cave heaven. Although he was forcefully brought to this place, he had gained immense benefits in the end. After what he had done, Yang Kai knew that he couldn't stay here any longer. Certainly, he wouldn't wait for Xia Lin Lang to return and settle the score with him. Lin Lang Palace couldn't be taken away. In truth, he could forcefully bring it with him, but by doing so it would cause the universe cave heaven to collapse. While those living inside this place would end up in a miserable state, Xia Lin Lang would also be determined to kill him. As space principles undulated, Yang Kai disappeared from the spot the next moment. When he reappeared, he was already in front of the portal where he previously passed through to enter this place. Xia Lin Lang's aura also disappeared in this place when she left some time ago. Initially, Yang Kai thought that given his master of the Tao of space, it wouldn't be hard for him to open the portal even though he would need to spend some effort. However, upon arriving at this place, he was shocked to realize that there were no traces of a portal here at all. After searching around for half a day, he still couldn't find it. This caused Yang Kai to frown, but a thought flashed through his mind the next moment. As the half-owner of Lin Lang Palace, he could connect to the entire universe cave heaven and look for the portal. It wouldn't be easy if Xia Lin Lang was here, but since she wasn't around, he could basically do whatever he wanted. Soon, Yang Kai discovered something. His eyes widened in amazement because not only was the portal hidden, but it also kept moving to new spots as time passed. It was then he realized the reason he couldn't find the portal was that it was on the move. He had wasted half a day as he thought that the portal was still in its original spot. Since he had found the portal, he instantly activated his space principles in an attempt to forcefully open it. Half a day later, he wore a livid expression. The portal had been sealed off by Xia Lin Lang as it was now connected to the entire universe cave heaven. Unless he possessed a power that surpassed the heritage in this place, he could never force it open. Basically, she wouldn't allow him to leave. It was no wonder that despite knowing that Yang Kai was an expert in the Tao of space, she still left the place without worries. It was apparent that she knew he couldn't break open the portal. Although he was a half-owner of this place, his foundation was still weak. On the other hand, Xia Lin Lang had been managing this place for a long time, so it wasn't surprising that she had left behind some tricks. After a moment of silence, Yang Kai turned around and returned to Lin Lang Palace. Since she wouldn't allow him to leave, he would just stay here then. Previously, he was a captive who was powerless to go against Xia Lin Lang. However, now, he already had the capital to challenge the Seventh Order woman. In fact, he was not afraid of her return. The reason he wanted to leave was that he didn't want to get into a pointless fight with her. He moved around by using space principles, so Qin Fun and the others, who had been waiting outside of Lin Lang Palace, were not aware he had even left. In the days that followed, Yang Kai stayed inside Lin Lang Palace to cultivate while trying to assimilate the Spear Dao essence into his body. Half a month later, he suddenly opened his eyes and appeared on the roof of the palace before looking up. Half a month wasn't enough for him to fully absorb all the Dao essence, but he was now only one step away from the 6th level in his Spear Dao. A ray of light was approaching from the distance. Before she even arrived, she already noticed the transformation this place had gone through. Her grim gaze penetrated the void and clashed with that of Yang Kai as her murderous intent surged. In response, Yang Kai flashed a smile at her. After the curvy figure landed outside Lin Lang Palace, Qin Fun and the others, who looked like young kids who had been bullied while the adults were not around, wailed, "Palace Master." Xia Lin Lang sported a calm expression and looked up at Yang Kai, who was standing on the palace roof. Beneath her calmness was a volcano of fury that was about to burst. A guilty Qin Fun said, "Palace Master, I'm sorry for disappointing you. Yang Kai barged into Lin Lang Palace and snatched the array jade. He then occupied the palace and forcefully absorbed the spear Dao essence. I'm so sorry. Xia Lin Lang gently waved her hand without saying a word. Seeing that, Qin Fan felt even more guilty. Standing on the roof, Yang Kai extended his hand with a smile. The next moment, Xia Lin Lang landed on a spot that was 10 meters beside Yang Kai and stood alongside him. She then snorted, "It seems that I've underestimated you." "The view here is magnificent," Yang Kai replied, but it had nothing to do with what she had said. "Did you hide your true strength previously?" Xia Lin Lang turned to look at him. Although her figure was shorter than Yang Kai's, her gaze was condescending. As a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, she had the right to be haughty. Yang Kai said with a smile, "I've never had a chance to show my true strength, so I don't think it could be considered that I've hidden anything." The world's spring started settling down in his small universe when Xia Lin Lang captured him. Since his small universe had been suppressed by it, he was unable to fully use his power. "Why did you not run away after doing so many terrible things? Are you waiting for death here?" Xia Lin Lang looked mockingly at him. She then derided him by saying, "Oh, I've forgotten that even though you're adept at the Tao of space, you couldn't leave this place without my permission." Like a wise old man, Yang Kai snuck his hands into his sleeves and said sincerely, "That's why I've been waiting here to have a discussion with you. Go on. Open the portal and let me leave. After that, we'll have nothing to do with each other anymore." Xia Lin Lang examined him for a moment before saying, "I'll just regard it as you spouting nonsense." She extended her hand, "Pass the array jade to me, and I can pretend that nothing has happened. I'll still wait for you to ascend to the 7th Order. Otherwise, I'll kill you even though I might lose the world's spring. After your death, the Tao essence you've stolen will return to this place, and even your own Tao essence will stay. In that case, we haven't actually suffered any loss." Yang Kai sighed. When one's strength is weak, their words carry no weight. Martial Peak, Chapter 4662, Pear Flower. Xia Lin Lang sneered, "Do you think you have the capital to haggle with me now?" With a frown, Yang Kai gave it a thought for a moment before saying calmly, "Don't I?" Xia Lin Lang roared, "Brat, don't go too far. My patience is limited. You won't gain anything by offending me." Following a sigh, Yang Kai said, "It seems that we have no choice but to fight." He then extended his hand and summoned his spear before pointing it at her. "Come on, Grandma." "Grandma?" Xia Lin Lang, who had the appearance of a beautiful young woman, felt humiliated as her facial features contorted. Qin Fan and the others who were waiting outside of Lin Lang Palace were instantly drenched in cold sweat. The next instant, an intense battle began. Xia Lin Lang forcefully pushed out her palm towards Yang Kai, who was just 10 meters away. The world force of a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master surged from her petite palm like a tsunami. There was no holding back of her power as she was seemingly infuriated by what Yang Kai called her. An unperturbed Yang Kai parried the attack with his spear. As their world forces clashed, the air blast turned into a ripple and spread out. Azure Dragon's spear became bent, as though it would break at any moment. Faced with the overwhelming power, Yang Kai made use of the force to fly backwards and open some distance. However, Xia Lin Lang's attacks were continuous as she landed strikes on him like a storm. Yang Kai kept moving backwards, as though he was powerless to counterattack. 3 breaths later, he was already several 100,000 kilometers away. He couldn't move backwards any longer since there was a mountain behind him. Upon impact, he flew away like a sack and smashed into the mountain. The mountain collapsed and engulfed Yang Kai in it. As the dust rose, Xia Lin Lang hovered in midair as she looked down in a condescending manner. A moment later, Yang Kai shot out of the rubble. Although he appeared a little battered as blood leaked from his mouth, his aura remained stable. He jabbed his spear into the ground and let out a breath before remarking, "The 4 universe pillars live up to their reputation." If he had to directly deal with the ferocious attacks from a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master before fully refining the world spring, his small universe would have descended into chaos by now. When he fought against Zuoquan Hui previously, he was constantly at a disadvantage and restricted in many ways, mainly due to the instability in his small universe. However, with the presence of the World Spring, his small universe remained stable regardless of how powerful Xia Lin Lang's strikes were. It didn't even shake a little. The presence of the World Spring was like sturdy armor covering his small universe. Even when Yang Kai was faced with an opponent with a stronger heritage, he wouldn't be at a disadvantage. Certainly, if the opponent was powerful enough to break that armor, the World Spring wouldn't be able to ensure the stability of his small universe any longer. Although Xia Lin Lang was a 7th-order Open Heaven Realm Master though, she didn't have the power to shatter the World Spring's protection. It could be said that with the World Spring in possession, Yang Kai had reached greater heights in his combat strength as he now had the capital to battle against opponents that were in higher orders than him. Is that the reason you're so confident? Xia Lin Lang looked impassively at him. If you think there's nothing I can do just because you have the World Spring, you're wrong. Even though he had an impeccable defense, he wouldn't be able to defeat the other party without the power to fight back. Yang Kai wiped away the blood from his mouth and put on a grin. Even though the World Spring is amazing, it's just an external aid. If my confidence hinged on any mere tools, I wouldn't have survived till this day. A frown appeared on Xia Lin Lang's face as she finally saw the boy in front of her in a different light. Yang Kai raised his spear and got ready before speaking, shouting, "Pear flower." In an instant, Xia Lin Lang was alarmed because the moment Yang Kai lifted his spear, the entire universe cave heaven seemed to resonate with him. Looking up, she realized that Yang Kai's figure seemed to have turned into a razor-sharp spear. As the half-owner of this universe cave heaven, Xia Lin Lang snorted while trying to suppress the world's resonance with him. Yang Kai smiled. Both of us are half-owners of this place. However, it seems that this world favors me. There was a grim expression on Xia Lin Lang's face as she realized that she was unable to suppress the resonance. It wasn't that she, as a half-owner, was inferior to Yang Kai in terms of control. In fact, they were equally matched when it came to their ability to manipulate the universe cave heaven. Therefore, she had never thought about making use of the universe cave heaven's power to deal with him, nor did Yang Kai have this plan, for it was pointless to do that. By doing so they would only deplete the heritage of this universe cave heaven. They were indeed equal when it came to their control over this world, but there was no doubt that this world favored the outsider Yang Kai instead of Xia Lin Lang, who had been living in this place for a long time. That was because Yang Kai had absorbed all the Spear Dao essence in this place, so he could be considered a successor to the inheritance of its original owner. With a solemn expression, Yang Kai declared, "The title of this universe cave heaven's original owner was Pearflower Divine Monarch, and that palace's true name is Pearflower Palace, not Lin Lang Palace." Xia Lin Lang snapped, "I can call it whatever I want. It's none of your business." Yang Kai replied dispassionately, "It was none of my business in the past. However, since I've obtained Senior Pearflower's inheritance, I have a duty to make things right." He then pointed his spear at her and drew a deep breath. With the resonance of this world, his aura surged massively. "My name is Yang Kai, and I'm eternally grateful for your inheritance, Divine Monarch. Today, I borrow your power, so I do not disappoint your expectations." As he gently pushed out his azure dragon spear, Yang Kai roared once again, "Pear flower." At that instant, all the pear trees in this world seemed to have blossomed. The shadows of his spear filled the entire world and engulfed Xia Lin Lang. With the help of the world's power, his strike was horrifyingly strong while world force gushed from his own small universe like a raging tide. As he made a move, the grand hall of the place named Lin Lang Palace by Xia Lin Lang, which was supposed to be Pearflower Palace, radiated a dazzling glow as spear intent filled the world. Qin Fun and the other Open Heaven Realm Masters, who were experts in the Spear Dao, were dumbstruck as they looked at the sky of pear-flower blossoms. Their eyes were filled with amazement as it was the most beautiful sight they had ever seen. A moment seemed to have passed, but it was also as if 10 million years had gone by. When the spear shadows dissipated, Xia Linlang's figure appeared battered. Presently, her face was slightly pale. There were some cuts on her clothes and her hair was a mess. Her twin peaks heaved as she glowered at Yang Kai. While she clenched her teeth, blood streamed out from the corner of her mouth. Yang Kai put on a grin. I can do this 3 more times. Xia Linlang's face twitched. The attack with the help of Pear Flower Cave Heaven's power was equivalent to the all-out attack of a 7th-order Open Heaven Realm Master. The fact that she could parry it showed that she was truly powerful. Although she wasn't severely wounded, she wasn't completely fine either. She would be badly injured if she had to deal with the same kind of attack 3 more times. Certainly, Yang Kai would also end up in a horrible state by then, but it wasn't worth it for her. At that instant, she was in a dilemma. She was reluctant to let Yang Kai go, but if she made him stay, one of them would have to die today. What do you say? Yang Kai demanded, as he didn't intend to give her time to ponder the issue. Do you want to engage in a life-and-death battle with me? Or do you want both of us to live? The choice is yours. He wisely stopped mocking her as a grandma, lest the situation be exacerbated. Seeing that she remained silent, Yang Kai went on to say, I definitely cannot defeat you, and I might even lose my life here. However, before that happens, half of Pear Flower Cave Heaven will be destroyed, which will be an immense loss for you. If you let me go now, we'll be even. We might even have a chat over a cup of wine when we meet again in the future. A myriad of expressions came over Xia Linlang while Yang Kai stopped urging her as he fell silent. A moment later, her expression turned milder. She took a deep breath and said, You can leave, but you have to return the jade to me. Upon hearing that, Yang Kai nodded with ecstasy, Good. However, you'll have to see me off. Xia Linlang shot him a glare and dashed into the sky. After putting away his azure dragon spear, Yang Kai placed his hands behind his back and calmly followed her. He seemed to have put down his guard, though nothing could be further from the truth. A moment later, they arrived somewhere in the sky, then Xia Linlang turned around to look at him. Yang Kai said, Since you've decided to let me go, you should stop being doubtful. After I leave, it's pointless for me to keep the jade, and I'll only offend you by doing so. Don't worry. After you open the portal, I'll leave the jade here and go. Don't try to pull any trick on me, Xia Linlang warned. I've always been a man of my word. Yang Kai appeared solemn. It was only then that Xia Linlang performed a hand seal. A moment later, a portal appeared in the void. Yang Kai used his divine sense, and upon detecting the aura of another world from the other side of the portal, he set his mind at ease. He fished out the jade and showed it to Xia Linlang before flicking it towards her. At the same time, he plunged into the portal without hesitation. Xia Linlang took the jade and didn't seem to have the intention of stopping him. Nevertheless, just as Yang Kai slipped through the portal, she curved her lips into a sneer. After Yang Kai was gone, she scoffed, You think you're so smart? You've fallen for my trick in the end. Yang Kai arrived at a place where the mountains were covered with trees. While the exotic beasts galloped forward on the ground, the sky was filled with birds. A dumbfounded Yang Kai gazed at the sight before his eyes as a myriad of expressions came over him. A while later, he looked up and sighed, I suppose what goes around comes around. He had fallen into that woman's trap. Xia Linlang had opened up a portal for him earlier. After passing through it, he arrived at this strange place instead of returning to the outside world. He was certain that he was neither in Pear Flower Cave Heaven nor the Shattered Heaven. Just then, Xia Linlang abruptly appeared like a ghost as she shot Yang Kai a glance. With a mocking smile, she said, Isn't this the young man who has almost turned my backyard upside down? What a coincidence! I never expected that we'd meet again so soon. Presently, her skin was glowing without any signs of the paleness it had earlier. Martial Peak, Chapter 4663, See a visitor off, force a guest to stay. It was apparent that Yang Kai's Pear Flower divine ability hadn't caused any real damage to Xia Linlang, but she acted as if she was badly injured, which went to show how scheming she was. Hey Grandma, what is this? Don't you know it's inappropriate to see a visitor off only to force them to stay as a guest? Xia Lin Lang batted her lashes and just replied lightly, "It's expected that women are erratic creatures. Didn't your mother ever teach you that?" At that moment, Yang Kai was lost for words. After a moment of silence, he said, "If I'm not mistaken, this should be the world in that picture scroll." A calm and collected Xia Lin Lang gazed at him. "How are you still in the mood to ask me about such frivolous things even facing your imminent death?" It was as though Yang Kai was speaking to himself as he said, "The portal of Pear Flower Cave Heaven was that picture scroll. I already realized that the picture scroll was extraordinary when I first saw it, but now it seems that the picture scroll wasn't just a powerful artifact, but a self-contained world of its own. You acted reluctant to let me go, but you actually used a trick on me to let me jump into a more suited cage than the last one." At this point, Yang Kai muttered in annoyance, "It seems that before your return, even if I was able to force open the portal of Pear Flower Cave Heaven, I would still plunge into this place and become trapped." Xia Lin Lang gazed at him in an innocuous manner. "So what if you figured it out? There's no pill in the world for regret. If there was one, I wouldn't mind buying a few thousand of them and letting you have a taste." Yang Kai pressed his hand against his chest. "It feels terrible." With her lips covered, Xia Lin Lang giggled. "Oh really? I'm very pleased actually." A vexed Yang Kai stared at her and said, "I've treated you with sincerity, but you've gone back on your word instead. That's not righteous at all." Xia Lin Lang couldn't help but roll her eyes. What a thick-skinned man. "Since you have no more worries, are you ready to make a move now?" Yang Kai gazed at her. Dispassionately, Xia Lin Lang replied, "I'll never be at ease as long as someone who doesn't know his place like you is still alive. Although the world's spring is precious, I don't have the patience to wait for you to make it to the 7th order. Let's just see how lucky I am. If I'm lucky, the world's spring might survive after your death. If I'm not, I'll just watch as the world's spring goes with you to the Yellow Springs. As a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, you shouldn't have any regrets since you have such an honor." Yang Kai nodded gently. "You're right. Do you have any last words?" Xia Lin Lang gaped at him. "There's no need for that." Yang Kai shook his head. Xia Lin Lang stared fixedly at him. The next moment, she appeared in front of him and pushed out her palm before cursing, "You can die now, then." Instantaneously, Yang Kai parried the attack with his fist. Following a loud boom, the ground shook violently. A crack appeared beneath Yang Kai as his feet sank into the ground. Without giving him a chance to take a breath, Xia Lin Lang pushed out her palm again at the speed of lightning. If Yang Kai hadn't personally experienced it, he wouldn't have believed that such a petite woman could unleash such violent attacks. The last time he came across such a situation was when he met Zhu Qin, who was from the Dragon Clan, for the first time. Her attacks landed on Yang Kai like a torrent, and 10 strikes later, half of Yang Kai's figure was beneath the ground. "How is a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master like you supposed to fight me without the help of Pear Flower Cave Heaven's power? Regardless of how amazing the world's spring is, it can't make up for the gap between us." Xia Lin Lang snorted while her attacks never stopped. Previously, since Yang Kai had obtained the inheritance of Pear Flower Divine Monarch, he was able to make use of Pear Flower Cave Heaven's power. If they got into an intense battle in Pear Flower Cave Heaven, the place would suffer an immense loss. That was the reason Xia Lin Lang tricked him into entering the world in the picture scroll instead. The picture scroll outside of Pear Flower Cave Heaven not only served as a portal and a layer of defense, but it was also a cage. Now, Yang Kai was trapped inside this cage, and unless he killed Xia Lin Lang, he would never be able to get out of it. As Xia Lin Lang spoke, she attempted to sweep her leg across the man's head. Yang Kai raised his hand to block, but as he was faced with the violent force, he was sent flying away like a carrot that had been plucked out of the ground. While in mid-air, he sprayed out a mouthful of blood. Although the world's spring was able to stabilize his small universe and prevent it from falling into chaos, the attacks from a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master could not be underestimated. After getting struck so many times, Yang Kai was naturally injured. He managed to stabilize himself in midair with difficulty and wiped the blood from his mouth. As he gazed at the grim-looking Xia Lin Lang, he put on a grin and taunted, "An old bat like you is indeed quite powerful." An incensed Xia Lin Lang snarled, "I'll tear your mouth off." The moment she finished saying the last word, Yang Kai was sent flying away again as though he had been struck by lightning. Although he was in a defensive pose, there was a huge gap between their strengths, so he was unable to disperse her raging attacks. The ground shook and the sky paled. The mountains in the picture scroll crumbled and fell. It was as though the entire world had been turned upside down. Xia Lin Lang didn't hold back at all, leading Yang Kai to be struck like a sandbag, powerless to counterattack. If he hadn't refined the world spring, his small universe would have come apart already. If it weren't because his half-dragon form physique was so sturdy, he wouldn't have persevered. On the other hand, Xia Lin Lang became increasingly unsettled as time passed, for she had a feeling that Yang Kai had some kind of secret plot. After all, he hadn't summoned his spear even up until this moment and had simply been facing her with his body. However, she felt that Yang Kai wouldn't be able to carry out any secret plot in this world in the picture scroll even if he had any. In this place, she was already invincible as a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Therefore, her doubts soon vanished into thin air as her attacks became even more rapid. With that said, she was amazed at the fact that a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master still hadn't lost his life following her barrage of blows. It was no wonder that after she left, he was able to occupy Lin Lang Palace and kick Qin Fun and the others out so easily. He was indeed significantly more powerful than an average 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. An instant later, Yang Kai appeared to be at an absolute disadvantage as he was completely powerless to fight back. In addition to many bruises on his face, his figure was covered in wounds and blood. He looked truly battered. Having lost her patience, Xia Lin Lang stared calmly at the staggering man who was standing not far away from her. A sense of hesitation flashed through her eyes, but it soon dissipated. As she performed a hand seal, she yelled, "I'll end it here." As her hand seal was formed, her world force surged. She then pointed her finger at Yang Kai's forehead from a distance. Her attack would determine the life or death of this man. Her slender finger seemed to ignore the limits of space and gently landed on Yang Kai's forehead. As if struck by a mountain, he suddenly tipped his head back, but a grin appeared on his blood-covered face at that exact moment as he threw out his fist and bellowed, "Cow punch!" A violent force burst out from his figure. Following the trail of the aura he had spent so much effort chasing, Yang Kai crashed all the force he could muster into the woman's small universe. Xia Lin Lang's expression changed drastically. In an instant, she felt the world around her spinning, and a thunderous noise rang out in her ears as her small universe was sent into turmoil. Before she could come to her senses, she saw a spear magnifying before her eyes through her blurred vision, a horrifying murderous intent swirling around its tip. The strength and resilience of a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master could not be underestimated though. At the critical moment, Xia Lin Lang forcefully drew upon her small universe's might and exerted more force with the finger that was on Yang Kai's forehead, knocking him away. Azure Dragon's spear jabbed almost a palm's length into her belly before it was forcefully drawn out, its blade covered in blood. Having just escaped from death's door, Xia Lin Lang rapidly withdrew 1,000 kilometers. Looking down, she realized that blood was streaming out of her belly and dyeing her clothes crimson. Her figure was close to being run through by the weapon just now. If she had suffered such an injury, while she wouldn't have lost her life given her 7th Order cultivation, it would still be considered a critical wound. What was more shocking for her was that there was a dark flame burning around her wound. The black flame was so ferocious that she could only suppress it, but not put it out immediately despite being a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Golden Crow's True Fire. Xia Lin Lang's pupils contracted as she instantly deduced the flame's origin. Golden Crow's True Fire was a high-rank fire element power. Since Yang Kai was able to use this power, it meant that he had refined it for himself. Xia Lin Lang slowly made it to the 7th Order from a lower realm, so she knew full well how hard it must have been to condense a high-rank element power. It was then she realized why Yang Kai was far stronger than cultivators in the same order. In this vast universe, those who could condense high-rank elements and make it to the open heaven realm were all famous figures. Could this guy really be a disciple from Bright King Cave Heaven? But I've never seen him use the immovable Bright King body before. However, just like what's described in the rumors, his physique is extremely robust. While the use of Golden Crow's true fire stunned Xia Lin Lang, the transformation in her small universe was what really concerned her. At this moment, a force was weltering in her small universe, which made it impossible for her to circulate her strength smoothly. Before she could attempt to suppress it though, Yang Kai came at her with his spear. The mark of a finger on his glabella was conspicuous and golden blood streamed out of the wound and slid down his face. An unperturbed Yang Kai put on a savage grin, which made his face look even more hideous. Do you think I can only go against you using Senior Spear Dao? The Yang Kai have my own Daos. I'll let you know the consequences of angering me. The reason he held his fury in and never summoned his Azure Dragon Spear despite being wounded all over his face and body was that there was a huge gap between their base strengths. Even if he summoned Azure Dragon Spear, the outcome wouldn't change. However, it was different at this moment. Following his use of Cow Punch secret technique, the situation had been turned around. He now had the capital to oppose her. It had to be said that the aura of a 7th order was extremely difficult to trace. Since he comprehended his Cow Punch secret technique, Yang Kai had only used it to deal with 4 people. Senior Sister Jean was the first, but that was more like a friendly spar rather than a life-and-death battle, and it ended after Yang Kai succeeded. Tan Luo Xing was the second. As a 6th order blood slave, he barely had any sentience left to speak of, so after the trail of his aura was caught by Yang Kai, he was instantly killed. Blood Crow was the third, and he had indeed suffered a big setback because of Yang Kai. However, these 3 were all in the 6th order while Xia Lin Lang was in the 7th order. Yang Kai hadn't endured an incense stick's worth of attacks for no reason. As their world forces clashed and their auras entangled, he could finally find the chance to counterattack at the most critical moment. Unaware of Yang Kai's capabilities, Xia Lin Lang almost had her figure penetrated by his spear. If she were a stronger 7th order open heaven realm master, Yang Kai might not have had the chance to use this secret technique and he would have fallen into a state of complete powerlessness. Martial Peak, Chapter 4664, Mutual Loss. Yang Kai was playing with fire by enduring the bombardment of attacks for an entire incense stick of time. If he wasn't careful, he would have lost his life. However, if he hadn't done that, he couldn't have obtained the right to fight against Xia Lin Lang, a 7th order open heaven realm master. As he wielded his Azure Dragon Spear, pear flowers seemed to blossom. Yang Kai had comprehended this divine ability after obtaining the inheritance of Pear Flower Divine Monarch, so it wasn't his own technique. If he were still in Pear Flower Cave Heaven, he could make use of the world's power and to unleash a blow that was equivalent to a 7th order master's full-powered attack. However, since he had left Pear Flower Cave Heaven, the force of this attack had become less immense, though it was still fairly powerful. Xia Lin Lang's figure was engulfed in countless spear shadows, but as her world force surged, the phantoms dissipated. With a solemn expression, Yang Kai roared, "Golden Crow casts the sun." Senior Pear Flower's Dao didn't belong to him, however, the Golden Crow casts the sun did. As a golden crow was heard cawing, a great sun leaped into the sky and illuminated the entire world. Xia Lin Lang's pupils contracted again as she exclaimed, "A divine manifestation?" Yang Kai guffawed, "You have pretty acute vision. It is indeed a divine manifestation." He then stuck his spear to the great sun and pushed it towards the woman. Xia Lin Lang's gaze appeared conflicted. She was jealous and envious, but at the same time, she was unresigned and furious. Normally, divine manifestations were exclusive to high-rank masters. Only when a cultivator reached the high-rank open heaven realm could they stand a chance to comprehend their own divine manifestation. However, not every high-rank open heaven realm master had this opportunity. Although it had been a long time since Xia Lin Lang ascended to the 7th Order, she still hadn't comprehended her own divine manifestation. There were many 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters who remained hidden in the Shattered Heaven, but only 10% of them could use divine manifestations. Xia Lin Lang had never expected that one day she would come across a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master who could cast a divine manifestation. At that instant, she felt as though she was dreaming. If this wasn't a dream, why would there be such a ridiculous thing in this world? However, the divine manifestation indeed showcased a high-rank power, so she could not underestimate it. The spear surged forward like a dragon while the great sun rapidly magnified before her eyes. Since her aura was still in chaos, there was no way she could dodge the attack. Left with no other option, Xia Lin Lang unleashed a great shout as the illusory phantom of her small universe flashed behind her back. Ignoring the turmoil in her small universe, she forcefully drew out her world force to meet the great sun head-on. As the moves met, the world fell silent. As the great sun exploded, the world in the picture scroll became blindingly bright. Yang Kai and Xia Lin Lang were both sent flying in opposite directions as they sprayed out mouthfuls of blood. While Yang Kai was soaked in blood, Xia Lin Lang's hair was a mess, and her clothes had become tattered. The chaos in her small universe had also been exacerbated. Before she could take a breather, she was suddenly engulfed in a great sense of danger, one even more intense than when Yang Kai used his divine manifestation just now. Upon stabilizing himself, Yang Kai pushed his power without reserve. A great sun leapt into the sky again, and following that, a cold moon rose into existence. The sun and the moon shone brightly together. As time principles and space principles intertwined, the space-time strength permeated the world. Sun and moon divine wheel. The great sun and moon circled one another in an endless cycle, rotating faster and faster. While carrying an amazing power, the two celestial bodies flew towards Xia Lin Lang, who was still dizzy from the last attack. Space was instantly frozen while time seemed to have stopped flowing. Xia Lin Lang had never come across such an abstruse divine ability. At that instant, she didn't know what to do. Despite that, she innately understood that one great force could suppress even 10 masters. While clenching her teeth, she suppressed the weltering vitality in her heart and madly activated her world force before meeting the rapidly rotating sun and moon head-on. As the surrounding space collapsed, Xia Lin Lang shot forward and landed a palm on Yang Kai's forehead. Yang Kai was sent flying away while gripping his spear. As blood spurted, both of them fell to the ground with a loud thud. While lying on the ground, Yang Kai panted heavily and widened his eyes, but his vision was all blurred. He could feel his aura weltering around his body, as though there were thousands of horses rampaging inside him and tearing his physique apart. He had previously endured Xia Lin Lang's attacks for an entire incense stick, and now he had cast 2 powerful attacks without taking the consumption of energy into consideration. After he was struck by the woman's full-force counterattack, he almost lost his life. At this moment, he didn't even have the strength to move a finger. Although he was badly injured, Xia Lin Lang wasn't in any better shape. She had sequentially been struck by Yang Kai's cow punch, then his golden crow cast the sun, then his sun and moon divine wheel. Despite being a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, she couldn't possibly keep fighting after suffering so many powerful blows. As he activated his divine sense, Yang Kai realized that the woman was indeed lying in a pit that was a few thousand meters away. She remained unmoving and her aura was weak. The fierce battle turned out to be a mutual loss. No one would have believed it if they were told. Although there was only a difference of 1 order, a 7th Order Master should easily be able to defeat 10 6th Order Masters, so how did Xia Lin Lang end up in such a state? However, that was indeed what had happened. Presently, Xia Lin Lang, who was lying in the pit, appeared extremely embarrassed. Her clothes were all tattered, which revealed her underwear. If anyone saw her without knowing what had happened, they would have thought that she had been molested and then thrown away by Yang Kai. On the other hand, she had never expected she could be horribly injured by a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master one day. She felt so humiliated that she was on the brink of bursting into tears. While clenching her teeth, she managed to spit vehemently, "Just you wait. I'll definitely rip your corpse into 10,000 pieces." Despite her hushed voice, she knew that Yang Kai could hear her. As expected, Yang Kai was then heard snorting, "How do you have the nerve to utter threats now? Neither of us can move, so whoever can recover first will be the winner. Although my cultivation is lower than yours, I have full confidence in my recovery abilities." His confidence came from his half-dragon physique and his wood element power condensed from the Immortal tree. Therefore, even though she was one order higher than him, Yang Kai believed that there was no way Xia Lin Lang could recover before he did. While he was lucky enough to have pushed Xia Lin Lang over the edge, it was also thanks to his well-thought-out plan. If his cow punch secret technique hadn't been effective, the subsequent sequence of events wouldn't have happened. The turmoil in her small universe gave Yang Kai a chance to hit her with his 2 trump cards. Otherwise, regardless of how powerful Golden Crow casts the Sun and Moon Divine Wheel were, a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master could have resolved his attacks. That was what had happened when he fought against Zuoquan Hui. Yang Kai had gotten into several intense battles with Zuoquan Hui, but other than the final conflict, which he was lucky enough to have killed him in, Yang Kai was essentially always at a disadvantage. Since he had come to a draw with Xia Lin Lang, it went to show that his power had increased significantly during this period of time. "How could you oppress a weak woman like me? Are you even a man?" Xia Lin Lang snapped. Yang Kai sneered, "You're just an old witch. I suppose you hadn't expected this to happen when you oppressed me just because you thought yourself stronger." Xia Lin Lang was enraged. Perhaps she had rarely argued with anyone, so her vocabulary was rather limited when it came to such a situation, so she just continued snapping, "Damned brat." Yang Kai retaliated, "Old witch. Smelly man. Hag." Instead of trying to recuperate, the two of them bickered with each other while lying on the ground. Although they cursed one another, there was no doubt that Yang Kai's calm and collected demeanor had put him in an advantageous position. In just a while, Xia Lin Lang was so exasperated that she started spraying out a mouthful of blood as her twin peaks heaved. After suffering a small loss, she stopped humiliating herself as she decided to keep her mouth shut and let Yang Kai's words roll off her back. Yang Kai guffawed in a smug manner, as though he had won another battle. 1 hour later, he suddenly let out a long breath. "We could have parted ways and lived our lives in peace, but you insisted on choosing death instead." Upon finishing his words, he slowly got to his feet and stumbled forward with his Azure Dragon Spear in hand. Although his aura was still weak and unstable, he had restored some of his energy. Despite sensing his movements, Xia Lin Lang remained unmoving. Yang Kai walked down the pit and stood beside her. Looking down, he asked calmly, "Do you have any last words?" Xia Lin Lang glared at him, as though she was trying to cut him in half with her gaze. Yang Kai went on to say, "All right, stop pretending. You're a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master after all. Although you couldn't possibly have restored a lot of your strength in such a short time, I doubt you'd just lie there waiting for death. Since both of us can still make the last move, fate will decide which one of us will have the last laugh." Xia Lin Lang decided to ignore him and closed her eyes. On the other hand, Yang Kai sported a solemn expression. He wouldn't dare to make a rash move upon seeing her reaction. Just like he had said, both of them had restored a bit of their strength and apparently, she was saving hers to react accordingly. There was only a slim chance of success if he acted hastily now. All of a sudden, Xia Lin Lang opened her eyes and roared, "I'll dig your eyes out if you keep ogling me." Yang Kai was torn between tears and laughter. "It's not that I want to take advantage of you when you're in such a state, it's just that your clothes are a complete mess and you don't want to get changed. I'm just considering which part of your body to stab my spear into." He paused for a moment, then asked, "Why don't you change into new clothes? You'll look more decent when you die." It wasn't certain what was on Xia Lin Lang's mind, but she really followed Yang Kai's advice. After sitting up, she fished out new clothes from her space ring and directly put them on. It was apparently a defensive artifact instead of ordinary clothes. Yang Kai didn't stop her. After putting on her clothes, Xia Lin Lang lay on the ground again and placed her hands on her belly. She was as silent as a corpse. Yang Kai's brow twitched. Just what do you want? Xia Lin Lang opened her eyes and shot him a faint glance. I'm not going to make a move. I enjoy watching you act all anxious. Yang Kai snapped. I'll make a move then if you're not going to. You can give it a try. Let's see which one of us dies in the end. Do you think I don't dare to? Yang Kai was completely incensed. Do it then. What are you waiting for? While Yang Kai's face twitched, the veins on his forehead also throbbed. Just when he was considering whether he should push out his spear without worrying about the consequences, events took a turn. The world in the picture scroll shook while the sky paled. Yang Kai subconsciously thought that the woman was trying to launch a sneak attack on him, so he instantly moved backwards about 100 meters. While lifting his spear defensively, he went on full alert. On the other hand, Xia Lin Lang rapidly got to her feet and shot the man a glance before sneering, I thought you were a bold man, but it turns out you're just a coward. She then looked up at the sky with a frown. Yang Kai also came to his senses as he realized that the turmoil wasn't the woman's doing. Instead, it came from the outside world. As he recalled that they were in the world in the picture scroll, which was also a portal that led to Pearflower Cave Heaven, Yang Kai arched his brow and asked, Someone is attacking the portal, right? Marshall Peak, Chapter 4665, Grasshoppers on the Same Rope. It was because some other group was attacking the portal from outside that the world in the picture scroll was in turmoil, and judging from the violent movements, Yang Kai believed that the attackers were fairly powerful. With that said, Xia Lin Lang, a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, was in charge of Pearflower Cave Heaven. The attackers wouldn't have made a scene if they didn't have confidence. Taking pleasure in her misfortune, Yang Kai guffawed, It seems that retribution has come for you. He was still disgruntled about this woman tricking him, so he was more than happy to see her suffer. Xia Lin Lang coldly retorted, What are you so pleased about? If they manage to shatter the portal, you'll be the first to suffer, not me. Yang Kai's laughter abruptly caught in his throat as he came to his senses. They're here for me? What do you count for? Xia Lin Lang sneered. They're after the world spring. It's them? Yang Kai finally figured out who the attackers were, as there were only a small number of people who were aware of the world spring's existence. Certainly, the high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters who attempted to hack each other to death in the now-shattered universe Cave Heaven knew about it though. After Xia Lin Lang captured Yang Kai, she was intercepted by an old woman. Xia Lin Lang followed up, They must have tailed me while I was outside some time ago. That's why the location of this place has been exposed. Otherwise, they couldn't have found this place so soon. Yang Kai snapped, Why were you so careless? Xia Lin Lang sneered, Didn't you say I deserve retribution? Why are you so anxious? At that instant, Yang Kai was lost for words. If this matter had nothing to do with him, he could have sat on the mountaintop and watched the tigers fight. However, since he was their primary target, it was expected that he was anxious. Although he wasn't certain whether Xia Lin Lang was lying, he believed that this woman had no reason to mess with him at this point. A myriad of expressions came over him. While staring at him, Xia Lin Lang suddenly put on a smile. Why don't I open the portal and let you flee? You're an expert in the Tao of space anyway. If you want to flee, those people might not be able to capture you even though they're in the high-rank Open Heaven realm. Yang Kai snarled, Do you think I can flee from multiple high-rank masters when I'm in such a state? What does that have to do with me? Xia Lin Lang smiled elegantly. Yang Kai was so vexed that he had the urge to kill this woman with his spear right here and now. Just now, he was all ready to watch a good show, but it turned out that he was the one featured in the show instead. Life was truly unpredictable. All of a sudden, Yang Kai's fury all faded and he put on a smile. Good, let's do that. After you open the portal, I won't flee since there's no chance of success. There's only one world spring, and those people are obviously not united. Once they're inside, they'll certainly backstab one another. When they start fighting, I'll seize the chance to escape. Moreover, they won't really kill me. Just like you, they'll probably try to make me ascend to the 7th order before snatching the world spring. No matter the outcome, I won't die. While staring at her with a grim expression, he went on to say, on the other hand, your aura is weak and you're clearly injured. I bet those people will take the chance to kill you. All of you have been hiding in the shattered heaven for many years, so some grudges must have formed between you. I believe that the old woman we came across some time ago wouldn't miss the chance to deal a fatal blow to you. Xia Lin Lang snorted. Do you think they're as easygoing as I am? Do you think they're as patient as I am? There's only one world spring. If none of them can get it, they'll not let it fall into other people's hands. You won't have a chance to survive then. Don't worry, no one will help bury your corpse after you die. Yang Kai waved his hand. Good, neither of us is young and ignorant anymore, so let's stop trying to frighten each other. Are you calling me old? Xia Lin Lang rolled her eyes, then tucked her hair behind her ear and straightened her back. I'm in my prime years. Yang Kai pursed his lips. In any case, we're now grasshoppers on the same rope, so our fates are tied to one another. After a moment of silence, Xia Lin Lang nodded. You finally said something sensible after such a long time. Unwilling to argue with her over this, Yang Kai said, how many high-rank masters are there? Although he was now a half-owner of Pear Flower Cave Heaven, the world in the picture scroll had nothing to do with him. Only Xia Lin Lang was aware of what was going on in the outside world. There are 4 of them, she replied. You've met them all before? It was just what Yang Kai had expected. While he was outside of the universe cave heaven back then, other than Xia Lin Lang, he had also come across an old woman with gray hair, a middle-aged man, a woman, and a young boy with a ponytail. The 5 of them all charged into that universe cave heaven and got into a fight, which was why the place fell apart. How powerful are they compared to you? We're equally matched. There's not much difference between us really. In the 7th order, none of us are at the top nor at the bottom. Xia Lin Lang laughed at herself a bit self-deprecatingly. After giving it a thought, Yang Kai asked, if you open the portal now, how likely, do you think, are we to successfully flee while they're off guard? Xia Lin Lang gazed at him with a weird look. I should be asking you this question instead. Aren't you supposed to be adept at fleeing since you've mastered the Tao of space? Yang Kai shook his head. It would be possible if I was at full strength. However, given the state I'm in, there's no chance of success. Moreover, since they're aware of my capabilities, they might have made some preparations already. Xia Lin Lang sighed. This portal can't persist for long. This place was already damaged after our fight earlier. Now that they're bombarding it with their full strength, it'll only take them half a day to break open the portal. As they spoke, the turmoil in the world in the picture scroll intensified like a rising tide. Xia Lin Lang immediately made a decision. Come with me. Without hesitation, Yang Kai nodded his head. Xia Lin Lang performed a hand seal and pointed forward. A ripple spread across the void and revealed a portal that led back to Pear Flower Cave Heaven. Following that, the 2 of them passed through the portal. They were initially at each other's throats and were trying to kill one another, but at this moment, they were forced to become allies, which was quite ironic. However, Yang Kai needed to rely on her 7th order strength while Xia Lin Lang had to make use of his mastery of the Tao of space. Moreover, Yang Kai had showcased incredible power during their battle. By joining forces with him, she would stand a greater chance of survival. Both of them were sensible people. They knew that this kind of temporary union would only bring them benefits, which was why they stopped trying to hack each other to death. Nevertheless, after they escaped this calamity, it didn't mean they wouldn't resume their life and death struggle. Upon returning to Pear Flower Cave Heaven, they directly appeared in front of Pear Flower Palace. When Qin Fun and the others, who had been waiting in this place, saw the 2 of them, they quickly flew over. Upon seeing Xia Lin Lang was battered and her clothes were soaked in blood, they were shocked and glowered at Yang Kai. Yang Kai ignored them. Xia Lin Lang turned to look at him. The portal on the outside is an artifact, so after they shatter it, they still can't enter this place. They'll also have to break the world barrier here. It will only take them 10 days to half a month to do that. Yang Kai nodded gently. We'll have ample time to restore our strength then. By the time they barge in, we'll be able to deal with them since we're the co-owners of this place. Xia Lin Lang slowly shook her head. I won't fight with them here. Yang Kai frowned. Why? By fighting against their enemies in Pear Flower Cave Heaven, both of them would have an advantage. After all, they were the co-owners of this place, so they could make use of the world force of this universe Cave Heaven. Xia Lin Lang explained, more than 10 million people are living here. If we engage in a battle here, regardless of whether we win or lose, this place will be severely damaged. By then, countless people will lose their lives. Therefore, the moment they shatter the world barrier, we'll have to break through the siege. Whether we survive or not will be left up to the heavens then. Yang Kai gazed at her with a shocked expression. In a dispassionate tone, Xia Lin Lang asked, What's wrong? Do you think I'm too soft-hearted? Fine, I'm indeed such a person. If you don't agree with my decision, you can leave now. I won't stop you. Yang Kai shook his head. That's not what I meant. I was just surprised. He had never expected that this woman would be concerned about the life or death of the millions of residents of Pear Flower Cave Heaven. She was even willing to give up a strategic advantage in a life-and-death fight against her enemies to preserve this place. It had to be noted that this decision was unwise. Anyone who had weighed the pros and cons of this matter wouldn't have made such a decision. All of a sudden, Yang Kai found this woman to be less despicable. Xia Lin Lang frowned. Why are you looking at me like this? Do you think I'm showing too much womanly compassion just because I'm concerned about the people living in this place? Yang Kai grinned. It is said that we may know a person for a long time without understanding their true nature. Moreover, I'm not familiar with you, so I don't know what kind of a person you really are. However, it's clearly not a bad thing that the people here are ruled over by someone like you, who is concerned about their safety. Xia Lin Lang snorted. Yang Kai went on to say, If you trust me, I have a way to solve this problem. A doubtful Xia Lin Lang stared at him. What's your solution? With a smile, Yang Kai shook his head. You'll find out soon enough. But before that, I need the array jade of the Pear Flower Palace. As he spoke, he extended his hand. Xia Lin Lang furrowed her brows, but she didn't hesitate for long. She soon passed back the array jade she had retrieved from him some time ago. Thanks. Yang Kai put on a smile. I'll go somewhere to restore my energy now, and you should do the same. We'll have a tough battle soon. He then disappeared into the distance. Qin Fun and the others were dumbfounded. They initially thought that their palace master had captured Yang Kai, but they soon realized it wasn't the case upon hearing their conversation. Something serious seemed to have happened while the two of them were not around. What's going on, Palace Master? Qin Fun gazed doubtfully at her. Xia Lin Lang replied, I was tailed while I was outside some time ago, so the location of this place has been exposed. Some powerful cultivators are trying to invade now. I need to recuperate immediately. You all should enter Lin Lang Palace and prepare yourselves. Yes, Qin Fun and the others replied respectfully. Martial Peak, Chapter 4666, Going All Out. Yang Kai hadn't suffered serious injuries in the battle against Xia Lin Lang. He was just exhausted, so it only took him a few days before he managed to restore most of his energy. During this period of time, some tremors could be felt taking place in Pear Flower Cave Heaven. It was apparent that the high-rank masters had shattered the portal of the picture scroll, and they were now trying to break through the world barrier of this place. Once they formed a crack, they could pass through it and invade. Since 4 high-rank masters had joined forces, it was a force to be reckoned with. Even though Yang Kai and Xia Lin Lang had decided to work together, they couldn't possibly defeat these 4. Xia Lin Lang was concerned about the millions of lives in Pear Flower Cave Heaven, so she wasn't willing to start a fight in this place. Therefore, Yang Kai had to come up with a solution to free her of this concern so that they could make use of Pear Flower Cave Heaven's power to confront their enemies. Apparently, Xia Lin Lang didn't intend to keep the millions of lives inside her small universe even though she was able to do so. The small universe of a 7th-order open heaven realm master had materialized, so it could easily accommodate millions of ordinary lives. Furthermore, by raising living beings in one's small universe, one could strengthen their heritage as living beings would nourish the world and generate world force all on their own. As time passed, it could save a cultivator much time and effort. However, if Xia Lin Lang really did that, it would be a disaster for those living here. Once she got into a fight with powerful enemies, most of those living here would be killed as a result of the turmoil in her small universe. Yang Kai initially intended to put all those living in Pear Flower Cave Heaven inside his small universe. Although he was just a 6th-order open heaven realm master, his small universe had the protection of the world spring. Therefore, the living beings in his small universe would not be harmed regardless of what happened. Nevertheless, if he really did that, the secret that his small universe had materialized would be exposed. Even though Xia Lin Lang appeared to be concerned about the living beings in this place, she might not have the same sympathy for Yang Kai. If she found out about his secret, she might develop some ill intentions. After giving it a thought, Yang Kai knew that he had to act secretly. The reason he got the jade back from Xia Lin Lang some time ago was to make some preparations for this. Once he was done healing, Yang Kai appeared above a certain mountain range. Looking down, he could see that the mountain range spanned several tens of thousands of kilometers, like a long, sleeping dragon. Following that, he fished out the jade and pinched it between the tips of his fingers. As he communicated with the jade, he manipulated the local space principles. The next moment, the world force in Pear Flower Cave Heaven trembled as a region several 100,000 kilometers wide began to shake. Although he was a 6th-order open heaven realm master, it was hard for him to achieve what he was doing by relying only on his own power. However, since he was a co-owner of Pear Flower Cave Heaven, it was now much easier for him. Of course, the other half-owner of this place could detect such violent movements. A moment later, Xia Lin Lang, who was initially meditating in Pear Flower Palace, appeared before Yang Kai with a dark expression as she bellowed, "Yang Kai, what are you doing?" She could sense that Yang Kai was trying to split off a big piece of territory that spanned several 100,000 kilometers from Pear Flower Cave Heaven. This kind of separation was immensely damaging to Pear Flower Cave Heaven's foundation. Once Yang Kai succeeded, the heritage of Pear Flower Cave Heaven would be reduced by 20 to 30%. That was the reason Xia Lin Lang was incensed. On the other hand, Yang Kai wasn't surprised by her arrival. Since they were the co-owners of Pear Flower Cave Heaven, they could easily detect the slightest changes happening in this place. However, he wasn't flustered at all. While continuing to split off this chunk of land, he explained, "You're not willing to fight with the enemies in Pear Flower Cave Heaven because you're worried that those living here will be affected, but if we can move them to a safe place, you will no longer have such a concern. Back when I was still young and weak, I obtained a special storage artifact. Just like your picture scroll, it was a sealed world that could accommodate living beings. However, that storage artifact was damaged. Given my current capabilities though, it's not hard for me to make a similar storage artifact." When he was still in the star boundary in the past, Yang Kai had refined a number of world beads, which were similar to the sealed world bead. During the great battle between the humans and demons, every army commander had a world bead, which was used to easily mobilize their soldiers. Since Yang Kai already had this experience, it wouldn't be hard for him to make something similar to the sealed world bead. Once Xia Lin Lang realized his intentions, her expression turned milder. "Do you plan to move all those that live here to that new artifact?" "That's right." Yang Kai nodded. "Only by doing so can we go all out against the enemy in this place." A myriad of expressions came over Xia Lin Lang as she knitted her brows. Yang Kai scoffed, "Why even hesitate? I know you're concerned about the millions of lives in this place, and you're planning to break through the siege when the world barrier is shattered. However, without your protection, these innocents would still be affected since those high-rank masters would definitely be furious. By then, you won't be able to ensure their safety. In that case, why don't we move them to somewhere safe in advance?" Xia Lin Lang soon stopped hesitating and nodded. Do you need any help? Yang Kai nodded. If you want to help, please gather all those living in this place together now so that I'll have ample time to transfer them to another place. After giving it a thought, Xia Lin Lang said, I can put them inside my small universe first. When your artifact is ready, I can move them over. Sounds good. Xia Lin Lang then left. There were people living all over Pear Flower Cave Heaven, so it would take her some time to put all of them inside her small universe. Space principles continued undulating around Yang Kai. With Pear Flower Cave Heaven's support, he spent half a day splitting the territory of several 100,000 kilometers that he had selected. The heritage of Pear Flower Cave Heaven instantly fell by 30%. As a result, the sky paled and the ground shook. It was as though it was the end of the world. Yang Kai activated his divine sense and engulfed the split-off territory with space principles without caring about his consumption of energy. As his world force undulated, he performed different hand seals and cast rays of light through his fingers. 3 days later, the territory of several 100,000 kilometers disappeared and was replaced by a bead the size of a longan. By infusing his divine sense into it, Yang Kai could see that the territory of several 100,000 kilometers he had split from Pear Flower Cave Heaven was now inside the bead. Just like the sealed world bead, the bead was an independent world of its own. Right then, Xia Lin Lang returned and gazed at the pale Yang Kai as she asked, Is it done? Yang Kai tossed the bead at her. After taking the bead, Xia Lin Lang inspected it while looking conflicted. A long time later, she said in a quiet voice, Thank you. Following that, Yang Kai sat down on the ground with his legs crossed and swallowed down many open heaven pills. While smiling, he asked, What did you say? I couldn't hear you clearly. Xia Lin Lang glared at him. Don't reach out for a yard after taking an inch. In response, Yang Kai chuckled. It was apparent that it wasn't that Xia Lin Lang wanted to thank him. She was only expressing gratitude on behalf of the millions of people living under her rule. It wasn't until this moment that Yang Kai had a feeling that this woman really just wanted to obtain the world's spring without killing him. Given her actions so far, it was apparent she would have waited for him to ascend to the 7th order and then cut off a bit of territory to move the world's spring out of his small universe. For those in the open heaven realm, those below their realm were no different from ants. However, there were some open heaven realm masters in the world who couldn't really regard people as mere insects. Xia Lin Lang put the bead inside her small universe. When she moved the bead out a moment later, all those within had been moved into the artifact. Certainly, the migration would cause these millions of people to feel uneasy, but it was better than watching them lose their lives. All of a sudden, Xia Lin Lang tossed the bead back at Yang Kai, who took it and stared at her in confusion. Xia Lin Lang said, I've witnessed your ability to flee before. Although you're weaker than I am overall, if only one of us survives this, it will definitely be you, not me. Keep the bead for me. You can pass it back to me if both of us survive. I've promised them that I'll give them a safe place to live after all. Yang Kai snorted, After the food is eaten, it'll become something else when it comes out of the body. Will you still want it by then? Xia Lin Lang snapped, Nothing good will ever come out of your foul mouth. Yang Kai pursed his lips. Then, Xia Lin Lang looked up at the sky and said, We have 3 days left at most. Get some rest now. Upon finishing her words, she turned around and left. After she was gone, Yang Kai looked down at the bead. As a thought flashed through his mind, he directly put it inside his small universe. In fact, he had always had his eyes on these millions of lives. With the world spring in his possession, he wouldn't have to worry that those living here would be harmed while they inhabited his small universe. He was only in the 6th order, and he wasn't even certain how long it would take him to make it to the 8th order, but with those living beings residing in his small universe, he could shorten the time of achieving his goal. However, he had never expected that he would obtain living beings in such a way. Xia Lin Lang believed that she was no match for Yang Kai when it came to the ability to flee, which was why she let him keep the bead. Nevertheless, just like Yang Kai had said, once food was eaten, it could not be given away. Since Xia Lin Lang had passed those people to him, she would never be able to get them back. No place in the world was safer than his small universe right now. Even if he accidentally lost his life, his small universe would still remain intact with the world spring's presence. In just a few days, those living in Pear Flower Cave Heaven had experienced 3 great migrations. First, they were moved into Xia Lin Lang's small universe from Pear Flower Cave Heaven, then they were moved into the bead. Following that, they were transferred to Yang Kai's small universe. Although they didn't have to exert any effort, the migrations naturally made them feel anxious. When Yang Kai released them from the bead and settled them down in his small universe, those millions of people, regardless of their gender and age, all appeared pale and terrified. Yang Kai had never raised other living beings before, but he knew that they needed houses to live in and food to eat. There were some people who had cultivated before among these living beings, and there were even a dozen or so Emperor Realm Masters. However, none of them were in the open heaven realm. It wasn't hard to raise some Emperor Realm Masters in his body, but Yang Kai would definitely chase the open heaven realm masters out if there were any. As a thought flashed through his mind, he secretly spoke to those Emperor Realm Masters, who were shocked at first, but they soon became at ease. Following that, the most powerful Emperor Realm Master among them placated the crowd and the commotion slowly subsided. Martial Peak, Chapter 4667, A Single Attack. As the ground shook, the world barrier of Pear Flower Cave Heaven was shattered. A huge crack appeared in the sky as 4 figures stood in line. They looked like 4 ferocious dragons that stuck their heads out of the clouds. In the square in front of Pear Flower Palace, Yang Kai looked up and swept a glance over them. He had come into contact with the old woman with gray hair once. Xia Lin Lang said that the woman called herself Grandma Jiu. She was a ruthless and cruel person. No one knew of her background. In the entire shattered heaven, she was one of the oldest who chose to go into hiding in this place. At the very least, when Xia Lin Lang came here to live a reclusive life back then, Grandma Jiu was a famous figure. The middle-aged man was named Zhong Zheng. He seemed to have something to do with a particular sect in Green Frost territory, but no one could prove it. The beautiful woman was named Zhu Ling Shan, who was a licentious person with countless lovers. She was infamous throughout the entire shattered heaven. However, since she was a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, no one would dare to underestimate her. It wasn't certain what kind of evil art that Purple Knight boy, who had a ponytail, had cultivated, but the more profound his cultivation was, the younger he looked. Although he looked as innocent and delicate as a young boy, he apparently loved eating human livers, especially those of women. People who offended him would end up in a horrible state. He had countless ways to make his enemies watch as he ate their livers. In the end, they were in so much pain that they would beg him to kill them. There was no law or order in the shattered heaven. It was all about power. This place was filled with the most ruthless people. It was as though all sorts of thugs in the 3,000 worlds had gathered together in this place. Su Wang, who was from Bright King Cave Heaven, once told Yang Kai that the waters in the shattered heaven were muddier than he imagined. At that time, Yang Kai still didn't understand what he meant, but now he had personally experienced it, and everything he saw was just the tip of the iceberg. What would the whole picture of the shattered heaven look like? Upon barging into Pear Flower Cave Heaven, the 4 high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters instantly locked their gazes on Yang Kai. Their eyes appeared fervent, so it was obvious that they were aware that Yang Kai had refined the World Spring. The one who could capture him would stand a chance to be the owner of the World Spring. There were rarely any precious treasures in the world that could make high-rank masters feel tempted, and the things that could make them risk their lives were even rarer. One of the 4 universe pillars, the World Spring, was definitely one of them though. As long as they could obtain the World Spring, they would be at a huge advantage when fighting against their enemies or raising living beings inside their small universe. If it weren't because of the allure of the World Spring, the 4 high-rank masters, who were not really united, wouldn't have joined forces and arrived at this place together. Yang Kai stomped his foot on the ground and grinned. "We have some guests. Let's send them a gift." A buzzing sound was then heard ringing throughout Pear Flower Palace. Following that, the world force of Pearflower Cave Heaven madly streamed into the palace. At that instant, Pearflower Palace, which was a mobile palace artifact, as well as the command center of the entire Pearflower Cave Heaven, seemed to have turned into a bottomless pit. Inside Pearflower Cave Heaven, all the plants withered instantly and the sky turned gray. All the world force in Pearflower Cave Heaven had streamed into Pearflower Palace in just 3 breaths, which caused the originally vibrant universe Cave Heaven to turn into a dead place. As spear intent surged, Pearflower Palace rose into the air and shot towards the 4 unwelcome guests. The 4 of them had just broken the world barrier of Pearflower Cave Heaven and seen Yang Kai, who was their target, but just when they were excited, this turn of events suddenly took place. Although they were in the high-rank open heaven realm, it was still hard for them to react instantly. The color drained from Zhu Lingshan's face as she exclaimed, "Are you out of your mind, Xia Lin Lang?" At the same time, the expressions of Grandma Jiao, Zhong Zheng and Purple Night Boy changed drastically as their pleasant surprise turned into shock and fear. This couldn't be helped. Although they had envisioned what the battle would look like, the scenario before their eyes had never crossed their minds. Xia Lin Lang had truly gone all out with this attack, which had condensed all the world force in Pearflower Cave Heaven into a single attack. Pearflower Cave Heaven was a universe cave heaven left behind by a cultivator who was at least in the 8th order. Given Xia Lin Lang's capabilities, even though she could mobilize the world force of Pearflower Cave Heaven, which made it easier for her to deal with her enemies here, she couldn't fully make use of this advantage. That was because she knew nothing about the Spear Dao. The previous owner of Pearflower Cave Heaven was a master of the Spear Dao, so he had left behind a lot of Spear Dao essence after his death. Since she couldn't comprehend it, Xia Lin Lang naturally couldn't obtain his inheritance. If Pearflower Cave Heaven was compared to a sword, Xia Lin Lang could certainly hold it and wield it like a club to deal with her enemies, but she would be unable to unsheath sword, which would naturally make it less effective. However, things were different with Yang Kai's assistance. Previously, he had fully absorbed the Dao essence of Pearflower Cave Heaven, and although he hadn't fully digested it yet, he was able to unsheath the blade, which was Pearflower Palace. The 2 of them had worked together to cast an attack that had condensed all the power from Pearflower Cave Heaven into one spot. Although the attack was less powerful than what the previous owner could cast, it was definitely more powerful than what a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master could launch. It was the one and only attack that had been infused with all the power of Pearflower Cave Heaven. They wouldn't be able to launch such an attack again. Yang Kai and Xia Lin Lang were originally split over this issue. She believed that since they were already at an advantage in this place, they didn't have to bet everything on a single roll of the dice. After all, if the attack proved to be ineffective, their advantage would be gone for good. Therefore, she believed that they should deal with their enemies in Pearflower Cave Heaven so that they would stand a chance to gain the upper hand and ward off their enemies. Naturally, Yang Kai didn't agree with her. The argument between them was so fierce that they almost broke out into another fight. Qin Fun and the others were horrified as they watched from the side. While they were shocked by Yang Kai's audacity, they were also puzzled by their palace master's concession. Yang Kai's reasoning was that, while Xia Lin Lang could deal with one enemy and Yang Kai could make use of the advantage of being the co-owner to fight against another 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master with the help of Pearflower Palace, as well as Qin Fun and the others, since they were faced with 4 enemies, who would deal with the remaining 2. As the battle dragged on, the heritage of Pearflower Cave Heaven would be depleted if they couldn't defeat their enemies, and once the depletion reached a certain critical point, their advantage would turn into a disadvantage, and they would have no choice but to flee. Hence, he believed that they should bet everything on a single attack. Since Xia Lin Lang wasn't willing to do this, their enemies would naturally not consider this possibility either, and they would be caught off guard. If the 2 of them were lucky, they could directly kill 1 or 2 of their enemies. Once they succeeded, the rest of the enemies would hesitate to make a move again. Back then, in Pearflower Palace, Yang Kai said in a sincere manner, "I know you're unwilling to let go of this place, but those millions of lives have settled down in a safe place, so there's no more concern for you. Moreover, the location of this place has been exposed. Even if you're able to beat back your enemies this time, more will come knocking on your door in the future. You can't possibly keep this place safe. Certainly, Xia Lin Lang knew that he was right. There were two things that were most important when it came to hiding in the shattered heaven. First, a powerful cultivation, and second, a secure hideout. After she arrived in the shattered heaven in the past, it took her 1,000 years before she was lucky enough to find Pear Flower Cave Heaven and become its owner. Grandma Jiao, Zhong Zheng, Zhu Lingshan, and Purple Night Boy all had their own hideouts, which remained secrets that outsiders could never find out about. The cultivators outside the shattered heaven could never imagine the lengths these people had to go to keep their hideouts hidden. Once their hideouts were exposed, other than their enemies in the shattered heaven, those from the cave heavens and paradises would also hunt them down. It wasn't unprecedented. In the past, some high-rank open heaven realm masters had suffered such a setback. Their hideouts were found out by those from the cave heavens and paradises, and in the end, teams of high-rank masters from the cave heavens and paradises came over and directly shattered the world barriers before capturing these people who had been hiding. Xia Lin Lang believed that she was already careful enough the last time she went out, but she was still tailed by someone, which was why this place was now under siege. Fortunately, she wasn't an inflexible person. Since Yang Kai managed to change her mind, she directly agreed to his plan. Pear Flower Palace radiated a dazzling glow as spear intent filled the entire world. The palace artifact seemed to have turned into an all-conquering spear as it pierced towards the four unsuspecting enemies. They were targeted by the attack that had condensed all the power and aura of Pear Flower Cave Heaven. The expressions of the four of them were transformed by horror as they intended to flee, but were unable to do so. They secretly cursed at Xia Lin Lang while Zhong Zheng bellowed, "Act together if you want to live." He had never expected that Xia Lin Lang would act so decisively. If he had known this would happen, he wouldn't have listened to Grandma Jiao and come over to have a hand in this mess. This was a disaster he didn't ask for. As he spoke, he fully activated all his world force and made his move. Grandma Jiao, Zhu Lingshan, and Purple Night Boy also knew that it wasn't the time to hold back. Therefore, after Zhong Zheng spoke, they also activated their powers without hesitation. At that instant, 7 robust defensive artifacts had been summoned as they hovered in front of the group of 4. Behind the artifacts, some defensive secret techniques were also activated. A glow flickered in front of them as though there was a thick layer of wall defending them. There was a long tail of light behind Pear Flower Palace, which made it look like a ferocious dragon. It was a palace artifact that had many powerful functions, and at this moment, it had condensed all the world force of Pear Flower Cave Heaven. Certainly, such an attack could be described as terrifying. Looking down, they could see that Pear Flower Palace had been engulfed in an aura. Presently, Yang Kai was standing on the square in front of the palace. The spear Dao essence he hadn't managed to fully digest now resonated with the palace. Be it Pear Flower Palace or the spear Dao essence, they originally belonged to the original owner of Pear Flower Cave Heaven, so it wasn't surprising that they resonated with each other. With a solemn expression, Yang Kai made a grabbing gesture as though he was holding a spear. Even if there were millions of enemies in front of him, he could destroy them with his thrust. An exuberant Yang Kai filled his lungs before roaring, "Kill!" As the attack struck, the 7 artifacts were shredded like paper. The secret techniques behind the artifacts were also instantly shattered. The 4 enemies were sent flying away as they all sprayed out mouthfuls of blood, their auras significantly weakened. Pear Flower Palace directly formed a huge crack in the world barrier and disappeared into the distance. Martial Peak, Chapter 4668, Escape. The heritage of Pear Flower Cave Heaven had been sucked dry, so the entire place had become dead. Even the command center, Pear Flower Palace, had left. Therefore, following the violent upheaval, the universe Cave Heaven crumbled and exploded. In the void, shattered spirit provinces of different sizes appeared from out of nowhere and shot forward in all directions. At the same time, 4 battered and injured figures emerged. They appeared to still be reeling from the shock. Zhong Zheng was the most severely injured among them as he was covered in terrible wounds. One could even see his squirming organs through the gashes in his flesh. It wasn't that Zhong Zheng was weaker than the rest of them, he was just unlucky to have borne the brunt of the horrifying attack. It was an attack that had exhausted all of Pear Flower Cave Heaven's power, so although it wasn't as powerful as an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master's strike, the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters couldn't easily parry it. The excruciating pain caused Zhong Zheng's face to contort as he covered his wounds with his power to stop the bleeding. He also fished out lots of precious pills from his small universe and gulped them down. All of a sudden, he felt a sharp pain in his chest as a stream of dangerous world force had locked onto him from behind. He instantly froze on the spot, and when he looked down, he saw a child's hands sticking out of his gut. With widened eyes, he bellowed, "Purple Knight, old ghost." Behind him, Purple Knight Boy stuck close to him like a shadow as he grinned. "Since you're so badly injured, you won't stand a chance to survive. I'll send you on your way now, no need to thank me." "You dare!" Zhong Zheng roared. However, he was attacked by Purple Knight while he had lowered his guard, and he was now horribly injured, so there was no way he could resist. The next moment, Purple Knight Boy surged his world force, which rushed into the other man's body and destroyed his vitality. Purple Knight then pulled a bloody liver from Zhong Zheng's body and started gnawing at it. His expression was as casual as someone who was having a cold drink in the hot summer. In a nearby place, Grandma Jiao and Zhu Lingshan watched the incident unfold with impassive expressions. In a place like the Shattered Heaven, people could turn hostile to each other at any moment. If one of them had been badly injured instead of Zhong Zheng, such a calamity would have befallen them as well. Since Zhong Zheng was severely wounded, there was no way he could keep fighting. That was the reason Purple Knight Boy seized the chance to kill him. Even if Purple Knight hadn't done that, the other two would have developed some ill intentions. A 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master was killed just like that. However, unlike a mid-rank master, Zhong Zheng's small universe didn't instantly collapse after his death. Instead, it contracted and sucked the corpse into it before disappearing into the void. Since time immemorial, this was how universe paradises and universe cave heavens had come about after the death of high-rank masters. As long as the small universe didn't suffer from any violent impact or irreversible damage, there was a decent chance of it remaining after the owner's death. There was no doubt that Zhong Zheng had left behind a universe paradise after he passed away. The liver of a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master was immensely beneficial to Purple Knight Boy, so he rapidly swallowed it down. As he wiped the blood off his mouth, his initially listless aura stabilized. He then turned to look in the direction Pear Flower Palace had disappeared and said, "Even with the help of Lin Lang Palace, Xia Lin Lang must be in a terrible state after forcefully mobilizing the power of the entire universe cave heaven. There won't be such a chance again if we let it slip through our fingers. I'm going after her. What do the two of you think?" Grandma Jiao and Zhu Lingshan exchanged glances before nodding lightly. A moment later, the three of them shot forward. Certainly, the universe paradise left behind by Zhong Zheng was precious as well. By breaking the world barrier, one could obtain all the possessions Zhong Zheng had left behind in his small universe. Nevertheless, regardless how many precious items he had, they paled when compared to the world spring. After weighing the pros and cons, they certainly wanted to obtain the world spring instead of searching the new universe paradise. With that said, they had memorized the location of this universe paradise, so they would come over to loot it when there was a chance in the future. Inside Pear Flower Palace, blood streamed out of Yang Kai's nose and mouth while Xia Lin Lang was pale-faced. Just like Purple Knight Boy had said, it was extremely taxing to forcefully activate the power of the entire Pear Flower Cave Heaven. If Xia Lin Lang had done it on her own, she would have lost all power to fight by now. Fortunately, Yang Kai was there to share the burden with her, so she was less exhausted than her pursuers anticipated. Nevertheless, since she had to recuperate, Pear Flower Palace was temporarily controlled by Yang Kai. At this moment, Yang Kai felt fortunate that he had decided to absorb all of the Spear Dao essence in Pear Flower Cave Heaven. Otherwise, it would have been wasted by now. After all, Pear Flower Cave Heaven had collapsed and broken apart. Although they had fled from Pear Flower Cave Heaven, they couldn't let their guard down. The world spring was extremely attractive, so the 4 high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters wouldn't easily give up on it. On the other hand, they couldn't stay in the Shattered Heaven forever. While controlling Pear Flower Palace, Yang Kai sat down with his legs crossed to recuperate. He also infused his divine sense into his small universe to check on those living inside it. Although it had only been a few days since the over 10 million people entered the small universe, they had become at ease following the Emperor Realm Masters placating them. They had also been divided into dozens of groups, with some of them remaining in the same place, harvesting wood and stone in order to build houses. Some of them had moved across a long distance to look for suitable places to live. These groups of people ranged from several tens of thousands to several hundreds of thousands, and each one was respectively led by an Emperor Realm Master. This was what Yang Kai had told the Emperor Realm Masters to do. After all, development would be obstructed if more than 10 million people gathered in a single place. Therefore, after putting them inside his small universe, Yang Kai ordered the Emperor Realm Masters to lead the people to live in different places. Now, it seemed that the Emperor Realm Masters had done a great job. The migration was definitely taxing. Many of them were old people and young children. There were also a lot of families. That was the reason they were moving slowly. As a thought flashed through Yang Kai's mind, he swept his world force across them and instantly sent them to suitable places to stay. It was his own small universe, so it wasn't hard for him to do this. After the initial shock, the Emperor Realm Masters soon came to their senses. They looked up at the sky and cupped their fists to express their gratitude, then started settling the people down. Following a moment of observation, Yang Kai was elated. In the future, several dozen cities of different sizes that were filled with people would form in his small universe. When these people settled down, they would certainly bring some transformation to his small universe. Furthermore, his small universe was far more habitable compared to others because he had refined the Immortal tree, which was a high-rank wood element. Hence, the environment in his small universe was vibrant and full of vitality. All forms of vegetation could grow very strong inside it. On top of that, even the frail old people radiated a healthy glow upon entering his small universe. A great sun was hanging in the sky in his small universe, and at dusk, the sun fell beyond the horizon while the moon leaped into the sky. This kind of phenomenon was non-existent in other small universes. Perhaps there was only one such small universe in the entire 3,000 worlds. As the moonlight spilled over the world, Yang Kai suddenly recalled something and fell into his thoughts. He seemed to have fallen into a state of abstrusity and enlightenment as all sorts of ideas clashed and formed sparkles in his mind. It felt as though he had finally noticed a key aspect he had accidentally ignored in the past, but he was unable to fully grasp it. It was as if a thin piece of paper had been placed in front of him. He should be able to break it with a poke of his finger, but he seemed incapable of doing so. At that moment, he felt as if there was an itch he couldn't scratch. "What are you doing?" Just then, someone called out to him, which made him snap back from that ethereal state. Apart from him, Xia Lin Lang, Qin Fun, and the other Open Heaven Realm Masters were also inside Pear Flower Palace. Upon seeing how their palace master and Yang Kai worked together, the others wouldn't dare to provoke Yang Kai again. Since this guy was not even afraid of Xia Lin Lang, he certainly wouldn't have any regard for them. Therefore, the person who dared to interrupt him could be none other than Xia Lin Lang. Yang Kai was full of grievances after his state of enlightenment was interrupted by Xia Lin Lang. Although he hadn't figured out the idea that almost became clear in his mind, he was certain that it was extremely important. While suppressing his fury, he jerked his head to the side, only to see the woman glowering at him. "Where are you bringing me to?" She had let Yang Kai control Pear Flower Palace since she had to recuperate. However, she had never expected that this guy would drive the palace out of the Shattered Heaven, which was why she was incensed. Yang Kai frowned, but he soon realized why the woman was infuriated, so he explained, "The existence of the world spring has been exposed, so we can't stay in the Shattered Heaven any longer. Moreover, Pear Flower Cave Heaven is destroyed, and you have nowhere to go. There's no point for you to stay here. I have a place in Void territory that is very safe. I can assure you that no one will have their eyes on you when you reach there, and you won't have to remain hidden. Xia Lin Lang sneered, how are you going to assure me? Action speaks louder than words. You'll find out by then. If you trust me, come with me. Xia Lin Lang snapped, it's not about whether I trust you or not, it's that you have no idea about the situation we're in. If I leave the shattered heaven, those from the cave heavens and paradises will come to capture me. Can you ward them off by then? Yang Kai knit his brows, how did all of you offend the people from the cave heavens and paradises? Xia Lin Lang roared, how should I know? I've never fallen into any conflicts with the cave heavens and paradises since I started cultivating. However, after I ascended to the 7th order, they came knocking on my door without ever telling me what they wanted. I was powerless to resist them since they were so formidable. Left with no choice, I went into hiding in the shattered heaven. Now, thanks to you, I've lost my home, and here you are trying to send me to the lion's den. Go to Void territory if you want, but don't count me in. Martial Peak, Chapter 4669, Turbulence. Upon finishing her words, Xia Lin Lang took control of Pear Flower Palace and drove it in a different direction. It would be extremely risky if they turned around, for Grandma Jiao and the others must be racing after them. By doing so, they would fall into a fierce battle against their enemies. After a moment of hesitation, Yang Kai got up and said, in that case, we should part ways here. Since they had gotten out of the woods, he could make use of space principles to get rid of the 4 high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters. Xia Lin Lang snorted. My hideout has been destroyed because of you, and I have nowhere to go in Shattered Heaven. Now you want to leave just like this? There's no way I'll allow that to happen. Yang Kai questioned dispassionately, what do you want, then? While staring resentfully at him, Xia Lin Lang said through clenched teeth, aren't you an expert in the Tao of space? There are countless universe cave heavens and universe paradises that remain hidden in Shattered Heaven. You can only leave when you manage to help me find a new hideout. Yang Kai shook his head. Although I'm adept in the Tao of space, it's still hard for me to find any hidden universe cave heaven or universe paradise. Those that are easy to find have all been discovered. Moreover, I'm the target of Grandma Jiao and the others. You'll also benefit if we part ways. As long as I can leave Shattered Heaven, they wouldn't dare to run after me. Why would you object to this win-win solution? With that said, he knew that Xia Lin Lang still coveted his World Spring. As long as she hadn't snatched the World Spring from him, she would never willingly let him go. She had suffered immense losses this time. Not only was Pear Flower Cave Heaven destroyed, but she was also being pursued by her enemies. If she could obtain the World Spring, it could make up for the losses. I don't care. Xia Lin Lang was determined to make him stay. If you insist on leaving, don't blame me for falling out with you. What an unreasonable person! Yang Kai roared. Xia Lin Lang put on a smile and looked provokingly at him. So what if I'm unreasonable? Yang Kai had the urge to punch her in the face. After they glared at each other for a moment, he had no choice but to back down as he said, fine then, I'll help you find a new hideout before leaving. If you still stop me from leaving by then, I'll make you suffer even if both of us will be severely injured. Before Xia Lin Lang could reply to him, her expression changed as she turned to look in a particular direction. They've come so soon. She could detect 3 rays of light that were rapidly approaching them in the void. Although they were still far away, it was apparent to her that they were Grandma Jiao and the others. Before they even arrived, they started casting their divine abilities from a distance. Yang Kai and Xia Lin Lang exchanged glances before activating their own powers. Although they hadn't had any discussion before, one of them tacitly took control of Pear Flower Palace and fled while the other took charge of the Grand Array to fend off the divine abilities. As the light barrier flickered, Pear Flower Palace shook violently. The palace then turned into a beam of light and shot into the depths of Shattered Heaven. Meanwhile, Grandma Jiao and the others continued pursuing them. Yang Kai snapped, if you hadn't changed directions, they wouldn't have reached us so soon. Xia Lin Lang snorted. It was you who decided to leave Shattered Heaven without having a discussion with me, but here you are blaming it all on me. As a man, shouldn't you take responsibility? Yang Kai clenched his teeth and fell silent. Although Pear Flower Palace could move pretty fast, it was hard to get rid of Grandma Jiao and the others. The pursuit went on for the following month as they moved across several million kilometers in Shattered Heaven. During this period of time, a piece of news spread across the entire Shattered Heaven and caused a commotion. One of the 4 universe pillars, the World Spring, had emerged, and it was obtained by a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Presently, this person was in Xia Lin Lang's hands as they were trying to escape the pursuit somewhere in Shattered Heaven. The news sent a shockwave across the entire Shattered Heaven. The 4 universe pillars were extremely precious items in the world. Although they were not the most precious treasures, they were very important in the hearts of the Open Heaven Realm Masters. The last time one of the 4 universe pillars appeared was 3,000 years ago. At that time, it was the profound fish that had appeared. In order to snatch the profound fish, the entire Shattered Heaven had fallen into an uproar. Countless hidden high-rank masters came into the spotlight to snatch the item. The entire process spanned across 100 years, and the profound fish had changed ownerships several times. In the end, it was an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master who obtained it, and the dust slowly settled. During the 100 years of upheaval, about 10 high-rank masters in Shattered Heaven had lost their lives. Therefore, when word got out that the World Spring had appeared, the old people who had experienced the calamity 3,000 years ago were worried. Would history repeat itself? With someone deliberately spreading the news, everyone in Shattered Heaven soon became aware of it. The portals of those universe cave heavens and universe paradises opened up as the powerful high-rank masters stepped out of their hideouts. Like the pythons on the mountains and the dragons in the lakes, they plunged into Shattered Heaven and caused a disturbance. In Pear Flower Palace, Yang Kai and Xia Lin Lang sported dark expressions. They initially thought that they would be safe after getting rid of Grandma Jiao and the others. Shattered Heaven was pretty vast, so they could just find a place and go into hiding. By then, Grandma Jiao and the others wouldn't be able to find them regardless of how powerful they were. After dozens of years to 100 years, Grandma Jiao and the others would run out of patience, and everything would be fine. By then, the 2 of them could show up again. In fact, they had indeed gotten rid of Grandma Jiao and the others after spending half a month dealing with them. Presently, Pear Flower Palace was hidden on a shattered spirit province as it went with the flow and moved towards the depths of Shattered Heaven. Nevertheless, barely 10 days later, a high-rank master appeared out of nowhere and directly launched an attack on Pear Flower Palace. Since the person was on his own, he naturally couldn't get the upper hand. However, Yang Kai and Xia Lin Lang were forced to keep fleeing. After that, they seemed to have become the targets of detestation in Shattered Heaven as they would be attacked wherever they went. The most important thing was that many of the attackers were in the 7th Order. At this moment, 3 people were racing after Pear Flower Palace at full speed. Xia Lin Lang was furious. Pear Flower Palace was initially charging forward, but it soon turned around and crashed into the 3 of them. They were tailing the palace from a distance when they saw that. As their expressions changed drastically, they turned into rays of light and fled in different directions. The 3 of them were only in the 5th Order, so they naturally wouldn't dare to stay when faced with the ferocious-looking Pear Flower Palace. In order to increase their chance of survival, they even decided to part ways. However, a strange force engulfed them the next instant. They froze on the same spots as though the space around them had solidified. As Pear Flower Palace crashed into them, they instantly turned into blood mists. Xia Lin Lang said through clenched teeth, "How did 3 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters have the nerve to come over and embarrass themselves? How ridiculous! After they're killed, the powerful cultivator behind them will be coming. Let's keep running!" Yang Kai yelled. Pear Flower Palace then turned around and left at the speed of lightning. A moment later, a figure arrived from a distance and stopped in the spot where the 3 people were killed. With a livid expression, he continued dashing forward. The 3 of them were his disciples. Even though Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were not powerful, it was hard to nurture them. Since they were all killed, he was expected to be furious. However, if he could obtain the World Spring, it would be worth it even if all his disciples were killed, let alone 3 people. Grandma Jiao and the others must have spread the news since they've failed in their attempt to capture us. We've come across 7 to 8 high-rank masters along the way, and they're all eager to destroy us. If this drags on, we'll be doomed, Yang Kai grimly said. Xia Lin Lang's chest heaved as she let out a breath. I never expected that they'd do such a thing. In fact, Yang Kai had been worried that Grandma Jiao and the others might spread the news about the World Spring. However, Xia Lin Lang believed that in order to obtain the World Spring, they would hide the secret instead of exposing it to others. What surprised her was that they had really done such a thing, which was why the 2 of them were in a perilous situation. They were now pursued by practically all the top cultivators in Shattered Heaven. It had come to such a point that Yang Kai couldn't leave Shattered Heaven, as some heaven-covering webs might just be waiting for him. By staying close to Xia Lin Lang, he could make use of the power of Pearflower Palace and fend off the enemies. However, if he fell into a trap set up by any high-rank master, he might not be able to flee despite being an expert in the Tao of space. Several million kilometers away, Grandma Jiao and the others, who were still running after their targets, all wore livid expressions. They had personally experienced the turbulence going on in Shattered Heaven recently. The old farts who rarely showed up had suddenly stepped out of their homes and started moving in the same direction. Additionally, those old farts had also sent their disciples out like fishermen throwing nets into the sea. It had been thousands of years since the last upheaval took place in Shattered Heaven. Someone seemed to have dropped a rock into the muddy waters that made it even muddier. While running after their targets, they exchanged glances. All of them appeared to be doubtful. Grandma Jiao snorted. Stop looking at me like this. I've always been on my own. Even if I wanted to spread the news, I didn't have a way to do so. Therefore, it's not me who spread the news about the World Spring. On the other hand, you too. Purple Night Boy scoffed. It's not me either. I can't even contain the urge to kill you both, so why would I spread the news to others? Upon finishing his words, he shot Zhu Lingshan a grim look. Big Sister Zhu, I heard that you're pretty close to Ku Yen, the dull flame divine monarch. Ku Yen, the dull flame divine monarch that he had mentioned, was one of the small number of 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in Shattered Heaven. Although everyone could claim to be a divine monarch, Ku Yen deserved his title. He was also one of the acknowledged great experts in Shattered Heaven. Therefore, at the mention of the dull flame divine monarch, there was a sense of horror on Grandma Jiao's wrinkled face. Zhu Lingshan was a licentious woman who had countless lovers. She was indeed beautiful, and her figure was curvy. Everyone in Shattered Heaven said that this woman was in an ambiguous relationship with the dull flame divine monarch. No one could prove it so far, while Zhu Lingshan and Ku Yen had never admitted to it. Martial Peak, Chapter 4670, Zhao Yi. To people like Zhu Lingshan and Ku Yen, by remaining silent about it, they had actually acknowledged it to be true. Therefore, in the Shattered Heaven, by leveraging on the Ku Yen divine monarch status, Zhu Lingshan was an important figure despite not being in the 8th Order Open Heaven realm. Zhong Zhang. Zhu Lingshan suddenly snorted. Grandma Jiao and Purple Night Boy became startled for a moment. I heard that Zhong Zhang obtained a precious item in the past that could take a mortal blow for him in his stead. Now, it seems that the rumors were true. They were the only people who were aware that the World Spring had appeared. Xia Lin Lang and the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm brat wouldn't invite trouble to themselves by exposing such a secret, while the 3 of them had never revealed it to anyone. The only possibility was that Zhong Zhang hadn't lost his life, and he was the one who had caused such a turbulence in the Shattered Heaven. Although he had a precious item that could act as a substitute for him in case he received a critical injury, allowing him to escape from death's door following Purple Night Boy's sneak attack, he must still be horribly injured, and he had no more strength left to snatch the World Spring. Therefore, he decided to spread the news. Since he was unable to obtain the World Spring, he certainly wouldn't let Purple Night Boy and the others have it either. At that instant, Purple Night Boy's expression turned awkward while Grandma Jiao looked gleefully at him. It wasn't fun to have offended a powerful cultivator in the same order, especially when it was a blood feud. If Zhong Zheng really hadn't lost his life, Purple Night Boy would have to keep his guard up all the time from now on, for the former might retaliate against him at any moment. Grandma Jiao was indeed on her own, so she wouldn't get any benefits by exposing the secret. On the other hand, Zhu Lingshan and Ku Yen were in a relationship, so if she wanted to tell him this secret, she could have looked for a chance and informed him about it in secret instead of spreading it to everyone in the Shattered Heaven. Therefore, Zhu Lingshan's speculation could very well be true. Zhong Zheng was still alive, and he was the one who had spread the news about the World Spring. Purple Night Boy, who appeared like a young boy, felt his head aching. At that time, he was eager to chase after Xia Lin Lang and her Sixth Order ally, so he hadn't had time to check on the universe paradise that Zhong Zheng had left behind. If he had done that, he could have found out whether Zhong Zheng was really dead or not. Nevertheless, it was no use crying over spilled milk. Since he had offended Zhong Zheng, it wasn't like he could just apologize to him when they met again. In any case, both of them were in the Seventh Order, so he was not afraid of Zhong Zheng. They would just fight a pointless life-or-death battle when the time came. While they were charging forward, Zhu Lingshan stopped in her tracks all of a sudden. Seeing that, Grandma Jiao and Purple Night Boy turned to look at her. Zhu Lingshan tucked her hair behind her ear and said, "Since the secret about the World Spring has been exposed, and everyone in the Shattered Heaven is aware of it, it's pointless for us to work together any longer. Why don't we part ways now? By doing so we'll stand a greater chance to get the World Spring. Farewell." Upon finishing her words, she turned around and dashed off. Grandma Jiao and Purple Night Boy stared at her in silence without the intention to stop her. A moment later, Purple Night Boy scoffed, "She must be going to look for her lover." Grandma Jiao replied impassively, "It's understandable." She initially wanted to get the World Spring for herself, which was why she never told Ku Yen about it. However, since the news has been spread, Ku Yen must be aware of it by now. She knows that even if she manages to obtain the World Spring, it'll fall into Ku Yan's hands in the end. That's why she parted ways with us. "What now, Grandma?" Purple Night Boy turned to look at her. Grandma Jiao replied with a smile, "I'm old enough to have enjoyed all the pleasures in life, and I have no more regrets. Of course, I have to fight for a treasure like the World Spring. Even though I won't have a chance to make it to the Eighth Order, I'll be able to live for a while longer and enjoy the view of the Shattered Heaven if I can get it." Following a nod, Purple Night Boy said with a smile, "You're pretty sanguine, Grandma. In that case, I'll accompany you. Let's join forces. If we can obtain the World Spring, we'll decide who will get it after that." Good. After they came to an agreement, they continued forward. In the depths of the Shattered Heaven, there was an intense battle going on. The glow of those divine abilities and secret techniques expanded. As world forces swept across the void, Pear Flower Palace staggered while the glow around it flickered. While trying to flee, Yang Kai and Xia Lin Lang had encountered quite a number of powerful opponents. However, with the help of Pear Flower Palace, they could even ward off a high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master and continue fleeing. Nevertheless, they were unlucky this time, for 3 high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters had been looking for them in a nearby place. While they were held up by one of them, the other 2 soon arrived at the scene. That was how this great battle was ignited. The grand array around Pear Flower Palace was damaged, and its defense power had plunged significantly. When they finally broke through the siege and fled, Pear Flower Palace was all tattered and on the brink of collapsing. Xia Lin Lang felt so heartbroken that her face turned red, then white. It might also have something to do with the fact that she had consumed a lot of energy. On the other hand, Qin Fun and the others were equally horrified and saddened. They grew up and cultivated in Pear Flower Cave Heaven, and they had rarely stepped out of that place. That was why they had never come across such a perilous situation prior to this. None of them had expected that they'd be pursued by all the top cultivators in the Shattered Heaven one day. Pear Flower Palace can't persevere any longer. Yang Kai, on the other hand, appeared calm and collected. After all, it wasn't the first time he experienced such dangers. Since he started cultivating, he had encountered countless battles, and there were times when he almost lost his life. Just some time ago, he was put in a tight spot following the pursuit of Xia Linlang and the others. Therefore, he was more experienced than anyone else when it came to dealing with situations like these. Yang Kai continued, Pear Flower Palace will be destroyed if it's struck hard one more time. Since it's a mobile palace artifact as well as an inheritance of Pear Flower Divine Monarch, you'd better store it for now. Presently, Xia Linlang was seated with her legs crossed while trying to restore her strength. Upon hearing his words, she nodded. The reason she had been driving Pear Flower Palace to flee was that Qin Fun and the others were around. With the Pear Flower Palace, they would have a layer of defense to protect them. However, without the palace, Qin Fun and the others would be powerless to counterattack when faced with powerful enemies. She then summoned Qin Fun and the others before whispering something to them. While appearing to be vexed, Qin Fun still clenched his teeth and nodded. Following that, she put them as well as Pear Flower Palace inside her small universe. The people behind us will soon catch up. Don't resist it. I'll bring you to leave this place, Yang Kai said and activated his power to engulf the woman. Xia Linlang stiffened as she was apparently worried. Yang Kai sneered. Given the situation we're in, we'll stand a greater chance of fleeing by joining forces. Do you think I'll make a move on you now? Upon hearing that, Xia Linlang fell silent. Although she still kept her guard up, she did her best to relax. As space principles undulated, the two of them disappeared the next moment. Yang Kai went on to use instantaneous movement several times, and when he finally stopped, they were already millions of kilometers away. Upon stabilizing himself, he secretly cursed, for he saw an artifact that looked like a ship wandering around in the void not far away. Needless to say, the people in the ship must have heard about the world spring, which was why they were moving around the shattered heaven in an attempt to look for Yang Kai and Xia Linlang. It just so happened that Yang Kai used instantaneous movement and arrived at this exact place. It wasn't that he was careless, but rather that they had opponents everywhere in the shattered heaven now. He was just unlucky this time. Just when he was preparing to escape with Xia Linlang by using instantaneous movement again, a figure on the deck suddenly looked in their direction. While appearing to be pleasantly surprised, the person called out, Lin Lang. At the same time, the person left the ship and shot forward. His expression was that of a person who had chanced upon an old friend. Xia Linlang looked in that direction and frowned. Turning his head, Yang Kai asked, Do you know him? After a moment of hesitation, Xia Linlang nodded her head. The person from the ship didn't come too close, for he was aware of Xia Linlang's situation. To prevent any misunderstandings from arising, he stopped at a spot that was still pretty far away from them. While appearing guilty, he said in a gentle voice, Lin Lang, I'm sorry for being late. Upon hearing that, Yang Kai arched his brow and darted his gaze between Xia Linlang and that person as he fell into his thoughts. In a dispassionate tone, Xia Linlang asked, What do you want? The person replied, I rushed over as soon as I heard that you were in trouble. Unfortunately, I had no idea where you were, so I had to keep looking around. It seems that I was lucky enough today to have come across you here. An impatient Xia Linlang said, Just cut to the chase. I'm in a rush. The person contained his excitement and slowly said, Lin Lang, everyone in the shattered heaven is now aware of the world spring's appearance, and many of the 7th Order and even 8th Order masters have started making a move. There's no way you can keep it. Xia Linlang sneered, Are you here to snatch the world spring as well? With an aggrieved expression, the person replied, Lin Lang, I'm saddened by the way you look at me. Others might not know what I, Zhao Yi, want, but don't you know it very well? Without directly answering his question, Xia Linlang asked, Why did you call out to me if the world spring is not what you're after? Don't tell me you want me to seek refuge in your place. There was a helpless smile on Zhao Yi's face as he said, I do want that to happen, but I know you won't come with me. Those 7th Order and 8th Order masters had occupied universe cave heavens and universe paradises left behind by fallen ancient masters. In their respective territories, they could use a power that far exceeded their own. It was the case for both Xia Lin Lang and Zhao. Therefore, if she really followed him to his territory, she would be susceptible to his control. Although Zhao Yi appeared to be deeply in love with Xia Lin Lang, she had no idea what was really on his mind, hence, she had to be cautious. That was the reason Zhao Yi knew that she wouldn't follow him back to his hideout, and he wouldn't even dare to have that wish. What do you want then? Xia Lin Lang frowned. With a solemn expression, Zhao Yi replied, I've come to an agreement with Cheng Yang. As long as you pass the world spring to him, he'll ensure your safety. Additionally, he'll give you a universe paradise as compensation. Bright Flame Divine Monarch? Xia Lin Lang's expression changed upon hearing that. Judging from her expression, Yang Kai realized that this Cheng Yang must be an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. It had only been a short time since he arrived in the Shattered Heaven, so he knew little about this place. However, he had heard from Su Wang that there were 8th Order Masters residing in this place, though there were only a small number of them. A person who could make Xia Lin Lang look so apprehensive must be an 8th Order Master. Martial Peak, Chapter 4671, Strange Murderous Intent. Zhao Yi looked gently at Xia Lin Lang and said, Although Bright Flame Divine Monarch is an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, he's a righteous man who has never oppressed anyone weaker than him before. I'm sure you're aware of this as well. When I arrived at the Shattered Heaven back then, I was hunted down by the top cultivators from Luo Sheng Cave Heaven, and I had nowhere to go. It was Cheng Yang who offered me shelter, otherwise I would have ceased to exist. Is that why you looked for him? Xia Lin Lang stared coldly at him. Following a sigh, Zhao Yi said, Other than the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, anyone in the Shattered Heaven will only invite trouble to themselves by trying to obtain the World Spring. I'm doing this for your own good. I'll have to thank you then, Xia Lin Lang said through clenched teeth. Zhao Yi shook his head. Lin Lang, I know you'll blame me, but this matter has to be settled in such a way. You arrived at the Shattered Heaven later than I did, so you didn't experience the carnage that happened 3,000 years ago. I saw it with my eyes. After the profound fish appeared at that time, more than 10 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters lost their lives. Just like you're trying to do, they had all attempted to snatch the profound fish. Even if one of them could get the profound fish, they couldn't ensure their own safety. I don't want you to make the same mistake. Even if you hate me and blame me, I'll still have to do it. Xia Lin Lang pressed her lips together, then said impassively, Are you done talking? Zhao Yi became startled for a moment, then nodded, yes. After letting out a breath, Xia Lin Lang stared at him. I understand what you think, and I know you might really be doing it for my own good. Thinking that the woman had changed her mind, Zhao Yi appeared elated. However, his joy vanished the next moment. Regardless, I'll not give the World Spring to anyone, Xia Lin Lang said with determination. Give way if you still treasure our friendship, otherwise, there is no need for it to exist anymore. There was a heartbroken expression on Zhao Yi's face. He parted his lips, but he couldn't bring himself to say anything. Just then, 2 figures dashed out of Zhao Yi's ship and pounced on Yang Kai. They were a man and a woman, who both had 6th Order strength. One of them was a handsome young man who was clad in all white clothes, while the other was an innocent-looking woman with a peach blossom branch in her hand. Before they even arrived, their divine abilities landed on Yang Kai. Yang Kai started becoming restless even before they attacked, and in an instant his frustration from a long time of fleeing turned into endless murderous intent. The transformation even startled himself. Looking up, he became surprised as he had met this man and woman who were trying to attack him twice before. He first came across them in the Shattered Heaven Star City. After he watched Wu Kuang leave, Yang Kai had sat on the 2nd floor of the tea house on his own while drinking. That was when he saw these 2 moving along the street. After that, he chanced upon the man and the woman outside of the Universe Cave Heaven where the World Spring was located. Nevertheless, After the appearance of Xia Lin Lang and the other high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters, the onlookers soon left the place. Following the incident of Yang Kai working with a high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master from Bright King Cave Heaven to capture Blood Crow, the man and the woman were nowhere to be seen. Yang Kai could never forget about them, especially the white-robed youth. That was because during their encounters he was instinctively repulsed by this man, as though there was an innate blood feud between them. This time was worse as the white-robed youth directly made a move against him. Yang Kai's murderous intent was instantly ignited as he appeared ferocious and ready to fight back. He could even feel that his dragon vein was pulsating. There were no signs of them attempting to make a move beforehand, so it was obviously a sneak attack. A furious Xia Lin Lang roared, "Impudence!" She then raised her hand and pushed out her palm towards them. Although both of them appeared to be in the Sixth Order, and their combined attack was indeed powerful, they were still significantly weaker than a Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Faced with the attack, both of them instantly froze. Zhao Yi's expression changed as he exclaimed, "No!" He then stood in Xia Lin Lang's way and parried the attack. Space shook as world forces clashed. Zhao Yi was forced to move backwards a long distance while Xia Lin Lang staggered slightly. It wasn't that Zhao Yi was weaker than her. If they were in a life-and-death battle, they would be equally matched. Perhaps Zhao Yi would even get the upper hand. However, since he made a move in a hurry, and he wouldn't dare to exert too much force as he was concerned about Xia Lin Lang, he suffered a setback as a result. "Are you going to stop me, Zhao Yi?" Xia Lin Lang snapped. There was a bitter expression on Zhao Yi's face as he suppressed the tremors in his small universe and said, "Lin Lang, you can't kill them because they're with Bright Flame Divine Monarch." Xia Lin Lang became startled for a moment. It was then she realized why these two Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters dared to be so impudent in front of her when Zhao Yi hadn't made a move, for they were Bright Flame Divine Monarch's people. With an Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master as their backer, it was expected that they had no regard for anyone in the Shattered Heaven. Moreover, the young man seems to have something to do with a certain great force in the Shattered Ruins. Zhao Yi secretly spoke. Upon hearing that, Xia Lin Lang was surprised. The Shattered Ruins was the deepest part of the Shattered Heaven as well as a forbidden zone. Even Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters like Bright Flame Divine Monarch wouldn't dare to rashly step into it. Even though it had been over 2,000 years since Xia Lin Lang arrived at the Shattered Heaven, she had never once approached the Shattered Ruins. In fact, the idea had never even crossed her mind. That was because not only was the environment in the Shattered Ruins extremely hostile, it was said that some formidable existences also resided there. It wouldn't have mattered if the white-robed youth was just a subordinate of Qingyang, but if he really had something to do with a great force from the Shattered Ruins, they all had to be wary of him. As they spoke, Yang Kai had gotten into an intense battle with the man and the woman. Despite the fact that they were in the same order, and that he was battling against two people on his own, he wasn't at a disadvantage. The spear intent of his Azure Dragon Spear surged as his mastery over the Spear Dao was on the level of transcending the mundane. His word force burst forth and ensured that his opponents couldn't approach him. Zhao Yi was dumbfounded upon seeing that. He wasn't familiar with the man and the woman as he was only in a temporary cooperation with them. However, he knew that even though the man was only in the Sixth Order, he was the strongest Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master he had ever seen. Supposedly, it would only take this man an incense stick to kill an opponent in the same order if he wanted to. Although the woman was inferior to the man, she was already much stronger than average Sixth Order Masters. Initially, Zhao Yi believed that they could easily capture Yang Kai since they had joined forces, but it turned out that both parties were equally matched. "I can't believe there's such a freak in this world." Zhao Yi fell into a dazed state. From the corner of his eye, he could see Xia Lin Lang charging towards the battlefield. With his expression changed drastically, he attempted to stop her and persuaded her by saying, "Stop being obstinate, Lin Lang. I've reasoned with you, so you'd better listen to me, otherwise, I'll have to stop you even if you'll start hating me." Scram! Xia Lin Lang forcefully pushed out her palm. With a bitter expression, Zhao Yi had no choice but to parry the attack. In an instant, two battles erupted. On one hand, Zhao Yi and Xia Linlang were equally matched. Although they were in an intense battle, anyone could see that Zhao Yi had been accommodating the woman's bombardment of attacks. However, it was impossible for Xia Linlang to get rid of him, for both of them were in the seventh order. If Zhao Yi insisted on stopping her, there was no way she could move past him. Moreover, she had put Qin Feng and the others inside her small universe earlier, so it was troublesome for her to fight with her opponents as her use of power had been slightly affected by the burdens she was carrying. On the other hand, the battle between Yang Kai and the duo was far fiercer. Both parties didn't hold back their powers as they seemed determined to hack each other to death. While the man and the woman were shocked by this result, Yang Kai was equally astounded. He had rarely come across any cultivators in the same order who could exchange moves with him for a long time, except for the old monster blood crow, who had been reborn after occupying someone else's body. If he insisted on killing a sixth-order open heaven realm master, Yang Kai was confident he could achieve it in fewer than 20 breaths. Nevertheless, this man and woman gave him a huge surprise. While the woman was slightly weaker, the man was indeed incredible. He would still be able to match Yang Kai even if he was on his own. The Azure Dragon Spear felt scorching hot during the intense battle. Every time Yang Kai pushed out his spear, a deafening dragon roar could be heard. This had never happened to him before. Other than the anomaly with his Azure Dragon Spear, Yang Kai also realized that the dragon vein in his body was pulsating with such intensity that he was unable to suppress his murderous intent. His eyes had even turned bloodshot. It was the same case for the man opposite him. Just then, Yang Kai detected a very strange aura from the other man's body. It was then he realized that, just like himself, the white-robed youth had a divine spirit's bloodline. However, unlike himself, this person had never refined a divine spirit source, which meant he had to have been born with a divine spirit's bloodline. The reason they held such grudges against one another was that their bloodlines clashed. The blossoming pear flowers were intertwined with peach blossoms. As a golden crow was heard cawing, a great sun leaped into existence. The sea of flowers shattered while Yang Kai pushed out his spear. The woman, who was charging towards Yang Kai with a peach blossom branch in her hand, instantly felt cold all over her body. She could see the great sun expanding rapidly and almost engulfing her. Since she had been targeted specifically at such close range, there was no way she could dodge the attack. Following a shout, she extended her peach blossom branch. The great sun instantly melted the peach blossom branch away. Seeing that the woman was about to be killed by the Azure Dragon Spear, the white-robed youth dashed forward and extended 2 fingers towards Yang Kai's heart. He reckoned that he could only save the woman by launching an attack on their opponent. Without hesitation, Yang Kai swept his spear across the youth instead. The spear directly struck the white-robed youth at his waist. As a violent force burst forth, the white-robed youth sprayed out a mouthful of blood mist, which covered Yang Kai. The blood mist was extremely eerie, and even though Yang Kai had immediately pushed his world force to protect himself, he was still contaminated by it. The blood instantly melted into his body. A large dragon head abruptly appeared behind Yang Kai as it roared and shook the 9 heavens. The woman, who had just escaped from death's door, appeared beside the white-robed youth and supported his weight. Appearing to be concerned, she called out, "Young master." The white-robed youth shook his head and choked down the blood in his mouth. While staring fixedly at Yang Kai, he curved his lips into a smile. Yang Kai furrowed his brows as he felt immensely hot. While he staggered, he had the urge to transform into a half-dragon. Upon realizing that something was off, Xia Linlang bolted towards him and clenched his arm before shouting, "Let's go." Suppressing the murderous intent in his heart, Yang Kai looked intently at the white-robed youth. Although he wanted to kill him ruthlessly, he knew that they couldn't stay in this place any longer, for they had made quite some noise. If there were other people nearby, they would have detected it by now. He then manipulated space principles and engulfed Xia Linlang with them before disappearing into the distance. By the time the white-robed youth pushed out his fist, he realized that Yang Kai and Xia Lin Lang were nowhere to be found. Martial Peak, Chapter 4672, cannot escape. As space principles undulated, two figures shot towards the depths of the shattered heaven. They were none other than Yang Kai and Xia Lin Lang. Although he was far away from the previous battlefield, he still couldn't suppress his murderous intent and pulsating dragon vein. After he was infiltrated by the white-robed youth's blood mist, Yang Kai felt an immense force charging around in his body. As a result, he was unable to control the power of his dragon vein, and he constantly had the urge to transform into a half-dragon. While suppressing this urge, Yang Kai pushed his world force in an attempt to get rid of the strange power which had infiltrated his body. However, the power seemed to have spirituality of its own as it streamed towards his shoulder. The next instant, he felt an excruciating pain on his left shoulder as though it had been seared with a piece of heated iron. This caused Yang Kai to grunt. Fortunately, his weltering murderous intent and pulsating dragon vein finally subsided following the incident. What happened? Xia Lin Lang turned her head and asked. She already realized that something was wrong with Yang Kai the moment the white-robed youth appeared. Given the state he was in, he would have tried to hack the other party to death if she hadn't dragged him away. Certainly, given the power Yang Kai had showcased, the white-robed youth couldn't defeat him despite having a helper. Nevertheless, with Zhao Yi around, he wouldn't let Yang Kai just kill the white-robed youth. That guy was interesting, Yang Kai snorted. He then pulled down his clothes and took a glance at his left shoulder, only to see a bird-shaped mark on his skin. At first glance, the mark seemed to be alive as the bird expanded its wings. There was a tinge of derision behind its eyes. "What's this?" Xia Lin Lang exclaimed. Without responding to her, Yang Kai directly sliced the bit of his skin off his shoulder. The bird-shaped mark was instantly removed, and as he activated his power, the mark turned into dust. The flesh around his wound squirmed as it was the manifestation of the restorative power of his dragon vein and wood element power. In just more than 10 breaths of time, the flesh in his wound was restored. However, the bird-shaped mark, which was supposed to have been destroyed, appeared on his shoulder again, as though it was determined to follow him forever. Yang Kai snorted. Although he had already expected this outcome, he still felt displeased when he saw it. There was a dark expression on Xia Lin Lang's face as she asked, "Are you being tracked?" Yang Kai nodded and turned to look at her. "I'm in a perilous situation, so I suggest that you part ways with me now. Their target is the World Spring, so you don't have to stick close to me. By fleeing on your own, you'll stand a greater chance of survival." Xia Lin Lang shook her head. "It's useless even if we part ways now. Everyone in the Shattered Heaven is now aware that we're together. Just like you, I'm also their target." She then put on a bitter smile. "Just like you've said, we're riding the same boat now." Although her hideout was previously invaded by Grandma Jiao and the others, the situation wasn't so terrible. However, she had never expected that in just half a year, they had become the target of the entire Shattered Heaven. Regardless of how expansive this place was, there was nowhere they could settle down safely. Now, one of the options for us is to turn around and try to break through the siege. As long as we can leave the Shattered Heaven, we'll be safe. However, the chances are slim. If we turn around now, we'll go through countless battles. It wouldn't have mattered if our opponents were just in the 7th Order, but presently even the 8th Order Masters are looking for us. If we come across them, we won't be able to fight back." Upon hearing that, Xia Lin Lang sighed and nodded. One of the 4 universe pillars is tempting enough for them to act. Yang Kai turned to look at her. "So, we have to go to a place that is difficult even for those in the 8th Order to reach. I'm not familiar with the Shattered Heaven. Do you have any suggestions?" The bird-shaped mark on his shoulder was used for tracking, so even though he had no idea about the limit of the distance it could be followed, Yang Kai had to plan for the worst. The white-robed youth had the support of Bright Flame Divine Monarch, Qing Yang, so it was unrealistic for them to hide somewhere as their opponents would find them sooner or later. If we can find a universe paradise or universe cave heaven that hasn't been discovered. Before she even finished speaking, Yang Kai raised his hand to interrupt her. The chances are very slim. To be honest, I've been paying attention to the surroundings along the way this whole time, but I've never discovered anything. Xia Lin Lang pressed her lips together while appearing to be hesitant. With a frown, Yang Kai said, "Nothing can be worse than the situation we're in now. Perhaps we'll be able to escape this calamity by taking a huge risk. If you have somewhere to go, tell me right away." The shattered ruins. Xia Lin Lang lifted her head and replied. Aware that Yang Kai knew nothing about this place, she took the initiative to offer an explanation. The shattered ruins is in the deepest part of the shattered heaven. It's rumored that it was the final battlefield of the Great War in ancient times. Countless high-rank open heaven realm masters lost their lives there. Therefore, many divine abilities and secret techniques left behind by the ancient great experts still linger in the void. As a result, the environment is beyond horrible. Even the 7th Order and 8th Order masters in the shattered heaven don't dare to step into it, and it's not just because of the divine abilities and secret techniques. There are also a lot of spirit arrays and artifacts lurking in the dark. No one can be certain to escape unscathed if they accidentally trigger one of them. Also, go on, Yang Kai urged. There are said to be many divine spirits who reside in the shattered ruins, so it has become a forbidden zone for human cultivators like us. Divine spirits? Yang Kai arched his brow. Are there any members of the Dragon Clan? Xia Lin Lang shook her head. I have no idea. Although I've been living in the shattered heaven for many years, I've never come across any Dragon Clan members before. Why are you looking for them? Certainly, Yang Kai wouldn't tell her that he had a Dragon Clan bloodline, so he replied in a perfunctory manner, I'm just curious. It's said that dragons and phoenixes are the leaders of all divine spirits. I've always admired them, but I haven't had the chance to meet one before. Xia Lin Lang burst into laughter. The Dragon Clan is extremely arrogant. If we really run into them, we'll have to worry about being killed for no reason. We'll head to the shattered ruins. Then, Yang Kai directly made a decision. Although Xia Lin Lang was hesitant, she knew that they had nowhere else to go in the shattered heaven other than the shattered ruins. She thus nodded and led the way for him. On their way, she told him what she knew about the shattered ruins. Although she had been living in the shattered heaven for thousands of years, she knew little about this forbidden zone. She only knew that it was a dangerous place with a myriad of divine spirits. If they really broke into it, they would probably lose their lives. If it weren't because they had no other choice, she wouldn't even have thought about entering the shattered ruins. More than 10 days later, the pair finally came close to the shattered ruins. Xia Lin Lang was evidently nervous as her entire figure stiffened. It was as though she believed she would be killed at any moment. Just when Yang Kai wanted to placate her, his expression suddenly changed as he stopped in his tracks. This couldn't be helped though, as a stream of ferocious divine sense had traveled across millions of kilometers and locked onto him like invisible chains. Upon noticing it, Xia Lin Lang turned her head, and the color instantly drained from her face. It's Qing Yang. They could see a ray of light rapidly approaching them from the distance. The speed at which it moved was outrageously fast, and the light that was initially dim, in the blink of an eye, became extremely bright. Run! Yang Kai yelled as he grabbed the woman's arm and attempted to manipulate its space principles. However, before he could make a move, the divine sense that had locked onto him surged. Yang Kai, whose figure had started to fade, instantly reappeared as his use of instantaneous movement was interrupted at the most critical moment. As a result, he sprayed out a mouthful of blood. Seeing that, Xia Lin Lang quickly activated her power and engulfed him in it before dashing forward. Right then, a loud voice was heard shouting, "Both of you had better stop running if you want to keep your lives. Otherwise, this monarch will make life a living hell for you if I have to capture you." Xia Lin Lang directly ignored him. Even though Zhao Yi had said that Qing Yang was a righteous man who had never oppressed those weaker than him, from their brief contact just now, that was obviously a lie. Cheng Yang's first act was to target them, and his second was to threaten them, so how were they supposed to trust him? A moment later, a towering figure flashed past where the pair previously stood. He was none other than one of the small number of 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in the Shattered Heaven, Bright Flame Divine Monarch, Yang. He was able to reach this place by relying on the tracking mark left on Yang Kai's body by the white-robed youth. At this moment, there was a mark, which was identical to the one on Yang Kai's shoulder, on the back of Qing Yan's hand. It was apparently the white-robed youth's doing. Since the two marks were made by the same person, and they were connected by a bloodline link, they could find each other regardless of the distance. That was the reason Qing Yang could accurately tell Yang Kai. It wasn't that Yang Kai didn't want to get rid of the mark. In fact, he had tried many methods before, but all of his attempts had failed. Moreover, since they were on the run, he didn't have any time to sit and focus on removing this mark. The three figures charged forward at the speed of lightning. However, the distance between both parties was clearly shortening. Since an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master had made a move while Yang Kai was unable to use instantaneous movement, it was expected that they couldn't get rid of him. Half a day later, Yang Kai lifted his head and saw a large area where lights of different colors glowed. They looked like clouds of stars hovering in the void as they spanned across billions of kilometers. Despite the extreme distance, Yang Kai still felt horrified, as a very dangerous aura wafted from the multicolored lights. That's the Shattered Ruins. Xia Lin Lang fell into a dazed state as well. Those lights are supposedly divine abilities left behind by the ancient great experts. As she spoke, she felt her lips drying as she gazed at Yang Kai and asked, "Are we really going in?" She felt a great sense of danger before even approaching the Shattered Ruins, so who knew what would befall them if they really got into it? "Do we have a choice now?" Yang Kai snorted. While looking forward, his gaze was firm and determined. Xia Lin Lang put on a bitter smile. Qing Yang was getting close, and unless they were willing to let Qing Yang have the final say on their life or death, they would have to keep moving forward. Upon realizing their intention, Qing Yang wore a dark expression as he used his power to amplify his voice. The environment in the Shattered Ruins is extremely hostile. Even this monarch can't be certain he will be able to enter and exit it alive, let alone you two. If you go into the Shattered Ruins, death will be certain. Martial Peak, Chapter 4673, The Shattered Ruins. Upon seeing that Yang Kai and Xia Lin Lang didn't stop, Qing Yang appeared furious as he snapped, "Pointless obstinance." He then raised his hand and made a grabbing gesture. As his word force surged, a huge green illusory hand appeared in the void and covered Yang Kai and Xia Lin Lang like a heaven-shrouding palm. The huge hand spanned a vast area, so they were unable to flee. In an instant, they were captured by the hand. As the hand tightened its grip, they felt a restrictive power coming at them from all directions. Yang Kai and Xia Lin Lang instantly felt their bones dislocating. At that moment, they were unable to see or hear anything, as though they were trapped inside a dark cage. Just then, a golden crow was heard cawing while a great sun leapt into existence. With the azure dragon spear in his hands, Yang Kai pushed it out and tore the darkness apart. In the meantime, a divine ability from Xia Lin Lang burst forth. Although Qing Yang was an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, he had made a hurried move from a long distance. Therefore, Yang Kai and Xia Lin Lang were able to break through it by joining forces. The huge illusory hand fell apart while two battered figures shot out of it. Qing Yang knew that he couldn't stop them with that attack. However, his move had successfully delayed them and allowed him to shorten the distance between them significantly. While he continued charging forward, he balled up his fist and pushed it out. The power of this attack broke through the barriers of space and a violent force swept out like a tsunami. Yang Kai felt a crawling sensation on his scalp as all his muscles uncontrollably tightened. He then turned around in a hurry as his azure dragon spear turned into countless spear shadows. Although Xia Lin Lang was more powerful than him by one order, she didn't have as much experience in life and death battles against vastly stronger foes as he did. Therefore, her reactions were slightly sluggish. Fortunately, following an attack from her partner, she hurriedly summoned a round defensive artifact to protect them. The attack powered by the world force of an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master shot forward and shattered all the spear shadows. Xia Lin Lang's defensive artifact also turned dim as much of its spirituality was instantly lost. As though a mountain had crashed into them, the two of them were sent flying away while spraying out a mouthful of blood. "Hang on!" Yang Kai choked down the searing blood in his throat and grabbed the woman's arm. By making use of the opponent's force, he plunged into the shattered ruins. A moment later, bright flame divine monarch appeared in front of the boundary to the shattered ruins. With a solemn expression, he looked up at the multicolored lights. Despite his hesitation, he still stepped forward to pursue them. Although the shattered ruins was dangerous, the world spring was so alluring to him that it was worth taking a risk. However, as soon as he stepped into the shattered ruins, he saw a violent divine ability coming at him. With widened eyes, he pushed out his fist. The divine ability that was equivalent to the full force attack of a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master was shattered. Without stopping, Qingyang continued forward. What surprised him was that as he moved forward, countless divine abilities and secret techniques came at him from all directions. Even though every attack was equivalent to a strike from a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, which wouldn't kill him, they were dense and continuous, making them annoying to deal with. Meanwhile, Yang Kai and Xia Lin Lang, who were ahead of him, were horrified as well. Before they even entered the shattered ruins, they already felt a very dangerous aura wafting from it, but it wasn't until they actually entered that they got a real taste of it. They couldn't help wondering just how many divine abilities and secret techniques had been left behind in this damned place. Just like the astral wind divine ability that Yang Kai had come across in the past, these eerie divine abilities and secret techniques had existed for countless years. Although they were not as terrifying as the astral wind divine ability, there seemed to be an infinite number of them. Before their entry, these divine abilities and secret techniques had remained dormant. Nevertheless, as they moved forward, they seemed to have been triggered by their life auras and attacked. These divine abilities and secret techniques had come to life following a long time of stillness, and every one was equivalent to an all-out attack from an average 6th Order Master. They were still so powerful even though countless years had passed, so it was imaginable that they were even more destructive when they were at the peak of their powers in the past. These attacks probably had the force of an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master when they were first created. The two of them seemed to have fallen into a place full of traps, and wherever they went, they would trigger these traps. They wouldn't dare to stop, nor could they do so. Once they did, they would be doomed. Fortunately, there was a short delay before these divine abilities sprung to life, hence, there was some time for them to keep fleeing. Bright Sun Divine Monarch, who was chasing after them, suffered in their stead. The divine abilities and secret techniques triggered by Yang Kai and Xia Lin Lang actually all came right at him instead. He was basically cleaning up the mess for the two of them, and upon realizing this, Qingyang became increasingly incensed. If he hadn't barged into this place, these divine abilities would have targeted Yang Kai and Xia Lin Lang. However, since he wasn't willing to give up on the world spring, he had followed them and was now being peppered with the attacks meant for the ones he was pursuing. Although it wasn't hard for him to deal with divine abilities and secret techniques that were equivalent to attacks from 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, he was certainly annoyed by them. As he charged forward, he wielded his fists madly and shattered all those divine abilities and secret techniques. Tremors could be felt coming from behind, and Yang Kai certainly knew that those were the noises that Qingyang was making. At this moment, he wasn't in the mood to take pleasure in the other party's misfortune though. Instead, he was growing more and more apprehensive. He had heard from Xia Lin Lang that the shattered ruins was extremely dangerous, but it wasn't until he barged into this place that he understood just what she meant. It never crossed his mind that the inside of the shattered ruins would look like this. While Qingyang was in a dilemma, it was the same case for Xia Lin Lang and Yang Kai. They didn't dare to stop for an instant, for if they did, all the nearby divine abilities and secret techniques would fly at them. Bright Flame Divine Monarch was powerful, so he could easily deal with this barrage of divine abilities and secret techniques, but Yang Kai and Xia Lin Lang definitely couldn't do that. After all, they They were injured after they were attacked by Qing Yang earlier. Do divine spirits really live here? Yang Kai was doubtful. Although the divine spirits were formidable, with every mature divine spirit being as powerful as a high-rank open heaven realm master, they shouldn't be able to survive in such a hostile environment. It's just a rumor. I've never come here before. Xia Lin Lang shook her head. Then Yang Kai stopped thinking about it. Regardless of whether there were any divine spirits in this place, the lives of Xia Lin Lang and him were truly hanging by a thread. Yang Kai, if I pass away, Qin Fun and the others. Before she could finish speaking, Yang Kai cut her off by saying, if you die, do you think I'll be able to survive? Xia Lin Lang was lost for words. After giving it a thought, she realized that if she, a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, was killed, there was no way Yang Kai could keep his life. Space principles were not useful in a place like this, for if he used instantaneous movement, he might directly fall into some kind of mortal danger. Stop thinking about it. I've experienced countless life and death moments like this since I began cultivating, and I've nearly lost my life many times. Although the situation now is terrible, it's not without hope. We can survive this as long as we don't give up. I hope so, Xia Lin Lang replied in a dejected manner. They continued moving forward, but although they had already fled before most of the divine abilities and secret techniques could attack them, there were still a small number they were unable to dodge. In times like these, they could only parry the attacks, and as time passed, they consumed more and more energy. A few days later, Yang Kai and Xia Lin Lang both sported solemn expressions. That was because as they went deeper into the shattered ruins, the dormant divine abilities and secret techniques became increasingly powerful. Half a day ago, they triggered a divine ability that was equivalent to the full-powered attack of a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, and as time passed, they encountered more and more divine abilities of such strength. As they went further, the divine abilities became more formidable. When the divine abilities struck at them from time to time, they had no choice but to resolve them. As a result, they felt immensely pressured. After another half a day, all the divine abilities they came across were now basically on par with 7th Order Open Heaven Realm attacks. Xia Lin Lang had to exert her full strength now to deal with them. Fortunately, Yang Kai wasn't an ordinary 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, so by working together, they could temporarily ensure their own safety. At this moment, Yang Kai felt fortunate that after the divine abilities were triggered, they still had some time to flee, otherwise, they would have lost their lives from exhaustion within an hour at most. Instead of subsiding, however, the noise behind them became louder and nearer. It was apparent that Qing Yang was still relentlessly chasing them. Yang Kai couldn't help but admire the man's determination and the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master's power. While he and Xia Lin Lang only had to deal with a few divine abilities from time to time, Qing Yang basically plowed through a full barrage to get to them. The divine abilities and secret techniques that had been triggered by them were all resolved by him. However, Qing Yang was surely in a terrible state despite being an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. A few ants meant nothing to an elephant, but 1,000,000 of them could bite an elephant to death. Similarly, Bright Sun Divine Monarch must have exerted significantly more force than the two of them in order to resolve all the divine abilities they triggered and left behind. That was indeed the case. Presently, Qing Yang was slightly pale, which was a clear sign of overconsumption. Nevertheless, he didn't even have time to take a breath. If he had hesitated for a moment now, he would be submerged in divine abilities. In fact, he had thought about backing down several times. However, he had endured so much hardship already that there was no way he could resign himself to giving up. While being frustrated, he swore that if he could capture the brat that had obtained the World Spring, he would rip his corpse into countless pieces. This was the biggest setback and embarrassment he had suffered in his life since he started cultivating. A few days later, Yang Kai and Xia Lin Lang were battered and covered in blood. Although they only had to deal with the divine abilities and secret techniques sometimes and could work together to share the burden, there were still times when they were accidentally hurt under such prolonged pressure. Earlier, a sword chi divine ability almost cut Yang Kai in half while there was a long cut on Xia Lin Lang's abdomen. The flesh around her wound had rolled up. They were almost killed during that incident. At this point, Yang Kai could feel that some of the divine abilities and secret techniques they had triggered were equivalent to the attacks of 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Although there were only a small number of them, this was truly terrible news for them. Given their strength and current states, they would be doomed if they were struck by any divine ability that was as powerful as an attack from an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Martial Peak, Chapter 4674, Shattered Space. The only good news was that even though the divine abilities and secret techniques left behind in this place were becoming increasingly powerful, there were fewer of them in total now, otherwise, they wouldn't stand a chance to flee. As they moved forward, Yang Kai began seeing countless strangely shaped ancient artifacts. Many of the divine abilities and secret techniques that had been triggered came from those artifacts. Although innumerable years had passed, they hadn't lost their spirituality completely. The shattered ruins weren't just filled with danger, they were also full of treasures. Unfortunately, even the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters might not be able to obtain those treasures while they were here. Watch out! Xia Lin Lang suddenly exclaimed. Yang Kai's expression instantly turned solemn. When he looked up, he saw a purple light that danced around like a snake. The light contained an aura that frightened them out of their wits. There was no doubt that it was a divine ability that was equivalent to an attack from an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. The purple light that was supposed to be dormant in the depths of the shattered ruins was triggered by their life auras and became active, its ferocious aura soon locking onto them. The expressions of Yang Kai and Xia Lin Lang changed drastically. What they were most afraid of had finally happened. It was just like what usually happened on a battlefield. If a person was most afraid of death, he would definitely be killed. Since the aura of this divine ability had targeted them, they had no way to get rid of it other than through force. If they were still at the peak of their strength, they might stand a chance to deal with such a divine ability. However, given their state, there was no way they could resolve it. Run! Yang Kai roared and shot forward, dragging Xia Lin Lang along with him. The purple light seemed to have come alive as it shot forward and relentlessly pursued them like a cat that caught a whiff of a fishy smell. Although they were trying to flee from Qingyang earlier, they did their best to not trigger the dormant divine abilities around them. Now though, since they were being pursued by the purple light, the two of them were flustered and didn't have time to spare attention to observe their surroundings. If they hesitated for even a moment, they would die. As they charged forward, more divine abilities were triggered as they targeted their life auras. Within an incense stick of time, the purple light was not the only divine ability that was chasing after them. Behind them were lights of different colors, and every divine ability was equivalent to the full force of a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master at the very least. Yang Kai felt a cold chill creeping up his spine while Xia Lin Lang's face was as pale as a sheet. The situation was exacerbated as they moved forward. There seemed to be a tail of multicolored light behind them, and even though the sight was magnificent, their situation was beyond perilous. Yang Kai, I'm afraid this is it. While running for her life, Xia Lin Lang put on a bitter smile. At this moment, she was regretful of the decision she had made. If she had known she would be faced with such a calamity in the shattered ruins, she would have chosen to leave the shattered heaven with Yang Kai. She would rather be captured by the cave heavens and paradises than feel helpless while death crept closer to her. Shut up! Yang Kai roared. Can't I even grumble a little since we're dying? There was an aggrieved look on Xia Lin Lang's face. Yang Kai didn't bother to respond to her. Just then, he detected something and turned to look in a particular direction. He could feel violent fluctuations of space principles coming from that direction. Since he was an expert in the Tao of space, he was sensitive to this kind of power. The fluctuations of space principles were as conspicuous to him as a candlelight in the darkness. This way, Yang Kai said and changed his direction. Although he had no idea what was ahead of them, he understood that these space principles fluctuations were unusually strong. Things couldn't get worse anyway as they were basically trying to claw their way out from death's door. They might stand a chance to survive if they went over, which was better than waiting for certain death here. Another incense stick later, even more divine abilities and secret techniques had been triggered by the fleeing pair, and the tail of multicolored light behind them had only grown more intense. Suddenly, there came a moment when Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and looked dazedly forward. In the meantime, Xia Lin Lang covered her lips with her hands. There were no colorful lights in the void in front of them. However, the area did look just like a broken mirror as fragments of space floated about in a disorderly manner. Among the fragments was a particularly conspicuous void crack that exuded the strong aura of nothingness. The traces of this space technique made Yang Kai's eyes brighten. When he detected the dormant divine abilities and secret techniques in the shattered ruins earlier, Yang Kai considered the possibility of there being space secret techniques hidden among them. However, he hadn't come across any along the way, which made him feel disappointed. It never crossed his mind that there was really a space secret technique that was hidden in the deepest part of the shattered ruins. Nonetheless, judging from the sight before his eyes, Yang Kai knew that this shattered space was indeed caused by an ancient space secret technique, and one that had already fully exploded. The shattered void was the best proof of this. The emotions in Yang Kai's heart undulated. There was someone in ancient times who had also been an expert in the Tao of space, and that master's mastery of it was far greater than his own. That was because the damage caused by the space secret techniques still hadn't been repaired by the local world principles. The void still looked like a broken mirror. Therefore, the danger that was ahead of them in the void wasn't the space secret technique that was left behind, but the shattered void caused by the divine ability. If they were not careful, they would fall into a void crack upon entering it and never be able to find their way out. Usually, Yang Kai wouldn't take such a huge risk. At the very least, he would observe it from the outside and try to comprehend the secrets of the space secret technique that had been left behind. However, at this moment, they were pursued by a barrage of divine abilities powerful enough to vaporize them, so there wasn't enough time for him to comprehend anything. He didn't even have time to hesitate as he took Xia Lin Lang's hand and plunged into the nearest space fragment. Xia Lin Lang instinctively tried to resist as she was apparently aware of the danger ahead. However, she soon calmed down and let Yang Kai drag her away. The next instant, they entered the nearest space fragment together. A slight tremor could be felt coming at them, and it suddenly felt as though they had moved through a space array. When Yang Kai came to his senses, he realized that he was in the deepest part of a space fragment. What shocked him was that Xia Lin Lang was no longer beside him. The turn of events astounded him. All this time, as they were fleeing, the two of them had tied their auras together to ensure they weren't separated, and they were even holding hands just a moment ago, but in the blink of an eye, Xia Lin Lang had vanished from his side. Yang Kai then hurriedly looked around and soon found her in a space fragment that was several hundred kilometers away. It was obvious that she could see him as well, though she appeared quite helpless. Before Yang Kai could say anything to her, they turned their heads at the same time and looked in the same direction. In that direction, the divine abilities and secret techniques of different colors had formed into a torrent that gushed towards them. Yang Kai could instantly recognize that the torrent consisted of the divine abilities that had locked onto their life auras and followed him to this place. The torrent soon streamed into a familiar-looking space fragment and disappeared. Yang Kai batted his eyes as he could recognize that the space fragment was the one that he and Xia Lin Lang had initially passed through. For some reason though, upon entering that space fragment, all the divine abilities and secret techniques were sent to different space fragments. It seemed that was also the reason he and Xia Lin Lang were separated. Before he could figure out what exactly had transpired, Yang Kai saw the various divine abilities exploding in the space fragments around him. The multicolored lights appeared and disappeared in the space fragments repeatedly. The sight of it caused Yang Kai to be drenched in a cold sweat. He couldn't really feel the explosive powers of those divine abilities since they were exploding in separate spaces. However, by judging from what he could see, Yang Kai was certain that there would have been nothing left of him and Xia Lin Lang if had they been struck by them. Fortunately, just a moment later, the lights of these divine abilities slowly subsided and disappeared. The crisis was resolved just like that. However, they fell into an even more complicated crisis the next instant. Xia Lin Lang apparently wanted to return to Yang Kai's side. After all, she felt insecure since she was all alone in this shattered space. Nevertheless, as soon as she moved, she disappeared from the space fragment she was in, and when she reappeared, she was already in a totally different space fragment that was even further away. This caused her to fall into a dazed state. "Stop moving!" Yang Kai shouted in all directions with his divine sense, and fortunately, it seemed to reach her. Xia Lin Lang nodded gently and remained unmoving in the same spot. Yang Kai then looked around. He still hadn't realized it while he was outside earlier, but upon entering this place, he could finally see that the space in this area was severely shattered, and a huge amount of space fragments had been formed. He could see that there were more than 10,000 space fragments in his immediate surroundings, and he was certain there were even more in the distance he could not perceive. As he recalled the sight of the divine abilities exploding and what happened to Xia Lin Lang earlier, Yang Kai formed a speculation in his mind. He then took a step forward and realized that nothing was wrong, and it was the same case for his second step. It wasn't until he took the third step forward that he felt slightly dizzy again. It was the same feeling as when he passed through a space array. The world spun around him, and the next moment he appeared in a different space fragment. He looked around and realized that Xia Lin Lang was nowhere to be seen. Although he had no idea where he was, he reckoned that he was still within the area affected by the ancient space secret technique. That was because he could still see countless space fragments around him, just like he had encountered a moment ago. After his first experiment, Yang Kai became bolder. A moment later, he disappeared from the space fragment he was in and was sent to a different place. Seeing that Xia Lin Lang was still nowhere in sight, he made a move again. After 7 or 8 tries, he finally saw Xia Lin Lang in a fragment that was just a dozen kilometers away. At this moment, the woman was clearly both confused and helpless. Yang Kai's disappearance just now made her feel uneasy. However, from her previous experience and in accordance with Yang Kai's advice, she didn't dare to move around randomly. It wasn't until she saw Yang Kai again that she let out a breath of relief and pulled herself together. Martial Peak, Chapter 4675, Chaos. "Have you discovered anything?" Xia Lin Lang called out via divine sense. "I have a speculation, but you should see it for yourself." Upon finishing his word, Yang Kai flicked an open heaven pill forward. Xia Lin Lang looked fixedly at the open heaven pill, which moved for 1 meter before it disappeared. In the meantime, the open heaven pill abruptly appeared in a space fragment that was several dozen kilometers away from Yang Kai. Upon realizing something, Xia Lin Lang said, "Teleportation." Yang Kai nodded, "Keep watching." This time, he flicked more than 100 open heaven pills forward. Just like what had happened earlier, the pills slowly drifted ahead and soon disappeared. However, there were no regular patterns to speak of when they reappeared. About a dozen open heaven pills appeared in the space fragments around them, but the rest had gone missing. Xia Lin Lang fell into her thoughts for a moment, then said, "Is the teleportation random?" "I think so." Yang Kai nodded. If it wasn't random, the more than 100 open heaven pills that he had flicked out would have appeared in the same place. However, the reality was that they only saw some pills in the fragments around them, and the rest of them were sent to places that were out of their sight. A realization finally dawned upon Xia Lin Lang. That explained why after the torrent of divine abilities entered this place, they flickered and exploded in the fragments around them. Since the teleportation effect was random, the divine abilities were sent to different fragments while their powers were slowly exhausted until they disappeared. Upon that realization, Xia Lin Lang felt a chill running down her spine. It seemed that she and Yang Kai were pretty lucky. If those divine abilities were sent to the fragments they were in, they would have been killed. The space in this place is in chaos, and we can't judge it using common sense. Although we might appear to be close to each other, we may actually be hundreds of thousands of kilometers apart, or even further. Xia Lin Lang's expression changed slightly, then she asked with hesitation, "Can you come here? Or should I go over?" Yang Kai shook his head. "There are probably millions of space fragments in this place. Since the space is in chaos, I can't control the direction of the teleportation. Even if you remain perfectly still, I might not even reach you after a few hundred or even 1,000 years. Upon hearing that, Xia Lin Lang put on a bitter smile. Does it mean we're trapped here now? Yang Kai grinned. It's better than our previous situation. At the very least, we're not in danger now. You have a point. Xia Lin Lang appeared slightly relieved. Suddenly recalling something, Yang Kai turned to look in a particular direction. I almost forgot that someone was still chasing after us. As soon as he finished speaking, a tall figure abruptly came into sight. The person was none other than Bright Flame Divine Monarch, Qing Yang, who had been relentlessly pursuing them all this time. At this moment, Qing Yang, who was one of the few 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in the Shattered Heaven, appeared quite battered as his clothes had become tattered. His hair was in a mess as it hung loose over his shoulders. He was engulfed in rage, which made him look like a volcano that was about to erupt. His encounters along the way were truly frustrating, which was why he was so infuriated. Supposedly, given his 8th Order Open Heaven Realm cultivation, he could easily capture a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. However, since he entered the Shattered Ruins, he had actually been forced to clean up the mess Yang Kai left behind. Countless divine abilities and secret techniques had been resolved by him along the way. Just like what happened to Yang Kai and Xia Lin Lang earlier, Qing Yang was pursued by a torrent of divine abilities and secret techniques. Moreover, the torrent behind him was far greater than the one that had followed the two of them. Yang Kai was amazed and couldn't help thinking that the heritage of an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master was indeed incredible. If he and Xia Lin Lang were faced with the same situation, they wouldn't have escaped. Even though Qing Yang appeared battered, he still seemed able to deal with the situation. Upon reaching this place, Qing Yang soon saw Yang Kai as he roared, "I'll shred your corpse into 10,000 pieces, you brat." After he finished speaking, he directly pounced towards Yang Kai, who appeared completely unfazed. The next moment, Qing Yang abruptly disappeared from the spot and the torrent that was close behind him directly crashed into the nearest space fragment. Yang Kai shouted, "Defend yourself!" At the same time, he activated his world force and summoned the Azure Dragon Spear while keeping his guard up. Although the teleportation among these space fragments was random, no one could guarantee that he wouldn't be struck by one of those divine abilities and secret techniques. The moment the divine abilities came into contact with the first space fragment, they abruptly disappeared. The next instant, fireworks seemed to have been ignited as lights of different colors exploded in a brilliant displacement among the various space fragments. Just then, a ray of light appeared out of thin air right in front of Yang Kai, who had fortunately been on guard. Without hesitation, he pushed out his spear with the great sun he had summoned on its tip. Violent fluctuations were felt coming at him as he was sent flying away. When he reappeared, he was already in a different fragment. At the same time, his spear-holding arm became limp while his perlicue was covered in blood. At that moment, he was still reeling from the impact. If it weren't because the space in this place was in chaos, he would have suffered a more serious injury. The disorderly space made sure that the power of the divine ability couldn't fully expand, which allowed Yang Kai to flee. Not daring to be negligent, he grabbed the Azure Dragon Spear with his other hand and stayed vigilant. He could see that the divine abilities of different colors were still rampaging about. Fortunately, no divine ability was sent to him again. A cup of tea's time later, the powers of those divine abilities became exhausted and disappeared. After letting out a breath, Yang Kai put his Azure Dragon Spear away and fixed his dislocated arm. Looking around, he couldn't see Xia Lin Lang or Qing Yang. He then went on to travel across the space fragments for half a day before he finally found Xia Lin Lang. She remained in the same space fragment. It seemed that she was lucky enough to not be struck by any divine abilities. She also remembered Yang Kai's advice, which was why she remained in the same spot and waited for him to find her. Upon meeting her, Yang Kai nodded, "We're safe for now. Let's restore our energy first and think about how to leave this place later." Certainly, Xia Lin Lang wouldn't object to it. Even an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master like Bright Flame Divine Monarch wouldn't be able to easily leave this damned place, not to mention that she was just a 7th Order Master. Only Yang Kai, who was an expert in the Tao of Space, had a chance to find a way out of here. If she wanted to escape, she had to rely on him. They then sat down with their legs crossed and gulped down some spirit pills. Just a moment later, the towering figure of Cheng Yang appeared in a fragment that wasn't far away. When he saw Yang Kai, he put on a grin. However, since he had suffered a setback earlier, and he had realized the strangeness of this place, he didn't immediately rush over like he had done moments ago. Instead, he stared fixedly at Yang Kai with a pair of cold-looking eyes. Noticing the other man's presence, Yang Kai opened his eyes and sneered, "It seems that you're eager to eat me alive, Divine Monarch." Cheng Yang snorted, "If you had the guts to speak to me like this outside, you would have been dead by now." Yang Kai picked his ear and replied with a smile, "I'm glad you know we're not outside, Divine Monarch. If I had come across you outside of this place, I would have run as far away as possible. That was what happened before. If it weren't because of you, I wouldn't have been trapped in this place. Unfortunately, you've also fallen into this place. It won't be easy to leave here, and I'm worried that we'll have to stay here forever." He shook his head as though he felt sorry for the other man. Cheng Yang said, "Although this place is strange and constantly changing, it might not necessarily be able to trap me. After I comprehend the abstrusity of this place, I'll make life a living hell for you." Yang Kai cupped his fist. "Please work hard then, Divine Monarch. I'll wait for you here." Cheng Yang snorted and stopped bickering with him. He then sat down with his legs crossed. While restoring his energy, he gazed at Xia Lin Lang and said, "Xia girl, even though you're a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, you're incapable of keeping the world spring. Zhao Yi had offered you a way out, but you turned down his kindness. All his efforts have been wasted." Xia Lin Lang pressed her lips together for a moment, then replied, "This mistress is eternally grateful to Zhao Yi for lending me a hand in the past. However, I have my own considerations when it comes to the world spring." Cheng Yang said, "It's not easy to keep a low profile and remain hidden in the shattered heaven. Even if you manage to survive this calamity, you'll never have any peaceful days again. I heard that your universe cave heaven has been destroyed." Xia Lin Lang fell silent. "If you can help this monarch obtain the world spring, I am willing to forget everything that has happened. Additionally, I'll ensure your safety in the shattered heaven." Xia Lin Lang shook her head. "The world spring is not with me. I'm afraid I'm unable to help you." Cheng Yang didn't force her, but while staring fixedly at her, he still said, "That's all I have to say. Consider my offer." He then closed his eyes and focused on recuperating. On the other hand, even though Yang Kai was aware that they were having a conversation, he couldn't find out what they were talking about in this strange place. Upon seeing that, Xia Lin Lang put on a helpless smile. She wasn't an inexperienced young girl, so she knew that by deliberately persuading her, Cheng Yang was trying to plant a seed of doubt in Yang Kai's mind. Since Yang Kai had no idea what they were talking about, he might grow suspicious of her. However, it was pointless to explain anything at this point as it might lead to the opposite of the desired outcome, so she chose to remain silent. At that moment, while staying in their respective space fragments, the trio did their best to restore their strength. Nevertheless, just like Yang Kai had said, even though they seemed to be near each other, they might actually be separated by a distance of hundreds of thousands of kilometers as the space around here was in chaos. They had to rely on Yang Kai's mastery over the Tao of space in order to leave this place. If Yang Kai could figure out the secrets of the divine ability that had caused this environment to form, he may be able to find some kind of order in this chaos which could allow them to escape. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4676, Space-Time Strength. A few days later, Cheng Yang was the first to recover and he soon disappeared from the space fragment he was occupying. It was apparent that he was trying to survey the area in order to look for a way to leave this place. It actually took Cheng Yang half a month before he reappeared in one of the nearby space fragments, and there was a gloomy expression on his face. Obviously, he hadn't found any clues at all. Despite being an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, he was unable to force his way out of here. The space in this place was in complete chaos, and regardless of what he tried, all his attacks would be randomly sent to other space fragments. Just like the divine abilities that had run after him some time ago, they would move around the fragments and flicker until they eventually dispersed. While he couldn't shatter this place with brute force, he also hadn't found any regular patterns to the teleportation that was occurring. Regardless of how powerful he was, he could only accept the fact that he was trapped. In the meantime, Yang Kai was recuperating while observing what was going on in his small universe. Just after leaving Pear Flower Cave Heaven, he had examined his own small universe and comprehended something. There seemed to be an idea that was within his grasp, but before he could fully understand it, he was interrupted by Xia Lin Lang. After that, all his efforts were put into fleeing, so he didn't have time to ponder on this issue. Although he was trapped now, it was also a chance for him to calm his mind and tend to other matters. In his small universe, Yang Kai's divine sense manifested and formed into a lifelike figure. While hovering in the sky, he looked down at the migration of people, the building of cities, the cycle of life, and the rise and fall of the sun, moon, and stars. As time passed, his gaze increasingly brightened. There came a moment when an order spread across the entire place. Within my small universe, I now command the Tao of space and time. At that instant, the millions of residents in the small universe seemed to have detected something as they looked up at the sky. The Emperor Realm Masters were especially sensitive to this change, but when they tried to feel what it was, they realized that they couldn't discover anything. The world seemed to have gone through some kind of transformation, but it was also as though nothing had changed, leaving them puzzled. Following a moment of flux, the world returned to its original state. Hovering in the sky, Yang Kai grinned while resisting the urge to laugh out loud. Although the millions of residents didn't know what happened, it didn't mean there was no change in his small universe. In fact, the transformation was so drastic that Yang Kai was astounded. The passing of time in his small universe was now twice as fast compared to the outside world. Su Linggong once said that there were two shortcuts to cultivation in this world. Other than training in a small source world, temporal rivers were the other option. The flowing of time in a temporal river was different from that of the outside world. A year might pass in the outside world, but 100 years, 1,000 years, or even 10,000 years might have gone by in the temporal river. Yang Kai had entered a small source world once, but had only heard about temporal rivers. Although he was eager to find out what a legendary temporal river really looked like, he hadn't had such a chance. Presently, with the blessing of time principles and space principles, Yang Kai had replicated the effects of a temporal river in his small universe. Although it was far less powerful than a true temporal river, the passage of time in his small universe was now 2 times faster than in the outside world. In other words, 1 day in the outside world would be equivalent to 2 days in his small universe, while 1 year in the outside world would be 2 years in his small universe. This kind of transformation wouldn't affect him much, but it had a huge impact on the residents living in his small universe. The accelerated flow of time wouldn't shorten the lives of the people in the small universe because their perception of time had not changed. It was only different when compared to the outside world. The purpose of raising living beings in a cultivator's small universe was to help with their cultivation. It took an open heaven realm master a painfully long time to make it to the next order, but the growth and multiplication of living beings in their small universe would nurture auspicious spirit essence and continuously increase their heritage. Even if the open heaven realm master never cultivated, this increase wouldn't stop. Since the passage of time had accelerated in Yang Kai's small universe, it meant that he would get even more benefits in the future. He just decided to give it a try, so it surprised him greatly that he actually succeeded. It could be said to be a pleasant surprise. However, this could only be achieved once a cultivator reached a certain level of mastery in the Tao of Time, which was touted to be a power that was even harder to cultivate than the Tao of Space. Rarely anyone in the world could make it to the 6th level of mastery in the Tao of Time like what Yang Kai had done. Yang Kai reckoned that Yang Xiao and Yang Shui would be able to achieve this in the future. After all, they were the legacy disciples of Flowing Time Great Emperor. Unfortunately, given his mastery over the Tao of Time now, he could only make the passage of time in his small universe 2 times faster than the outside world. Perhaps when he had a better understanding of the Tao of Time in the future, he would be able to accelerate this further. Yang Kai would gain immense benefits by doing so, and with his mastery over the Tao of Time, there seemed to not be any price to pay. In that case, not only could he gain some benefits through the living beings in his body, but the residents could also grow faster by having their cultivation time halved compared to the outside world. Yang Kai then went on to observe his small universe for 10 more days. Upon making sure that the acceleration of the passage of time wouldn't affect the residents in any negative way, he returned his focus to the outside world. Looking up, he saw a bored Xia Lin Lang darting her gaze around. As their eyes met, they nodded at each other. Presently, Qing Yang was seated with his legs crossed, as though he was trying to figure out the abstrusity in this place. A myriad of expressions came over him. Yang Kai sneered at the sight. Given Bright Sun Divine Monarch's powerful 8th Order Open Heaven Realm cultivation, he would be treated as an honorable ancestor in the outside world if he were from one of the cave heavens and paradises. However, since he knew nothing about the Tao of space, he wouldn't be able to comprehend anything here even if he spent thousands of years trying to do so. However, his thinking was right. The space in this place was in chaos, and there were no regular patterns to speak of. Since it was caused by a secret technique from an ancient great expert, they would only stand a chance to leave this place by figuring out the secret behind that secret technique and understanding the connection between the space fragments. It was hard for Yang Kai to imagine the level of mastery the ancient great expert, who had cast this divine ability, had reached in the Tao of space. Even though countless years had passed, the effects caused by this divine ability could still resist the self-repair of the world principles. After spending 20 years in the universe temples trying to figure out the secret behind the grand array there, Yang Kai managed to reach the 8th level of mastery in the Tao of space. However, he knew he couldn't achieve what he saw before his eyes. Perhaps only by reaching the final level, shocking history and amazing the present, in his mastery over the Tao of space, coupled with the power of the 9th Order Open Heaven Realm, would he stand a chance to be as powerful as the great expert who did this in ancient times. Yang Kai thus sat down with his legs crossed and emptied his mind in an attempt to comprehend the secret of the space secret technique left behind in this place. In the blink of an eye, 10 years, 20 years, and then 30 years had gone by. Yang Kai initially thought that it would only take him a few years before he could leave this place. However, in reality, 30 years had passed, but he still hadn't fully understood the connection between the space fragments. Although he wasn't completely clueless like before, he was still far from being able to leave this place. As he had a better understanding of it now, he increasingly felt that the great expert who had cast this space secret technique was truly amazing. Fortunately, even though 30 years seemed like a long time, it was just a blink of an eye for an open heaven realm master given their extremely long lifespan. Yang Kai, Xia Lin Lang, and Qing Yang were all calm and collected as they were not in a rush at all. This was especially true for Qing Yang. Since he started attempting to comprehend the secret in this place, he had remained seated there with his legs crossed without moving a muscle. It was as though he was dead. On the other hand, Xia Lin Lang knew that she could only pin her hopes on Yang Kai, so she stopped wasting time trying to escape and simply spent her time cultivating. Sometimes, she would move around the space fragments in the hope of discovering something. However, it wasn't certain when she would return every time since she had no control over the direction she would be heading. When she was lucky sometimes, she would reappear in Yang Kai's sight a few days later. However, when she was unlucky, she would disappear for a few months. With that said, while she was unable to leave this place, there wasn't really any danger lurking in the dark. Meanwhile, Yang Kai's divine sense manifested in his small universe again. In the past 30 years, he hadn't only attempted to comprehend the secrets of this place. If that was everything he did, he would have exhausted himself and possibly even made errors in judgment and understanding. He believed that he should get some rest from time to time. The best way for him to have some rest was to appear in his small universe through the manifestation of his divine sense and wander around. While 30 years had passed in the outside world, 60 years had gone by in his small universe, which was equivalent to a couple generations of mortal lives. His small universe had gone through some drastic changes over the past 60 years. If the small universe was filled with silence in the past, it was now full of vibrant vitality. After more than 10 million people moved into his small universe in the past, some of the population inevitably died. After all, sudden changes in the environment could not be adapted to by all people. The population plunged from 10 million to about 8 million within the first few years. Now that 60 years had passed though, not only was the population restored to its original figure, but there was even some increase. As for the exact figure of the increase, Yang Kai had no idea. Although he could easily find out about all the information in his small universe, he didn't do so and instead tried to look at the place and witness all the changes from a local perspective. Through his travels in his small universe over the past years, he gained a lot of insights. The reproduction of the living continued to provide auspicious spirit essence and increase the heritage of his small universe in the past 60 years, even though he had not cultivated at all during this period of time. Now, millions of lives were scattered all around his small universe as there were dozens of cities of different sizes. There were also countless smaller towns and villages. It could be said that his small universe was now full of life. Meanwhile, Yang Kai appeared outside of a certain town while two petite figures were seated on his shoulders. They were only the size of a palm, as though they were young girls who had significantly shrunk in size. While they looked adorable, both of them were clad in green clothes. One of them sported a ponytail while the other had tied her hair into a bun. The two petite figures were none other than Mu Zhu and Mu Lu, who were from the Wood Spirit clan. Martial Peak, Chapter 4677, Leisure Travel Inside the Small Universe. Since Yang Kai brought Mu Zhu and Mu Lu out of the Eastern Territory while he was in the Star Boundary in the past, they had been living in the Medicine Garden in the Small Sealed World. They were responsible for helping Yang Kai to take care of the spirit flowers in his medicine garden. Wood Spirit clan members were born with an unrivaled innate talent to grow and manage all types of plants. At the same time, they were pleased with spending time with the plants. Therefore, even though they had never come into contact with the outside world over the years as they spent most of their time taking care of the medicine garden, they still felt content. When Yang Kai ascended to the open heaven realm, he merged his small universe with the small sealed world, which included the medicine garden. Hence, these two petite Wood Spirit clan members had been living in his small universe over the years. While they were pleased to have the plants as their companions, they couldn't help but feel lonely sometimes, especially when Yang Kai didn't have much time to keep them company. However, it all changed when many people moved into the small universe. Whenever Yang Kai traveled across his small universe, he would always bring these little wood spirits with him. The little ones were passionate about it as they would always experience fun activities and enjoy scrumptious food whenever they traveled with Yang Kai. Many things have changed indeed. Yang Kai looked up at the arch where the words, 7 Stars Town, were carved. On his left shoulder was the more sedate Mu Zhu who said, "You're right. The last time we visited this place, it was still a small village. Only 5 or 6 years have passed, but this place has already turned into a town." As a thought flashed through Yang Kai's mind, he soon realized what had happened as he replied, "A new sect has settled down in a nearby place. That's why many people have moved into this town." The sect was named 7 Stars Sect, so it was apparent that the town was named after the sect. The reserved and bashful Mu Lu was seated on his right shoulder. While twiddling her thumbs, she asked pitifully, "Will we still have a chance to have the sweet rice dumplings made by Grandma?" Mu Zhu shot her a displeased look. "All you think about is eating. Do you know that you've put on weight?" An astounded Mu Lu looked down at her figure and asked in an apprehensive tone, "Really? Have I really gained weight?" Mu Zhu glanced at her and snorted, "Haven't you realized that your chest has grown bigger? How did you have the nerve to ask others about it?" With a reddened face, Mu Lu refuted, "It's always been big." Mu Zhu looked down at her own chest with a furious expression. Yang Kai guffawed and placated her by saying, "Don't fret. Mu Zhu is just trying to scare you. You're still fit and healthy, Mu Lu. And Grandma is still around. It seems that she has set up a stall over there. Let's go. NN. Mu Lu nodded repeatedly. Upon entering the town, they realized that the place was indeed full of people. Even though it wasn't as busy as the big cities, it was already not bad for a town of this scale. Yang Kai was clad in clothes that were commonly seen in Seven Stars Town, so no one actually paid any attention to him. Although the two little wood spirits were seated on his shoulders while Mu Lu swung her legs and joyfully looked around, the passers-by didn't seem to notice them. After all, Yang Kai was the master of this world, so he could easily hide the wood spirits from everyone's sight. They then headed straight to a particular place in the town where there was a roadside stall. At that moment, an old woman with gray hair was busy attending to her customers. The stall was small as there were only 2 tables, each lined with 4 stools. Presently, the tables had been fully occupied while there were some people who squatted down on the side as they drank the soup from the bowls and munched on the roasted sweet rice dumplings. The last time Yang Kai arrived at this place with the wood spirits, they stayed the night in Grandma's house. Grandma was single with no children of her own. At that time, she served them 2 sweet rice dumplings. Mu Lu was fond of the taste of the sweet rice dumplings, and she had never forgotten about it over the years. Many years had passed, and while the village had turned into a town, Grandma had also set up a stall here. After they waited for a moment, it was then Yang Kai's turn. The soup costs 1 coin a bowl, and the dumplings are also 1 coin each. What do you want, young lad? Grandma asked. I'll have 1 bowl of soup and 10 dumplings, Yang Kai replied with a smile. Grandma took a glance at him. I suppose you're a big eater, young lad. Are you sure you can finish 10 dumplings? They're made from glutinous rice, so you'll get really full. Yang Kai patted his stomach with a smile. Don't worry, Grandma. I'm indeed a big eater. Grandma nodded. While she was busy preparing the order, she asked, Have I seen you before, young lad? You look familiar to me. Yang Kai went over to help her with preparing the food and said with a grin, Have you forgotten about me, Grandma? When I arrived at this place 6 years ago, it was you who let me stay in your house and made 2 dumplings for me. Upon recalling the memory, Grandma replied, Now that you've mentioned it, I do remember you. Yes, it's me. Yang Kai nodded repeatedly. Your dumplings were delicious. I've always remembered the taste over the years. Since I was passing by this place, I decided to look for you. Grandma teased him by saying, It seems that you didn't have enough food that night. Yang Kai replied with a grin, My appetite has grown bigger in recent years. Grandma shook her head and fell silent. Despite her sluggishness, she meticulously roasted the sweet rice dumplings. Catching a whiff of the fragrant smell, Mu Lu batted her eyes and drooled over the food. Your dumplings are not only big and affordable, but they're also quite flavorful. You should sell them for 3 coins each, Yang Kai said with a smile. Grandma shook her head. Everything I have is thanks to the Lord for having mercy on me. I should have passed away more than 10 years ago, so I'm already content that I've lived to this day. Moreover, I don't have any children, so what's the point of having more money? The crop yields have been excellent in recent years, and everything is going well for me. I have no other wishes. I just hope that before I pass away, I'll let more people have a taste of the food I prepare. The Lord she was talking about was Yang Kai. The people in this place might not know that they were actually living inside the small universe of an open heaven realm master, but they were aware that there was a Lord that ruled over everything in this world. It had been decades since they moved from Pear Flower Cave Heaven to this place, and everything had been going well. Grandma, who was already old and frail, even managed to live longer than she was supposed to. That was because the vitality in the small universe was so ample, which helped lengthen the lives of ordinary people. They might not know the reason behind it, but the continuous appearance of people who could live for a longer time proved that this place was more habitable than Pear Flower Cave Heaven where they originally came from. More than 10 years ago, Grandma accidentally tripped and broke her hip. She was already old and frail, so how was she supposed to endure such an injury? She thought that she would pass away just like that, but it never crossed her mind that after half a month of recuperation in her bed, She stopped feeling any pain. 2 months later, she could even get out of bed and start walking. Now, she was already more than 100 years old. This was unimaginable in the past. However, more than 10 people in the small 7 Stars town alone were over 100 years old. Given the fact that they were ordinary mortals who had never cultivated, they had really enjoyed a long life. Soon, 10 sweet rice dumplings were ready and Yang Kai got himself a bowl of soup. Just then, someone yelled, "The disciple recruitment of 7 Stars sect has started." The people on the street immediately streamed in the same direction where 7 Stars sect was located. The originally busy stall became empty in an instant. An unperturbed Yang Kai directly took a seat by the table, then he drank the soup while eating the roasted sweet rice dumplings. Grandma cleaned up the mess and wiped her hands before taking a seat beside him. In a caring manner, she asked, "Young lad, I suppose you've ventured into many places over the years, but why haven't you found yourself a wife?" Yang Kai replied with a smile, "Actually, I have several wives, and they're all wonderful women." "Really? That's quite surprising." Grandma was genuinely shocked. "Since you have several wives, why do you still wander around on your own? A woman relies on her man for her entire life. Only when a man gains a footing will his wife have a place to settle down in peace. It's not that I want to nag you, but you should spend more time with your wives instead of venturing into the outside world on your own." Yang Kai lied to her by saying, "Well, I heard that 7 Stars sect is recruiting new disciples. That's why I came here to have a look. I'd already settled everything at home before I left." Grandma nodded. "I see. If you manage to become a disciple of 7 Stars sect, you'll have a bright future. But young lad, it seems that you're pretty mature now. Those from 7 Stars sect are very strict when it comes to recruiting disciples. They only accept people who are really young." Yang Kai replied, "It's fine. I'll just give it a try." "I'm glad you don't pin all your hopes on it. But don't worry, even if you can't get into 7 Stars sect, you can still come to my place. The business at my stall is pretty good, and I'm busy most of the time. Since I'm on my own, it'll be wonderful if you can come over and help me out. My days are numbered anyway. When I pass away, you can take over this stall. Even though the business won't make you very rich, you'll always have enough food on the table. You have to provide food for your wives, don't you? By then you can bring them all to this place." Yang Kai stared fixedly at her. He just randomly came up with an excuse, but now he wasn't sure how he could keep lying. Given his vision, he naturally could see that Grandma was being completely sincere. Just like she had said, her days were numbered. She had never cultivated after all, and her vitality was starting to become exhausted. Perhaps she was aware of it. "Grandma!" A gentle voice suddenly called out. When Yang Kai turned his head, he saw a woman, who was clad in simple clothes, standing not far away from him. The woman looked like she was in her early 20s, and her hair had been tied into a neat bun. Nevertheless, her face was a little sallow. Despite her rather rough skin, she was actually a beauty. The simple clothes didn't weaken her charm one bit. Instead, the clothes gave her a free and refreshing look. The woman hung her head low. She seemed to notice that Yang Kai was staring at her, so she was slightly anxious. What attracted Yang Kai wasn't her face though, but her belly. The woman was apparently pregnant. Yang Kai didn't have to scan her to know there was a faint vitality wafting from her belly. While he stared fixedly at her bulging belly, he seemed to have sensed something at that moment. His stare made the woman feel increasingly uneasy though. Upon that realization, Yang Kai hurriedly retracted his gaze and chugged down the soup in front of him. Martial Peak, Chapter 4678, About to Give Birth. "You're here, little girl. Wait a moment." Grandma apparently knew this young woman. As she got up with difficulty, she picked up a bag from the side and passed it to her. There were about 7 to 8 sweet rice dumplings inside the bag. The woman hurriedly waved her hands. "I don't need so many sweet rice dumplings." Ignoring her protest, Grandma stuffed the bag into her hands and patted the back of her hands. "Just take it. Don't be overly polite with me. Moreover, everyone has gone to 7 Stars sect, so I can't sell all the dumplings anyways." They'll turn sour after one night. Since you're pregnant, you're supposed to have more food so that your child will grow to be healthy. The woman hung her head low and pressed her lips together while her eyes turned slightly red. Eventually, she simply bowed to the older woman and thanked her before leaving in a hurry. Watching her leave, Grandma let out a sigh. She's such a poor girl. Pretending to be nonchalant, Yang Kai asked, "Are there still people who don't have enough food on the table now?" Grandma took a seat and replied, "Not really. You're still young, so you might not know what had happened in the past. This continent is already much better than the previous one us older people resided in once. As long as one is able-bodied, they won't find it hard to get enough to eat." Initially, she and her husband had a restaurant and their business was booming. However, a few months ago, he got drunk and fell down the stairs. He passed away just like that. Since she's pregnant, it's hard for her to work. She has also used up her savings, which is why she can't get enough food for herself. Yang Kai nodded. "You're indeed a kind-hearted person, Grandma." Grandma put on a smile. "Since we live in the same town, we're supposed to help each other out. I initially wanted her to come to my place, but you've seen her face. It's not suitable for her to do business like me. Her beauty might attract some unwanted attention. There are indeed some ill-intentioned people out there." Yang Kai fully understood that. After finishing his soup, Yang Kai put down 11 coins and said, "I'm going to 7 Stars Sect now, Grandma." "Go ahead. I suppose the disciple recruitment has started. There must be a lot of people over there. If I were only 70 or 80 years younger, I would have gone over to take a look." Grandma waved her hand, then gave him some advice. "Don't feel too dejected even if you're not accepted. Things are really different now. As long as you're hardworking, you won't starve to death." Yang Kai replied with a smile, "If I'm not accepted, I'll help you sell rice dumplings here." "That's great. I can pass on all my skills to you. Of course, it'd be wonderful if you're accepted. Your life will be more valuable than ordinary people like us if you have a right to cultivate." There were indeed many people who had taken part in the disciple recruitment of 7 Stars Sect as the area outside the entrance was crammed. Their requirements for accepting disciples were neither strict nor loose. However, they were adamant about accepting only young people. Yang Kai decided to take part in the recruitment for fun, and as expected, he was knocked out during the registration process. This couldn't be helped, as he was too old to be accepted. The device used to examine the age of his bones revealed that he was already 27 years old. With that said, if he had powerful cultivation, those from the 7 Stars Sect might still take him on. However, the cultivation he had showcased was only in the true element boundary. Certainly, those from 7 Stars Sect wouldn't take on a person who was relatively old and weak. In the evening, Yang Kai returned to the town. Grandma wasn't surprised one bit when she saw him, as she consoled him by saying that he wouldn't starve to death as long as he worked hard. He just had to help her out with selling rice dumplings and pass on her craft to future generations. In response, Yang Kai nodded repeatedly. As the sun sunk over the horizon, Yang Kai pushed the cart, which had all the tools needed to make rice dumplings, and shuffled towards the east of the town alongside Grandma. This was where the old village was located, but it had been merged with the town following an expansion project. However, this place appeared to be in a dilapidated state, so it looked somewhat like a slum outside 7 Stars Town. Yang Kai then took out all the things from the cart before getting some clean water from the well to wash them up. To the side, Grandma looked smilingly at him and said, "You'll always have enough food since you're a good worker." Since that day, a young man had started helping out with selling sweet rice dumplings at a particular stall in 7 Stars Town. In the morning, Yang Kai would push the cart to the stall to sell affordable soup and rice dumplings alongside Grandma. In the evening, she would teach him how to make these simple foods. Their business was doing well as they could earn a profit of 20 to 30 coins per day. The pregnant woman lived in a house that wasn't far from Grandma's place. Sometimes, Grandma would tell him to send the unsold rice dumplings to her in the evening. When Yang Kai knocked on her door for the first time, the woman didn't dare to open it. Left with no choice, he put down the bag full of rice dumplings just outside and left. After a few times, the young woman became less wary of Yang Kai, especially when she saw the man selling rice dumplings alongside Grandma. However, she still wouldn't dare to talk to him. Every time Yang Kai arrived at her place, she would cautiously take the bag and thank him. He heard from Grandma that the woman was named Yu Lu. The reason Yang Kai turned his divine sense into an avatar and traveled across his small universe was to relax and unwind. Usually, he would return to the outside world after 10 days to half a month. However, when he came across Yu Lu, he had to change his plan. His divine sense avatar was never retracted, but his true body had not been complacent either. He was still trying to comprehend the secrets of the shattered space. Nevertheless, his progress had been slow over the past 30 years, so he wasn't even sure how long it would take him to fully comprehend the secrets of the space secret technique. He wasn't in a hurry though, as he wouldn't run into any danger in the shattered space. The matter in his small universe required his attention as well. It could be said that Yu Lu came as a pleasant surprise to him. However, in that case, while his true body became focused on comprehending the mysteries of the shattered space, his divine sense avatar in the small universe would fall into a dazed state, as though his soul had left his body. Every time Grandma saw him in such a state, she thought that he was struck with some kind of illness. She couldn't help but feel sorry for such a young man who had suffered from a mental condition. As time passed, Yu Lu's belly grew bigger. A worried Grandma would check on her almost every day. On the other hand, Yang Kai would catch some fish from a river outside of the town so that Grandma could prepare some fish soup and send it to her. At that, Grandma teased him by saying, "Brat, do you have your eyes on her?" Naturally, Yang Kai denied the charge. It wasn't certain whether Grandma believed him or not, but she stopped asking about it eventually. If Yang Kai wasn't married, and he didn't mind the fact that the woman was a widow who was pregnant with a child, Grandma would be more than happy to see them getting together. After living with Yang Kai for a few months, Grandma grew increasingly fond of him. He was a quick-witted, hard-working, and conscientious. Although a woman wouldn't become wealthy by marrying him, she wouldn't suffer from any hardship either. The only thing was that Yang Kai would fall into a daze from time to time, but it wasn't really a big deal. Unfortunately, he had said that he had several wives, so he wasn't suited for Yu Lu. One night, a sudden rainstorm hit the town. Yang Kai, who was spacing out in his room, detected something as a thought flashed through his mind. When he came to his senses, he heard someone rapidly knocking on the door. Grandma, who was in the main room, was heard getting up. Yang Kai hurriedly got to his feet and opened the door, only to see Yu Lu holding an umbrella. However, some parts of her clothes were damp and stuck close to her body, which outlined her curvy figure. "What's wrong?" Yang Kai asked. A pale Yu Lu replied in a shivering voice, "Half of my house has collapsed. I wouldn't dare to stay there." Yang Kai looked into the darkness and saw that the roof of Yu Lu's house had indeed fallen in. Her house was old and dilapidated, so the reason such a disaster befell her was that rain was pouring heavily tonight. Instantly, Yang Kai was drenched in a cold sweat. It was fortunate that she wasn't hurt when the accident happened, otherwise, the consequences would have been dreadful. It surprised him to see that the rain was torrential on this day. Earlier, his true body was at a critical moment of comprehension, and coupled with the fact that it was now the middle of the night, he hadn't paid any attention to what was going on in his small universe. It wasn't until Yu Lu knocked on the door that he was alerted. "Come in first." Yang Kai hurriedly stepped aside. Grandma put on a coat and shuffled out of her room with an oil lamp in her hand, where she was astonished to see Yu Lu. After Yang Kai informed her about the situation, she simply nodded. "It's fortunate that you're fine. I'll tell Yang Boy to help repair your house when the sun comes up. Before that, you can live with me." "Many thanks, Grandma." "Many thanks, Big Brother Yang." Yu Lu expressed her gratitude with reddened eyes. It was apparent that she was still reeling from the shock. Yang Kai suddenly sniffled and asked, "Are you hurt?" Yu Lu shook her head. "No." "Why is there the smell of blood then?" Yang Kai frowned. Realizing something, Grandma went over and touched Yu Lu's pants, which felt damp and sticky. She then took a glance at her own palm and saw that it was covered in blood. You're about to give birth, Grandma declared confidently. Upon hearing that, Yang Kai widened his mouth in disbelief while Yu Lu was also dumbfounded. Grandma was an experienced woman, however, so she soon came to her senses. The due date is not for another 10 days. I guess the little one is eager to come out after sensing the fright you just went through. Young boy, go to the west of the town and tell the midwife to come over. I already told her about it some time ago. Just say that it's me who invited her to come. Remember to give her a red envelope. Yang Kai replied and turned around before dashing into the rain. Yu Lu yelled from behind, "Umbrella!" However, Yang Kai was already nowhere to be seen. You'd better come into the room and lie down. Grandma supported Yu Lu's weight as they shuffled into the room. After Yu Lu was settled down, she started appearing to be in pain. It was apparent that her belly was aching. After placating her in a gentle voice, Grandma hurriedly left to boil some water and get the things needed to deliver a child ready. In the west of the town, Yang Kai arrived at a house and rapidly knocked on the door. He was both anxious and flustered. Since he started cultivating, he had encountered countless life and death battles, but he had always managed to pull through even if his life was hanging by a thread. However, he had never witnessed a woman give birth before. He was adept at killing, but he was a complete novice when it came to the birth of a new life. Although he had accidentally hatched Yang Xiao out of a dragon egg, he knew that it was very different from childbirth. If Grandma had not been there to give him instructions, he wouldn't have known what to do. Given the fact that he was the owner of this small universe, and that he was a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, it wasn't hard for Yang Kai to help a woman deliver a child in this place. However, he reckoned that a woman and a man who were not married were not supposed to come into such close contact. Furthermore, he came to realize that Yu Lu took her modesty and virtue seriously, so she definitely wouldn't want that to happen. Hence, after receiving the order from Grandma, he rushed over to the west of the town without hesitation. Martial Peak, Chapter 4679, Zhao Yi Bai. After Yang Kai knocked on the door for a long time, he finally heard some noises coming from the house. Given his hearing ability, he was aware that the person inside the house was cursing. When the door was opened, a middle-aged woman stuck out her head. With a pair of sleepy eyes, she frowned at Yang Kai and yawned, "What's wrong? Why did you knock on my door in the middle of the night?" Yang Kai took a step back and cupped his fist. "I'm sorry, madam. Lady Yu is about to give birth, so Grandma wants you to come over." Lady Yu? For a moment, the midwife didn't remember who the person was, but she soon recalled it. The woman from the east of the town? Exactly. Yang Kai hurriedly nodded. The midwife nodded. Grandma Zhou already told me about it. Isn't her due date still a few days away? Why is she going to give birth tonight? The rain is torrential tonight, and something happened to Lady Yu's house. Perhaps she was too frightened, which is why the baby is coming earlier than expected. The midwife didn't seem to be concerned as she was experienced in delivering babies. She then waved her hand and said, "Got it. You can go back now." "Aren't you coming with me?" Yang Kai was shocked. The midwife replied with a smile, "The child won't come out so soon as she has just started showing signs of giving birth. Even if I go over now, there's nothing I can do. I'll attend to her in the morning." Upon finishing her words, she was ready to close the door. Yang Kai immediately took a step forward and grabbed the door before saying anxiously, "Lady, you had already started bleeding before I left. I'm worried that you can't wait until morning." The midwife examined him and curled up her lips. "Why are you so concerned about the young lady? Are you the child's father?" Yang Kai wasn't in the mood to talk about such nonsense with her. Recalling the instructions given by Grandma Zhou, he fished out a packet of money and passed it to her. "Please lend her your assistance, madam." The midwife took the packet and weighed it with her hand before putting it inside her pocket. She then said impatiently, "Just listen to me. I'm experienced in delivering babies. It won't be too late when I go over in the morning. I'll take up the responsibility if anything happens to her. Moreover, the rain is pouring right now, so how am I supposed to head over there? I'll fall sick before I even reach her place." Yang Kai furrowed his brows. Do you mean you'll come if there's no rain? The midwife scoffed. What's wrong? Do you think you can stop the rain? When she said the last word, the smile on her face disappeared and was replaced by shock. That was because the pouring rain stopped in an abrupt manner. Besides that, the dark clouds soon dissipated and revealed a bright moon, which cast its glow down on the world. The midwife looked up at the sky in confusion and puzzlement. Madam, a life is at stake. Yang Kai stared fixedly at her while persuading her to come with him. Both astounded and doubtful, the midwife gazed at him. Suddenly thinking of something, she shuddered and said in a flustered manner, Wait a moment. I'll get ready now. Yang Kai nodded. Soon after, the midwife, who had now put on some proper clothing, rushed towards the east of the town alongside Yang Kai. When they arrived at Grandma's house, they could hear a shriek breaking through the darkness. Upon entering the place, Yang Kai yelled, The midwife is here, Grandma. Grandma said, Come in quickly. Yang Kai took a glance at the midwife, who shivered under his gaze, and dashed into the room as though she was afraid of him. He could almost feel Yu Lu's pain when he heard her wailing. It never crossed his mind that a woman had to go through so much agony to give birth to a child, which made him realize the fragility of life and how hard it was to bring a new life into the world. Young boy, boil some water. Grandma Zhou ordered from the back of the house. Yang Kai grunted in response and went to the kitchen to boil some water. An incense stick later, Grandma repeatedly took out a basin of bloodied water from the room and poured it into the ditch. On the other hand, Yu Lu's voice gradually weakened. Just then, the midwife was heard saying, There's nothing else I can do, Grandma Zhou. For a pregnant woman, it's no different from heading towards death's door when she's having difficulty giving birth and bleeding excessively, yet Lady Yu is struck with both. Even a deity can't save her now. Can't you think of anything else to help her? Grandma asked anxiously. The midwife replied, What else can I do? Lady Yu might stand a chance to survive if we can invite a great expert from 7-Star Sect over, but now, all I can say is that I can only try my best to save the child. 7-Star Sect is too far from here. There isn't enough time. Grandma shook her head inside the room. Her turbid eyes appeared dejected. Save my child. Yu Lu's voice was intermittent. Outside the room, Yang Kai ordered in a small voice, Mu Zhu, Mu Lu, go in to help her and stabilize her vitality. Upon hearing that, the two worried wood spirits, who had been sitting on his shoulders, instantly flapped their wings and dashed into the room in silence. As a thought flashed through Yang Kai's mind, a large amount of vitality in the small universe streamed into the room. An hour later, a baby was heard crying so loudly that it was as though everyone in the world could hear it. In the meantime, a strange phenomenon took place in the sky as the moonlight converged and beamed into Yu Lu's room. The entire world seemed to be shaking. However, with the interference from Yang Kai, no one else could notice the strange phenomenon other than himself. She successfully gave birth to the child. The midwife sounded pleasantly surprised while Grandma let out a breath of relief. Right then, Mu Lu flew out of the room in silence. Her reddened eyes suggested that she was deeply moved by the incident inside the room. She nodded at Yang Kai to mean that everything was fine, then returned to the room. The people inside the room were still very busy. A moment later, the midwife shuffled out while giving some instructions to Grandma Zhou. Don't let her come into contact with water and wind for a month. She's lucky enough to have escaped from death once, but if she doesn't take good care of herself, she might be struck with health concerns. Grandma replied with a smile, Although I've never given birth to a child before, I'm aware of the precautions we should take. Many thanks for saving her. The midwife initially wanted to get more money from her, but when she saw Yang Kai standing outside the room, she shuddered and hurriedly said, Don't mention it. It's my job. Grandma looked up at Yang Kai and ordered, Young boy, prepare another red envelope for her. A ready Yang Kai fished out a packet of money and passed it to her with both hands. Many thanks, madam. The midwife hurriedly waved her hands. There's no need for that. I've already taken a red envelope before, so I can't take another one now." Upon finishing her words, she dashed out without turning her head. Watching her leave, Grandma praised her by saying, "She's indeed adept at delivering children." Lady Yu was about to leave this plane, but she was able to pull her through in the end. Not only was she fine, but her child has also been safely delivered. We can't be stingy with this. You have to send her a red envelope later. She has saved 2 lives after all. All right, Grandma. Don't worry, I'll send it to her tomorrow. Yang Kai quickly nodded, then said in a small voice, "Grandma, is it a boy or a girl?" "It's a boy." Grandma put on a smile. "In that case, Lady Yu has given birth to a descendant for the Zhao family. I'll take care of her. You should get some rest since you were busy for the entire night." "You should get some rest as well, Grandma," Yang Kai said caringly. The next morning, Yang Kai went over to the midwife's place and kept persuading her to accept the red envelope. Then he left the town to catch some fish from the river. When he returned, he saw Grandma leaving the house with the child as she said, "Lady Yu said it's thanks to you who endured the pouring rain and invited the midwife over that she and her child were safe. She has no idea how to thank you, so she wants you to have a look at the child." Yang Kai hurriedly put down the fish and wiped his hands dry before carefully taking the child. Perhaps the child was full, so he was presently sound asleep. There was no doubt that he was adorable. While holding him in his arms, Yang Kai could clearly feel that the space Tao essence of his small universe perfectly matched the child's aura. It was even slowly streaming into his little body. Yang Kai had already realized it when the little one was still in his mother's womb, otherwise, he wouldn't have been so concerned about Yu Lu. Grandma Zhou thought that he had his eyes on the young woman, but he was actually interested in her child the whole time. However, it was hard for him to explain such things. "I've finally found a successor." That was the idea that suddenly sprang into Yang Kai's mind. He had never expected he would gain such a benefit one day by raising living beings in his small universe. Given the fact that the child's aura perfectly matched the space Tao essence, he definitely had the right to become Yang Kai's legacy disciple. If the boy was talented and hardworking, he would one day stand on par with Yang Kai when it came to mastery over the Tao of space. Since Yang Kai was still young, he wasn't in a rush to look for a legacy disciple, therefore he had never thought about it before. However, since a suitable successor had appeared, he wouldn't mind spending some time to train him. The child was born the day before, so his skin was still rather wrinkled. Yang Kai had never held such a petite baby in his arms before, so despite being a powerful sixth-order open heaven master, he was presently quite flustered. He was worried that he might harm the child if he exerted a little more force. To his side, Grandma Zhou instructed him on the correct way to carry a child, which made Yang Kai feel quite embarrassed. "If you're fine with it, you should give the child a name," Grandma Zhou suddenly said. A surprised Yang Kai asked, "Is it all right for me to do that?" Although he intended to take on this child to be his disciple, they were not related in any way after all. Hence, he didn't think he had a right to name him. Grandma Zhou pointed at the back room and explained, "It's Lady Yu's idea. She doesn't know how to name a child, nor do I. The child's father suddenly passed away in an accident, and he hadn't said anything about it before his death. So you'll have to do it. It seems that you did go to school before. Just help her out with it." Upon hearing that, Yang Kai stopped turning her down. After giving it a thought, he said, "The child was born at the break of dawn while the sun was rising from the east. Why don't I name him Yi Bai? Since his surname is Zhao, he'll be Zhao Yi Bai." He spoke in a loud voice so that Yu Lu could hear him in the room. Grandma nodded her head. "The break of dawn signifies the end of hardship. It's an auspicious name. What do you think, Lady Yu?" Yu Lu's weakened voice was heard saying, "It's decided, then. Many thanks, Big Brother Yang." Yang Kai replied with a smile, "It's not really a good name. I hope he won't blame me for that when he grows up." Yu Lu said, "I'm sure he won't." Grandma took the child from Yang Kai. "The child is still young, so he can't stay outside of the house for too long. I'll take him back to the room." "I'll cook the fish then." Yang Kai then picked up his catch and walked to the kitchen. "Marshal Peak, Chapter 4680, Childhood Sweethearts. Following several years of development, Seven Stars Town had expanded significantly. With the presence of Seven Stars sect, the town had attracted a lot of people to move in and settle down. A group of kids were messing around at the moment. A boy and a girl who were about 7 or 8 years old were running at the front while they were being pursued by 4 to 5 kids. The kid leading the pursuing pack was furious as he hurled sandballs at the boy in front of him. He yelled, "Stop right there, Zhao Yi Bai." The angry boy was several years older, so not only was he stronger, but he could also throw things at his target accurately. A sandball the size of a fist struck the back of Zhao Yi Bai, who gasped in pain and almost fell to the ground. While never stopping in his tracks though, he held the hand of the young girl beside him and charged forward. After he made a turn, he dashed towards a stall that sold sweet rice dumplings and snuck beneath the cart. It was apparent that it wasn't the first time he had done this. When the older kids arrived, Zhao Yi Bai was nowhere to be seen. After searching around, they could only leave this place since their target wasn't around. "Come out," Yang Kai, who had worked for half a day, wiped the grease off his hands and landed a gentle kick on the cart. 2 petite figures crawled out from beneath the cart. A bruised Zhao Yi Bai flashed a silly smile at Yang Kai. The young girl looked at Zhao Yi Bai with reddened eyes and touched his bruises. In a choking voice, she asked, "Does it hurt, big brother Yi Bai?" Zhao Yi Bai grimaced in pain, but he still replied steadfastly, "No, not at all." Hearing that, Yang Kai extended his hand and forcefully pinched the young boy's face. "It hurts." Zhao Yi Bai hurriedly begged for mercy. Then he was worried that the young girl beside him would be concerned, so he patted his chest. "Don't worry, Xiaoya. I'll be fine after a night's sleep." In response, Xiaoya nodded. Seeing the young boy pretending to be tough in front of a girl, Yang Kai pursed his lips to stop himself from laughing. Nevertheless, both Zhao Yi Bai and Xiaoya believed what the former said to be true. That was because regardless of how badly Zhao Yi Bai became bruised over the years, all his wounds would disappear after he had a night's rest. This fact amazed Yu Lu and Grandma Zhou as they thought that the young kid might possess some kind of extraordinary physique. "How did you offend those guys?" Yang Kai asked while giving them a sweet rice dumpling each. Zhao Yi Bai took the smaller one and munched on it while replying in a muffled voice, "I didn't offend them. It was Miao Fei Ping and the others who wanted to bully Xiaoya. They were being unreasonable." "And then you were beaten up?" Yang Kai gazed at him with a faint smile. Zhao Yi Bai started flushing as he said in a bashful manner, "Mother told me that I couldn't get into a fight, so I didn't fight back. I ran away instead." "What if there's no way you can run away one day?" Yang Kai questioned. Zhao Yi Bai became startled for a moment, then put on a silly smile. "I don't think that will ever happen. I'm a fast runner, and no one can catch me. Moreover, the disciple recruitment of 7 Stars sect will begin in a few months. I'll give it a try then. Mother said that if I manage to become a disciple of 7 Stars sect, I'll be able to cultivate, and I'll become a cultivator." He then balled up his fist and flashed a smile at Xiaoya. "I'll always protect you, little sister Ya." Xiaoya put on a sweet smile and nodded. All of a sudden, Zhao Yi Bai looked fervently at 3 passers-by. "Look, they're from 7 Stars sect." There were 3 people, 1 man and 2 women, who were passing by. While the man was handsome, the women were alluring. All of them were clad in white clothing that suggested that they were from 7 Stars sect. They looked like pure snow lotuses. Admiration and yearning were written all over Zhao Yi Bai's face. "When I become a disciple of 7 Stars sect, I can wear such clothing as well." He then said to Xiaoya, "You'll be just as beautiful as them when you grow up, Xiaoya." While munching on the sweet rice dumpling, Xiaoya gently nodded. "When I grow up, I'll marry you, big brother Yi Bai." Hearing that, Zhao Yi Bai started coughing violently as the sweet rice dumpling got stuck in his throat. He almost suffocated as a result. He then extended his hand and sought help from Yang Kai. "Give me some soup, Uncle Yang." "Take it slow." Yang Kai was torn between tears and laughter. After passing the young boy a bowl of soup, he patted the latter's back. After the two little ones were done with the food, Yang Kai stroked the young boy's head and said, "It's getting late, so you should head home now. Don't worry your mother." Zhao Yibai rose from the chair and beckoned to Zhao Ya. The little ones then snuck into the crowd and disappeared. A short while later, Yang Kai cleaned up the stall and wheeled his cart home. Since 2 years ago, he started selling sweet rice dumplings on his own. Grandma Zhou was old after all, so she couldn't really work too hard. That was the reason Yang Kai told her to stay home and let him handle the stall. However, what made Grandma Zhou feel odd was that as time passed, she felt more energetic than before instead of getting weaker. She initially thought that her end would soon come, but it now seemed that she could live for another 10 years with ease. On the other hand, Grandma Zhou was very pleased with Yang Kai. The only complaint she had was that Yang Kai had never returned to his own home over the past few years. She was concerned about the wives he had in his hometown. After all, many things could happen when a husband was not around for such a long time. Initially, Grandma Zhou would persuade Yang Kai to go home to have a look. If he wasn't willing to leave his wives there, he could bring them over. Seven Stars Town was bustling with people, and their sweet rice dumpling business was doing well. He could definitely provide for all his wives. However, since Yang Kai wouldn't listen to her no matter how many times she brought the issue up, she stopped persuading him. Subconsciously, she thought that Yang Kai was just lying back then when he said that he had several wives. Otherwise, a man couldn't possibly leave his women in his hometown and ignore them. He didn't seem like an irresponsible man after all. When Yang Kai returned home, Grandma had already prepared a meal for him. She also took out a pot of fish soup and said, "Send it to Lady Yu. The kids are still growing, and it's hard enough for her to raise them." Yang Kai replied and took the fish soup before sauntering towards Yu Lu's house. Her house was pretty close to Grandma Zhou's place, which was the reason she looked for Grandma back then when the rain was pouring that night. As soon as Yang Kai arrived at the front door, Zhao Yibai and Zhao Ya rushed out of the house. The young boy took the soup and turned his head to shout, "Uncle Yang is here, mother." A woman clad in simple clothes soon walked out of the house. She was none other than Yu Lu. From the looks of it, she was preparing a meal as there was a bit of ash on her fair face. A piece of cloth had been wrapped around her head as she said bashfully, "You're here, big brother Yang." Yang Kai nodded. "Grandma prepared some fish soup and wanted me to send it to you." Yu Lu replied gratefully, "It's you and Grandma Zhou who have been taking care of us over the years. I can't say enough how grateful I am." Yang Kai said with a smile, "We're neighbors, so stop being overly polite with us." "Good, you should continue preparing your meal. I'll head back now." All of a sudden, Yu Lu lifted her head and called out, "Big brother Yang." Hearing that, Yang Kai turned around and gazed at her. Yu Lu clenched her clothes as though she was trying to summon her courage. She then asked, "Why don't you stay here to have a meal with us?" Yang Kai waved his hand with a smile. "Next time, perhaps. Grandma has already prepared dinner for us." As Yu Lu watched the man leave, she let out a sigh. In fact, her intention was simple. She just wanted to treat her big brother Yang, who had helped her a lot over the years, to a meal that she had prepared. However, a widow could easily draw criticism for her actions, so she wouldn't dare to make him stay in the past. Although she had made a request this time, she still didn't have the courage to insist on it. "It'd be wonderful if Uncle Yang was my father," Zhao Yibai suddenly said. Yu Lu started blushing as she landed a knock on her son's head. "What nonsense are you spouting?" She had been the center of gossip among the neighbors over the years. If others heard what her son had said, she wouldn't be able to clear her name. Zhao Yibai stuck out his tongue and pulled a face at his mother. After taking the fish soup from her son, Yu Lu said, "Uncle Yang has always been good to you both. In fact, he gave you your names. Both of you must return his favor when you grow up. Understood?" The kids nodded at the same time. "Wash your hands before having your meal," Yu Lu ordered. The kids instantly dashed into the house. She took one more look in the direction Yang Kai had left before shuffling into the house. Yu Lu had never expected that she would have 2 kids, a son and a daughter, one day. Zhao Yibai was her biological son. Although many years had passed, she had never forgotten about the night with torrential rain when she almost lost her life. Just when she was about to give up all hope, a warm force streamed into her body and ensured that she and her son remained safe. 1 month after Zhao Yibai was born, Yulu heard a baby crying outside the house. Upon opening the door, she saw that an infant had been left there. The infant was none other than Zhao Ye. In fact, Yulu had never hidden the fact that Zhao Ye was adopted. Fortunately, the young girl was kind-hearted and understanding, so she never complained about her fate. Although she had experienced a lot of hardship with her adoptive mother, she remained sanguine. What Yulu wasn't aware of was that Zhao Ye was sent to her by Yang Kai. In fact, the young girl's parents were still alive, but they preferred a boy to a girl. Barely after a few days Zhao Ye was born, and her father secretly dumped her on a mountain. The infant was mercilessly discarded before she could even see the world clearly. As the owner of the small universe, Yang Kai inadvertently saw the sight when he was traveling nearby. Naturally, he couldn't turn a blind eye to it. Since Yulu had given birth to a child not long ago, he decided to put the infant down in front of her door. It wouldn't make a difference to raise one more kid anyway. In that case, Zhao Yibai could have a companion. Since the kids were raised together from birth, they could be said to be childhood sweethearts. Meanwhile, in a house where the candlelight was flickering, Yang Kai was having dinner with Grandma Zhou. Grandma appeared hesitant, but she couldn't bring herself to say anything. Seeing that, Yang Kai asked with a smile, "Is there anything you want to say, Grandma?" In response, Grandma dipped her head, "Yes, but I'm not sure if I should say it." Yang Kai replied, "There's nothing you can't tell me, Grandma. Please speak your mind." "I'll go ahead then." Grandma put down the chopsticks and stared seriously at him. "How do you find Lady Yu?" With a solemn expression, Yang Kai replied, "She's a demure, considerate and kind-hearted woman. It's just that life has been unkind to her. Yes, she has suffered a lot over the years." Suddenly recalling something, Grandma let out a sigh. It said that men are most afraid of taking up the wrong careers while women are most worried of marrying the wrong men. In fact, Lady Yu's previous man was not bad, but he passed away just like that after falling down the stairs. She has been a widow for years, and there's no man to take care of her. She has even adopted a young girl. It makes it even harder for her to put food on the table. Martial Peak, Chapter 4681, The Ancestor of 7 Stars Sect. If you don't mind it, I'll ask a matchmaker to come tomorrow. Grandma Zhou gazed at Yang Kai with a caring expression. "You're no longer a young boy, so you should build a family of your own." As they had spent many years together, she now believed that Yang Kai wasn't serious when he said that he had several wives. Otherwise, she wouldn't have made such a suggestion. Yang Kai didn't intend to explain anything as he said, "Grandma, if a matchmaker really goes knocking on the door, Lady Yu will definitely chase her away. You probably shouldn't bother." Upon hearing that, Grandma became startled for a moment, then sighed, "You're right. Lady Yu is a little obstinate." In fact, she had indirectly probed Yulu about it before. Yulu had been a single mother for years. She was naturally grateful to Yang Kai for taking care of them, especially when he treated Zhao Yibai and Zhao Ye like his own kids. However, she was married once and had given birth to a child after all. She wouldn't have so many worries if she were just a single young lady. Now, she just wanted to focus on raising Zhao Yibai and Zhao Ye. She wouldn't dare to ask for anything else. After they were done with dinner, Yang Kai cleaned up the mess while Grandma returned to her room to get some rest. In the middle of the night, Yang Kai got to his feet and stepped out of the side room. As a second-class great force in the Void Continent, 7 Stars Sect had been doing well in recent years. That was because the sect master had chosen a very good location to build the sect in the past. There were no proper great forces within a radius of 1,000 kilometers that could compete with them. Therefore, the young children with excellent aptitudes around the area would all stream into 7 Stars Sect. In the Void Continent, only great forces with Emperor Realm Masters assuming command could be called first class. 7 Stars Sect didn't have their own Emperor Realm Masters as the most powerful people were only in the Dao Source Realm. Although the sect master was a third-order Dao Source Realm master, it would still take him a long time before he could make it to the Emperor realm. On this night, the elders of Seven Stars sect had gathered together to have a discussion about the disciple recruitment that would take place in a few months. They would recruit new disciples every 3 years, and during this period of time, the disciple recruitment would become a major event in the surrounding region. Many of the sects from other places would even send some people over to observe the event. That was why those from Seven Stars sect wouldn't dare to be negligent. While these people were having a fervent discussion in the main hall, they suddenly felt a horrifying pressure descending from the sky. Their expressions changed abruptly as they all rose from the chairs. The sect master of Seven Stars sect, Shang Guanji, stepped out of the main hall and looked up at the darkness with a solemn expression. With his fist cupped, he shouted, "Seven Stars sect, Shang Guanji, greets honored senior. Forgive us for not greeting you sooner as we were unaware of your esteemed presence." The elders and the protectors behind him wore serious expressions as they could be heard gulping. This couldn't be helped, as it was apparent to them that this pressure was being released by an Emperor Realm Master. Such a cultivator could be considered an overlord in the Void Continent. This kind of big shot was usually a sect master of a major sect. It was expected that they were shocked and doubtful since such a person visited their humble place in the middle of the night, and they were not even sure whether he was a friend or a foe. Fortunately, the person didn't seem to have any ill intentions. The pressure soon disappeared as he didn't intend to oppress them. He just wanted to reveal his identity as an Emperor Realm Master. Just then, a figure stepped out of the darkness as they stared fixedly at him. It wasn't until he came near them that they finally saw he was a young man who was clad in simple clothes. The handsome man looked like he was only in his 20s or early 30s, but no one present would seriously believe he was really so young. There was no way a man of that age could have made it to the Emperor realm. The young man sported a smile as he nodded gently at them. Instead of appearing haughty, he seemed as pleasant as a spring breeze. He then said, "This king is Yang Kai. I've traveled across the Void Continent for decades, and when I passed by this place, I suddenly had a feeling of fate with this place, so I came over to have a look. Please pardon me if I've disturbed you in any way." Presently, the appearance of Yang Kai in front of Shang Guanji and the others was different from his true self. It wasn't that he had put on a disguise. In fact, his appearance hadn't changed one bit. It was just that he had made use of his rights as the master of this small universe and made them unable to see his true appearance. There was a smile on Shang Guanji's face as he spoke. "Senior has not disturbed us at all. We're truly honored to have Senior visit our Seven Stars sect." Despite what he had said, his emotions were undulating in his heart. The person in front of him had actually decided to visit this place on a whim. He didn't doubt Yang Kai's words, for the latter was an Emperor Realm Master. If Yang Kai wanted to make things difficult for Seven Stars sect, no one could stop him. He could easily destroy them all and no one would say anything. However, such an Emperor Realm Master must have detected something that prompted him to pay them a visit. As they spoke, countless ideas went through Shang Guanji's mind as he wondered what was inside Seven Stars sect that could draw the attention of this Emperor Realm Master. What made him feel strange was that he had never heard of such an Emperor Realm Master in the Void Continent before. There were only a small number of Emperor Realm Masters in this world, and every one of them was famous. Nevertheless, Shang Guanji had never heard of the name Yang Kai before. Suppressing the doubts in his mind, he passionately invited Yang Kai to enter the main hall. They couldn't really continue discussing the disciple recruitment. After all, Seven Stars sect was just a second-class great force and an Emperor Realm Master had descended from the sky in the middle of the night to their home. They had no idea about his intentions, so they could only keep him company carefully. They were worried that a calamity would befall them if they offended him. However, the atmosphere soon became harmonious and even a little cheerful. That was because the elders realized that this Senior Yang was a rather genial person. He didn't put on airs just because he was an Emperor Realm Master, nor did he look down on them for being weaker. Initially, only the sect master of Seven Stars sect, Shang Guanji, had the courage to chat with him. Nonetheless, After Yang Kai answered some of his questions regarding cultivation, the others couldn't contain their urge to make some inquiries. Everyone would encounter problems when they cultivated, but without a powerful master to guide them, they could only fumble about on their own, uncertain whether they were proceeding in the right direction or not. Now that Yang Kai was there to give them some advice, they felt as though they had been enlightened. In just 2 hours, admiration was written all over the faces of those 7 stars sect's elders as they gazed at Yang Kai, whose seemingly nonchalant advice could undoubtedly save them a lot of time and effort in the future. This was a huge favor to any cultivator. Seeing that their questions were never-ending, Shang Guanji had no choice but to interrupt them. Good, Senior Yang must be exhausted from his travels. You all should stop bothering him already. Although Yang Kai appeared to be patient, they shouldn't be too greedy. They had gained a lot of insights on this night, and as long as they could digest them, they would achieve greater heights in their cultivation. Shang Guanji even had an idea about how to make it to the Emperor realm now. He then glanced at Yang Kai and said politely, "Senior, you said that you sensed you shared some fate with this place. Do you have your eyes on anything in 7 Stars Sect? Please speak freely, for we shall not turn you down as long as we're able to give it to you." Since they had gained so many benefits from him, Shang Guanji wouldn't be stingy. If there was anything in 7 Stars Sect that Yang Kai was interested in, he wouldn't mind gifting it to him as a way to build a relationship. Upon hearing that, Yang Kai pretended to make some calculations with his fingers while the others held their breaths. A myriad of expressions came over Yang Kai for a moment before he shook his head. The time has yet to arrive. Shang Guanji replied with a smile, "There's no rush since it's not the right time. Senior is welcome to stay here in 7 Stars Sect. You can always tell this junior when the time arrives." Yang Kai nodded. "In fact, I do have a request, but I'm not sure if you'll agree to it, Sect Master Shangguan." Shang Guanji replied, "Please speak freely, Senior." Yang Kai went on to say, "Since I migrated to the Void Continent in the past, this king has constantly been traveling and exploring. I've basically visited everywhere that can be visited. Since this place and I share some kind of fate, I'd like to settle down here." The people in the main hall were stunned while Shang Guanji became energetic and asked excitedly, "Senior, do you mean you wish to join 7 Stars Sect?" All of them gasped as they widened their eyes in disbelief. Yang Kai nodded gently, "I'm not sure if it's convenient for you to let me stay in 7 Stars Sect. If not, please allow me to build a hut at the bottom of the mountain." "Of course we are more than happy to have Senior join 7 Stars Sect." Shang Guanji stood straight up as he appeared agitated. His face radiated a pinkish glow as he said, "It is our honor that Senior is willing to grace our 7 Stars Sect with his presence. Why wouldn't we feel pleased with it?" The others in the hall nodded like chickens pecking at rice. The person before their eyes was an Emperor Realm Master. Although they had no idea about his order, he was one of the most powerful people in the Void Continent regardless of what it was. If he could join 7 Stars Sect, they would instantly become a first-class sect. Even if Yang Kai were an arrogant and unfriendly man, they wouldn't have turned him down, not to mention that he was actually quite amiable. It made a huge difference to have an Emperor Realm Master around as their heritage would instantly increase. They wouldn't mind paying a steep price to make this happen. "Many thanks then, Sect Master." Yang Kai smiled and nodded. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, Shang Guanji measured his words before saying, "It is our honor that Senior has decided to join 7 Stars Sect. Given your cultivation, how does assuming the post of Ancestor sound?" Yang Kai didn't turn him down. Since he was a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, he was more than qualified to become the ancestor of a small sect that didn't even have an Emperor Realm Master. He thus nodded, "Good." At that instant, Shang Guanji and the others rose from the chairs and cupped their fists in salute. "Greetings, Ancestor." Yang Kai said, I shall humbly accept the position of Ancestor of 7 Stars Sect. Since this is a joyous occasion, I shall deliver you a small gift." He then extended his hand and pointed at the front. When they looked up, they felt as though his finger had gently landed on their foreheads. Following that, a gentle force streamed into their bodies through their glabellas. They instantly felt warmth all over their bodies as their source qi began circulating smoother. Besides that, after the gentle force entered their bodies, countless ideas started flashing through their minds as they were suddenly able to comprehend things that they couldn't in the past. One elder in particular, who had been stuck in the first-order Tao source realm for many years, suddenly shook as he instantly achieved a breakthrough to the second-order Tao source realm. Martial Peak, Chapter 4682, Disciple Recruitment. By just extending his finger, Yang Kai had helped this old man achieve a breakthrough to the second-order Tao source realm. Such a strange incident was absolutely unheard of. The people in the main hall became even more respectful of him, while the elder in question bent his back so low he nearly fell over as he said in a shaking voice, "Many thanks for this enormous grace, ancestor." His aptitude was not particularly outstanding and he was pretty old now. Initially, he thought that the first-order Tao source realm would be the limit in his lifetime, with no way he could improve further. Hence, it came as a total shock to have achieved a breakthrough to the second order. He even had a feeling that if he worked hard, he might stand a chance to make it to the third order. To him, such a favor was no different from being granted a second life, and all the others were naturally envious of him. "It's all thanks to your accumulation over the years. I only stimulated your potential a little." Yang Kai put on a smile, then gazed at Shangguanji, "Sect Master, please keep it a secret that I've become the ancestor of Seven Stars Sect." Shangguanji became startled upon hearing that. Although he didn't understand the reason behind it, he still nodded respectfully, "Don't worry, ancestor. Only the people in this hall will be aware of it. No one else will find out." He couldn't help but think that it was such a shame. Initially, he intended to launch a public campaign to inform everyone that there was now an ancestor in Seven Stars Sect. Once word spread, the sect would be considered first class, which would allow them to be regarded as important in the Void Continent. However, since the new ancestor had decided to keep his presence a secret, he could only obey his order. Since it was very late now, Shangguanji told a female elder with an hourglass figure to lead Yang Kai to a spirit peak. He had somewhat figured out the temperament of this new ancestor, who preferred peace and quiet over fanfare and glory. Therefore, he decided to let him stay on the slightly remote Azure Jade Peak. Seven Stars Sect had a total of 38 spirit peaks, with Azure Jade Peak ranking somewhere in the middle and being pretty remote, so no one had actually been interested in it. With that said, Yang Kai was satisfied after he moved in. This allowed Shangguanji to breathe a sigh of relief. Everything went well for the next few months. The new ancestor was living a reclusive life on Azure Jade Peak and rarely stepped out of his home. Shangguanji finally became slightly at ease. When he was told to keep it a secret that Yang Kai had become the ancestor of Seven Stars Sect, he was worried that the man might have some powerful enemies that would try to retaliate against him. In that case, it would be disastrous for their sect. Now, it seemed that his worries were unfounded. Moreover, after several months of observation, he realized that Yang Kai didn't have any ill intentions. He really seemed to be tired of traveling around the continent, so he decided to look for a place and settle down and rest. There was no doubt that this was good news for Seven Stars Sect. Although they were unable to reveal that there was an Emperor Realm Master with them, the elders had more confidence to deal with any issues they might face now that they had a powerful backer. Since Shangguanji was aware that the ancestor was fond of serenity, he issued orders that no one should disturb him without permission. Meanwhile, Yang Kai still sold sweet rice dumplings in Seven Stars Town every day. His presence in the small universe was a manifestation of his soul avatar anyway, so it made no difference if there was one or two of him. A few months later, the disciple recruitment of Seven Stars Sect that took place every 3 years finally commenced. The surrounding 1,000 kilometers radius was abuzz with activity and many cultivators from further afar came to visit Seven Stars Town. At the entrance of the town, Yang Kai was standing there while watching Yu Lu adjust the clothes of the young children. She told them to be obedient after they left the town. It would be wonderful if they could become the disciples of Seven Stars Sect. However, even if they were not accepted, they didn't have to feel dejected. The two kids nodded in response. A moment later, Yulu took the hands of Zhao Yibai and Zhao Ya as she shuffled towards Yang Kai and said with reddened eyes, "Please take care of them, big brother Yang." Yang Kai put on a grin, "Don't worry, Lady Yu. I won't let anything happen to them. If they're accepted into the Seven Stars sect, I'll come back and tell you about it. If they are rejected, I'll bring them back safely." Yulu nodded, then gently pushed the young kids forward. "Go now." The young kids turned around and wrapped their arms around Yulu, who covered her mouth while shaking slightly. Yang Kai looked into the distance as he couldn't help but think that his parents might feel the same way every time he had to leave them. Even after the trio had moved a long distance, they turned around and still saw a petite figure looking at them from the entrance of the town. Seven Stars Town was basically a satellite town of Seven Stars Sect, so there was only a distance of about 50 kilometers between the two places. While carrying a backpack, Yang Kai held the hands of the young kids as he sauntered towards Seven Stars Sect. Just then, they heard the sound of a horse carriage approaching them from behind, so they stepped aside. When the carriage was passing them by, a young kid, who was about 10 years old, stuck out his head and wielded his fist at Zhao Yibai. "Hey, I don't want to see you in Seven Stars Sect. Otherwise, I'll definitely beat you up." Zhao Yibai pulled a face at him while Zhao Ye picked up a stone from the ground and forcefully hurled it forward, which caused the boy to instantly flinch. With a smile, Yang Kai watched as the young kids messed around. He could recognize the boy in the carriage, who had chased after Zhao Yibai and Zhao Ye a few months ago. The two of them had to sneak beneath his cart to shake off their pursuer. He was the brat from the Miao family, Miao Fei Ping. There was no doubt that he was wealthier than the two kids beside Yang Kai, and he had an excellent aptitude. In fact, when an elder from Seven Stars Sect left the mountain and inadvertently came across Miao Fei Ping 2 months ago, he decided to take him on as a disciple on the spot. This time, Miao Fei Ping just had to go through the registration process. Unlike Zhao Yibai, whose fate was uncertain, Miao Fei Ping could definitely join Seven Stars Sect. The area in front of Seven Stars Sect was crammed with people as they had all come to try their luck. Their ages varied. There were some people who were as young as Zhao Yibai and Zhao Ye, while there were also those who were in their early 20s. It took Yang Kai a long time before he managed to help the young kids register their names. Every participant was given a wooden token with a number written on it. Before the test started, Zhao Ye looked fixedly at a hawker who sold candied hawthorns, which were deathly attractive to her. Yang Kai went over and bought 3 sticks. While squatting in the corner, they were pleased with the taste of the food. As the young kids exchanged glances, they smiled at each other. "Uncle Yang, what if I'm not accepted?" Zhao Yibai was suddenly worried about his future. Yang Kai replied nonchalantly, "You're still very young. Even if you fail, you can come again next time." On the other hand, Zhao Ye was very confident that Zhao Yibai would succeed. "Big brother Yibai will definitely be accepted." Zhao Yibai grinned, "You'll succeed as well, Zhao Ye." Right then, Miao Fei Ping appeared out of nowhere and said to Zhao Yibai, "Just give up. Look at how bony your arms are. There's no way you'll be accepted." There was a drumstick in his hand. While he was enjoying his food, his mouth covered in grease. Zhao Ye narrowed her eyes as her murderous intent surged. She was chewing the candied hawthorns so loudly that it was as though she was biting Miao Fei Ping's head instead. Miao Fei Ping's neck shrank as he put on a meek smile. "I'm sure you'll succeed, little sister Ye. If I were a senior expert from the mountain, I would take you on as a disciple regardless of what it takes." After finishing his words, he left the place in a hurry. Zhao Ye placated her companion by saying, "Don't listen to him, big brother Yibai. Nothing good will ever come out of Miao Fei Ping's mouth." "You're right." Zhao Yibai nodded repeatedly, "I don't care whatever he says." Ha! There were many tests during the disciple recruitment of Seven Stars Sect, and many people would be knocked out after each test. Those who had passed were ecstatic while those who had failed appeared dispirited. Zhao Yibai and Zhao Ye were busy for the entire day. When they returned in the evening, their soles were covered in blisters. "How was it?" Yang Kai asked. Zhao Yibai appeared elated. "Uncle Yang, you know, Xiaoya got an A rank in her overall evaluation. Is a rank very good? Yang Kai arched his brow. Zhao Yibai made a gesture. Very, very good. I heard that there were over 1,000 people who have taken part in the disciple recruitment, but only 10 people have obtained an A rank in the overall evaluation. You're indeed incredible, Xiaoya. You're one of those people who got the best result. Yang Kai patted the young girl's head with a smile. However, Xiaoya forced a smile as it seemed that she wasn't joyful. What about you? Yang Kai asked the young boy. Zhao Yibai chuckled. I'm much weaker than Xiaoya as I only got AC rank. Still, I passed the tests. Xiaoya hurriedly said, It's fine. The aptitude test tomorrow is more important. The tests prior to that didn't matter. Following a nod, Zhao Yibai replied, You're right. We'll only be able to join 7 Stars sect if we pass the test tomorrow. Anyway, I'm very confident. It was then that Xiaoya put on a sincere smile. Those from 7 Stars sect didn't prepare a place where the participants could get some rest. Therefore, the group of 3 found a clean place and slept on the ground. Zhao Yibai must have been exhausted, so he dozed off almost immediately. In the middle of the night, Yang Kai opened his eyes and took a glance at Xiaoya, who was seated with her legs crossed while she had pressed her palms together in a serious manner. He gently flicked her forehead and asked, What are you doing up at this hour? Xiaoya hurriedly placed a finger between her lips, then explained bashfully, Auntie Lu and Grandma always say that there's an almighty Lord who knows about everything in this world. So, I want the Lord to bless Big Brother Yibai and make sure that he'll pass the test tomorrow. He always tells me that he wants to join 7 Stars sect after all. Yang Kai smiled helplessly. The aptitude of a person is decided at birth. There's no way the Lord can bless him. Xiaoya pursed her lips. What kind of an all-powerful Lord is that if he can't even grant such a simple wish? Yang Kai was lost for words, thinking that the Lord would be exhausted if he had to be concerned about every minor matter like this. Let's sleep now. Yang Kai decided not to delve into this topic. All right, Xiaoya replied and lay on the ground. However, Yang Kai soon heard her muttering under her breath. It was apparent that she was still secretly praying. The next morning, the aptitude test of 7 Stars sect's disciple recruitment, which was the last of all tests, finally began. This was also the simplest test. There was a round platform on the square. A participant just had to stand on it, and his or her aptitude would be evaluated. The participants stepped onto it one by one as the platform radiated glows of different intensities. The elders from 7 Stars sect would observe it from the side. They would either let a participant pass the test or eliminate them during the process. Yang Kai was waiting among the crowd alongside Zhao Yibai and Xiaoya. The kids were apparently nervous. Every time someone passed the test, they would appear envious, and when a person was knocked out, they would appear worried. Martial Peak, Chapter 4683, Another Dream. The aptitude test on this day was the most important test of all. Regardless of how excellent a person's evaluation was prior to that, they would still be knocked out if they failed this assessment. Moreover, the success rate was pretty low. Only 2 to 3 out of 10 people could pass. Also, their ranks were generally pretty low. Around midday, a voice was heard calling out, Number 763, Miao Fei Ping. Upon hearing that, Miao Fei Ping emerged from the crowd. Despite his young age, he was pretty agile. Upon stepping onto the platform, he politely saluted the cultivators from 7 Stars sect who were responsible for administering the test. He then closed his eyes and steadied his breathing. The next instant, the platform glowed intensely. Everyone was amazed by the sight as the cultivators responsible for observing the results all rose from the chairs at the same time. While appearing excited, they looked fervently at Miao Fei Ping, who was in the middle of the platform. The rank. The intensity of the glow suggests that his aptitude must be of a rank. Is there really a disciple with a rank aptitude who will join us? The already amazed crowd became astounded upon hearing that. It was apparent to them that Miao Fei Ping had an extraordinary aptitude, as the people getting tested prior to him were not able to make the platform glow so brightly. However, they were just onlookers after all. Given their eyesight, they were unable to judge Miao Fei Ping's exact aptitude. It wasn't until they heard the cultivators from 7 Stars sect that they realized his aptitude was of a rank. It had to be noted that many people had been tested already, and the person with the best result had only achieved B rank. Although A rank and B rank were only 1 rank apart, the achievements they would make in the future were drastically different. A person with a rank aptitude would definitely make it to the Emperor realm one day if they didn't lose their life along the way. On the stand, the sect master of 7 Stars sect, Shang Guanji, couldn't help but smile while stroking his beard. Just then, an elderly man, who was seated beside him, spoke up. Sect Master Shangguan, this old master feels a predestined fate with this young boy, and would like to take him on as my legacy disciple. Would Sect Master Shangguan be willing to part with him? The smile on Shangguanji's face instantly froze. The elders of 7 Stars sect were not the only onlookers on the stand. There were also some powerful cultivators from other sects that they were on good terms with who had come over to watch the fun. 7 Stars sect was a second-class sect, and the sects they were friendly with were also of the same class. Since they were equally matched, it was inconceivable that someone would make such a rude demand just because there was a young boy with exceptional aptitude. Such a person was basically trying to snatch their prized disciple from them. However, this elderly man was a little different. He was an Emperor Realm Master from a first-class sect who had been a guest at a different sect some time ago. Upon hearing that a disciple recruitment was going on, he decided to tag along to watch the show. He only came here to find some small amusement, so it surprised him greatly to find a boy with such great aptitude. Even the first-class sects didn't have a lot of disciples with a rank aptitude. If he could bring this child back with him, it would strengthen the overall power of his sect. The faces of the elders from 7 Stars sect instantly fell when they heard this. However, since the visitor was an Emperor Realm Master, they wouldn't dare to rebuke him lest he felt offended. The representatives from other sects appeared gleeful. Even though their sects were on good terms with 7 Stars sect, they wouldn't want to see them getting a disciple with a rank aptitude. If 7 Stars sect managed to become a first-class sect in the future, they would become inferior to them. Hence, they were more than happy to see the disciple with a rank aptitude getting taken away by someone else. Shang Guanji straightened his face and replied, "To be honest with you, Senior Shin, this child was taken on as a disciple by our elder Guan Qianxing 2 months ago. He's just going through the recruitment tests as a formality." To the side, Guan Qianxing rose from the chair and saluted Shen Xing. That is indeed the case. Shen Xing frowned with displeasure. However, he was an Emperor Realm Master after all, so he couldn't really press the issue. If the boy had not been already taken on as a disciple, it would be fine to snatch him, as he could just offer some compensation to 7 Stars sect at a later time. They wouldn't really dare to rebuke or refuse him. However, since a master and disciple relationship had already been established, he would appear oppressive and immoral if he tried to take the child away. If word got out, both he and his sect would lose a lot of face. After weighing the pros and cons, he nodded. "Since the child is already your disciple, Elder Guan, I'll not insist. Congratulations on obtaining a disciple with such exceptional aptitude." "Many thanks for your kindness, Senior Shin." Shang Guanji put on a smile as he was finally relieved. If Shen Xing insisted on taking the child away, those from 7 Stars sect would be unable to oppose him unless they asked their new ancestor to come forward. However, over the past months, the ancestor had been living in seclusion as he seemed determined to keep a low profile. Despite being the sect master, Shan Guanji also hadn't managed to see him once since the night he arrived. Therefore, he didn't have the confidence to make the ancestors stand up for their sect in this moment. Since Shen Xing was willing to make a concession, a conflict was avoided. The elders from 7 Stars sect congratulated Guan Qianxing, who responded with a smile. Although he was already aware that Miao Fei Ping had good aptitude, he had no idea about the details since no test had been conducted at the time. He was pleasantly surprised on this day since Miao Fei Ping was revealed to have a rank aptitude. Soon, a detailed report was sent to them. Number 763, Miao Fei Ping, 7 Stars Town. His aptitude was revealed to be A-, while his overall evaluation was also A-. This kind of aptitude was rarely seen across the entire Void Continent. There was no doubt that Miao Fei Ping was the best disciple that those from 7 Stars sect had ever accepted. Shang Guanji and the other elders were naturally over the moon. Meanwhile, Miao Fei Ping left the platform and walked up to Zhao Yibai to brag about his achievements, causing Zhao Ye to bare her fangs in protest. On the other hand, Zhao Yibai was completely unfazed as he sincerely congratulated him. This made Miao Fei Ping feel displeased as there wasn't a tinge of jealousy on Zhao Yibai's face. It was as if he swung his fist hard, only to punch a pile of cotton. More disciples were then tested, and some of the people were revealed to have B rank aptitude. However, Miao Fei Ping was practically the center of attention now, so they didn't look very outstanding. If Miao Fei Ping hadn't been around, these disciples with B rank aptitude would have been valued more highly by the elders. Number 896, Zhao Yibai. Upon hearing that, Zhao Yibai, who had been waiting, took a deep breath. Go on, Yang Kai gently pushed him. Don't worry, big brother Yibai. You'll be fine, Zhao Ye encouraged him from behind. Zhao Yibai waved his hand without turning his head, then shuffled towards the platform. After saluting the people from 7 Stars sect, he steadied his breathing just like everyone else had done before him. Zhao Ye stared fixedly at Zhao Yibai while balling up her fists, her fingers practically digging deep into her flesh. Just then, a very dim glow was seen, and it disappeared 3 breaths later. The cultivators from 7 Stars sect had a discussion for a moment before one of them announced, Zhao Yibai, aptitude C-. Pass. On the platform, Zhao Yibai leaped into the air as though he had just won 1,000,000 silver coins. As long as a person was revealed to have an aptitude of B rank or C rank, they could join 7 Stars sect. After all, those from 7 Stars sect had knocked many people out the day before, so they wouldn't turn down the ones who were left as long as their aptitude wasn't too weak. However, people with weaker aptitudes would certainly be treated differently, and they would have fewer achievements in the future as well. For a disciple like Zhao Yibai who had C aptitude, he would only be the lowliest of disciples in 7 Stars sect even though he was accepted. Despite that, he was incredibly pleased with this. He then returned with an excited expression as he reported to Zhao Ye and Yang Kai. Uncle Yang, Xiao Ye, I passed the test. I passed. Yang Kai stroked the young boy's head while Zhao Ye put on a beautiful smile. Imitating an adult, she saluted him and said, Congratulations on having your dream come true, big brother Yibai. To the side, Miao Fei Ping was stunned as he pursed his lips together bitterly and muttered, Your aptitude is only C-, but you look so ecstatic that it's as though you were an A rank. My mother always says that a person will only be truly happy by not being greedy, senior brother Miao. Miao Fei Ping refuted with displeasure, I'm not your senior brother. Stop calling me that. Zhao Yibai sported a silly smile, we'll be the disciples of the same sect, and you're older than I am, so, of course, you're my senior brother. Miao Fei Ping parted his lips, but he was unable to refute him. A moment later, he said angrily, Don't think that I'll stop beating you up just because you call me senior brother. You'd better work hard and cultivate. If you can't protect little sister Ye in the future, I'll do it in your stead. I'll definitely cultivate hard so that you don't have to do that, senior brother Miao. Zhao Yibai stuck out his chest. Just then, a person was heard calling out from the platform, number 897, Zhao Ye. It's your turn, Xiao Ye. Zhao Yibai turned his head and said. Zhao Ye nodded and sauntered forward. A worried Zhao Yibai advised her by saying, Don't fret. Just empty your mind and stand there. Zhao Ye dipped her head. Despite what he just said, Miao Fei Ping acted like a senior brother, walked up to Zhao Yibai, and asked him seriously, What if little sister Ye fails the test? Zhao Yibai replied, That will never happen. Little sister Ye has always been intelligent. Her aptitude must be greater than mine. I'm saying what if? Miao Fei Ping glared at him. After giving it a serious thought, Zhao Yibai said, I won't join Seven Stars sect, then. I'll go home with Xiao Ye. Miao Fei Ping widened his mouth in shock as he gazed at him. Don't you always say that you're determined to join Seven Stars sect? Wasn't it your dream to become a powerful cultivator one day? Zhao Yibai put on a smile. It's another dream of mine to see Xiao Ye growing up happy. Miao Fei Ping fell silent for a moment, then patted the younger boy's shoulder as though he was a very mature person. I'm inferior to you in this regard. Zhao Yibai stared at him in shock. You have exceptional aptitude, and you're from a wealthy family. Why would you be inferior to me in any way? Miao Fei Ping couldn't help but roll his eyes. Just when he was about to speak, a brilliant light exploded from the platform. The glow was so dazzling that everyone present had no choice but to close or avert their eyes. The glow soon expanded and spilled over the platform to engulf the crowd. Even the masters on the stand were affected. The dazzling light didn't seem to be going out anytime soon. Everyone fell into a commotion. The cultivators from Seven Stars sect who were responsible for observing the results bent forward as they widened their eyes in disbelief. On the stand, Shang Guanji, the elders of Seven Stars sect, and the representatives from other sects all rose from the chairs at the same time, utterly flabbergasted. Martial Peak, Chapter 4684, The Fated Time Has Come. When Miao Fei Ping was tested on his aptitude earlier, the platform also radiated a dazzling glow. Following that, he was revealed to have an aptitude of A-, which was unprecedented in the history of Seven Stars sect, instantly making him the center of attention. The top cultivators from other sects, as well as the onlookers, were all amazed. However, after Xiao Ye went on stage, the platform radiated an even more dazzling light for an even longer time. Right then, someone from the crowd exclaimed, "It's another person with a rank aptitude." Even the ordinary people who had never cultivated before could see that Xiao Ye had caused a greater commotion than Miao Fei Ping, who was revealed to have an aptitude of A-. Hence, how heaven-defying must Xiao Ye's aptitude be? It was certain that her aptitude must be a rank, but they were not sure whether it would be A or A+. After more than a dozen breaths of time, the light finally went out, but the crowd remained stunned as they stared dazedly at the petite figure on the platform. It was as though they saw a new star rising into the sky. It wasn't until this moment that Xiao Ye opened her eyes. She appeared puzzled as she had no idea what just happened. As her eyes met with those of Zhao Yibai, she flashed a sweet smile at him. Before those from Seven Stars sect announced the result, she was getting ready to leave the stage. Wait a moment, junior sister. A cultivator from Seven Stars sect hurriedly stopped her. What's wrong? Zhao Ye gazed at him with vigilance. The cultivator was already drenched in sweat as he suppressed his shock and put on a harmless smile. Don't be nervous, junior sister. It's just that your aptitude is so exceptional that we're unable to make an immediate judgment. The result will be decided by the elders, so please wait here for a while. He was extremely polite, as though he was facing an elder or the sect master instead of a young girl who was only 7 or 8 years old. Given her heaven-defying aptitude, though, there was no doubt that this young girl had a bright future ahead of her. Perhaps it would only take her a few years before she became someone he could only look up to, which was why this cultivator wouldn't dare to be negligent. If he said something wrong now, he would have no way to survive in the future. On the stand, the elders from Seven Stars sect were flushing as they came together to discuss the aptitude of Xiao Ye using their divine senses. Meanwhile, Shang Guanji stared fixedly at Xiao Ye as he almost cried tears of joy. First, Miao Fei Ping came as a surprise during the disciple recruitment, and now there was Xiao Ye. He reckoned that their sect had been blessed by the Lord. Given the aptitude Miao Fei Ping had showcased, there was no doubt he would be able to make it to the Emperor realm in the future, and it was the same case for number 897, Xiao Ye. In the future, there would be 2 Emperor Realm Masters in Seven Stars sect. Their sect would become peerless in the Void Continent. Soon, the outcome of the discussion among the elders was decided. Guan Qianxing walked up to Shang Guanji and spoke to him close to his ear. Shang Guanji nodded gently, then announced, Number 897, Zhaoye, 7 stars town. Aptitude, A+. Overall evaluation, A+. She had obtained a double A+. Miao Fei Ping, who achieved double A prior to this, paled in front of her. Still, there was a helpless smile on Shang Guanji's face. If Zhaoye was evaluated properly, her aptitude would definitely be higher than A+. However, since A+ was already the limit, they were unable to give her a better result. All of a sudden, he recalled a rumor that there was a higher martial Dao above the Emperor realm. However, since his cultivation was still fairly weak, he was unable to confirm the truth behind such information. While Miao Fei Ping would certainly make it to the Emperor realm, Zhaoye might be able to bring 7 stars sect to unprecedented heights. Shang Guanji couldn't help but wonder what the realm that was above the Emperor realm would look like. Perhaps Zhaoye would be able to unravel the mystery for him in his lifetime. Sect Master Shangguan, I suppose this little girl hasn't become a disciple of any of your elders yet. When Shang Guanji heard the voice, he was shocked as the pleasant surprise on his face transformed into horror. While he was overwhelmed by ecstasy just now, he had forgotten about Xin Xing's presence. This person was already interested in Miao Fei Ping earlier. Fortunately, Miao Fei Ping had already been taken on as a disciple by Guan Qianxing 2 months ago and was just going through the formalities by taking part in the recruitment tests. That was the reason Xin Xing didn't make things difficult for them, as he still had to consider his status. But now, Zhaoye showcased an aptitude that far exceeded that of Miao Fei Ping's, so it was expected that Xin Xing would be tempted. Nevertheless, Shang Guanji would never be willing to let go of a young child who might bring 7 stars sect to the peak of the world. At that moment, countless ideas flashed through his mind, but just when he was ready to lie to Xin Xing despite knowing that he would offend him, he was suddenly engulfed in emperor pressure. Regardless of how hard Shang Guanji tried, he was unable to tell a lie as he forced a smile and muttered, "No." The pressure then dissipated as though it had never been there. Xin Xing smiled and nodded, "That's wonderful. This old master believes he shares fate with this young girl, and would like to bring her back to my sect. Sect Master Shangguan won't mind parting with her, yes?" Shang Guanji almost had the urge to curse. This shameless old fart seemed to share fate with any young child with exceptional aptitude. When he mentioned Miao Fei Ping just now, he still had the courtesy to ask Shang Guanji whether the latter was willing to give the disciple to him, but when it came to Zhaoye, he directly demanded to get the young girl. He was basically snatching their disciple from them in broad daylight. Seeing that Shang Guanji remained silent, Xin Xing sported a dark expression. "What's wrong, Sect Master Shangguan? Do you have no regard for this old master?" A middle-aged man, who was seated beside Xin Xing, spoke up at that moment. "Brother Shangguan, it's understandable that you value such a talented young child, but 7 Stars Sect is too small. On the other hand, Senior Shin's Southern Star Palace is one of the top forces in the Void Continent. Young Zhaoye will definitely become very successful in the future, but 7 Stars Sect is too small to accommodate her. Only a place like Southern Star Palace could truly allow her to shine." Shen Xing had practically tagged along with this sect master of Golden Spring Sect, otherwise, he wouldn't have come to the disciple recruitment of a sect like 7 Stars Sect. At this moment, Shang Guanji was resentful of the sect master of Golden Spring Sect. If this guy hadn't brought Xin Xing with him, all this wouldn't have happened. Despite his sincere words, he actually had ulterior motives. It was already giving him a headache that Miao Fei Ping was joining 7 Stars Sect. If there was also Zhaoye, the second-class great forces around 7 Stars Sect wouldn't be able to survive. When these 2 disciples grew to be powerful one day, Golden Spring Sect would surely be oppressed by 7 Stars Sect. Shang Guanji was aware that he wouldn't be able to keep Zhaoye, but he still wasn't willing to give her to Xin Xing. With displeasure written all over his face, Xin Xing snorted. The sect master of Golden Spring Sect persuaded again by saying, "Brother Shangguan, it's said that an ordinary man is innocent, but treasures make him guilty. Zhao Ye's aptitude is so exceptional that it is simply unheard of. It would be fine if Seven Stars sect was able to protect her, however, just like my Golden Spring sect, your sect is just a second-class great force. This news will undoubtedly spread across the entire Void Continent in no time. By then, rather than making your sect thrive, this young girl will only bring disaster. Although Senior Shin has some selfishness in trying to take on this young girl to be his disciple, he is also indirectly doing your sect a great favor. Please think twice, Brother Shangguan. To the side, Xin Xing stroked his beard and nodded as though he was really trying to help Seven Stars sect. A myriad of expressions came over Shangguan. Even though the sect master of Golden Spring sect was acting maliciously, that didn't mean what he said was entirely false. Miao Fei Ping alone wouldn't prompt those first-class sects to make a move, but Zhao Ye was different. If he invited trouble to Seven Stars sect just because he wanted to keep Zhao Ye, he wouldn't be able to take responsibility as the sect master. The sect master of Golden Spring sect declared firmly, "Brother Shangguan, do you really want Seven Stars sect to be destroyed just for a moment's impulse?" Shangguan Ji, who had been trying to act tough, suddenly became dejected, as though he had aged by several dozen years. He let out a sigh since he was unable to turn things around. Just when he was preparing to give in, he suddenly looked in the direction of Azure Jade Peak. At the same time, Xin Xing also lifted his head. They could see a figure strolling through the sky towards them, his voice echoing around them even before he even arrived. The fated time has come. It was worth waiting for a few months. Shangguan Ji was filled with joy as he hurriedly rose from his seat. The person who looked like a descending immortal landed in front of Zhao Ye and looked down at her with a faint smile. Without feeling fearful at all, Zhao Ye stared back at him. At that moment, she was only thinking that this person looked familiar to her as his figure was similar to that of Uncle Yang. When Yang Kai showed up in Seven Stars sect several months ago, he used a trick and changed his appearance in the eyes of others. Therefore, even though this soul avatar of his in front of Zhao Ye looked exactly the same as his true self, he appeared to be a different person in Zhao Ye's eyes. "There is fate between us, young girl. Are you willing to be my disciple?" Yang Kai looked smilingly at her and asked. On the stand, Xin Xing sported a dark expression. He had said something similar twice before today, but now this guy who appeared out of nowhere repeated what he had said. Was he trying to humiliate him? Shen Xing stood straight up with fury and scoffed, "Who are you?" It was expected that he was furious since the young girl was being snatched from him right in front of him. Shangguan Ji was pleasantly surprised when Yang Kai appeared, but at this moment, he was suddenly worried. That was because he had no idea about what order of the Emperor realm this new ancestor was in. On the other hand, he knew that Xin Xing was in the Second Order Emperor realm. If the new ancestor was weaker than Xin Xing, this matter wouldn't be resolved peacefully. Even if the new ancestor was also in the Second Order Emperor realm, Xin Xing represented Southern Star Palace, so there was no way Seven Stars sect could go against them. Shangguan Ji wouldn't even dare to think that the new ancestor could possibly be in the Third Order Emperor realm, because the number of such masters in the entire Void Continent could be counted on one hand. "Sit down," Yang Kai lightly commanded without even sparing Xin Xing a glance, and as Shangguan Ji watched, Xin Xing really sat down as he was told. Shangguan Ji widened his eyes as he saw Xin Xing's face go from red to white to blue. The man's forehead was beaded with sweat, and his eyes filled with a light of terror. Naturally, Xin Xing wouldn't act obediently in this place, so the only explanation for him doing as he was told was that he was completely overpowered by the new ancestor. The emotions in Shangguan Ji's heart undulated as he had never expected that the ancestor who arrived at Seven Stars sect several months ago was actually a Third Order Emperor realm master. He instantly let out a sigh of relief, thinking that they would no longer need to fear anyone with such an ancestor in their sect. Martial Peak, Chapter 4685, You're a Bad Guy. Greetings, Ancestor. With Shangguan Ji standing at the front, the elders and the protectors from Seven Stars sect who were fortunate to have met and chatted with Yang Kai that night saluted him in unison. The ordinary disciples from Seven Stars sect soon recovered from their shock and did the same. However, they were puzzled as they had never heard that there was an ancestor in their sect. Moreover, the ancestor seemed to have showcased a power that was much greater than that of Shen Xing, who was there to watch the disciple recruitment. Shen Xing was a second-order Emperor Realm Master who was from Southern Star Palace, and since the ancestor was stronger than him, it meant that he was probably in the Third Order. That realization made these disciples feel agitated. Following that, the representatives of the other sects rose from the chairs and saluted as well. With a Third Order Emperor Realm Master present, they wouldn't dare to be impolite. Shen Xing was the only one who didn't get up. It wasn't that he didn't want to rise from his chair though, but rather that he simply couldn't. He felt as though a mountain had been placed on his shoulders, which made it impossible for him to even move a finger. From the looks of it, he seemed to be an arrogant person who remained seated, which only made more cold sweat drip from his forehead. He had faced the pressure of Third Order Emperor Realm Masters before, but none of them felt anywhere near as intense as this time. Yang Kai could make him unable to move simply by commanding him. This kind of Third Order Emperor Realm Master was much stronger than the ones he had come across before. Yang Kai waved his hand without saying anything, but everyone took a seat at the same time. The sect master of Golden Spring Sect wore a conflicted expression as he gazed at Shangguanji with a bitter smile. "Brother Shangguan, why did you hide something so important from all of us? You didn't even tell us that there was an ancestor in your noble sect. If you had informed us earlier, we would have prepared proper gifts as tribute." The reason he kept persuading Shangguanji to give up on the young girl was that he didn't want to see Seven Stars Sect, which was also a second-class sect, growing more powerful than the rest of them. Now it seemed that his persuasion was pointless. Even if they didn't have Zhaoya, they already had a powerful ancestor with them, which ensured that they would definitely become a first-class great force. Golden Spring Sect was already incomparable to them. From now on, Golden Spring Sect would have to flatter Seven Stars Sect to survive, so he naturally had to improve his ties with Shangguanji. The face of Shangguanji was glowing as he stroked his beard with a smile. "It's not that we wanted to hide this from all of you, but rather that the ancestor prefers peace and serenity. That was why we didn't make an announcement." The sect master of Golden Spring Sect simply nodded. "I see." Suddenly realizing something, Shangguanji said, "The ancestor was traveling across the world when he suddenly visited our sect one night. He said that he felt some kind of fate with this place, so he asked to settle down in Seven Stars Sect. After he made some calculations, he said that the time had not come yet. Now it seems that Zhaoya is the one he has been waiting for. It seems the ancestor really can divine the future." The sect master of Golden Spring Sect widened his mouth in disbelief. It wasn't until this moment that he realized the people from Seven Stars Sect had practically gotten an ancestor for free. He felt disheartened as he thought that those from Seven Stars Sect were so lucky to have a powerful figure to come over and become their ancestor, serving as the greatest support for the sect. On the other hand, Golden Spring Sect was not so lucky. He then gazed at the man and the young girl on the stage with an envious expression. Presently, Seven Stars Sect had an ancestor to assume command while there was a disciple named Zhaoya who had exceptional aptitude. Additionally, there was Miao Fei Ping, who was revealed to have an A aptitude. It seemed that their sect's rise was inevitable. On the stage, Yang Kai and Zhaoya were still staring at one another. Although Zhaoya had no idea what was going on, she was an intelligent and observant girl and had a feeling that the person before her eyes was someone very important, and for some reason, he gave off a familiar feeling as though she had met him before. While she was in a dazed state, the elders of Seven Stars Sect were flustered. It must have taken her some heaven-defying luck to be offered a chance to become the disciple of the ancestor. Even if the ancestor said the same thing to them, they would instantly fall on their knees and accept. A young girl that was 7 or 8 years old was supposed to do the same. However, this particular young girl didn't understand how lucky she was as she just batted her eyes at the ancestor. It was as though she had seen something interesting on his face. The anxious elders secretly spoke to Zhaoya, encouraging her to accept the offer. Zhaoya had never experienced anything like this before, so she just felt annoyed by the voices as she waved her hand. It was as though she was trying to chase away some flies. Yang Kai didn't urge her as he looked smilingly at the young girl. A moment later, Zhao Ye said, "I don't mind becoming your disciple, but Big Brother Yi Bai has to come with me." On the stand, Shang Guanji and the others were shocked as they admired the young girl's courage. She didn't seem to be afraid of someone who was so powerful. Since the ancestor had personally shown up to take on a disciple, others would have gladly accepted it. However, this girl didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth as she had the guts to even state her own conditions. Moreover, they had no idea who this Big Brother Yi Bai was. Besides Shang Guanji and the elders, the onlookers also didn't know who the Big Brother Yi Bai she was talking about was except for those who came from Seven Stars Town. Standing among the crowd, Miao Fei Ping looked helplessly at Zhao Yi Bai, who was extremely lucky to have such a chance. It was no different from suddenly having 10 million silver coins fall into your lap. "Who is Big Brother Yi Bai?" Yang Kai asked, despite being fully aware of who the person was. Zhao Ye turned her head and took a glance, whereupon Zhao Yi Bai emerged from the crowd and walked up to Zhao Ye before saluting the unknown man. "Junior Zhao Yi Bai greets Senior." On the stand, Shang Guanji and the others finally recognized this brat as the Big Brother Yi Bai that Zhao Ye had mentioned. After all, his test only took place a while ago, so Shang Guanji still remembered this young boy, who was only revealed to have an aptitude of C-, which was a far cry from Zhao Ye. Yang Kai took a dispassionate glance at him and shook his head. "His aptitude is too weak. He doesn't have a right to be my disciple." "Are you not going to accept him?" Zhao Ye stared fixedly at him. Yang Kai shook his head again. Zhao Ye said, "I'll not become your disciple then." Upon finishing her words, she took Zhao Yi Bai's hand and was ready to leave. Zhao Yi Bai remained unmoving though as he patted her hands to motion for her to calm down. He then glanced at Yang Kai and asked, "Senior, are you from Seven Stars Sect?" "Yes," Yang Kai nodded. Zhao Yi Bai put on a silly smile. "There won't be any problem then. Xiao Ye, since Senior is from Seven Stars Sect, we won't be separated after you become his disciple. He's a senior expert, so accept his request now." Zhao Ye shook her head. "No, I want to be with you." Zhao Yi Bai stomped his foot on the ground before flashing a helpless smile at Yang Kai. "Please give me a moment, Senior. My sister is a little obstinate. Let me persuade her." Yang Kai didn't respond to him. It was then Zhao Yi Bai took Zhao Ye to the side and persuaded her in a small voice. Despite his hushed whispers, the powerful cultivators at the scene could still hear him clearly. Zhao Yi Bai was heard saying to Zhao Ye, "Xiao Ye, did you hear that the people from Seven Stars Sect called him ancestor just now? Do you know what an ancestor is?" "Well, I don't really understand it either, but I suppose he's the most powerful person in Seven Stars Sect. If you become his disciple, you'll be able to walk sideways, and Miao Fei Ping would never dare to bully you again. I saw that Miao Fei Ping's master was also respectful of him. Moreover, we won't be separated after you become his disciple. We'll still meet every day since we're both in Seven Stars Sect." On the stand, Shang Guanji put on a helpless smile as he said to Guan Qianxing, "Even though this boy seems a little foolish, he's actually pretty shrewd. He already understands how the world works at such a young age. It's just that his aptitude is weak. Be careful not to let him offend the ancestor." Guan Qianxing nodded in response. However, regardless of what Zhao Yi Bai said, Zhao Ye refused to agree. Eventually, she squatted down and faced away from Zhao Yi Bai before burying her head in her knees and covering her ears with her hands. It was as though she was determined not to listen to Zhao Yi Bai, who appeared totally helpless. Sighing, the young boy stroked Zhao Ye's head before he turned around and walked up to Yang Kai. Upon stopping a couple of his steps away, he saluted him once more. Yang Kai said, "Regardless of what you say, I won't accept you as my disciple." Zhao Yi Bai nodded. This junior understands his aptitude is weak, so he has no right to become Senior's disciple, nor do I even dare to think about it. Xiao Ye is lucky to have gained Senior's favor, and I don't want her to miss this chance just because of me. So, I'd like to ask you to allow me to be a worker for you. Whenever there are any trivial matters, I'll handle them for you and make sure that you won't have to worry about them." Hearing that, Zhao Ye abruptly looked up while the people on the stand were stunned as they had never expected that Zhao Yibai would say such a thing. Appearing to be impassive, Yang Kai said, "There are indeed no workers on Azure Jade Peak. I won't turn you down if you're willing to go there, however, I won't teach you anything, so you must remember that from today onwards, you'll remain a worker on Azure Jade Peak until your death." Zhao Yibai was elated upon hearing that. "Many thanks for granting my wish, senior. This junior wouldn't dare to ask for anything else." "Big brother Yibai." Zhao Ye rushed over and took his hand before trying to drag him away. "I won't become his disciple, and you're also not going to be a worker. We'll go back to 7 Stars Town together." "Listen to me, Xiao Ye." Zhao Yibai gazed at her with a pair of eyes that were filled with determination. Zhao Ye's eyes reddened as she knew that Zhao Yibai was doing this for her. Although his aptitude was weak, he had still become a disciple of 7 Stars sect after he passed all the tests. He was supposed to be able to cultivate and become a cultivator just like he always dreamed. Nevertheless, if he became a worker on Azure Jade Peak, he would have no future at all. She then turned her head and glared at Yang Kai. "You're a bad guy." Anyone who bullied Zhao Yibai was a bad guy. She didn't care whether he was an ancestor or some kind of senior expert. Yang Kai grinned. "Do you want to beat me up to vent out the anger for your big brother Yibai?" Without hesitation, Zhao Ye nodded her head with a pair of ferocious-looking eyes. Yang Kai said, "It's simple. Become my disciple. When you become more powerful than me one day, you can beat me up in whatever way you please." Zhao Ye became startled for a moment, as though she had suddenly gained enlightenment. The next moment, she fell on her knees and pressed her head against the ground in front of Yang Kai. "Disciple Zhao Ye greets honored master." She then abruptly looked up and stared into Yang Kai's eyes. "Disciple will definitely cultivate hard so that honored master will have a taste of becoming a worker one day. Whatever big brother Yibai will go through, I'll make you pay 10 times the price." From that day onward, there was a female disciple on Azure Jade Peak of 7 Stars sect in the Void Continent who was determined to make her honored master become a worker. Everyone in the Void Continent found it to be strange when they heard the story. Martial Peak, Chapter 4686, I heard you shared fate with my disciple. You'll have to work harder, for your honored master's cultivation is higher than the heavens. Yang Kai pointed at the sky with a smile. Shen Xing pursed his lips with disdain, thinking that Yang Kai could only fool an inexperienced girl like her. All of a sudden, Yang Kai turned to look at him. "I heard that you shared fate with my disciple." Shen Xing's face instantly started flushing as he repeatedly said he wouldn't dare to. However, in his mind, he thought that this ancestor from 7 Stars sect was quite small-minded as the retaliation had come earlier than he had expected. He was an Emperor Realm Master from Southern Star Palace after all, and he had to uphold his reputation. If he was humiliated in public, how was he going to show his face in public in the future? While he was furious, Yang Kai was heard saying, "Young girl, go ask why that senior is interested in taking you on as a disciple. I need all the details, otherwise, people who have no idea what has happened will think that I oppressed him today." Although Zhao Ye was determined to cultivate hard and make her honored master have a taste of becoming a worker, she was still pretty obedient. She then got up and ambled towards the stand. Upon reaching Shen Xing, she saluted him respectfully and said in a clear voice, "Greetings, senior. My honored master has asked me to." Shen Xing hurriedly raised his hand. "Speak no further. Your honored master might have misheard me. I didn't say I wanted to take you on as a disciple. Rather, I just thought that there was a treasure in my collection that would perfectly suit you." Upon finishing his words, he fished out something that looked like a bracelet and passed it to her with a smile. "Here you go. This old master obtained it a long time ago and has always treasured it. Since it suits you, I'll give it to you. Just see it as a gift for having found a good master." The elders of 7 Stars sect and the representatives of the great forces on the stand gasped while staring at the ancient-looking bracelet. That bracelet was apparently a defensive emperor artifact. Although they had no idea how powerful it was definitely expensive as it was an emperor artifact. They couldn't believe that Xin Xing was willing to give it to the young girl just like that. Instead of directly taking it though, Zhao Ye turned to gaze inquisitively at Yang Kai, who placed his hands behind his back and looked up as though there was something interesting in the sky. Understanding what his gesture meant, Zhao Ye saluted elegantly, "Many thanks, senior." She then took the bracelet with both hands and wrapped it around her wrist. The bracelet, which was much larger than her wrist, suddenly radiated a gentle glow and shrunk until it perfectly fit her. The sight amazed Zhao Ye. With a smile, Xin Xing stroked his beard gently. "It does indeed suit you." His back was drenched in sweat, though, as he thought that he had reacted pretty quickly, otherwise, it would have turned out to be embarrassing for him. Zhao Ye looked at the new bracelet from different angles with joy. She was a young child who came from a poor family, so she knew nothing about accessories. With that said, young girls like her were naturally fond of such things. At that moment, she found Xin Xing to be amicable and generous, so she flashed a sweet smile at him. The sect master of Golden Spring Sect suddenly spoke up with a smile. "Since Senior Shen has given you a gift, it would be discourteous for me to not do so too. Here, this trinket is not as valuable as Senior Shen's gift, but I hope you'll like it." Following that, he took out a petite hairpin with a true-to-life red dragonfly that was made from jade on it. This was obviously another defensive artifact. Although it was inferior to the bracelet as it was only Dao Source grade, it was actually the most expensive thing the sect master of Golden Spring Sect possessed. "Is it for me?" Zhao Ye was astounded. The sect master of Golden Spring Sect nodded with a smile. "There's really no need." Zhao Ye appeared bashful and hesitant, but despite her words, she swiftly took the hairpin and put it on her head. Since the sect master of Golden Spring Sect had also given her a gift, the representatives of the other sects naturally didn't have the nerve to not offer something. Moreover, this was a great chance to strike up a relationship with the ancestor of Seven Stars Sect. Hence, all of them fished out the most expensive items in their collections and gifted them to the little girl. Other than the representatives of other sects, the elders of Seven Stars Sect also did the same. She was a disciple of their own sect after all. Since outsiders had been so generous, they couldn't just watch the show and do nothing. Therefore, Shang Guanji took the initiative to pass a gift to her, and the other elders and protectors did the same. In the blink of an eye, Zhao Ye was covered in gifts. The items that had been wrapped around her head, body, and hands were all valuable and rare. Seeing that, Shang Guanji quickly gave her a space ring to store those gifts. Meanwhile, the onlookers were dumbfounded, thinking that the young girl named Zhao Ye would be a rising star from that day onward. She had already received so many gifts when she had just been taken on as a disciple. How successful would she be when she became powerful enough one day? "Do you see that? That's the difference between you two," Yang Kai said in a small voice. Zhao Yibai, who was standing beside him, looked smilingly at Zhao Ye and nodded. "You and she are from different worlds. If she's like a phoenix in the sky, you're no different from a loach in the mud. She is still young now. However, when her mind is broadened as she grows up, she'll forget who you are. She'll only remember once in a century that she had a playmate named Zhao Yibai in the past." Yang Kai continued destroying his confidence. Zhao Yibai scratched his head for a moment before refuting, "I'll be glad as long as Xiao Ye is fine. Moreover, she'll never forget about me." Yang Kai stared intently at him, then said, "I hope you'll still think so when you grow up." The disciple recruitment of Seven Stars Sect ended on a positive note. The news that 2 disciples with a rank aptitude had emerged during the recruitment spread quickly. One of them was revealed to have A aptitude while the other achieved a result of A+ aptitude. The latter was truly a prodigy. Moreover, it was said that an ancestor with inscrutable cultivation had appeared out of nowhere in Seven Stars Sect, and he had taken on the young girl with A+ aptitude to be his disciple. Rumor had it that Xin Xing, who was there to watch the show, didn't dare to be impolite in front of this new ancestor and had even suffered a small setback at his hands. Shen Xing was a second-order Emperor Realm Master from Southern Star Palace, and since he had suffered a setback, it went to show that the ancestor was truly formidable. That was the reason Seven Stars sect instantly became a household name. There were 1,008 steps on the stairs that led to Azure Jade Peak. Two young children helped each other out and exchanged words of encouragement as they plodded up the steps. Just then, a gale gusted through them as they staggered and almost fell down the cliff. They hurriedly crouched down and hugged each other, shivering like quails in winter. When they finally reached the summit of Azure Jade Peak, they were exhausted as they lay on the ground and panted heavily. Yang Kai appeared and stood in front of them the next moment, looking down as he shook his head. "You're too slow." In a lethargic manner, Zhao Ye shot him a glare. Initially, she stopped loathing her honored master after she received a lot of gifts. Certainly, she knew that it was thanks to her honored master that those people were willing to give her so many valuable treasures. However, at this moment, she became resentful of him again, for she realized that her honored master was truly cold-blooded. Right then, Yang Kai extended his hand, whereupon the rings, the hairpins, and the bracelets flew away from the young girl and fell into his hands. Zhao Ye was startled for a moment, then jumped up like a cat that got its tail trampled on by someone. Pouncing at Yang Kai, she clawed at him and snapped, "Those are my things. Give them back." Yang Kai explained, "It will only do you more harm than good to depend on external aids when you're cultivating. These things are no different from a burden on your shoulders. I'll keep them for you for now. You can have them back when you're able to use them." Zhao Ye wrapped her hands around Yang Kai's arm and clung on with an aggrieved expression, gnashing her teeth in frustration. She felt that this man was more like an evil bandit than her master. Zhao Yi Bai persuaded her by saying, "Xiao Ye, he's a senior expert, you should listen to him." Yang Kai shot him a glance and sneered, "Stop flattering this king. It's useless." Arg! Zhao Ye directly bit the man's arm, but while Yang Kai remained unperturbed, Zhao Ye felt her teeth almost falling off as her eyes were drenched in tears. "It's very late now, so you should probably get some rest. I'll teach you how to cultivate tomorrow." Yang Kai flung the young girl off and disappeared. While sitting on the ground, the young children exchanged glances and fell silent. A moment later, Zhao Ye sniffled and said, "Big brother Yi Bai, I miss Auntie Lu, Grandma, and Uncle Yang." While helping to massage her legs, Zhao Yi Bai said, "I miss them too." He then looked up at the sky. "I suppose Uncle Yang has returned to the town to inform Mother and Grandma by now. They must be having sweet rice dumplings now." At the mention of food, their stomachs started growling. It was only then they recalled that they hadn't had anything to eat or drink since the disciple recruitment commenced this morning. "Let's look for some food." Zhao Yi Bai helped her put on her shoes and pulled her up. Then, they shuffled towards a cluster of palaces. 1 hour later, they lethargically pressed their backs against a column in the grand hall as their stomachs growled. There wasn't any food at all in this place, not even a drop of water. "Bad guy!" Zhao Ye roared in the spacious grand hall. Right then, Yang Kai appeared out of thin air, which scared the kids out of their wits. Zhao Yi Bai got up with difficulty and respectfully saluted him. "Xiao Ye and I haven't had any food for a long time, senior. Is there anything to eat here?" Yang Kai gave him a dismissive look and said cold-heartedly, "No." "Do you want to starve us to death?" Zhao Ye glowered at the man. "In that case, why did you even take me on as your disciple?" Yang Kai replied dispassionately, "A bad guy will definitely not give you food, but your master might not want to see you starve to death." Zhao Yi Bai became startled for a moment, then secretly pulled Zhao Ye's clothes. It was then that Zhao Ye came to her senses. While hanging her head low, she balled up her fists and muttered reluctantly, "I'm hungry and thirsty, master." Yang Kai nodded, "Wait a moment." Upon finishing his words, he vanished into thin air. Following a gulp, Zhao Yi Bai looked around randomly and asked with difficulty, "Xiao Ye, could your master be a ghost?" With her face turning pale, Zhaoya stuck close to the young boy. "Stop frightening me, big brother Yi Bai." Martial Peak, Chapter 4687. The disciple has come of age. Barely a moment later, Yang Kai returned with a bowl of rice and passed it to Zhaoya. After taking it, Zhaoya looked up at him. "There's only one. Is it not enough?" Yang Kai frowned. "Big brother Yi Bai has to have some food as well." Zhao Yi Bai hurriedly shook his head. "It's fine. I'm not hungry." Zhaoya looked pitifully at Yang Kai. "Could you give me one more bowl of rice, master?" "No." Upon finishing his words, Yang Kai left the place. What a stingy man. Zhaoya was furious, for not only was her master cold-blooded, but he was also stingy. With that said, they finally had some food to eat. At this moment, she was resentful of her master. If she had known this was what would happen, she wouldn't have agreed to become his disciple. It was ridiculous that an adult oppressed two young kids. After a moment of persuading each other to have the food first, the young kids then wolfed down the rice with pleasure. Although they were still hungry after finishing the rice, they had regained some strength at the very least. There were 4 seasons in the Void Continent and years slowly went by. Since Zhaoya had an exceptional A+ aptitude, the elders of 7 Stars sect initially had high hopes for her. They believed that given her aptitude, her cultivation journey would be smooth sailing, as it would probably only take her a few years before she made it to the Emperor realm. However, 10 years had passed, and she had only managed to make it to the true element boundary. From the bottom to the top, the martial Tao was divided into tempered body, initial element, Qi transformation, separation and reunion, true element, immortal ascension, transcendent, saint, saint king, origin returning, origin king, Tao source, and emperor realm. There were 13 great realms in total. Although it was considered swift that Zhaoya had reached the true element boundary in 10 years, she didn't live up to her A+ aptitude. It had to be noted that Miao Fei Ping, who joined 7 Stars sect at around the same time, was now in the Transcendent realm, which was 2 great realms ahead of Zhaoya. When the news was spread, others thought that the ancestor from 7 Stars sect who lived on Azure Jade Peak was not a good teacher. Although he was powerful, he didn't know how to nurture his disciple. There was not a lack of such people in this world. While they were adept at cultivating, they didn't know how to teach. Those people felt sorry for Zhaoya because her aptitude had been wasted after she became the disciple of the wrong master. As for the worker Zhao Yi Bai, who settled down on Azure Jade Peak alongside Zhaoya, he was forgotten by most people. Only the disciples of 7 Stars sect could see him getting swamped with work every day. 10 years had passed, and the young kids, who were 8 years old in the past, were now young people who turned 18 recently. After working as a worker for 10 years, Zhao Yi Bai had become a rugged young man whose eyes were bright. At the bottom of Azure Jade Peak, Zhao Yi Bai arrived at a river with 2 big buckets and filled them up. Before he could leave, though, he saw a group of people striding towards him. These people were all disciples from 7 Stars sect. One of them was a fine-looking young man who was surrounded by a group of people, as though he was the moon while the others were stars. He was older than Zhao Yi Bai by a few years, and the folding fan in his hand added an aloof, noble air to him as he sauntered over. When Zhao Yi Bai heard the noises and looked up, his face stiffened involuntarily. The group of people reached Zhao Yi Bai and surrounded him. The handsome young man leading the group closed his folding fan and stuck it in the back of his hair before staring calmly at Zhao Yi Bai and asking, "Did you pass junior sister yet, the thing I told you to 2 days ago?" Zhao Yi Bai scratched his head. "I did." The young man arched his brow. "Did you personally give it to her?" Zhao Yi Bai nodded. The agitated young man asked, "What did she say?" Zhao Yi Bai replied, "Nothing." The young man was stunned, then went on asking, "Did she read it?" "Do you want to know the truth?" Zhao Yi Bai asked cautiously. The young man glared at him. "Of course I want to know the truth." In a straightforward manner, Zhao Yi Bai replied, "She didn't read it. Instead, she tore it apart and told me to ignore you next time." The young man's hopeful expression instantly turned dejected. His face had even turned pale as though he was badly injured. "Senior brother Lu," Zhao Yibai called out, "I have to get these buckets of water back to Azure Jade Peak. I'll take my leave now." The young man surnamed Lu came to his senses and said through clenched teeth, "You must have bad-mouthed me in front of junior sister Ya. Otherwise, why would she tear the letter apart without even taking a look at it?" When he came across Zhao Ye the last time, she flashed a smile at him. If she wasn't interested in him, why would she put on such a sweet smile? Zhao Yibai quickly waved his hands. "I didn't. In fact, I didn't say anything else as I just told her that this was given to her by you, senior brother Lu. She told me that she had no idea who you were though and—" "How dare you still lie to me?" Senior brother Lu barked while waving his hand. "Beat him up." As swift as lightning, Zhao Yibai crouched down and curled up his figure while protecting his head with his hands, not the face. His movements were so smooth that it was apparent he had done this many, many times before. With each passing day, Zhao Ye grew more beautiful and alluring. As a result, all the male disciples in the sect who had a chance to meet her were stunned by her beauty. Unfortunately, she led a reclusive life on Azure Jade Peak, and she wouldn't come down the mountain unless it was absolutely necessary, which made it impossible for these fellow brothers to have a glance at her beauty. As such, Zhao Yibai, who had to go up and down the mountain every day, became their messenger. In fact, Zhao Yibai had passed a lot of love letters to Zhao Ye over the years, but she would always tear them apart. Initially, those fellow brothers were wary of the ancestor who resided on Azure Jade Peak, so they didn't dare to touch Zhao Yibai. After all, this brat was a worker from Azure Jade Peak, so they had to be respectful of his owner. However, they soon realized that the ancestor really wouldn't care about Zhao Yibai's life or death, so they began acting more unscrupulously. As a result, Zhao Yibai had suffered a lot over the years. Fortunately, the attackers knew their boundaries as they wouldn't deal a heavy blow to him. Knowing that he was just a mortal who had never cultivated before, they only used a bit of brute force instead of their cultivation. A series of fists and feet landed on Zhao Yibai as the dust rose in the air, and he was soon covered in bruises. "What's going on here?" A person was heard bellowing all of a sudden. The next instant, a burly young man dashed out of the nearby forest and landed with a violent force which crashed into the male disciples around Zhao Yibai and dispersed them. Some of the weaker ones even fell to the ground. Senior brother Lu widened his eyes and exclaimed, "Miao Fei Ping." The newcomer was none other than Miao Fei Ping, who also came from Seven Stars Town and joined Seven Stars sect alongside Zhao Ye. Now, he was already a transcendent realm master, whose cultivation was far ahead of the others in the same age range. The elders of the sect had high hopes for him and granted him near unlimited resources. Even many senior brothers who were much older were weaker than him. Miao Fei Ping picked up Zhao Yibai and examined him before asking, "Are you all right?" Zhao Yibai put on a grin, "I'm fine. These fellow brothers were just helping me work out a cramp." Miao Fei Ping scoffed, "Since when does working out a cramp lead to being covered in bruises? How are you still in the mood to laugh?" "Am I supposed to cry, then?" Zhao Yibai pursed his lips. Miao Fei Ping snorted, then turned to look at senior brother Lu. "You're a glorious disciple of Seven Stars sect, aren't you? Do you feel proud oppressing a mortal who has never cultivated before with so many people?" Senior brother Lu and the others wouldn't dare to say anything. Their cultivation was lower than that of Miao Fei Ping, and they were also less important than him, who was a favorite disciple among the elders in the sect, so they wouldn't dare to talk back. If he was offended, they would be beaten up without the chance of getting their revenge as their masters wouldn't stand up for them. Wastes who oppress the weak but fear the strong. I won't dirty my hands by beating you all up. Although I won't deal with you all, there's someone who definitely will. Upon hearing that, senior brother Lu appeared elated instead of feeling frightened. An annoyed Miao Fei Ping waved his hand impatiently, "Scram, scram." And so the crowd dispersed in a hurry. After they were gone, Miao Fei Ping turned to look at Zhao Yibai and rubbed his forehead. "Where should I even begin? I told you not to become a worker on Azure Jade Peak, but you wouldn't listen to me. Is it fun to get beaten up every few days? Zhao Yibai just sported a silly smile. Take it. Miao Fei Ping tossed a porcelain bottle at him. Apply it on your bruises. It can help heal them. Zhao Yibai didn't turn him down as he took the porcelain bottle and started using its content. Miao Fei Ping let out a sigh. We were still just kids back then. In order to let little sister Ye become a disciple of the ancestor, you requested to be a worker on Azure Jade Peak. Many years have passed, and Xiaoya is now in the true element boundary. Her future will only become brighter, so how much longer can you protect her? 100 years from now, Xiaoya will remain the same while you'll have become an old man. Do you want her to face an old man every day and cry her eyes out? Zhao Yibai fell silent. Miao Fei Ping patted the other man's shoulder. Short-term pain is better than long-term suffering. Just sleep on it. Zhao Yibai replied in a small voice. I returned to 7 Stars Town some time ago and met Auntie Lu and Grandma Zhou, Miao Fei Ping went on to say. Zhao Yibai looked up. How are my mother and grandma? Miao Fei Ping replied with an odd smile. Don't worry, they're fine. What's strange is that grandma is getting younger instead of older as the wrinkles on her face have been reduced. Your mother has not gotten younger, but she hasn't changed one bit. I couldn't believe my eyes when I saw them. They have never cultivated before, so how do they keep their faces young? What about Uncle Yang? Zhao Yibai inquired. Miao Fei Ping replied, Your Uncle Yang left 2 years ago. Before he left, he told your mother to inform you that you must take care of yourself in 7 Stars sect. You can always return home if you're unhappy. Uncle Yang is gone? The light in Zhao Yibai's eyes dimmed significantly. He never had a real father before, but Uncle Yang was just like one to him. When he was a young boy, he always hoped that his Uncle Yang would get together with his mother so that he could call him father. However, whenever he voiced such thoughts, he would get a beating from his mother. He had heard from Grandma Zhou that Uncle Yang had several wives, so it wasn't appropriate for him to wander around in the outside world for a long time. He would have to go back sooner or later. Your Uncle Yang also said that he would visit you and Xiaoya again one day, Miao Fei Ping added. It was then Zhao Yibai put on a smile. Got it. You should go back now, Miao Fei Ping waved his hand. I'll take my leave then, Zhao Yibai said and picked up the buckets filled with water before dashing towards the peak. The corners of Miao Fei Ping's brow twitched, thinking that even though this brat had never cultivated before, his strength was unusual. After all, an ordinary mortal wouldn't be able to carry 2 giant buckets of water and sprint up a mountain like a rabbit. Martial Peak, Chapter 4688, Punishment. Zhao Yibai had no idea what was going on with him. As he grew older, he became increasingly stronger. He didn't feel one bit of pressure at all when holding 2 buckets filled with water. He had secretly tried it on a boulder, which weighed about 1,000 kilograms, and it was easily lifted by him using only one hand. Therefore, he had no idea where his true limits were. He didn't hide this fact from Xiaoya. Since they had grown up together, there were no secrets between them. According to Xiaoya, there were always talented people in the world who were born with abilities that others couldn't possess. Some people even had great innate strength for no apparent reason. Zhao Yibai believed that he was one such person. Moreover, since he settled down on the peak 10 years ago, he had never fallen sick. Although he would always be beaten, he just supposed he had really thick skin and strong flesh. Any bruises or cuts he got would all disappear after a night's sleep. Because of that, Xiaoya excitedly looked for her master and told him that Zhao Yibai had an unusual physique. She pleaded with her master to examine Zhao Yibai's aptitude so that the latter could also become his disciple too. Unfortunately, after an examination, her master still said that Zhao Yibai's aptitude was ordinary and he didn't have the intention of taking him on as a disciple. It had been 10 years since Xiaoya started cultivating, so she was no longer a young girl who knew nothing. Knowing fully well that her master was exceptionally powerful and knowledgeable, she felt dejected over his judgment. She had secretly taught Zhao Yibai the secret arts and secret techniques that her master had imparted to her so that he could cultivate with her, thinking the result of his aptitude would only be clear after he started cultivating. What made her furious was that the obstinate Zhao Yibai never tried to cultivate. He said that he couldn't cultivate without the senior's permission. This made Zhao Ye infuriated. The young man dashed up the steps of Azure Jade Peak. While he held 2 huge buckets full of water, they didn't slow him down in the slightest. Instead, he only became faster as his hands were extremely steady. Not even a drop of water spilled out of the buckets. As his speed increased, layers of ripples were formed in the void around Zhao Yibai. However, the young man was not aware of these changes. He just loved to run like this, like a fish swimming in the ocean. It felt as though he was about to merge with the world. These 1008 steps took the young children a whole day to climb as blisters formed on their soles in the past. Nevertheless, Zhao Yibai could now easily reach the top in less than an hour. When he reached the summit of Azure Jade Peak, he saw a beautiful young woman standing there waiting for him. The young woman's beauty was like a breath of fresh air, so it was no wonder that the fellow brothers from 7 Stars sect could never forget about her the moment they laid their eyes on her and did everything they could to pass love letters to her. Big brother Yibai, Zhao Ye put on a sweet smile. Zhao Yibai stopped in his tracks. While staring at the young woman in front of him, he fell into a dazed state as he recalled what Miao Fei Ping had said to him. Zhao Ye tilted her head. "What's wrong?" "Nothing." Zhao Yibai shook his head. "Have you done your homework? Why are you waiting for me here?" Zhao Ye extended her hands in an attempt to take the buckets, but Zhao Yibai stepped aside to dodge them. "There's no need for that. This is my duty. Senior will chide you if he sees you helping." She pursed her lips and complained, "Master is too strict, always saying I can't do this and that. It's so annoying." Zhao Yibai replied with a smile, "Senior is doing it for your own good." Zhao Ye slightly lifted her nose as she caught a whiff of something. As she sniffled, she looked doubtfully at Zhao Yibai. Before she could close in, Zhao Yibai ran off in an awkward manner as he shouted, "You should get some rest, Zhao Ye. I'll call you when the meal is ready." "All right," Zhao Ye replied as she looked smilingly at his disappearing back. When his figure was out of sight, the smile on Zhao Ye's face faded as her clear eyes burned with fury. That was because she caught a whiff of medicinal fragrance from Zhao Yibai. She then turned around and took a step forward. A few steps later, she was already at the bottom of the mountain. As usual, she arrived at the river. Presently, Miao Fei Ping was seated on a boulder as he was chewing on a stalk of grass he had picked up from somewhere. Upon hearing the rustling, he turned around and put on a helpless smile. "You came sooner than I expected." Zhao Ye asked, "Who was it?" Her voice sounded so cold that it could almost freeze the river. Miao Fei Ping let out a sigh. "This happens every time. Aren't you aware of the reason they do this? Those guys that you beat up were all happy being punched. They oppressed Zhao Yibai because they wanted you to stand up for him so that they could see you. They were still pleased even though they were beaten black and blue." Zhao Ye said through clenched teeth, "I was too gentle back then." Miao Fei Ping suddenly had a bad feeling. "What are you trying to do this time?" "It has nothing to do with you. Just tell me who they are." Miao Fei Ping shook his head. "You can't defeat that guy this time. You're now only in the true element boundary 3rd stage while he's in the 9th stage. He's just 1 step away from making it to the Immortal Ascension boundary, so how are you supposed to be a match for him?" "True element boundary 9th stage?" Zhao Ye muttered under her breath. All of a sudden, she closed her eyes as her aura rose rapidly. Miao Fei Ping was surprised as he had no idea what she was doing. However, his jaw suddenly dropped in disbelief. He wasn't even aware that the grass he had been chewing on had fallen. That was because he could feel that Zhao Ye's aura, which was stuck in the true element boundary 3rd stage, suddenly began rising and wasn't showing any signs of stopping. When it finally reached the peak, Zhao Ye suddenly achieved a breakthrough as a pressure wave spread out from her body. She was now in the true element boundary 4th stage. That wasn't the end yet. Just a moment later, she made it to the 5th stage and then the 6th stage. It only took her a short while to break through 3 minor realms. At the sight of this, Miao Fei-ping was flabbergasted as he thought that this was probably the power of a person with A+ aptitude. Achieving a breakthrough was as easy as eating food or drinking water to her. He also had rank A aptitude, and his cultivation increased rapidly over the years, with his progress being far greater than that of his fellow brothers. However, he realized he still wasn't comparable to Xiaoya at all after witnessing what she had just done. It was the first time he discovered that one could achieve a breakthrough like this. Although the true element boundary 6th stage was still 3 minor realms below the 9th stage, the gap had been significantly shortened. The corners of Miao Fei-ping's face twitched as it was the first time he felt inferior to anyone. Seeing that Xiaoya was burning with murderous intent, he stopped stalling and gave her a list of names. Xiaoya extended her hand and summoned a silver spear before turning to leave. Miao Fei-ping felt his heart pounding against his chest as he had a feeling that something serious was about to happen. He thus hurriedly contacted his honored master, Guan Qianxing. Less than an hour later, the incident of an attempted murder sent a shock wave across 7 Stars sect. For some reason, a disciple named Lu Yi got into a conflict with Azure Jade Peak's Xiaoya. They engaged in an intense battle, but surprisingly, Lu Yi, who was 3 minor realms above the other party, was powerless to fight back the whole time. If Elder Guan Qianxing hadn't managed to intervene in time, Lu Yi would have lost his life on the spot. Despite that, Lu Yi was so severely wounded that it would take him 3 to 5 months to recuperate. The battle stunned everyone in 7 Stars sect. There were naturally some fights between the disciples in the same sect over the years, and sometimes disciples were injured, but no one would attempt to kill their fellow brothers or sisters. However, Xiaoya did just that this time. According to the onlookers, every move Xiaoya made was filled with murderous intent, as she seemed determined to end Lu Yi's life. Xiaoya's identity was also unusual, as she was the only disciple of the ancestor who resided on Azure Jade Peak. Although Xiaoya's progress had disappointed the elders of 7 Stars sect, her identity and status would not change just because of that. If any other disciple had done such a thing, he or she would have been kicked out of the sect, or worse, their cultivation would be crippled. Nevertheless, no one would dare to do that to Xiaoya. What's more, it was a battle between a true element boundary 6th stage disciple and one in the 9th stage. However, Lu Yi, the supposedly stronger one, was completely powerless to defend himself. It was rare that a weaker cultivator could defeat a stronger one, so it was hard to understand why there was such a huge gap between these two's powers when they fought. Lu Yi was brought back by his honored master while the elders of 7 Stars sect came together in the middle of the night to look into the matter and come up with a plan to clean up the mess. On the other hand, Xiaoya stealthily returned to Azure Jade Peak, but as soon as she reached the peak, she saw her honored master standing there, looking impassively at her. Xiaoya stiffened as she hung her head low and bashfully walked up to Yang Kai. While looking down at her feet, she called out, "Master." When she was younger, she swore that she would cultivate hard so that she could defeat her master one day and make him have a taste of becoming a worker. However, after spending over 10 years with him, she no longer had such impudent and aggressive thoughts. Her master had treated her very well, and she regarded him to be a teacher as well as a father figure. "You broke through 3 stages?" Yang Kai asked calmly. Xiaoya nodded cautiously. Upon hearing the reply, Yang Kai sighed. "Given your strength, you could have easily dealt with a true element boundary 9th stage boy even though you were only in the 3rd stage. You didn't need to achieve a breakthrough." Xiaoya pursed her lips. "I didn't expect him to be so weak." Yang Kai said, "It's not that he's weak, but that you're strong." Xiaoya looked up and flashed a bright smile at him. "It's all thanks to honored master's guidance over the years." Just then, Yang Kai turned his head and shouted, "Zhao Yibai." "I'm here." Zhao Yibai, who had been hiding somewhere to watch them, ran towards Yang Kai. "What do you need me to do, senior?" Yang Kai extended his hand and grabbed the huge tank full of water from the kitchen before placing it on Zhao Yibai's head. A stunned Zhao Yibai wouldn't dare to move away as he quickly raised his hands to prop up the water tank. Fortunately, he had unusual strength, so it wasn't a difficult task. The average person would have been pressed into a patty by the weight of the water tank. Since Zhaoye broke through 3 minor realms today, you'll stand right here for 3 days. If 1 drop of water is spilled, you will immediately leave the mountain. Instead of feeling resentful, Zhao Yibai was relieved and replied solemnly, "Don't worry, senior. I'll not let a single drop of water spill." Although others didn't know why Zhaoye, who had A+ aptitude, had progressed so slowly, he was fully aware of it. Zhaoye had told him that Yang Kai had deliberately suppressed her cultivation. Otherwise, given her peerless aptitude, she would have made it to the Saint Realm already. Martial Peak, Chapter 4689, A Wild Horse and a Rein. Why do you always do this, master? It's me who makes mistakes, but you always punish Big Brother Yibai instead. Zhaoye roared. It was only at times like these that she would talk back. She was normally obedient to Yang Kai. The same thing had happened over and over again since they moved into Azure Jade Peak. Every time she made a mistake, it would be Zhao Yibai who got punished. Initially, he wasn't allowed to have food and sleep, or he would be asked to bring 100 buckets of water back from the bottom of the mountain. Now, he would be required to prop up a heavy object for several days. Although Zhao Yibai was strong, he had never cultivated before. He might not be able to persevere holding up a tank full of water without sleep for 3 days straight, not to mention that not even a single drop of water was allowed to spill over. Since you're aware of it, don't make mistakes. Yang Kai looked dispassionately at her. I'm not convinced, Zhaoye said aggrievedly. I don't care. Zhaoye's chest heaved for a moment before she walked up to Zhao Yibai and stood beside him. She then fell on her knees and said angrily, I'll also get punished then. Without saying a word, Yang Kai turned around and left. He always believed that only by punishing the person Zhaoye treasured the most would she learn her lessons. Although she appeared to be obedient, she was born with a hint of ruthlessness. It might have something to do with the fact that she was abandoned by her parents when she was a toddler. Since she was a young child, the person she cared most for was Zhao Yibai. Even her master, who had nurtured her for 10 years, was not comparable to Zhao Yibai. This time, her murderous intent had been ignited because she wanted to get revenge for Zhao Yibai. That was the reason she got into an intense battle with Lu Yi. If Guan Qianxing hadn't stopped her in time, Lu Yi would have been killed. Zhaoye was destined to be a wild horse while Zhao Yibai was the rein that had been wrapped around her. When Yang Kai picked Zhaoye up from that mountain and dropped her off in front of Yu Lu's door, he hadn't expected her to have such heaven-defying aptitude. In the middle of the night, the growling of a stomach was particularly loud. Zhaoye, who was kneeling beside Zhao Yibai, landed a slap on her forehead and got to her feet. Wait a bit, Big Brother Yibai. I'll get some food for you from the kitchen. I don't think it's appropriate. Zhao Yibai looked in the direction Yang Kai had left. I'm still being punished. Zhaoye snorted. Master told you to stay here for 3 days and make sure that no water would spill. He didn't say you can't eat or drink. You have never cultivated before, so how could you not have any food or water for 3 days? Upon finishing her words, she dashed towards the kitchen. Fortunately, Zhao Yibai had already prepared a meal beforehand. After filling a pot with rice and gathering some other dishes, Zhaoye stood beside Zhao Yibai and fed him with a spoon. If the fellow brothers from 7 Stars sect saw this, they would probably pound their fists against their chests and roar in frustration and dejection. Meanwhile, the young man and young woman exchanged glances with a smile as no words were needed at this moment. When some rice stuck to the side of Zhao Yibai's mouth, Zhaoye would pinch it and stuff it into his mouth. Just then, a series of footsteps were heard coming from behind. Zhaoye turned her head and saw that with Shang Guanji leading the way, the elders of 7 Stars sect had all arrived at Azure Jade Peak. When she saw a particular elderly man, she couldn't help but snort. Guan Qianxing scratched his nose and put on a helpless smile, thinking that he had supposedly never offended her in any way. He just saved Lu Yi from getting killed by her, but here she was giving him a look of anger. Things would have become really complicated if she had killed Lu Yi. However, from the looks of it, Zhao Ya and Zhao Yibai were being punished. The group of people quickly looked away as though they had never seen them before. They then moved past them in a hurry. They wouldn't dare to talk to her, for they would be the ones who would be embarrassed if Zhao Ye became furious. Upon arriving at a spot in front of the main hall, Shang Guanji bent his back and said, "Greetings, ancestor. Shang Guanji has come with the other elders to visit you." Yang Kai's voice was heard coming from the main hall. "I know what has happened. Regardless of who is in the wrong, all of you should discipline your disciples appropriately. If anyone dares to offend the people from Azure Jade Peak again, I'll personally deal with him regardless of who he is." Shang Guanji wouldn't dare to object to it as he bent his back again. "Yes, ancestor." They left this place as quickly as when they came while feeling relieved. Although it was Lu Yi who suffered a setback as Zhao Ye harmed her fellow brother, they were worried that the ancestor would be infuriated. It was fortunate that the ancestor only gave them a slight warning. "Although Senior is a little eccentric, he'll still protect you no matter what happens," Zhao Yibai said in a muffled voice while having his food. Zhao Ye fell silent. "You should apologize to him at a later time, and don't always talk back to him because of me. You're his only disciple, so he'll feel sad if you talk back." "All right, I got it." Zhao Ye nodded repeatedly as she wiped the corners of Zhao Yibai's mouth with her sleeve. "I'll get you some more rice." While Zhao Yibai had great strength, he also had a huge appetite. Fortunately, there wasn't a lack of food on Azure Jade Peak. If they were still in Seven Stars Town, their family would have become broke by now. Upon making sure that Zhao Yibai was full, Zhao Ye also had a little food and knelt beside him again to keep him company. As Zhao Yibai gazed at the young woman beside him, he couldn't help but recall what Miao Fei Ping had said to him in the morning. Those words were like a hammer that repeatedly struck his mind. 100 years later, he, who had never cultivated before, would become old and frail while Zhao Ye would remain young and beautiful. What should he do by then? It was said that the more powerful a cultivator was, the longer they could live. He could already envision the sight after 100 years of Zhao Ye crying her heart out in front of his grave. He couldn't help but let his thoughts and fears run wild. A long time later, Zhao Ye, who had been leaning against Zhao Yibai's leg, realized that something was off. When she looked up, she saw that his figure was slightly shaking and his physique seemed to have expanded a little. There was also a suppressed roar coming from his throat. Zhao Ye could faintly feel that there was something in this world that was streaming into Zhao Yibai's body, but regardless of how hard she tried, she was unable to figure out what it was. Layers of ripples started spreading from the place they stood, and as Zhao Ye widened her eyes, Zhao Yibai, who was supposed to be just beside her, seemed to be getting further and further away from her. Before she could say or do anything, Zhao Yibai suddenly vanished into thin air. The water tank that had been propped up on his head abruptly fell. Zhao Ye screamed and clenched the water tank with both hands before gently putting it down on the ground. Following that, she anxiously called out, "Big Brother Yibai! Big Brother Yibai! Where are you?" Right then, she felt a breeze whisking through her. She turned her head, then said in a frightened tone, "Big Brother Yibai disappeared, Master." She was on the brink of breaking into tears. Over the years, she and Zhao Yibai had always relied on one another, and they had never separated before. However, on this night, Zhao Yibai abruptly vanished right in front of her. Meanwhile, Yang Kai sported a solemn expression. Although he was already aware that Zhao Yibai had the potential to inherit his legacy when the latter was still in his mother's womb, he hadn't expected Zhao Yibai to be so compatible with the Tao of space. Over the years, he had deliberately suppressed Zhao Yibai's development by not teaching him how to cultivate. He had even turned a blind eye when the disciples at the bottom of the mountain oppressed him. The main reason was that he wanted to find out his true temperament. If Zhao Yibai turned out to be wicked and vengeful, Yang Kai wouldn't teach him the Tao of space regardless of how talented he was in it. Fortunately, Zhao Yibai had a good mother who always taught him to count his blessings and be kind to others. Regardless of what adversities he faced, he could always remain calm, collected, and positive. Over the past 10 years, Yang Kai had spent a lot of energy secretly improving his physique, which was the reason Zhao Yibai was so physically strong. While Zhao Yibai's foundation was solid now, Yang Kai's tests were about to end as well. However, Yang Kai had never expected such an incident to happen on this night. It wasn't certain what that brat was thinking about, but he had accidentally triggered the space Dao essence in Yang Kai's small universe, which was why he was abruptly drawn into the void crack. This void crack was sandwiched between Yang Kai's small universe and the outside world, so even he didn't have full control over it. Master, please save Big Brother Yibai. I'll always be obedient to you from now on. Please save Big Brother Yibai. Zhao Ye stared at Yang Kai with teary eyes. She always believed that there was nothing in the world that her master couldn't do, so Zhao Yibai would definitely be safe if he took action. Stop yelling. Yang Kai chided her while he darted his gaze around the void. The light in his eyes flickered as he was able to see things that others couldn't. His gaze seemed to have penetrated space and peered into the void crack that was nothing but chaos. A moment later, he suddenly took a step forward and extended his hand into the void. When he retracted his hand, he pulled Zhao Yibai back from the void crack. Big Brother Yibai. Zhao Ye's face was already covered in tears and she directly pounced on him and pressed him against the ground before tightly wrapping her arms around his neck. It was as though she was worried that she would lose him forever if she released him. On the other hand, Zhao Yibai appeared dumbfounded. Up until this moment, he still had no idea what had happened. Just now, his mind seemed to have gone blank. Following a moment of discomfort, he fell into a desolate and empty place before appearing back on Azure Jade Peak. In truth, it all just felt like a dream. What just happened? Zhao Yibai asked in shock. The alluring woman in his arms made him feel anxious. It wasn't until this moment that he realized just how much Zhao Ye had grown as a woman. Meanwhile, Yang Kai was staring coldly at them. With his face blushing, Zhao Yibai patted the woman's back. I'm fine, Xiao Ye. Get up now. They were indeed in an indecent posture, and Yang Kai was watching them. After they got to their feet, Zhao Ye was still sobbing as she looked fixedly at Zhao Yibai. She was still reeling from the shock because just now, she truly had a feeling that Zhao Yibai would leave her forever. So, what happened just now? Zhao Yibai asked in a small voice. In a choking voice, Zhao Ye intermittently told him about the incident just now. As she spoke, she grabbed the man's arm as she seemed determined to never let him go. Zhao Yibai scratched his head. I felt like I was having a dream. With reddened eyes, Zhao Ye gazed at Yang Kai. Will the same thing happen to Big Brother Yibai again, Master? Yang Kai replied, he'll be fine as long as he doesn't trigger that kind of force again. Many thanks, Senior. I'll be careful in the future, Zhao Yibai nodded seriously. He had no idea what kind of force that was, but he didn't want Zhao Ye to feel anxious for him again. Do you feel there's anything wrong with your physique, Big Brother Yibai? You must tell Master about it. Is there really none? Check on yourself again carefully. Yang Kai flicked his sleeve and left. He seemed to have aged by several hundred years by watching the young couple fawn over each other. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4690, Unusual Talent. You're such a blockhead, Big Brother Yibai. Zhao Ye knelt beside him with fury. While holding the water tank with one hand, Zhao Yibai stroked the woman's head with his other. Without refuting her, he just let out a hollow laugh. Since such a major incident had happened, he was supposedly able to seize the chance and get some rest. However, Zhao Yibai said that since Yang Kai's punishment wasn't over yet, he decided to prop up the water tank again. Left with no choice, Zhao Ye knelt beside him once more, but this time, she stuck close to his leg as she wouldn't allow him to leave her again. In the middle of the night, Zhao Ye suddenly heard some snoring coming from the side. When she looked up, she realized that Zhao Yibai had dozed off. Looking at the face she would never get tired of, she put on a sweet smile, for only Zhao Yibai had such an unusual talent. No ordinary person who had never cultivated before could hold up a water tank while being sound asleep. He was probably the only one. Big Brother Yibai is indeed the most amazing. At the break of dawn, Zhao Yibai slowly opened his eyes. For some reason, he furrowed his brow while being hesitant to speak, but he didn't say anything in the end. The next day, he tried his best not to fall asleep, but for some unfathomable reason, he became extremely lethargic when darkness descended upon them. After talking to Xiaoya a little, he dozed off again. The same thing happened on the third day. When he awakened, he suddenly had a feeling that his body was a little different, but he couldn't point out what the changes were. When he turned his head, he saw Xiaoya staring at him with a pleasantly surprised look. "What's wrong?" Zhao Yibai asked in puzzlement. "You broke through to the initial element realm, big brother Yibai." "What do you mean?" Zhao Yibai was perplexed, but he soon became shocked. "You mean that initial element realm?" He had been a worker who did manual work on Azure Jade Peak for the past 10 years, and he had never cultivated before, and no one had taught him how to cultivate. However, he had been staying with Xiaoya for a long time, so he was naturally aware of the categorization of the different martial Dao realms. The initial element realm was the second great realm. After sensing it for a while, he realized there was indeed a force in his body that had never existed before. The force was passing through his meridians and flesh, which made him feel elated. This is the initial element realm? Zhao Yibai fell into a dazed state. When he was a young child, his dream was to join Seven Stars sect and become a powerful cultivator one day. Nevertheless, 10 years ago, in order to make Xiaoya agree to become a disciple of Yang Kai without any worries, he practically cut off his own future by requesting to become a worker on Azure Jade Peak. Over the years, when he went down the mountain to get water and saw people about his age who had become successful cultivators, he was naturally envious of them, but he never regretted his decision. He was way past the best age to start cultivating, and as he grew older, he stopped thinking about his childhood dream. He felt more than happy to see Xiaoya growing up and getting stronger by the day. Hence, he had never expected that he would be able to set off on his journey in the martial Dao one day. "Is it because of the incident that took place a few days ago?" Xiaoya asked. No one had taught Zhao Yibai how to cultivate, but he had suddenly made it to the initial element realm. It was obviously not normal. Zhao Yibai shook his head. "No. I suppose it has something to do with the fact that I kept falling asleep over the past few days. Xiaoya, when I fell asleep, there was a voice that never stopped talking to me in my mind. Initially, I thought it was just a dream, so I didn't pay any attention to it. However, the same thing happened day after day." "What kind of voice was that?" Xiaoya asked worriedly. "I can't describe it clearly." Zhao Yibai shook his head, "But I remember everything the person said." He then went on to tell Xiaoya everything he had heard in his dreams. Upon hearing that, Xiaoya covered her lips with her hand. "It's a very profound and abstruse secret art." "A secret art?" Zhao Yibai was stunned. How could it be? On the other hand, Xiaoya was elated. "This is wonderful. You don't have to worry about anything anymore, big brother Yibai." There was a worried look on Zhao Yibai's face, however, as he muttered, "Senior has never allowed me to cultivate. If he finds out about it." Xiaoya placed a finger on her lips and made a shush sound. She then looked around stealthily and said in a small voice, "Master will not find out about it if neither of us exposes this secret. He has only treated you as a worker as he has never taught you how to cultivate before. Now that you've gained such an opportunity, you must treasure it. Have you forgotten about what you said when you were a young kid, big brother Yibai? One day, I will become the most powerful cultivator in the world. I will build a big house so that mother, Xiaoya, grandma, Uncle Yang, and I can all live together happily as one family." At that moment, Zhao Yibai was tempted, but he soon shook his head. "I can't do this. I must tell Senior about it and see what he has to say. If he allows me to cultivate, I will. If he doesn't allow me, I won't. Moreover, we don't even know whether there's anything wrong with this secret art. If there is a problem, I might become an evil person in the future." Upon finishing his words, he gently put down the water tank and shuffled towards Yang Kai's palace. "You're so stubborn, big brother Yibai." Xiaoya stomped her feet on the ground with fury, but she couldn't stop him. A moment later, Zhao Yibai returned with a puzzled look while scratching his head. Presently, Xiaoya was facing away from him with fury. Unlike a typical lady, She was directly seated on the ground while grabbing some strands of grass and ripping them into pieces. All of a sudden, she turned her head with an incensed look. "What did Master say?" Zhao Yibai was still scratching his head. "Senior chased me out without saying anything." Zhao Ye batted her eyes, then leapt to her feet with ecstasy as her eyes radiated a glow. "Since Master said nothing, it means that he's allowed you to cultivate. You can cultivate now, big brother Yibai. You can cultivate now." She kept jumping up and down as tears almost leaked from her eyes. Seeing how elated she was, Zhao Yibai also couldn't help grinning. Miao Fei Ping's words made him feel heartbroken. However, since he was able to cultivate now, all his worries blew away with the wind. As long as he worked hard enough so that his cultivation could keep up with Zhao Ye's, he could accompany her for a very long time. "Your smile looks silly, big brother Yibai." Zhao Ye wiped the tears from her eyes as she joked. All of a sudden, Zhao Yibai asked, "Xiao Ye, do you think it's possible that it was Senior who passed on this secret art to me?" Zhao Ye became startled and fell into her thoughts. Given how abstruse the secret art was, a commoner like Zhao Yibai, who had never cultivated before, shouldn't be able to comprehend it. In the entire Seven Stars sect, perhaps only her master was able to teach a secret art to someone in his dreams. However, would her cold-blooded, petty, and stingy master really do such a thing? Zhao Ye wasn't sure about it. After all, Zhao Yibai had been a worker here for 10 years and her master never went back on his word as he had never taught him anything. Nevertheless, when Zhao Yibai informed her master about it, the latter directly chased him out without saying anything, which went to show that there was something off about it. "In that case, you'll be my senior brother since you're also a disciple of Master," Zhao Ye said with joy. With a helpless smile, Zhao Yibai shook his head. "My aptitude is too weak, so I have no right to be Senior's disciple." He supposed that was the reason Yang Kai made use of his dreams instead of personally passing on the secret art to him. He then bent his back and bowed towards Yang Kai's palace and said, "Don't worry, Senior. I'll cultivate hard so that I won't disappoint you." Zhao Yibai's aptitude was indeed weak. It took Zhao Ye 10 years to make it to the true element boundary because Yang Kai had deliberately suppressed her cultivation. However, since Zhao Yibai obtained the secret art that came as a surprise, he went on to cultivate hard for the next 3 years, but only managed to make it to the initial element realm 9th stage. He couldn't even break through to the next great realm. It seemed very accurate that his aptitude was revealed to be C in the past. His talent was among the worst in the entire Seven Stars sect. With that said, Zhao Yibai was pleased with his progress. That was because he had embarked on the martial Tao, which was unlike in the past. As for how far he could go, it would depend on how much effort he was willing to put in. "What's wrong, Master?" Zhao Ye, whose white dress made her look pure and refreshing, stepped into the main hall. She then respectfully looked at her honored master, who was seated with his legs crossed. Yang Kai opened his eyes. "You've reached the true element boundary 9th stage." Zhao Ye replied, "I achieved a breakthrough 2 days ago." Yang Kai nodded. "I've suppressed your cultivation over the years so that you'll not achieve breakthroughs too quickly. You and Miao Fei Ping joined the sect at the same time, but he's now in the Saint Realm. Do you ever have any complaints about it?" Zhao Ye shook her head. "Honored Master must have a good reason for doing this. It's thanks to your careful nurturing that this disciple has such achievements. Why would I have any complaints instead of feeling grateful?" "I'm glad that's how you feel." Yang Kai nodded gently. "One day, you'll understand why I've done such a thing. However, your aptitude is indeed extraordinary, so a prolonged suppression will harm your foundation. Since you've made it to the true element boundary 9th stage, you should get ready to break through to the immortal ascension boundary." "I'll start cultivating in seclusion, then," Zhao Ye replied respectfully. Yang Kai shook his head. "I don't want you to cultivate in seclusion. Instead, I want you to go out and experience the outside world. You've stayed on Azure Jade Peak for 13 years, so don't you want to see what's out there? I remember that you were only 8 years old when you became my disciple." "I'm not interested in the outside world." Wherever Zhao Yibai was, that would be her home. It will only benefit you by venturing into the outside world to broaden your horizons. Yang Kai spoke in an unquestionable tone. Yes, Zhao Ye replied. Can Big Brother Yi Bai come with me? Do as you please. It was only then that Zhao Ye put on a smile. Many thanks, master. She then turned around and dashed out of the hall, her steps as light as the wind. Venturing into the outside world? Zhao Ye Bai widened his eyes as he appeared pleasantly surprised. Zhao Ye nodded repeatedly. Master told me to experience the outside world to prepare for my breakthrough to the immortal ascension boundary. He has agreed to let me go with you? Zhao Ye Bai couldn't believe it. Yes. Zhao Ye Bai suddenly had a feeling that pie had fallen from the sky into his lap. It had been 13 years since he settled down on Azure Jade Peak, and he had never set foot outside of Seven Stars Sect since then. Now that he was allowed to leave, he still found it hard to believe. Give me a moment. I have to prepare some presents for Mother and Grandma. Oh, let's not forget about Uncle Yang. Upon finishing his words, Zhao Ye Bai bolted into his room to get prepared. Presents? Zhao Ye darted her gaze around. All of a sudden, she recalled that when Miao Fei Ping looked for her and Zhao Ye Bai previously, he said that there was a spirit fruit tree on the spirit peak where his master Guan Qianxing resided. It would take the spirit fruit tree 10 years to blossom, 10 years to bear fruits, then another 10 years before the fruits matured. The fruits could help cultivators improve their cultivation. As for the ordinary people, the fruits could help prolong their lives. The fruits should have matured by now. Martial Peak, Chapter 4691, Spirit Fruits. A young man and woman were standing alongside one another at the entrance of Seven Stars Town. As they gazed at the streets that were filled with people, they fell into a dazed state. It had been 13 years since they left this place, and in that time the town had transformed beyond recognition. The town had gotten much bigger, and it was now bustling with noise. Seven Stars Town was built to be a satellite town of Seven Stars Sect. In the past, Seven Stars Sect was just an average second-class sect, and while it was pretty famous in the surrounding 1,000-kilometer radius, it was basically insignificant beyond that territory. However, after the disciple recruitment where the appearance of the ancestors sent a shockwave across the entire world, Seven Stars Sect directly became one of the first-class sects in the Void Continent. Since the sect was famous now, it could attract more people. As a result, Seven Stars Town became more prosperous. The young man took a deep breath as he felt somewhat nervous. Although he had asked Miao Fei Ping, who would go down the mountain from time to time, to send some letters to his mother and grandma, and he was aware that they were fine, he hadn't personally seen it for himself yet. He was still a young boy when he left home, but he was now an adult who had set off on his journey in the martial Dao. He wondered if his mother and grandma would still recognize him. Big Brother Yi Bai, Zhao Ye seemed able to detect a change in his emotions as she leaned close to him and took his hand. Let's go. Zhao Ye Bai took a deep breath and shuffled forward alongside Zhao Ye. Soon, they stopped in their tracks in front of a shop. Although it was a small place, it was quite bustling. The small number of tables inside the shop were all occupied, and even the tables set up outside were filled. On top of that, many people were waiting in line. It's this place, right? Zhao Ye looked around as she was uncertain. She remembered that when they were kids, Uncle Yang would set up his stall here every day. When they were pursued by Miao Fei Ping and other kids, they would sneak under Uncle Yang's cart and wait until their pursuers were gone before they would dare to come out. After that, Uncle Yang would give them each a sweet rice dumpling, which was the best food in the world to them. Now, the cart was nowhere to be seen as it was replaced by this shop. It's this place. Zhao Ye Bai closed his eyes and drew a deep breath. Although 13 years had passed, he would never forget the familiar smell of the soup and sweet rice dumplings. According to Miao Fei Ping, his mother and grandma had saved some money and bought a shop to sell sweet rice dumplings. Their business was apparently booming. When he opened his eyes again, Zhao Ye Bai saw two women who were busy at work. One of the women was facing away from them as she was roasting the sweet rice dumplings on a charcoal fire while the other woman was cleaning up the bowls and chopsticks left behind by the customers. As though sensing something, the woman who was cleaning up the dishes looked up at the door. As their gazes met, Zhao Yibai's eyes reddened while he covered his mouth so that he wouldn't burst into tears. The woman was startled for a moment, then her expression was transformed by disbelief. She put down the bowls and walked out of the shop with a shaking figure before extending her hands. "Xiao Bai." The woman caressed Zhao Yibai's face as she thought she was dreaming. "Mother." Zhao Yibai sniffled. "I'm back." Grandma, who was busy inside the shop, turned her head and saw the woman hugging Zhao Yibai and Zhao Ya, all of them crying tears of joy. Since Zhao Yibai and Zhao Ya were back, they decided to close the shop early. This disappointed the customers who had been lining up to get their hands on the sweet rice dumplings. However, the people in town knew that the proprietress' children were disciples of Seven Stars sect, and their master was the ancestor of the aforementioned sect. Hence, even though they were disappointed, they wouldn't dare to voice their complaints. When darkness descended upon them, Grandma Zhou and Yu Lu prepared a lot of dishes to celebrate, most of which were wolfed down by Zhao Yibai. "Mother, when Miao Fei Ping said that you haven't changed one bit over the years, I didn't really believe him. But now it seems he was telling the truth." While stuffing food into his mouth, Zhao Yibai stared at his mother in amazement. 13 years had passed, but his mother still looked exactly the same as how he remembered her to be. It was as though she hadn't aged a day. Yu Lu touched her face and shot her son a glance. "I haven't changed one bit. I look much older now." "That's not true, Auntie Lu." Zhao Ya shook her head on the side. "I remember that you looked exactly like this when I was a little girl. If we go out together now, no one will believe that we're mother and daughter. They'll naturally think that we're sisters." "Stop flattering me, you little ones." Yu Lu hung her head low and chuckled. She knew that her beauty might attract some unsolicited attention. Therefore, after she sent Zhao Yibai and Zhao Ya away to Seven Stars sect in the past, she always covered her face with a veil when helping Grandma out at the stall. She wouldn't dare to reveal her countenance in public. Despite that, she still attracted the attention of some licentious men who passed by. However, anyone who dared to insult or profane her would suffer from all sorts of tragedies before they even stepped out of Seven Stars Town. Moreover, these were not isolated cases. Once word got out, no one had the guts to say anything impolite to her again. It wasn't until some time later that she found out her daughter had the luck to become a disciple of the ancestor of Seven Stars sect. Yu Lu believed that it was the reason the people from Seven Stars sect protected her in secret. Those unlucky men must have been taught a lesson by the senior experts from the sect. That was the reason she finally had the courage to reveal her face. "All you care about is your mother. Have you forgotten about me?" Grandma Zhou seemed displeased. Zhao Yibai hurriedly said, "That's not true, Grandma. Compared to my mother, your transformation is simply shocking." Zhao Ya kept nodding on the side. "You've gotten younger by at least 40 years, Grandma." When they left home in the past, Grandma Zhou was old and frail. 13 years had passed, but Grandma had gotten younger instead of getting older. Her gray hair had turned black, and she no longer had a hunchback. Although she was already over 100 years old, those who were not aware of her real age might think that she was a woman in her 50s or 60s. "Grandma, what have you and my mother been eating over the years?" Zhao Yibai asked curiously. As one's cultivation increased, they might be able to reverse their aging and remain young for the rest of their life. Nevertheless, Zhao Yibai's mother and grandma were obviously mortals who had never cultivated before. The fact that one of them hadn't changed one bit and the other had gotten younger was beyond his ability to understand. Grandma burst into laughter. "What else would we eat other than some simple food? Your mother and I have no idea what's going on either. Rumors have been going around that our sweet rice dumplings make us stay young. That's the reason business is going so well." "Does it have something to do with the sweet rice dumplings?" Zhao Yibai fell into his thoughts. Grandma picked up some food and refilled Zhao Yibai's bowl. "Of course it has nothing to do with the sweet rice dumplings. They're made from ordinary rice. Why would they be able to keep us young?" Zhao Yi giggled. "I don't know whether the sweet rice dumplings can keep you young, but I have some fruits that can definitely help prolong your lives." Upon finishing her words, She fished out 8 spirit fruits from her space ring. 4 of them were given to her mother and the remaining 4 were given to Grandma Zhou. These fruits are beautiful. Yu Lu stared fixedly at the spirit fruits, whose skin was translucent while rays of light could be seen swirling inside them. Moreover, the fruits exuded an exotic scent that made them seem very appetizing. Grandma Zhou asked, "Where did you get these from? They must be expensive." "They grew on a tree on the mountain. I picked them. They're not valuable at all. Hurry up and eat them, Auntie Lu, Grandma. The fruits are beneficial to you." In the meantime, on Constellation Peak of 7 Stars Sect, Miao Fei Ping was all battered and bruised. This spirit peak was where the elder Guan Qianxing resided. While running for his life, Miao Fei Ping begged for mercy in a loud voice. "Forgive me, Master. Please stop hitting me. You're killing me." Despite his agility, he was unable to shake off his master. Guan Qianxing was holding a rod while sticking close to Miao Fei Ping like a shadow. As he repeatedly struck his disciple with loud thuds, he bellowed, "You unfilial brat! Do you know how hard it was for me to nurture that fruit tree? It took 10 years to blossom, 10 years to bear fruits, and another 10 years before the fruits matured. There were only 18 fruits in total, but that little girl directly snatched 12 of them. Do you know the pain I feel? My heart bleeds just thinking about it." While covering his head, Miao Fei Ping refuted, "Since you're aware that it was Zhao Ye who picked the fruits, you should beat her up instead of me." Guan Qianxing snapped, "Beat her up? Would I even dare to? Moreover, Zhao Ye rarely steps out of Azure Jade Peak. If you hadn't exposed it to her, she wouldn't have found out there are such fruits in my place. Of course, I have to beat you up for this." Miao Fei Ping was lost for words. Since he was unable to flee, he decided to turn around and fall on his knees. While gazing at Guan Qianxing with a pitiful face, he cried out, "Master, the fruits are indeed precious, but I'm your one and only legacy disciple. Should I not be even more valuable? You'll get new fruits after another 30 years, but if you kill me, where are you going to look for a new disciple with such exceptional aptitude?" With the rod raised, Guan Qianxing fell silent for a moment. Miao Fei Ping placed his index fingers on the corners of his mouth and pushed up, forcing a smile that was uglier than if he was crying. "Don't you think I'm right, Master?" "Nonsense." Guan Qianxing struck him again with the rod. "The fruits are really gone, and it's not like you'll die after a few hits. Right now I must vent my anger." Miao Fei Ping hurriedly got to his feet and dashed out of the mountain. While running away, he yelled, "Sect Master, save me." Zhao Yibai and Zhao Ye went on to stay in 7 Stars Town for a month. Rather than talking about the suffering he endured on the mountain, Zhao Yibai only told his mother about the interesting things he had witnessed. He also said that he could now cultivate, so he would definitely become a powerful cultivator one day. Yu Lu attentively listened to him while staring at her children fondly. She had never expected that, as a widow, she would be able to see her children growing into fine adults. As she reminisced, she couldn't help recalling the stormy night some 20 years ago. Time flew by so quickly and everything seemed to have just happened the day before. After a month, Zhao Yibai and Zhao Ye were ready to leave. Their mission was to experience the outside world, so although they were reluctant, they couldn't stay in 7 Stars Town forever. At the entrance of the town, Yu Lu and Grandma saw them off while giving them a lot of reminders. "Come with me, Xiao Ye." Yu Lu suddenly beckoned to Zhao Ye and walked to the side. Upon getting close to her, Zhao Ye asked, "What's wrong, Auntie Lu?" Yu Lu fished out a handkerchief, which contained something, from her sleeve and passed it to her. "I've eaten 2 of the fruits you've given to me and saved the remaining 2. If you're able to meet your Uncle Yang on your trip this time, pass the fruits to him. If you can't see him, you should just eat the fruits yourself." Marshall Peak, Chapter 4692, Green Mountain Town. Zhao Ye pushed the fruits back to her. "Auntie Lu, I've already saved some fruits for Uncle Yang." She had picked 12 fruits from Constellation Peak. 8 of them were given to Yu Lu and Grandma Zhou. The remaining 4 inside her space ring were reserved for Uncle Yang. "While you've saved some for him, these fruits are given to him by me." They're different, Yu Lu insisted. After giving it a thought, Zhao Ye took the 2 spirit fruits. Following a giggle, she asked, Auntie Lu, why don't you come with us to look for Uncle Yang? Yu Lu extended her hand and poked the young woman's forehead. What nonsense are you talking about, silly girl? While you two can go over, what reason do I have to look for him? If we really come across Uncle Yang, isn't there something you want to tell him? Zhao Ye asked. Yu Lu hung her head low and pondered on it before shaking her head. The young man and young woman finally set off on their journey. Even after they walked for a long time, once they turned their heads, they could still see 2 figures staring in their direction from the entrance of the town. Xiao Ye, what did my mother tell you just now? Zhao Yibai asked. Zhao Ye replied, Auntie Lu saved 2 fruits and told me to pass them to Uncle Yang. Zhao Yibai burst into laughter. Grandma also saved 2 fruits and told me to pass them to him. I wonder how Uncle Yang is doing now. Zhao Ye looked into the distance. Before Uncle Yang departed, he had left behind an address. However, both of them had never heard of the place before. They wondered if they could meet him again during their adventure. Xiao Ye, there's something I've always been curious about. Zhao Yibai appeared puzzled as he suddenly thought of something. What is it? Zhao Ye turned to look at him. Zhao Yibai asked, Do you know what Senior's name is? We have stayed on the mountain for 13 years, but I never found out his name. Zhao Ye shook her head. I have no idea either, and Master has never mentioned it. When the sect master and elders visited him, they always called him Ancestor. No one has ever called him by his name. Zhao Yibai said, I've asked Miao Fei Ping about it before. Although he isn't clear about it, he heard Elder Guan mention that the surname of Senior is Yang. He shares the same surname as Uncle Yang? Zhao Ye was surprised. Zhao Yibai put on a grin. They don't just share the same surname. Have you ever realized that, just by looking at their backs, Senior and Uncle Yang are very similar? Zhao Ye pursed her lips, but Master is not comparable to Uncle Yang at all. One of the men took good care of them as though they were his children, while the other man had a distorted personality and would punish Zhao Yibai as he pleased. There was no comparison at all. Time passed by and the pair's horizons were truly broadened as they traveled. They encountered many different people and witnessed lots of interesting incidents along the way. However, since they had lived on the mountain for a long time, they knew little about human nature, and it was expected that they would suffer a setback from time to time. During their journey, they had helped the weak and taught bad guys a lesson. There were almost times when they were plotted against and harmed. Zhao Ye's beauty would also frequently attract unsolicited trouble to them. There was one time when they were drugged in a bandit's inn and almost passed out. Upon realizing that something was off, Zhao Ye made a decisive move by killing everyone in the inn. As a result, she became unconscious for 3 days before she awakened. They started growing up as they gained more experience. It was then they found out the people in the outside world were not as amiable as Uncle Yang and the seniors on the mountain. They had learned to be careful of the greed and trickery of other people. Half a year later, they finally arrived at Green Mountain Town. The reason they'd come to this place was that before Uncle Yang left 7 Stars Town in the past, the address he had left behind was in Green Mountain Town. It seemed that his home was in Green Mountain Town. The town wasn't big, but there were some cultivators moving around. That was because Spirit Sea Temple was located just a few hundred kilometers away from this place. Spirit Sea Temple was considered a first-class sect in the Void Continent. While the Temple Master was a powerful Second-Order Emperor Realm Master, there were also 2 elders in the First-Order Emperor Realm. Upon entering Green Mountain Town, the pair found an inn and settled down. After that, Zhao Yibai excitedly looked for the innkeeper and asked about the whereabouts of Yang Kai, but his efforts were to no avail. Although he was disappointed, he reckoned that they would find Uncle Yang sooner or later since they were in Green Mountain Town. After a night's rest, they started moving around the town and making inquiries. Restaurants where people from all walks of life would come together were places they would never miss. A few days later, they still hadn't found any useful information as the people in Green Mountain Town had never heard of Yang Kai before. Zhao Yibai thought of looking into the matter by asking about sweet rice dumplings instead. After all, Uncle Yang had learned how to make sweet rice dumplings from Grandma Zhou and had been selling them in Seven Stars Town for years. If he had really returned to Green Mountain Town, he would probably sell sweet rice dumplings again to provide for his family. By following this trail, Zhao Yibai really found out something useful. He then excitedly returned to the inn and pushed the door open. "Xiao Ya, I know where Uncle Yang is." "Have you found him?" Zhao Ya asked with a pleasantly surprised look. "More or less," Zhao Yibai replied with a smile. "Someone told me that there's a man who lives in a place about 30 kilometers away from Green Mountain Town. He will come to the town to sell sweet rice dumplings every few days. The appearance and age of that person described to me match those of Uncle Yang." "Should we go now?" Zhao Ye gazed at him. Zhao Yibai nodded repeatedly. It had been 13 years since he last met his Uncle Yang, and he couldn't wait any longer as he was eager to reunite with him. They then paid their fees and left the inn before heading in a particular direction. Zhao Ye was now in the true element boundary 9th stage. On the other hand, after half a year of adventure, Zhao Yibai had achieved a breakthrough to the Qi transformation realm. It only took them an hour to move across 30 kilometers. The pair came to a place that looked like a village where dozens of families lived by the mountains and rivers. At the entrance of the village was a huge manor, which obviously belonged to a wealthy family. Since it was dinner time, smoke could be seen billowing from every family's home. As soon as Zhao Yibai entered the village, he sniffled and became excited. "It's the smell of sweet rice dumplings. Uncle Yang must be here." Zhao Ye nodded repeatedly. Following the trail of the smell, they arrived at a house. Unable to wait any longer, Zhao Yibai shouted, "Uncle Yang! Uncle Yang!" Upon hearing that, a man in his prime age stepped out of the kitchen and gazed at them in shock. "Who are you looking for?" Zhao Yibai took a step forward and saluted him. "Mister, does Yang Kai live in this place?" In response, the man shook his head. "I've never heard of this person before." Zhao Yibai was stunned. "Who made these sweet rice dumplings, then?" "Are you here to buy sweet rice dumplings?" "I made them." The man put on a sincere smile. It was then Zhao Yibai examined the man and realized that the latter's figure and age were indeed similar to those of Uncle Yang. "Since you love to eat sweet rice dumplings, I'll give some of them to you." Upon finishing his words, the man returned to the kitchen. When he reappeared, there were some sweet rice dumplings in his hands as he passed them to Zhao Yibai. Zhao Yibai instinctively took them, but he went on to ask, "Mister, have you really not heard of Yang Kai before?" The man shook his head. "There's no one in the village with the surname Yang. If you don't believe me, you can ask the village chief about it. His child is a disciple of Spirit Sea Temple, and he's quite knowledgeable. He knows things that commoners like us don't." As he spoke, he pointed in the direction where the manor was located. Zhao Yibai turned his head to take a glance before nodding. "Thanks for the information, mister." They didn't take the food for free as they passed the man some money before leaving. Following that, they arrived at the manor that was in stark contrast to other buildings in the village. The manor was huge and could not have been owned by an average businessman. However, since a family member here was a disciple of Spirit Sea Temple, it wasn't so surprising. The pair then knocked on the door and waited for a long time before it was opened. A middle-aged man in extravagant clothes stuck out his head and his eyes brightened the moment he saw Zhao Yibai and Zhao Ye. He especially couldn't move his eyes away from Zhao Ye. Even though she had covered her alluring face with a veil to not draw unwanted attention, her demeanor alone was attractive enough to do so. "Who are you looking for?" the man asked. Although he was an ordinary person who had never cultivated before, he had a family member who was a disciple of Spirit Sea Temple. Since he had come into contact with cultivators before, he wasn't diffident when facing the people in front of him now. "Mister, it's said that you're knowledgeable, so I'd like to ask you about the whereabouts of a person." The man replied with a smile, "I wouldn't dare to say I'm knowledgeable, but I do know a little more than most people. Who is it that you want to know about?" It was then Zhao Yibai brought up the name Yang Kai. After giving it a thought with a frown, the man shook his head. I've never heard of this person before. Zhao Yibai said anxiously, "That's impossible." The man burst into laughter. "I've really never heard of him before. I'm familiar with the dozen villages in a radius of 100 kilometers around Green Mountain Town. I definitely remember if there was such a person." "How could this be?" Zhao Yibai appeared dejected. Before Yang Kai departed, the address he had left behind was in Green Mountain Town. "Are you from Spirit Sea Temple?" the man asked. Zhao Ye shook her head. "No, we're from somewhere else." "You're not from Spirit Sea Temple?" The man frowned. He initially thought that they were disciples of Spirit Sea Temple, but it turned out that he was mistaken. Zhao Yibai relentlessly said, "Mister, please give it one more thought." "Uncle Yang." "I said I don't know him. Who cares what his name is?" The man was initially friendly, but upon realizing that they were not from Spirit Sea Temple, he instantly became impatient. After saying what he wanted, he shut the door with a loud slam and almost smacked Zhao Yibai's nose. A hint of ruthlessness flashed through Zhao Ye's eyes, but as she recalled that the man was just an ordinary mortal, she clenched her teeth and held it in. "Let's go, big brother Yibai. Uncle Yang isn't here." Zhao Ye gently pulled Zhao Yibai's arm. Zhao Yibai appeared dispirited as his hope had turned into disappointment. He couldn't accept the truth. On the way back to Green Mountain Town, when Zhao Ye saw that Zhao Yibai remained sullen and silent, she couldn't help but placate him by saying, "Since the address left behind by Uncle Yang was in Green Mountain Town, he must be here. We just have to keep looking for him. I'm sure we'll find him sooner or later." Marshall Peak, Chapter 4693, Zhao Ye is wounded. Zhao Yibai nodded while looking listless. To him, Uncle Yang was as important as his mother. Both of them were his family members. Since he and Zhao Ye had started cultivating, they were no longer the same little kids they were in the past. It was expected that he wanted to let Uncle Yang enjoy a better life since he was a grown man and a cultivator now. All of a sudden, Zhao Ye took his hand. When Zhao Yibai turned his head, he saw Zhao Ye looking around with a serious expression. They were in the middle of nowhere, where the grass was tall and the tree leaves swayed with the wind. "What's wrong?" he asked in puzzlement. "There's a smell of blood." Zhao Ye furrowed her brows. The next moment, her expression changed drastically as she shouted, "Watch out!" As soon as she finished speaking, a gentle force exuded from her palm and sent Zhao Yibai flying away. The next instant, a figure abruptly appeared as a sword light slashed across the place where Zhao Yibai was initially standing. If Zhao Ye hadn't pushed him away in time, he would have been dead by now. Zhao Yibai fell to the ground and rolled away. When he got to his feet, he saw that Zhao Ye had gotten into an intense battle with the attacker. The person was holding a sword as he rained fatal attacks down on Zhao Ye. On the other hand, Zhao Ye wielded her silver spear as she tried her best to counterattack, but she still fell into a disadvantage. "An Immortal Ascension Boundary Master," Zhao Yibai exclaimed. He was fully aware of Zhao Ye's capabilities as she was now in the True Element Boundary 9th stage. Moreover, she had been trained by her master for years, and coupled with her exceptional aptitude, she was able to fight against people above her realm. However, since the enemy that came out of nowhere could suppress her, there was no doubt that he was in the Immortal Ascension Boundary. Furthermore, he must be in the Immortal Ascension Boundary 4th stage at the very least, otherwise he couldn't have suppressed Zhao Ye. Meanwhile, Zhao Yibai noticed that their attacker was injured as his chest was covered in blood. He still seemed to be bleeding, and it was this smell of blood that Zhao Ye had detected just now. "How dare two young brats like you come to provoke me? You won't leave this place alive." The man roared through clenched teeth while launching his attacks. Zhao Ye was forced to retreat again, and it was clear she was having difficulty persevering. The huge gap between their realms couldn't be made up for by aptitude alone. Zhao Yibai stood anxious at the side. He had only made it to the Qi transformation realm recently, so even though he wanted to help out, there was nothing he could do. If he made a rash move now, he would just become a burden to Zhao Ye instead. However, upon hearing the person's words, he soon realized a problem. "Senior, please stop. We only passed by this place by chance. Are you perhaps mistaking us for someone else? This man was obviously pursued by some powerful enemies, which was why he was hiding in this place to recuperate. Unfortunately, Zhao Yibai and Zhao Ya happened to arrive at this place. It would have been all good if they hadn't discovered anything. Nevertheless, the moment Zhao Ya pointed out that there was a smell of blood, this man could no longer keep hiding, which was why he appeared and attacked them. As expected, the man frowned upon hearing that while his attacks slowed down. Zhao Ya, who had been at a disadvantage, was slightly relieved, but the next instant, she saw the person charging towards Zhao Yibai. This man was severely wounded, and seeing that he couldn't defeat Zhao Ya in a short time, he decided to target the weaker Zhao Yibai in an attempt to hold him captive and gain control of the situation. He only slowed down his attacks earlier to get Zhao Ya to lower her guard. The cold light of the sword filled Zhao Yibai's vision and a powerful divine sense bound him to the ground, rendering him immobile. Die! Zhao Ya bellowed as her silver spear suddenly radiated a dazzling glow. All her strength was infused into this spear. The power of the attack far exceeded what could be achieved by the average true element boundary cultivator and sent a chill down the spine of the attacker, making it feel as if his soul was about to leave his body. Unable to keep charging towards Zhao Yibai, the man turned around and pushed out his sword. Blood was seen spurting into the air as the person's figure was penetrated by Zhao Ya's spear. He staggered backwards while covering his waist with his hand. With widened eyes, he stared dumbfounded at Zhao Ya. He had never expected that he would be wounded by a young woman who was only in the true element boundary 9th stage. No ordinary true element boundary cultivator could use the power that she had showcased earlier, so there must be a powerful master behind her. The person gritted his teeth and glowered at Zhao Ya. Not daring to get into a prolonged fight with her, he stomped his foot on the ground and disappeared into the forest, leaving behind a trail of blood. Zhao Yibai was reeling from the shock while watching that person leave. Although they had encountered danger a few times during their adventure, this time was definitely the most critical situation of all. Just now, for a moment, he had a feeling that he was at death's door. "Are you all right, big brother Yibai?" Zhao Ya asked caringly. "I'm fine." Zhao Yibai shook his head, but then his pupils contracted as he stared at Zhao Ya's left chest. Zhao Ya put on a smile. Blood streamed out of her chest and dyed her white clothes crimson. Her petite figure staggered for a moment before falling forward. Zhao Yibai dashed forward and supported her weight. He could see that the redness expanded rapidly, which made him feel panicked, like his throat was tightening up, threatening to choke him to death. "I'm fine," Zhao Ya said in a weakened voice. Zhao Yibai was on the brink of bursting into tears. It wasn't until this moment that he found out that while Zhao Ya had harmed the enemy, she was also injured. Moreover, she was severely wounded. Upon finishing her words, Zhao Ya closed her eyes as her head slumped to the side. "Zhao Ya!" Zhao Yibai was flustered as his entire figure shook uncontrollably. Fortunately, he could sense that she was still alive and had just passed out because of her injury. He then hurriedly fished out a healing pill from his space ring and stuffed it into her mouth. At the same time, he infused his yuan qi into her body in order to help her refine the medicinal efficacies and stop her bleeding. Zhao Yibai knew he shouldn't stay here any longer. Although that man was defeated by Zhao Ya earlier, he might come back. Zhao Yibai wouldn't even dare to check on her now as he quickly carried her up and dashed in a different direction. An hour later, a tiny log house came into his sight. He had no idea why there was a log house in the middle of the mountain, but he supposed it was a resting place for hunters. Upon opening the door, Zhao Yibai realized there was no one inside. However, this place was obviously cleaned up regularly as there wasn't even a speck of dust. The furnishing in the log house was simple, so Zhao Yibai gently put Zhao Ya down on the bed and smacked his face with both hands to force himself to calm down. He also took a deep breath before his figure finally stopped shaking. He extended his hand and placed a finger under her nose and realized that her breathing had stabilized. It seemed that the healing pill had started taking effect. Nevertheless, when he took a glance at Zhao Ya's wound, he fell into a dilemma. She had been injured on the left side of her chest. He had managed to help stop the blood from streaming out of her wound, but it still had to be dressed properly. However, both of them were no longer children. They were fully grown adults. How was he supposed to help her treat a wound that was on her chest? Nonetheless, her life was at stake here. If her wound was not dressed, she might lose her life to an infection. Just when he had made up his mind to make a move, Zhao Yibai heard a series of footsteps approaching them. He suddenly turned his head and yelled, "Who goes there?" Presently, he was easily alarmed as he was worried that the formidable enemy would pursue them. If that was the case, he wouldn't be able to ensure Zhao Ye's safety even if he was willing to lose his life. The footsteps outside the house came to a halt, and a moment later, a soft voice was heard saying, "Who are you? Why are you in my house?" It was a woman's voice. Zhao Yibai quickly calmed himself down and pushed the door open. Lifting his gaze, he saw a woman clad in expensive clothes who appeared to be in her 40s. She appeared slightly younger than her age as she had taken good care of her skin. However, there was a tinge of melancholy behind her eyes for some reason. The woman must be from a wealthy family as the bodyguards behind her were now vigilantly staring at Zhao Yibai. 7 Stars Town's Zhao Yibai greets Madam. Zhao Yibai respectfully saluted her. "I had no idea that this house belonged to you. Please forgive me for causing any inconvenience." The woman examined him and seeing that he was acting politely, she nodded gently. "It's fine. I don't use this house often. Since you're in need of a resting place, you can stay here for a few days." Upon finishing her words, she prepared to leave. She initially decided to come here to get some rest, but since there was an outsider around, it was no longer appropriate for her to do so. "Madam!" Zhao Yibai raised his hand and called out. The woman turned her head and looked at him doubtfully. Zhao Yibai cupped his fist. "My sister and I came across a villain just now, and she was injured by him. As a man, it's not appropriate for me to treat her wound. Will you please lend us a hand, madam? We would be very grateful." "Your sister is hurt?" The woman was astounded. Zhao Yibai nodded. "She's inside the house." "I'll have a look." The woman directly decided to enter the house. On the other hand, the bodyguards looked cautiously at Zhao Yibai and one of them said in a small voice, "Madam, it might be a trap." "A life is at stake here," the woman replied, then led the bodyguards to step into the house. Instantly, a metallic tang came right at their faces. It wasn't until the bodyguards saw the frail Zhao Ya on the bed that they believed Zhao Yibai's words. "Give me some medicine, then all of you should go out." The woman waved her hand. Zhao Yibai thanked her as he fished out all the necessary items from his space ring and put them down beside the bed. It was then he left the house with the bodyguards and closed the door before waiting patiently. A moment later, someone was heard exclaiming from the house. A stunned Zhao Yibai quickly asked, "What happened, madam?" The bodyguards immediately stepped forward in an attempt to barge into the house, but they were forcefully blocked out by Zhao Yibai. "Don't come in," the woman was heard saying from the house a moment later. For some reason, her voice sounded shaky as she called out, "I'm fine. I'm fine." "Madam, are you really all right?" one of the worried bodyguards asked. "I said I'm fine," the woman replied in a firmer tone. The bodyguards exchanged worried glances. Although they had no idea why the woman cried out just now, they reckoned that they shouldn't barge in as she had said she was fine. They could only wait patiently. A while later, the woman in the house said again, "All right, you can come in now." An eager Zhao Yibai pushed the door open. When he looked up, he saw Zhao Ya calmly lying on the bed. The woman was just seated beside her as she looked down at her. She didn't seem to mind the fact that her hands were covered in blood while her gaze was quite gentle. The strange thing was, Zhao Yibai noticed that the woman's eyes were slightly red, like she had cried earlier. Martial Peak, Chapter 4694, Coincidence. I've applied some medicine and dressed up her wound. It seems that she's a cultivator, so as long as she has enough time to recuperate, she'll be fine, the woman said. "Many thanks, madam." Zhao Yibai cupped his fist as he was evidently relieved. The woman examined his face for a moment before pretending to be nonchalant as she asked, "You are brother and sister? You don't look alike." Zhao Yibai replied, "Xiao Ya and I are not biological siblings, however, since we grew up together, we're just as close as the real brother and sister." The woman's eyelashes fluttered as she looked down at Zhao Ya. "Did you offend someone?" Zhao Yibai shook his head. "I have no idea. The reason Xiao Ya and I arrived at this place was to look for a family member, but it was to no avail. When we were about to go back, we came across a formidable enemy. Xiao Ya was hurt because she wanted to save me." The woman nodded. "In that case, we can't stay here any longer. Who knows where the attacker is hiding? Your sister is now wounded, so she'll be in danger if that person finds her." Zhao Yibai replied, "I'll bring her back to Green Mountain Town now." Green Mountain Town is several dozen kilometers away from here. What if her wound exacerbates during the long journey? If you don't mind, you can stay at my home for some time. My house is just at the bottom of the mountain, which is not far away from here." Zhao Yibai appeared to be hesitant and asked, "Will it cause you any trouble?" He was worried that the enemy might retaliate against them and barge into the woman's house. The woman put on a smile. "Don't worry. To be honest with you, my son is a disciple from Spirit Sea Temple, and he's a pretty successful cultivator now. That person would never dare to make a scene in my house." Zhao Yibai became startled for a moment. "Are you a family member of the village chief, madam?" She just said that her house was at the bottom of the mountain, which would put it in the village they had visited earlier. There was no way there were two people who were the disciples of Spirit Sea Temple in such a tiny village. If Zhao Yibai wasn't mistaken, the woman should be the village chief's wife. As expected, the woman nodded. "That's right." Zhao Yibai rose from the chair and cupped his fist. "Many thanks for your righteousness, madam. I, Zhao Yibai, am truly grateful. Don't be overly polite with me. I have a daughter who is about the same age as her. If you don't mind it, you can call me Auntie May." Zhao Yibai nodded and obediently called her Auntie May. It was then that the woman smiled and nodded before she got up. "It's getting late now. We should be on our way." Zhao Yibai nodded and carried the unconscious Zhao Ya up before following Zhenshui Mei, who nervously reminded him to be careful so as not to irritate Zhao Ya's wound. It appeared that she was even more anxious than Zhao Yibai. As they moved forward, Zhenshui Mei asked Zhao Yibai some questions while he replied to her honestly. Upon learning that it took them half a year to go from Seven Stars Town to this place, she was quite surprised. Soon, they arrived at the manor that was located at the entrance of the village. Zhenshui Mei pushed the door open and personally helped settle Zhao Yibai and Zhao Ya down in a guest room. Following that, she ordered 2 clever maidservants to serve them before she returned to her room to get some rest, though she kept looking back as she left. The candlelight flickered inside the room as Zhenshui Mei was facing her dressing table. With reddened eyes, she started crying in silence. A middle-aged man in extravagant clothes pushed the door open. He was the village chief, Su Liangkai, whom Zhao Yibai and Zhao Ya had met some time ago. There was a dark expression on Su Liangkai's face as he took a seat and poured himself a cup of tea. Upon finishing the tea, he said, "I heard from the servants that you've brought 2 strangers home." Zhenshui Mei fell silent. Su Liangkai landed a fist on the table and yelled, "That's ridiculous. Those people obviously have some kind of powerful enemy. By bringing them back here, it's no different from inviting trouble to ourselves. What if their enemy invades our house? Although there are bodyguards here, they're not very strong. How are they supposed to survive? Do you want our family to be destroyed?" Looking at him through the reflection of the bronze mirror, Zhenshui Mei asked, "Husband, do you remember Dong?" Su Liangkai's fury came to an abrupt halt, and then he knitted his brows. "Why did you bring that up all of a sudden?" Zhenshui Mei put on a cheerless smile. She was just 5 days old when she was dumped on the mountain in the middle of winter. I quickly went to look for her, but I couldn't find her regardless of how hard I tried. No one knew whether she was taken away by some beast. It was Su Liangkai's turn to fall silent now. Presently, Zhenshui Mei's face was covered in tears. I carried her for 10 months of pregnancy before I finally gave birth to her, but you secretly threw her away. How could you be so ruthless? Su Liangkai let out a sigh. I had no choice back then. We were poor, so having another baby would put a strain on our finances. How were we supposed to provide for her? I was forced to do it. Now, I can even provide for 10 kids, let alone one. Zhen Shuimei sneered. How much food would a baby need? You were forced to do it? Would you still have the heart to throw her away if she were a boy? An impatient Su Liangkai snapped. Many years have passed, and you should put this matter down. Moreover, I looked for her in the past, but how was I supposed to find her when there are so many people in the world? You're also aware that it was winter when the incident happened. She was just 5 days old. Even if she was not taken away by some beast, she would have been frozen to death. I can never let this matter go. Zhen Shuimei said through clenched teeth. She's my daughter. Hao is also your child. How much care have you given him over the years? Why can't you forget a dead person? She is not dead. Enough. Su Liangkai landed his fist on the table again and stood straight up. I think you've gone mad. You always go up the mountain whenever you feel like it. What could there be on that mountain after all those years? What do you think you can find? I've never interfered because I feel guilty, but I never expected that you would become so impudent now. Tell those people to scram tomorrow morning, or else I'll personally chase them out. As he spoke, someone was heard knocking on the door from outside. What's the matter? Su Liangkai bellowed. The servant outside the room replied, Master, madam, the young master is back, and he's brought back some of his fellow brothers. Upon hearing that, Su Liangkai became elated as he quickly rose from the chair. Before he even stepped out of the room, he heard someone calling out in an energetic voice, Father, Mother, I'm back. Following that, a well-built young man stepped into the place. An agitated Su Liangkai clenched the young man's arms. It's really you, Hao. Su Hao called out with joy, Father. That's great. I'm glad that you're back. Su Liangkai examined him. It's been 3 years since we last met, and you've become stronger. How's life in Spirit Sea Temple? Su Hao replied with a smile, Don't worry, Father. My master and senior brothers treat me very well. Su Liangkai felt relieved and gratified hearing that. After Zhen Shuimei was done with wiping her tears off, she came out and smiled amicably, You're back, Hao. Mother! Su Hao called out excitedly. The mother and son then shared some joyous small talk. Worried that his son might notice that something was off about Zhen Shuimei, Su Liangkai interrupted them by saying, I heard from the servants that your fellow brothers have come here as well. Su Hao nodded, Yes. They're outside right now, so I've ordered the chefs to prepare a banquet. They must have helped you out a lot. As your father, I have to personally thank them. You should come and introduce them to me. Good. Su Hao nodded before turning to Zhen Shuimei. You should get some rest, mother. I'll visit you again tomorrow. Go on, Zhen Shuimei looked smilingly at him. A moment later, Su Hao introduced his senior brothers to Su Liangkai. After the introductions were over, they were all seated. Su Liangkai could see that there was a bulging package in front of the senior brother who was clearly the leader of this group, and he couldn't help wondering what was inside. When Su Hao introduced his senior brothers, he had placed some emphasis on this person. That was the reason Su Liangkai found out that this senior brother, named Hu Sun, was the most powerful among them, and they all regarded him as their leader. In fact, Su Liangkai was aware of who Hu Sun was even before today, but it was the first time he had met him. That was because Su Hao had repeatedly mentioned this senior brother in the letters that he sent home. He said that this senior brother took good care of him in Spirit Sea Temple, and they were disciples of the same master. Hence, they were truly senior and junior brothers. That was the reason Su Liangkai was especially fond of Hu Sun. Although he was just an ordinary mortal, he was as hospitable to Hu Sun as possible because of his son. Noble nephew who, if I may ask, what is that? Su Liangkai inquired curiously while looking at the package. In an instant, the expressions of the people by the table became awkward. Hu Sun looked smilingly at Su Hao, who replied in his place, "Father, don't be afraid, but the truth is it's a head." Su Liang Kai was stunned. "A head? Whose head is it?" "It's the head of a criminal." Hu Sun explained, "The reason we came down the mountain this time was to hunt down this person. He had committed atrocious crimes in a lot of places, so the sect master ordered us to execute him. Upon receiving the order, we left the mountain together. We had exchanged some moves with him before, but this person was indeed powerful. Although we had badly injured him, he had managed to flee. We went on to hunt him down for a few days, but to no avail. Not long ago, junior brother Su said that his home was around here, so he proposed we get some rest here before continuing with the hunt. It never crossed our minds that we would come across our target's corpse in the wild on our way here. Our task was completed just like that. Junior brother Su is truly our lucky star." Su Hao burst into laughter. "I didn't expect that there would be such a coincidence." They still couldn't believe it when they came across this guy. The target they had spent days tracking suddenly appeared in front of them, and he was already dead. "I see." Su Liang Kai was still reeling from shock, but he wasn't willing to lose his cool in front of his son's senior brothers and embarrass him, so he sported a calm expression. Hu Sun said, "It's a shame that we have no idea who killed this guy. If we knew, we could have thanked them." Su Liang Kai said, "Noble nephew who, perhaps the injuries you had inflicted on him were so severe that he was unable to recover and that was why he passed away." Hu Sun shook his head. "That's not the case. I examined his wounds and realized that he was killed with a spear. We didn't inflict such an injury on him when we exchanged moves with him some time ago. The person who had made a move might not be very powerful, but they had good timing. However, I believe that the person who finished him off was also badly injured after killing this thug." Su Liang Kai became startled upon hearing that and muttered, "Could it be them?" Su Hao asked curiously, "Who are you talking about, father?" After giving it a thought, Su Liang Kai briefly told them that Zhen Shui Mei had brought back 2 people from the mountain. He had heard everything from the bodyguards. When Zhao Yibai had a chat with Zhen Shui Mei, he talked about a fight previously, which was the reason Su Liang Kai associated them with the killing of this criminal. Martial Peak, Chapter 4695, Hu Sun. Upon hearing that, Hu Sun and Su Hao exchanged glances. The former nodded and said, "In that case, I suppose they're the ones. What a coincidence. Your mother is a kind-hearted person. The average person might not be willing to bring injured people back to their home." Su Hao put on a smile. "My mother has always been like that." Hu Sun then gazed at Su Liang Kai. "Sir, since they're in your house, can you invite them to come over and meet us? It's thanks to them that we were able to easily complete the task from the master sect. I'd like to thank them personally." There was a hint of hesitation on Su Liang Kai's face. "To be honest with you, it's not convenient to do so. According to the servants who brought those people back, the woman is severely injured as she's still unconscious now." Hu Sun quickly rose from the chair. "In that case, I'll have to see her. I have some healing pills with me that might help." Seeing that the man was so persistent, Su Liang Kai found it hard to turn him down and eventually nodded, "Please wait a moment. I'll make the arrangements." Hu Sun cupped his fist. "Many thanks, sir." Su Liang Kai stepped into the inner court and told a maidservant to pass on his word to Zhao Yibai, who soon rushed over and cupped his fist. "Zhao Yibai greets Sir Village Chief." "It's you." Su Liang Kai stared dazedly at the man. He only knew that his wife had brought 2 people home with her, but he hadn't expected that they were the very ones he had met in the morning. He could instantly recognize Zhao Yibai when he saw him. There was an awkward expression on Su Liang Kai's face, for he wasn't very polite to the 2 of them earlier this morning. After clearing his throat, he mentioned Hu Sun and the others as well as their suggestion to Zhao Yibai, who frowned upon hearing that and said, "Xiaoya is still unconscious. Moreover, I've helped her consume some healing pills already. I thank senior brother Hu for his kindness, but it's not convenient for him to see my sister at this moment." It was then Su Liang Kai said in a grim voice, Noble nephew Zhao, it's not that I want to force you to do anything just because I'm older, but noble nephew who is a powerful disciple from Spirit Sea Temple. Since he's sincere as he wants to express his gratitude, it's hard for me to turn him down. Moreover, the medicine you have with you might not be as good as his. It will do your sister no harm to let him have a look. Certainly, Zhao Yibai wasn't willing to let anyone disturb Zhao Ye. However, since Su Liang Kai, the owner of this place, had said so, it was difficult to reject him. After a moment of deliberation, he nodded, "I'll thank senior brother Hu in advance, then." With a smile, Su Liang Kai patted the other man's shoulder. "Wait a moment. I'll tell them to come over now." Upon finishing his words, he turned around and left. A while later, Su Liang Kai brought 2 young men to come over. After some introductions, Zhao Yibai found out that the older one was the disciple of Spirit Sea Temple that Su Liang Kai had mentioned, Hu Sun. The younger one was his son, Su Hao, who was also a disciple of Spirit Sea Temple. They then saluted one another. Although Hu Sun appeared polite, there was a faint sense of arrogance in his demeanor. Since Zhao Yibai was weaker, he was unable to see through the other party's cultivation. On the other hand, Hu Sun could see at first glance that Zhao Yibai was only in the Qi transformation realm. A doubt arose in his heart. Since this man is so weak, could his companion be any more powerful? Was our target really killed by the 2 of them? "What's your sect, junior brother Zhao?" Hu Sun asked nonchalantly. Zhao Yibai scratched his head. "I've never joined any sect before." It was then Hu Sun came to the realization that this person must have a terrible aptitude, so no sect was willing to take him on as a disciple. That was why he only managed to make it to the Qi transformation realm at this age. "What's the realm your sister is in?" Zhao Yibai never hid anything as he replied, "She's now in the True Element Boundary 9th stage." True Element Boundary 9th stage. Hu Sun arched his brow. With such cultivation, it was possible that she had managed to kill their target. After all, they had severely injured him previously, so it was reasonable that the woman managed to get lucky and defeat him. "I heard that your sister was badly injured during the battle. It so happens that I've brought with me some special healing pills made in my master sect with excellent medicinal efficacies. May I go in and have a look?" This way, senior brother Hu, Zhao Yibai extended his hand. Before they even entered the room, they heard some footsteps approaching them. They turned their heads and saw Zhen Shuimei emerging from the corner. It seemed that she had rushed over as she was panting heavily. "What are you doing here?" Su Liang Kai frowned. A nervous Zhen Shuimei replied, "The servants told me that all of you have gathered together here. I had no idea what was going on, so I decided to come over and see for myself." Su Liang Kai said, "It's nothing serious. Noble nephew who just wants to check on the woman." It was then Zhen Shuimei let out a sigh of relief. To the side, Su Hao spoke gently to Hu Sun, who then stepped forward. "Spirit Sea Temple's Hu Xian greets Madam." Zhen Shuimei smiled and nodded. "There's no need to be overly polite with me. Hauer has repeatedly mentioned in his letters that you take good care of him in the sect. As his parents, we should express our gratitude." Appearing to be humble, Hu Sun replied, "I don't deserve your gratitude, madam. Junior brother Su has an outstanding aptitude, and honored master regards him highly. I'm only older than him by a few years as a senior brother, so it's my duty to take care of him." After some small talk, they subsequently entered the room. A faint smell of blood still lingered in the air, and Zhao Ye was lying there with her eyes closed as her face pale. Zhao Yibai led them to the bed. When Zhen Shuimei looked down, her eyes reddened in an instant as her eyelashes fluttered. On the other hand, Su Hao and the others were stunned as they stared fixedly at the woman on the bed. It wasn't like they had never seen beautiful women before, but none of them were comparable to the one lying on the bed before them at all. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that Zhao Ye's beauty could cause the downfall of a city. When Zhao Yibai and her were traveling across the world, Zhao Ye's beauty had attracted a lot of unwanted trouble. After several incidents, she had no choice but to cover her face with a veil, which prevented many conflicts from happening. Since she was recuperating in bed now though, her face naturally wasn't covered. Her pale face gave off a sense of morbid beauty. Any man who saw her in such a state would pity her and hope to become injured and lie on the bed in her stead. Su Liangkai was amazed as well. Although he hadn't managed to see Zhao Ye's face in the morning, he had a feeling that this woman was extremely beautiful. When he finally saw her now though, her beauty still greatly surprised him. At that moment, the room fell dead silent. Realizing that something was off, Zhen Shuimei said with a frown, "Noble nephew who, didn't you say you've brought some healing medicine from your master sect?" Here you go." Hu Sun came to his senses and quickly fished out a bottle of spirit pills from his space ring. He was then ready to go over and feed Zhao Ye a pill. Seeing that, Zhao Yibai hurriedly stopped him. "Senior brother Hu, please leave it to me. I wouldn't dare to trouble you." Hu Sun shot him a glance, but there was no reason for him to insist, therefore he passed the bottle to Zhao Yibai. "Help her take one pill now, and do it again every 6 hours." "I'll remember," Zhao Yibai nodded, but he didn't immediately feed a pill to Zhao Ye. That was because before their departure, Zhao Ye's master had passed them a lot of spirit pills. Given Senior's power and status, the medicines that came from him must be the best of the best. Regardless of how useful the spirit pills that were given by Hu Sun, there was no way they could be better than what were in Zhao Yibai's possession. The reason he even accepted this bottle of pills was that he didn't want to offend Hu Sun. In order to change the subject, Zhao Yibai hurriedly asked, "Senior brother, given your vision, can you tell how badly injured Xiao Ye is?" After examining her for a moment, Hu Sun replied, "Her aura is stable and her vitality is ample. I believe she'll be fine. However, I'll need to carry out a thorough examination on her to find out more." "Please check on her now then, noble nephew Hu," Su Liangkai said. As a sly old man, he could easily tell Hu Sun's intentions. Zhen Shuimei furrowed her brows. It's not appropriate for a man to inspect an unconscious woman's body. Su Liangkai shot her a glare. "What do you know? Unlike ordinary people like us, cultivators wouldn't be bothered about such trifles." "I don't think it's a trifle. Men and women who are not family members are not supposed to come into contact," Zhen Shuimei refuted sternly. Su Liangkai had never expected that his wife would embarrass him in front of such important guests, so his face had reddened with exasperation. Just then, a weakened voice was heard calling out, "Big brother Yi Bai." When they turned their heads, they saw that Zhao Ye's lashes were fluttering. Her clear eyes opened the next moment and seemed to become an abyss that could trap the gazes of all the men present. "Xiao Ye." Zhao Yibai quickly took a seat beside her and touched her forehead before appearing relieved. "You're finally awake." To the side, Zhen Shuimei shook slightly. It seemed that she wanted to step forward, but she stopped herself from doing so in the end. Zhao Ye nodded slightly, then gazed at the people beside the bed with vigilance. "Who are they?" Zhao Yibai comforted her by saying, "Don't worry. They're not bad people." He then went on to introduce these people to her. Only after he was finished did Zhao Ye nod. "I'm fine. I just need some time to recuperate." Hearing that, Zhen Shuimei hurriedly said, "Young lady, please get some rest and don't worry about anything. We'll take our leave now." Without responding to her, Zhao Ye closed her eyes. Seeing that, they could only leave with Zhen Shuimei. Zhao Yibai saw them off and returned to the room. Su Liangkai brought Hu Sun and Su Hao back to the banquet. As they drank more wine, the atmosphere became merry. The banquet ended in the middle of the night as they returned to their rooms to get some rest. The next morning, the people of Spirit Sea Temple came together. Hu Sun, as their leader, said, "All of you should take the criminals' head back to the master sect first. Junior brother Su doesn't come back home frequently, so he'll stay here for a bit longer." "What about you, senior brother Hu?" someone asked. Hu Sun replied, "During our mission I sensed a turning point in my cultivation, so I want to spend some time comprehending it. This place is peaceful and serene, which suits my needs. I'll remain here for a short time. Go back now and tell my master about it." Yes, they all agreed immediately. After seeing his fellow brothers of Spirit Sea Temple off, Husun turned his gaze to Su Hao. "Junior brother Su, how have I treated you over the years?" Su Hao replied firmly, "Other than my parents, senior brother who has treated me the best. You were the one who took care of me when I first joined the sect. I'll never forget the favor you've shown me." With a gratified expression, Husun patted the other man's shoulder. "I know you're a grateful person. I've always focused on martial Dao, so although I've come of age, I've never considered getting myself a partner. However, life is full of surprises. Since the right woman has appeared, I should give it a serious thought. Will you lend me a hand, junior brother?" Martial Peak, Chapter 4696, Refuse a Toast Drink a Forfeit. "Do you have your eyes on that woman, senior brother?" Su Hao wasn't a fool. Although Husun had never made it clear, Su Hao could understand what the other man was trying to say. Anyway, no man wouldn't be tempted by such an alluring woman. Last night, he was in a dazed state while cultivating as he couldn't help thinking about the woman's slightly pale face. Although the woman was clearly older than him by a few years, cultivators typically enjoyed a very long life, hence, the difference in their age didn't matter. If he was able to marry such a woman, Su Hao was willing to pay half of his lifespan in exchange. However, at this moment, Husun was expressing his thoughts right in front of him. Su Hao was displeased and furious as someone else had his eyes on the woman he was interested in. Nevertheless, when he was facing this senior brother, who had been taking care of him since he was a young kid, he had no way to vent his anger. "Junior brother, if you can lend me a hand and make it happen, I'll put in a good word for you in front of honored master. I'll ask him to teach you the second part of the Tempest art." Su Hao was immediately tempted. Although he was also a disciple of Spirit Sea Temple, his status was not comparable to that of Husun. While Husun was a core disciple in Spirit Sea Temple, Su Hao was a less important common disciple. That was why Husun was the leader that was in charge of the mission they were given by the master sect. Over the years, he had only cultivated the first part of the Tempest art and made it to the third order true element boundary. In order to improve his cultivation, he had to get the second part of the Tempest art. However, his master didn't seem to have the intention of teaching it to him anytime soon, as he still wanted to give him more tests. This mission was one of the tests. If Husun was willing to put in a good word for him, Su Hao could easily get the second part of the Tempest art. There wasn't a lack of beautiful women in the world, but there was only one Tempest art. Moreover, even if he competed with Husun, he might not be the one who would marry the woman in the end. Although he wasn't really willing to give up, Su Hao soon made up his mind and nodded. "Senior brother, you've treated me like a real brother all this time. If there's any way I can help, just tell me right away." Husun smiled and nodded before patting the other man's shoulders. "You're indeed my good junior brother. That woman is severely wounded, so it will take her a month or two to recuperate. And help me find out about her background first." A curious Su Hao asked, "That guy named Zhao Yibai said he hasn't joined any sect. I suppose the two of them had started cultivating due to some opportunity." Husun replied, "That's just what he said. We'd better find out more first." "Alright, don't worry, senior brother. I'll look into it." In the next few days, Zhao Yi stayed in the room to recuperate. Zhen Xuemei would visit her every day and stay for a few hours each time. She would talk to Zhao Ye when the latter was awake, and she would keep guard by her side when she was asleep. On the other hand, Zhao Yibai felt apologetic as he thought that they had been troubling Zhen Xuemei. During this period of time, Su Hao once brought Husun to look for Zhen Xuemei. They also visited Zhao Ye while they were there. However, after that, Zhen Xuemei would make sure to meet them outside the room whenever they came. She wouldn't allow them to disturb Zhao Ye. During Zhao Ye's 13-year stay on Azure Jade Peak, her cultivation had been deliberately suppressed by Yang Kai, but while her cultivation improved slowly, her physique had been significantly improved. Just like Zhao Yibai, her physique was one of the strongest among the cultivators in the same age and realm. However, her frail-looking figure could easily fool others. Although she was severely injured, it only took her 5 days to get out of bed, and it only took her another few days to start walking. While her strong physique contributed to her rapid recovery, the spirit pills given by Yang Kai were another reason. Following Hu Sun's order, Su Hao had asked his mother some indirect questions and found out more about Zhao Yi Bai and Zhao Ya. Nevertheless, they rarely revealed any personal information, so the information Su Hao could get was limited as well. They're from Seven Stars Town? Hu Sun frowned as the candlelight flickered in the room. Although I've never heard of Seven Stars Town before, I know a thing or two about Seven Stars Sect. It said that they were still a second-class sect in the past. Then, all of a sudden, a third-order Emperor Realm Master became their ancestor. That's how they instantly became a first-class sect. Hu Sun nodded. I'm aware of that as well. I suppose Seven Stars Town relies on Seven Stars Sect to exist. In that case, they're probably the disciples of Seven Stars Sect. Hu Sun gently knocked on the table. That guy has a terrible aptitude as he's only in the Qi transformation realm at such an age. He might be speaking the truth when he said that he has never joined any sect. He probably has nothing to do with Seven Stars Sect. On the other hand, Zhao Ya might be from Seven Stars Sect. However, even if it's true, she must be a common disciple. Su Hao bowed his head. You have a point, senior brother. Zhao Ya was older than him by a few years, but she was only in the true element boundary 9th stage, so he supposed that her aptitude was no better than his. Even if she was really a disciple from Seven Stars Sect, she wouldn't be an important figure. Following that, Su Hao fawned over him by saying, given your cultivation and status, Zhao Ya is extremely lucky to have gained your favor. Hu Sun shook his head, but that woman is pretty cold and dispassionate. It won't be easy to win her heart. Over the past few days, they had been trying to come into contact with Zhao Ya, but during their rare encounters, she always sported an indifferent expression and wouldn't even spare them a glance. On the other hand, she seemed very concerned about Zhao Yi Bai, which infuriated Hu Sun. As a core disciple of Spirit Sea Temple, he managed to make it to the Immortal Ascension Boundary 3rd stage at such a young age. In the sect, he was always surrounded by senior sisters and junior sisters. There had never been a woman who dared to treat him coldly. Let's not forget about your mother. Hu Sun glared at him as he spoke. For some reason, Zhen Shuimei had always stayed by Zhao Ya's side in the past few days, which made Hu Sun unable to reveal his charm in front of the alluring woman. There was a meek expression on Su Hao's face as he changed the topic by saying, Zhao Ya has recovered pretty quickly. Despite her injury, she could start walking after a few days. Hu Sun said coldly, I can't stay here for a long time as we need to head back to the Master Sect as soon as possible. No one will be able to take responsibility if Honored Master blames us. What should we do then? While secretly taking pleasure in the other man's misfortune, Su Hao never revealed any emotions on his face. Although he didn't have a chance to get Zhao Ya, he wouldn't want to see Hu Sun getting together with her either. Returning to the sect without achieving anything would be the best outcome for him. There was a dark expression on Hu Sun's face as a sense of coldness flashed through his eyes. In that case, I'll have to go hard on her. A woman will become obedient after she's bedded. Su Hao was stunned. Senior brother. Hu Sun said grimly, you have to help me, junior brother. Upon hearing that, Su Hao became anxious. The next day, Zhen Shuimei was talking to Zhao Ya in the room, and as usual, she was the one who did all the talking while Zhao Ya listened in silence. Certainly, Zhen Shuimei could see that Zhao Ya wasn't paying attention to her, but she didn't mind it. Fortunately, Zhao Yi Bai would join the conversation from time to time. Whenever that happened, Zhao Ya would be all ears as she smiled with her mouth covered. Just then, footsteps were heard rapidly approaching them. They turned their heads and saw Su Hao rushing over. How are? Zhen Shuimei rose from the chair. What are you doing here? Su Hao replied with a smile. Father wants to see you, mother. Your father is looking for me? Zhen Shuimei was surprised. Su Hao nodded, yes. I don't know what the matter is, but he seems anxious. Zhen Shuimei furrowed her brows, but she soon set herself at ease. She then said to Zhao Ya and Zhao Yi Bai, get some rest now. I'll have a look. Zhao Yi Bai got up and said, See you later, Auntie May. After she was gone, Zhao Yibai cupped his fist at Su Hao. We're sorry for troubling you these past few days, senior brother Su. Xiaoya has mostly recovered, so we'll be leaving soon. You're leaving so soon? Su Hao was shocked as he took a glance at the dispassionate Xiaoya. He wasn't willing to part ways with her. Zhao Yibai nodded. The reason we've come all the way here is to look for someone. Unfortunately, we haven't had any clues yet, so we'll have to keep searching. Su Hao subconsciously nodded. This who can lend you a hand if you're trying to look for a specific person. After all, this area is the territory of Spirit Sea Temple. If the two of you don't mind, you can come to Spirit Sea Temple with me. I'll definitely find the person you're looking for. Husun's voice was heard coming from outside. The next moment he stepped into the room. Zhao Ye slightly narrowed her eyes as she turned her face away. On the other hand, Zhao Yibai frowned. This was Su Hao's home, so he could be forgiven for coming into the room without invitation. However, Husun had crossed the line by doing so. With that said, Zhao Yibai wasn't someone who liked to make things difficult for others, so he still politely cupped his fist. Senior brother Hu. Husun didn't even spare him a glance as he stared fervently at Zhao Ye as though he wanted to eat her alive. Are you willing to come back to Spirit Sea Temple with me, Sister Zhao Ye? Zhao Ye didn't even lift her gaze as she said coldly, Scram. Husun's expression changed, then he took a deep breath and put on a grin. Sister Zhao Ye, you're a beautiful and intelligent woman, so I don't believe you haven't realized my feelings for you. Although I've met countless women in the past, you're the only one who could make me fall in love. I sincerely want you to come to Spirit Sea Temple with me. Don't worry, I'll ask my master to hold a wedding for us. We'll live together forever, and you'll be my only woman. Zhao Yibai was dumbfounded upon hearing that, as he had never expected that a man could speak to a woman like that. This was something completely new to him. At the same time, he felt displeased in his heart as he had the urge to beat someone up for the first time. He initially had a good impression of Husun, but looking at him now, he just felt that the man was despicable and hideous. I told you to get out. Are you deaf or what? Zhao Ye finally lifted her eyes. Her gaze was like an ice sheet that had been frozen for thousands of years. Husun let out a sigh. Since you've refused a toast, you must drink a loss. Junior brother Su. There was a conflicted expression on Su Hao's face, but the next moment he subdued Zhao Yibai. A dumbstruck Zhao Yibai called out, Senior brother Su? Su Hao appeared guilty as he lugged Zhao Yibai away in silence. Martial Peak, Chapter 4697, She's Your Daughter. A loud bang was heard coming from behind Zhao Yibai as Zhao Ye and Husun exchanged moves. Seeing that Zhao Yibai was captured, she wanted to save him, but the well-prepared Husun wouldn't let her succeed. After intercepting her, Husun said, If you're obedient, Zhao Yibai will be fine. However, if you resist, I can't guarantee whether that brat will survive. I'll rip your corpse into 10,000 pieces if Big Brother Yibai loses a single strand of hair. Zhao Ye shot him a piercing glance. Husun roared, Why are you so concerned about such a useless waste? I was already a true element boundary master at his age, but he's only in the Qi transformation realm. Only this who has the right to spend the rest of his life with you. You're the waste here. Zhao Ye sneered as she extended her hand and summoned a silver spear before pointing it at him. Tell Su how to send Big Brother Yibai back, and I'll spare your life. Husun let out a sigh. Since you're so obstinate, don't blame me for not treating you gently. Outside the court, Zhao Yibai sighed. What's the point of him doing all this? After lugging him out of the court, Su Hao directly released him. He didn't intend to restrict him in any way. Given the fact that he was a true element boundary master, Zhao Yibai could never make a scene in front of him. As he listened to the noises of the battle and sensed the clashes of powers, he felt bitter in his heart. After all, the alluring woman would belong to Husun in just a moment. When he turned his head and saw Zhao Yibai looking all calm, he frowned. Aren't you worried about Zhao Ye? A puzzled Zhao Yibai asked, What's there to worry about? On top of numerous healing pills, The pair had also brought 2 artifact armors with them when they left Azure Jade Peak to venture into the outside world. Those artifact armors were given to Xiaoya during the disciple recruitment of 7 Stars sect in the past. At that time, Yang Kai kept those gifts for her. It wasn't until she had to leave the mountain that he gave some of the artifacts back to her. However, both Zhao Yibai and Xiaoya had never thought about putting the artifacts on all along. They didn't want to rely on any external aids during their journey as they wanted to push their limits and test themselves. A few days ago though, Xiaoya was severely injured, and she still hadn't fully recovered even now. Worried that something might happen while she was in a weakened state, Zhao Yibai told her to put on her artifact armor. Naturally, Xiaoya wouldn't disobey him. The artifact armor was made by an elder from 7 Stars sect who was in the Dao Source realm, so it was extremely valuable to a cultivator in the true element boundary. One could be well protected by putting it on. Even someone in the transcendent realm would not be able to harm Xiaoya, not to mention that Husun was only in the Immortal Ascension boundary. Perhaps only people in the Origin Returning realm and Origin King realm could break through the defensive power of the artifact armor. Su Hao was dumbfounded as he gazed at Zhao Yibai. He couldn't believe that such a person existed in the world. His sister hadn't fully recovered, and she was now locked in an intense battle with a stronger foe. If she was defeated, her modesty would be violated. However, this man was not anxious at all. All of a sudden, Zhao Yibai appeared worried. Xiaoya hasn't recovered yet. Her wound would be irritated by making a move. That's all you're worried about? Su Hao thought that there must be something wrong with this guy's head as the latter hadn't realized the severity of the matter. After giving it a thought, Zhao Yibai replied in a nervous tone, Xiaoya has a rather ruthless personality. I hope she doesn't kill senior brother Hu. At that moment, Su Hao no longer wanted to talk to him. Just then, Su Liangkai and Zhen Xuemei rushed over and a flustered Su Liangkai asked, How, what's going on? He was perplexed when Zhen Xuemei looked for him just now. Before they could figure out what their son was up to though, they heard the noises of a battle, which was why they rushed over. There was a meek expression on Su Hao's face as he blocked the entrance of the court. Nothing. It's just that senior brother who wanted to exchange some pointers with that young lady. Exchange pointers? Zhen Xuemei's expression changed. That's ridiculous. Xiaoya hasn't recovered yet, so how is she able to exchange moves with another person? Why didn't you stop them, Hao? Upon finishing her words, she was ready to rush in and stop them. Mother! Su Hao steadfastly blocked the entrance as he pressed his lips together and shook his head. Zhen Xuemei's face turned pale as she gazed at her son's guilty-looking eyes. It was apparent that the people in the court were not exchanging pointers. Upon that realization, Su Liangkai furrowed his brows. Certainly, he was not pleased with Husun's action in his house, but that man was his son's senior brother after all, and Su Hao's future hinged on him. Hence, despite his displeasure, he wasn't willing to interfere in the matter. To him, both Xiaoya and Zhao Yibai were just strangers, so their life or death had nothing to do with him. In that case, we'll just let them do whatever they want, Su Liangkai said, then motioned to his wife to stay out of it. On the other hand, Zhen Xuemei's face was as pale as a white sheet while she clenched her son's arms and begged, Hao, stop your senior brother right now. Xiaoya is still injured, she can't fight with him. Su Hao hung his head low and replied in a small voice, Mother, I have no right to change senior brother Hu's decision. Why are you trying to interfere in the matter between the two of them? Go back now. Su Liangkai extended his hand to pull Zhen Xuemei, who flung his hand away. With a despondent expression, she gazed at Su Hao and said anxiously, Hao, I don't want anything to happen to Xiaoya. Please tell your senior brother not to do this. You're his fellow brother after all. I'm sure he'll listen to you. Su Hao shook his head with a helpless smile. Mother, you have no idea about my senior brother's temperament. Once he has made a decision, no one else can change his mind other than our master. Su Liangkai clenched her arm and snapped, Why are you being so meddlesome in other people's affairs? It's completely normal that cultivators exchange pointers, so why are you making a scene here? Don't touch me. Zhen Shuimei flung his hand away again and attempted to step into the court. I'll stop them myself then. Following that, a loud noise was heard as Su Liangkai slapped across her face. He said through clenched teeth, "You wench! Will you only be happy by making our son lose his footing in Spirit Sea Temple?" Zhen Shuimei covered her face and stared at him while feeling heartbroken. With her tears sliding down her face, she said in a shaking voice, "What do you know? What do you know? You know nothing." Su Liangkai's face fell. "I don't have to know anything. Howard, take your mother away." Zhen Shuimei gritted her teeth and roared, "The woman in that court is your daughter." Su Liangkai's expression turned from furious to stunned while Su Hao and Zhao Yibai were dumbstruck. They stared at Zhen Shuimei as they couldn't believe what they had just heard. As soon as Zhen Shuimei finished shouting, she collapsed to the ground and wailed, "She is Dong. What nonsense are you spouting?" Su Liangkai was trembling as he pointed at her. Zhen Shuimei covered her face with both hands as her tears uncontrollably streamed out of her eyes. "There's a pink birthmark shaped like a plum blossom on her left shoulder. Although many years have passed, I still remember it clearly. There's no way there's another person with the same birthmark. Moreover, her facial features are similar to mine, or are all of you just blind?" Su Liangkai staggered as though he had been struck by a hammer. His face turned pallid in an instant. Disbelief was written all over Su Hao's face as he muttered, "She's my big sister? Isn't she supposed to be dead?" Zhen Shuimei explained, "She was injured previously. I saw the birthmark when I dressed her wound. If you don't believe me, you can ask him." She then pointed at Zhao Yibai. Su Liangkai and Su Hao turned to look at him at the same time. A flushing Zhao Yibai replied, "Yes, there's a birthmark on her left shoulder. It looks like a pink plum blossom." He had seen it when they were little kids, but he never saw it again after they became adults. "Aren't you her brother?" Su Liangkai was astounded. Zhao Yibai explained, "We grew up together, but we're not biological siblings. According to my mother, a few days after I was born on a particularly stormy night, she heard a baby crying outside our house. When she opened the door, she saw Xiaoya lying on the ground. She was wrapped in a piece of cloth at that time. Xiaoya is aware of that as well." "How old are you now?" Su Liangkai asked. 20 years old." The color drained from Su Liangkai's already pale face. There was also a great storm on the day he dumped the child on the mountain. It was just like what Zhao Yibai had described. Moreover, now that he thought about it, Zhao Yi's facial features were indeed similar to those of Zhen Shuimei, but they hadn't paid attention to it previously. "Why didn't you say anything sooner?" Su Liangkai stomped his foot on the ground. Zhen Shuimei couldn't stop crying. She was discarded in the mountains to die when she was a baby. Now that she's a grown woman, what right do I have to say anything? She had never intended to expose this secret to anyone. In fact, she was already gratified that her daughter had grown up to be a beautiful young woman instead of being killed as a baby. She wouldn't dare to ask for more. Back then, she asked some people to build a log house on the mountain where the child was abandoned. She would stay in that house from time to time, and as she recalled that it was in that place where her child might have been taken away by some beast as a meal, she felt heartbroken and guilt-ridden. 20 years had passed, and she had found her child in the exact same place. There was a moment when she thought that it was fate. The Su family members sported different expressions, and it wasn't until this moment that Zhao Yibai realized why Zhen Shuimei had been so concerned about Xiaoya, as she would keep her company for a few hours every day. He now knew that she had recognized her daughter when she was dressing the wound for Xiaoya. That must be the reason she exclaimed in the log house at that time. Xiaoya has found her biological parents. Zhao Yibai couldn't help but put on a grin. He supposed it was good news. "How? Stop your senior brother now. She's your big sister. It's not too late yet." Zhen Shuimei looked pleadingly at her son. Su Hao nodded and shuffled towards the court. Just then, a blast of wind spread around from the court as Su Hao staggered backwards upon impact, widening his eyes and exclaimed, Immortal Ascension Boundary. The clouds in the skies suddenly darkened as deafening thunder was heard. World Energy Baptism. This was a precursor to someone breaking through to the Immortal Ascension Boundary. Of the two people in the court, Wuxia was in the Immortal Ascension Boundary third stage, so he wasn't the cause of this phenomenon. The only possibility was that Zhao Ye was breaking through. Martial Peak, Chapter 4698, My name is Zhao Ye. As lightning struck, the aura of the Immortal Ascension Boundary spread out wildly. The noises of the battle in the court intensified as Wuxia could be heard crying out. Su Hao had no idea what was going on inside, and although he wanted to have a look, he was unable to even approach the courtyard. An incense stick later, the noises slowly subsided. Half of the manor had been destroyed from the fallout of the battle. Su Hao immediately rushed towards the battlefield, and what came into his sight caused his pupils to contract. There was a figure, whose white clothes were stained with blood, standing on the chaotic battlefield with a spear in her hand. Blood was seen dripping from the tip of the silver spear. In front of her, Wuxia was leaning against the wall as he covered his own throat with both hands. His figure was battered and there were countless wounds all over his body. He was no longer able to speak as blood continuously streamed through the gaps of his fingers. With his eyes widened, he still seemed to be longing for life. Su Hao was flabbergasted. Not only was Wuxia defeated, but it also seemed that he wouldn't survive. The sight was unbelievable to Su Hao. It had to be noted that Wuxia was in the Immortal Ascension Boundary third stage while Zhao Ye had just achieved a breakthrough to the Immortal Ascension Boundary. How is it possible that Wuxia was defeated? The next moment, Su Hao felt a dense murderous intent fall on him like a tsunami. He instantly felt cold all over his body as though he had fallen into an ice cave. A cold light expanded before his eyes and blinded his vision. Zhao Yibai, who arrived just in time, hurriedly shouted, "Zhao Ye, stop. He's your brother." A gale swept past Su Hao's face as a spear point came into contact with his forehead, drawing a trickle of blood. His vision refocused as he could finally see that Zhao Ye was standing just 3 steps away from him while her spear was literally pressed against his head. He was instantly drenched in cold sweat as he had just escaped from death's door. If Zhao Yibai hadn't shouted in time, Su Hao would have turned into a corpse by now. It was then he realized it wasn't a joke when Zhao Yibai said Zhao Ye had a ruthless temperament. "Zhao Ye!" Zhen Shui Mei wailed and rushed over before clenching her daughter's arms. She appeared anxious as she examined her. "Are you all right? Are you hurt anywhere?" There was a conflicted expression on Su Liangkai's face as he glanced at Zhao Ye, but his attention was soon attracted to the dying Wuxia. His expression changed drastically as he exclaimed, "How? Check on your senior brother now." Following a nod, Su Hao dashed towards Wuxia and inspected his wounds. Zhao Ye's surging murderous intent instantly dissipated the moment Zhao Yibai called out to her. With a caring gaze, she asked, "Are you all right, big brother Yibai?" "I'm fine," Zhao Yibai shook his head. "What were you talking about just now?" Zhao Ye appeared puzzled. Zhao Yibai parted his lips for a moment before letting out a sigh. "Zhao Ye, if I'm not mistaken, Auntie Mei is your mother, and Uncle Su is your father. Also, Su Hao is your younger brother." "Mother?" Zhao Ye's pupils contracted as she looked dazedly at Zhen Shui Mei. She couldn't believe what she had just heard. Like the pearls after the string snapped, Zhen Shui Mei's tears slid down her face as she nodded repeatedly, "My child, I'm your mother." In an instant, Zhao Ye's mind descended into chaos. After all, she had just finished a life-and-death battle, and all of a sudden someone firmly claimed to be her mother. She couldn't wrap her head around the idea. She wouldn't have believed it if someone else had said it, but she would never doubt whatever Zhao Yibai told her. "When you were injured previously, Auntie Mei was helping to dress your wound in the log cabin. That was when she saw the plum blossom birthmark on your left shoulder. Auntie Mei's daughter has the same birthmark. Moreover, your age matches that of her daughter." Zhao Yibai sighed. Zhao Ye stared dazedly at the weeping Zhen Shui Mei. All of a sudden, she recalled that the older woman had said she had a daughter who was about the same age as her. However, during Zhao Ya's stay in this place, she had never seen this daughter that Jin Shuimei had mentioned before. She wasn't a prying person though, so she had never asked about it. It now seemed that she was the daughter that Jin Shuimei had talked about. "I'm sorry, Zhao Ya. I didn't take good care of you." Jin Shuimei felt as if she would never stop crying. Zhao Ya's eyes slowly reddened as well. Staring at the woman in front of her, she called out gently, "Mother." Zhen Shuimei covered her mouth as she sobbed. She had been waiting for 20 years to hear her daughter call her mother. Now that her wish had been granted, she felt she could die with no regrets. On the other hand, Su Liangkai was standing beside Hu Sun as he appeared apprehensive. Although Su Hao infused his power into Hu Sun's body in an attempt to save him, his efforts were in vain. Initially, Hu Sun could still make some gurgling sounds through his throat, but just a while later, he fell silent as he widened his eyes. His hands went limp as his vitality dissipated. Su Hao slowly got to his feet, his face as pale as a sheet. "He's dead." As if struck by lightning, Su Liangkai staggered backwards and fell on his bottom. "It's over. It's all over." Hu Sun was killed in his house, and the murderer was the daughter he had abandoned 20 years ago. There was no way those from Spirit Sea Temple would let them off. Not only was Su Hao's future destroyed, but their entire family was also doomed. He suddenly got up and charged towards Zhao Ya before angrily slapping across her face. Following a loud slap, a red mark appeared on Zhao Ya's face. "Look what you've done." Su Liangkai was infuriated. "What are you doing?" Zhen Shuimei quickly stood in front of Zhao Ya and spread her arms like a hen protecting her chick. Su Liangkai snapped, "She's a jinx. I threw her away 20 years ago, so why did she come back at this point? The moment she came back, she has given us such a calamity. If I had known this would happen, I would have strangled her to death myself." "Are you out of your mind?" Zhen Shuimei exclaimed. Behind her, Zhao Ya hung her head low as her tears dropped to the ground. She muttered, "So, I was abandoned." Su Liangkai barked, "Yes, I was the one who threw you away on the mountain. Why were you not taken away by some beast? Why are you still alive?" "Enough. Donger is your daughter." Zhen Shuimei was so overwhelmed that she started trembling. "She has brought such a disaster upon our family once she appeared. I don't have a daughter like her. Now that Hu Sun is dead, what will happen to Hao? What will happen to our family? There's no way those from Spirit Sea Temple will forgive us. We're doomed. All this has happened because of her." Zhen Shuimei roared. Hu Sun was a wicked man. He wanted to violate Donger's modesty. Was she not supposed to resist? He got what he deserved. "Shut up, you wretch. Big brother Yi Bai." Zhao Ya suddenly gazed at Zhao Yi Bai and put on a gentle smile. "Will you please go somewhere else for a moment? I'd like to talk to my parents." Zhao Yi Bai frowned as he looked at the red mark on her face. Although he was hesitant, he still nodded in the end. He then walked out of the courtyard and disappeared from their sight. Su Liangkai was still cursing when he abruptly stopped. When his vision focused, he found himself staring at the tip of a silver spear that was right in front of his face. In a shaking voice, he said, What are you doing? I'm your father. Do you want to kill me?" Zhen Shuimei was also dumbstruck as she shook her head at Zhao Ya with anxiety. "Don't make any rash moves, Donger." Although she had always been resentful of Su Liangkai for throwing her child away, Zhao Ya was his daughter after all. It would be totally unacceptable if she decided to kill him. Su Hao's heart leaped to his throat as he had witnessed how Zhao Ya mercilessly murdered Hu Sun. If she decided to kill here, he was powerless to stop her. It seemed that only Zhao Yi Bai could stop her from doing anything irrational. It was no wonder that she told Zhao Yi Bai to leave for a moment. It was apparent that she didn't want the man to see her looking so cruel and heartless. "When I was a young child, I already knew that I was picked up by Auntie Lu. She is like a mother to me, and she treats me really well. There's also Uncle Yang. Big brother Yi Bai always said that if my father were still alive, he would be as amiable as Uncle Yang. Hence, I always believed that since I had a mother and father figure, I was not lacking anything. I left 7 Stars Town at the age of 7 and joined 7 Stars Sect. Although my master seems to be cold-blooded, he's actually a good man. Moreover, I also have big brother Yi Bai. What are you trying to say, Dong? Zhen Shuimei gazed at her with a horrified expression. There was a faint smile on Zhao Ye's face. I've never thought about looking for my biological parents. To me, those who have raised me are my family members. As for all of you, you're nothing to me. Su Liang Kai gulped as he said meekly, I'm your biological father. Zhao Ye replied with a smile, what right do you have to claim to be my father when you didn't even bother to raise me? Who do you think you are to give me orders? While she pushed her spear forward again, Su Liang Kai staggered backwards and yelled, why you can't do this to me? I guess I'll be considered unfilial and wicked if I stab this spear into your head. Do you want to give it a try? Zhen Shuimei's face turned pale. Please don't, Dong. There was a cold expression on Zhao Ye's face as she said through clenched teeth, my name is Zhao Ye. All of a sudden, she put her spear away and bent her back to salute Zhen Shuimei. Many thanks for taking care of me in the past few days, Auntie Mei. Please take care of yourself in the future. Zhen Shuimei cried, you have to take good care of yourself too. With an impassive expression, Zhao Ye nodded and shuffled forward. There's no way you can escape. Su Hao, who had remained silent for a long time, sighed. Since senior brother Husun is dead, his life lamp has undoubtedly shattered. Those from Spirit Sea Temple must be aware of his death by now. I suppose my honored master is rushing over to this place. Su Liang Kai nodded repeatedly, you can't just leave. Wait for those from Spirit Sea Temple to come and explain everything to them. Zhao Ye ignored him, but she soon stopped in her tracks and looked in a particular direction with an alarmed expression. A figure suddenly appeared beside her as Zhao Yi Bai had returned. He took Zhao Ye's hand and said anxiously, we have to run now. Something's wrong. He was only in the Qi transformation realm, so his senses weren't as sharp as Zhao Ye's. Nevertheless, he instinctively felt uneasy, as though something terrible was about to happen. Martial Peak, Chapter 4699, suddenly able to run really fast. The two of them left in a rush, but just a moment later, a figure descended from the sky along with a horrifying pressure. As if struck by lightning, a dazed Zhen Shuimei and a terrified Su Liang Kai coughed out a mouthful of blood at the same time. It was the same case for Su Hao, who was only in the true element boundary. The figure landed in front of Husun with his eyes narrowed while his murderous intent surged. Disciple greets honored master. While bearing the pressure forcefully, Su Hao took a step forward and fell on his knees. This person was none other than the temple master of Spirit Sea Temple, Jianghu. As the sect master of a first-class sect in the Void Continent, he was a powerful second-order Emperor Realm Master and was famous throughout the entire world. Husun and Su Hao had the luck to become his disciples, but Su Hao was just an in-name disciple while Husun was a true disciple. Jianghu regarded Husun highly because of his extraordinary aptitude. When the other disciples brought the criminal's head back to Spirit Sea Temple, Jianghu was quite pleased. However, he had never expected that he would be informed of Husun's life lamp shattering just a few days later. He immediately left the temple and arrived at this place. Given his second-order Emperor Realm cultivation, it only took him a cup of tea's time to travel from Spirit Sea Temple to this small village. After examining Husun for a moment, Jianghu shot a dispassionate glance at Su Hao and snorted. He had quite a number of disciples, and although Husun was not bad, he was not the brightest. Regardless, he was Jianghu's disciple. Since his disciple was killed, Jianghu, as the master, could not just pretend that nothing had happened. The person who had the guts to do this would have to pay a hefty price. He didn't even ask Su Hao who killed Husun, because before he arrived at this place, he could already detect 2 auras with different strengths leaving this place in a hurry with his divine sense. One of them was in the Immortal Ascension boundary while the other was in the Qi transformation realm. How could weak cultivators like them possibly escape from his senses? The next moment, Jianghu leapt into the sky like a great peng and disappeared. A couple dozen kilometers away, Zhaoya wrapped Zhao Yibai with her true qi and flew forward. Just a moment later, she felt a fierce divine sense locking onto them. Her expression changed as she yelled, "We should split up, big brother Yibai." She was aware that she was unable to resist the person who was coming for them. Regardless of how many treasures her master had given her before they left, she was worried that she wouldn't be able to keep her life this time. She was the one who killed Hu Sun, so it had nothing to do with Zhao Yibai. If they split up now, he would stand a chance to live. By sticking together, both of them would just be killed at the same time. Without giving Zhao Yibai a chance to reject her, she gently pushed out her palm and sent him flying away. In the meantime, she shot off in a different direction. Zhao Yibai fell to the ground and rolled away. With his face covered in sand, he looked up and saw a ray of light chasing after Zhaoya. With his eyes widened and he stomped the ground hard as he raced after them. However, he was only in the Qi transformation realm, so he was unable to run as fast as Zhaoya or as fast as Jiahong could fly. Just a moment later, they were already out of his sight. While he was anxious, he kept blaming himself. They had come across a lot of dangers during their recent adventure, but it was always Zhaoya who protected him. He felt like he was a burden that was practically useless. Nevertheless, he knew that his aptitude was ordinary. Since he obtained the secret art in his dream 3 years ago, he had only managed to make it to the Qi transformation realm, so he was unable to help Zhaoya out at all. Despite that, he still tried his best to catch up. In front of him, Jiahong was moving at the speed of lightning as he could see Zhaoya from a distance. He snorted at the fact that an immortal ascension brat had the guts to act impudently in front of him. He extended his hand and surged his Emperor Qi as he prepared to launch an attack on Zhaoya. Instantly, Zhaoya felt her entire figure stiffening as she was engulfed in the aura of death. However, the next moment, this feeling mysteriously dissipated. Meanwhile, a myriad of expressions came over Jiahong, who was behind her. That was because just as he was preparing to make a move, he suddenly felt a sense of crisis befall him, as though he would suffer a terrible calamity if he dared to push out his palm. Given his second-order Emperor realm cultivation, Jiahong knew well enough to not simply ignore this kind of instinctual warning, therefore he didn't dare to act rashly. While feeling doubtful, he dispersed the power he had gathered, after which the sense of uneasiness faded. He frowned and released his divine sense, but he couldn't detect any anomalies in the surroundings, nor was there a formidable enemy nearby. Was it just my imagination? Thinking so, he prepared to attack again. This time, he no longer had that kind of feeling, but after he pushed out his palm, the young woman in front of him staggered at just the right moment to completely avoid his blow, leaving her perfectly fine. Jiahong widened his eyes in disbelief. The move he had just made was meant to end the young woman's life, and given her mere immortal ascension boundary cultivation, it was absolutely impossible for her to dodge it. However, she really managed to escape from death somehow. Jiahong had no idea what was going on. He had made a move twice just now. The first time, he was stopped by the sense of unease he felt, and for the second move, he actually missed his mark. He had a feeling that something was off, so he wouldn't dare to make any rash moves again. Instead, he kept a fixed distance from the woman and observed her carefully. These two figures flew forward, seemingly in tandem, at shocking speed. Presently, Zhao Yibai was far behind them. He was initially anxious, but as time passed, he became immersed in a strange feeling while running at full speed. It was as though he had merged with the world around him. He had experienced the same feeling once 3 years ago. At that time, he was agitated by Miao Fei Ping's words, causing his thoughts to run wild. For some reason, he then fell into a dreamlike state where he found himself floating in a vast expanse of nothingness. It was Senior who woke him up in the end. Senior told him that he had accidentally triggered the power of this world, and that this kind of power was extremely dangerous, so he had to be careful whenever he acted in the future. Zhao Yibai would never dare to forget Senior's warning and ensure that he never replicated that incident again. However, none of that mattered at this moment. He was too weak as a Qi transformation realm cultivator, and only by leveraging on the might of this world could he possibly lend Xiaoya a hand. His eyes were clear and his emotions became as calm as a still, tranquil lake. While he was bolting forward, layers of ripples started spreading from Zhao Yibai, though he was unaware of this fact. The space Tao essence in the world around him was triggered and resonated with him. Suddenly, he took a step forward and abruptly disappeared from the spot. When he reappeared, he was already in a faraway place. While his figure kept flickered and disappearing, Zhao Yibai looked steadfastly towards the front as everything around him seemed to be slipping backward rapidly. Letting out a roar with pleasure, he felt as though he was a fish swimming in water for the first time ever. Half a month later, Zhao Yibai finally saw a ray of light on the horizon. It was the powerful master from Spirit Sea Temple. Xiaoya is right in front of me. Zhao Yibai dashed forward at even greater speed. In the sky up above, Jia Hong, who had been chasing after Xiaoya, noticed the anomaly happening to Zhao Yibai as well. When he looked down, he saw the little Qi transformation realm boy's figure disappearing from time to time. The person seemed able to ignore the obstacles of space and move from one place to another in the blink of an eye. Jia Hong widened his eyes in disbelief as he wondered to himself, what kind of power is that? He had never seen or heard of anything like that before, and all he could tell was that the space around the Qi transformation realm boy was warping with each step the latter took. While he was flabbergasted, he was also feeling extremely vexed and helpless. During this pursuit, he had repeatedly attempted to kill or capture Xiaoya. However, whenever he made a move, he would either be forced to stop following an invisible sense of warning, or his attacks would simply be rendered useless for some strange reason. As an Emperor Realm Master, Jia Hong had actually been chasing after an Immortal Ascension Boundary Junior for half a month, but he still hadn't achieved his goal. He wouldn't have believed it if it wasn't happening to him. Now that he saw a Qi transformation realm brat using some strange power, Jia Hong felt that the experience over the past half a month had turned his worldview upside down. It only took the boy a short moment to surpass him and reach the young woman. For every step the boy took, he seemed able to borrow some kind of power from this world. No words could ever describe how astounded Jia Hong was. Big brother Yibai. Xiaoya was shocked as well. Why did you follow me? Presently, Zhao Yibai was covered in blood. Given his Qi transformation realm, if he couldn't borrow this world's strength, he would have died of exhaustion after manipulating space principles so abruptly and frequently and wouldn't have made it to this place. Despite that, every time he used instantaneous movement, his figure still had to bear immense pressure. If it weren't because his physique was quite robust, he would have been crushed to dust upon breaking through the void. I have no idea why, but I was suddenly able to run really fast, Zhao Yibai replied in a weakened tone. Xiaoya felt heartbroken for him as she engulfed him with her strength. At the same time, she fished out some spirit pills from her space ring and stuffed them into his mouth. Zhao Yibai put on a silly smile. I'm really glad that you're okay. I had been extremely nervous while chasing after them. After all, many things could happen in half a month. He was worried that he would find Xiaoya in a state he would never have the heart to see. Xiaoya snorted, that bastard behind me is just toying with me. He seems to enjoy watching me run, so he never made any fatal moves. If Jia Hong had heard what Xiaoya just said, he would have beat his chest and roared in indignation. Although he had only made a few moves, he was determined to end Xiaoya's life with each one, but for some unknown reason, all his attempts turned out to be futile, and Xiaoya was still alive and well. I guess there's something wrong with him, Zhao Yibai said grimly. This place is not far away from 7 Stars Sect. It will only take us a few days to return. With Senior around, that person won't dare to harm you. Xiaoya nodded. In fact, she had been heading in the direction of 7 Stars Sect this whole time. She knew that it was impossible for her to go against an Emperor Realm Master, so she could only go back and seek her master's help. I'll bring you out of this place. Zhao Yibai took her hand and activated his new ability, causing the world to contort. The next instant, they disappeared from the spot. Jia Hong wore a dark expression from a distance as he saw this. He had faintly realized something during this pursuit, but things had come to a point where he was unable to back down. His disciple was killed, so there was no way he could pretend that nothing had happened. He could only keep following this young couple and see what was waiting for him. He no longer believed that he could kill Zhao Ye to avenge Hu Sun's death, but this matter had to be resolved regardless. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4700, Uncle Yang, are you dying? 7 Stars Sect. Jia Hong stopped in his tracks in front of the mountain entrance and looked up at the sect's name on its arching signboard. The young man and woman that he had been chasing had entered 7 Stars Sect. As the sect master of Spirit Sea Temple, Jia Hong was naturally aware of 7 Stars Sect because both were first-class sects. Although both sects were far from one another, they would come into contact from time to time. An elderly man was already waiting in front of 7 Stars Sect. When he saw Jia Hong, he cupped his fist. "Welcome, Temple Master Jia. I'm sorry for not receiving you earlier." Jia Hong replied impassively, "It's been a long time, Sect Master Shangguan." Shangguanji said, "Our ancestor is aware of your arrival and is waiting for you on Azure Jade Peak. This way, please." Upon hearing that, Jia Hong narrowed his eyes and fell silent for a moment. "Sect Master Shangguan, what's the relationship of the young man and woman with your noble sect's ancestor?" Shangguanji replied with a smile, "You'll find out about it after you go up the mountain." Jia Hong snorted, "This Jia is going now, then." He then strutted towards the peak of the mountain. Shangguanji watched him leave without any intention to stop him. In just a moment, Jia Hong arrived atop Azure Jade Peak. A man and woman were already quietly standing on the peak, the very two who had fled from Green Mountain Town. Jia Hong wasn't surprised to see them here as he furrowed his brows. If these two people had something to do with the ancestor of 7 Stars Sect, it explained why he had come across so many anomalies while chasing them. He now firmly believed he wouldn't be able to avenge Hu Sun's death. "My honored master is waiting for you in the hall," Zhao Ye said impassively. Jia Hong arched his brow then went straight inside. No one knew what Jia Hong and Yang Kai talked about, but just a cup of tea later, Jia Hong left the hall in a respectful manner and leaped into the sky without turning his head. He didn't even bring up the fact that his disciple was killed. Zhao Ye and Zhao Yi exchanged glances before letting out a sigh of relief, knowing that this matter was over. "You two come inside." Yang Kai's voice was heard coming from the hall. Zhao Ye's neck shrank as she was evidently afraid. Zhao Yi took her hand and gave her an assuring look before leading her to the hall. Although they had cultivated on the mountain for 13 years, it was the first time they actually stepped into this hall. Since the door was open, they entered right away and saw a person facing away from them with his hands behind his back. "Master! Senior!" They saluted him respectfully. The person then slowly turned around. Zhao Yi widened his eyes in disbelief, then called out in a pleasantly surprised tone, "Uncle Yang?" Presently, the person in the hall was Uncle Yang, who had been like a father to the young boy since he was born. During Zhao Yi and Zhao Ye's adventures, they had taken the initiative to look for him in Green Mountain Town. However, instead of finding Uncle Yang, they had inadvertently bumped into Zhao Ye's biological parents. Zhao Yi had never expected to come across Uncle Yang here after they were separated for 13 years. An excited Zhao Yi asked, "Why are you here, Uncle Yang? Did Senior bring you here? Where is he?" Yang Kai remained silent with a smile. On the other hand, Zhao Ye was much calmer. Although she was surprised and doubtful the moment she saw Yang Kai, she soon realized what was going on. "Big brother Yi Bai." Zhao Ye pulled Zhao Yi's sleeve. "If I'm not mistaken, Uncle Yang is Master, and Master is Uncle Yang." "How can that be?" Zhao Yi burst into laughter. "Senior is a powerful cultivator while Uncle Yang is just an ordinary person. Moreover, they look totally different, so how can you mix them up?" Zhao Ye explained, "Haven't you always wondered why Master and Uncle Yang look so similar from behind? Moreover, you've just said that Master is very powerful, so it wouldn't be difficult for him to hide his cultivation and change his appearance in front of us. Moreover, Uncle Yang and Master share the same surname. This proves that they're the same person. It's just that we were not aware of it. Zhao Yibai widened his mouth as he still couldn't believe what he had just heard. Am I right, Master? Zhao Ye asked directly. Yang Kai replied with a smile, You've always been intelligent, Xiao Ye. You're right. Zhao Yibai was dumbfounded as he couldn't grasp why the powerful senior became Uncle Yang all of a sudden. While he was puzzled, he saw Yang Kai extending his hand to the side, after which a figure abruptly appeared. The figure looked just like the ancestor they had been living with on Azure Jade Peak for the past dozen years. As the two figures stood alongside one another, their frames were the same except for their appearances and temperaments. Zhao Yibai tooted in amazement. A clone! Zhao Ye arched her brow. Yang Kai waved his hand with a smile as the ancestor of Azure Jade Peak disappeared. He then said, Strictly speaking, the one you're seeing now is also a kind of clone. Rather, this is my soul avatar. Soul avatar? Zhao Ye gasped as her chest heaved. She was now an immortal ascension boundary master who had opened up her own knowledge sea, so she was aware of how to use her divine sense and what kind of capabilities it should have. That was also the reason she understood the wonders of a soul avatar. Yang Kai's soul avatar, however, had manifested into physical form, and even the temple master of Spirit Sea Temple, who was a second-order Emperor Realm Master, didn't dare to make a scene in front of him and left the place without avenging his disciple's death. How horrifyingly powerful must his true body be then? Zhao Yibai's jaw hung so low that an egg could be stuffed into it. Although he had no idea what Yang Kai and Zhao Ye were talking about, he couldn't help thinking they were truly incredible. Admiration was written all over his face as his eyes were as bright as stars. After a gulp, Zhao Ye asked, How powerful are you really, Master? Yang Kai replied with a smile, Your Master's cultivation is higher than the heavens. His words rang a bell as Zhao Ye recalled that he had said the same thing when she agreed to become his disciple in the past. At that time, she swore that she would become more powerful than her master one day and let him have a taste of becoming a worker. 13 years had passed in the blink of an eye. Zhao Ye couldn't help but blush. She was young and naive back then, but she wouldn't dare to have such disrespectful thoughts now. All of a sudden, a realization dawned upon her. When I was abandoned in the past, you were the one who picked me up from the mountain and sent me to Auntie Lu's door. Oh, how did you even figure that out? Yang Kai was genuinely surprised. Zhao Ye replied, When I found out that I was abandoned not long after I was born, I couldn't understand how I ended up in Seven Stars Town that was hundreds of thousands of kilometers away. I was just an infant at that time, and no beast could or would ever do that. Only a powerful cultivator could achieve such a thing. I was just venturing a guess, but your reply proved that my speculation was right. Yang Kai put on a smile and said with some mirth in his words, A person that is too clever might become exhausted in life. Zhao Yibai scratched his head, It's better than being as foolish as me. Zhao Ye pouted, You're not foolish. If you were really stupid, Master wouldn't have spent the last dozen years secretly training you. Huh? Zhao Yibai was perplexed. Zhao Ye said, Master is Uncle Yang. Have you forgotten how he treated you over the past dozen years? After giving it a thought, Zhao Yibai put on a grin. Uncle Yang must have his reasons for treating me like that. Although the two of them had spent the last over 10 years on Azure Jade Peak, they were treated very differently. While Zhao Ye was treasured like a flower and carefully nurtured, Zhao Yibai was ignored like weeds. He had to do all sorts of manual work and would often be punished in Zhao Ye's stead. An annoyed Zhao Ye said, I suppose you're dumb after all. Uncle Yang doted on you when you were a child. Why do you think he'd suppress you and punish you over the years? A puzzled Zhao Yibai asked, Why? Zhao Ye turned to look at Yang Kai. You'll have to ask Master about it. Yang Kai replied with a smile, Xiao Bai's aptitude is indeed ordinary, but that's not the reason I suppressed him. Even if there are 10 Xiao Bais, they're not comparable to you, Xiaoya. Zhao Yibai flashed a smile at Xiaoya to show that he was truly dumb. On the other hand, Xiaoya had sensitively caught the key part from Yang Kai's words. Big brother Yibai might not be comparable to me when it comes to his aptitude, but he must have something that makes him special. Let me take a guess. I've always heard that when a powerful master realizes his time is running out, he will look for a legacy disciple before his predestined time of death. Therefore, some unknown young people suddenly receive the inheritances of powerful cultivators and become rising stars. In that case, you're probably dying soon, honored master, and Big Brother Yibai has the chance to receive your inheritance. The corners of Yang Kai's mouth twitched when he heard that. On the other hand, Zhao Yibai was flabbergasted as he asked with anxiety, Uncle Yang, are you dying? Yang Kai felt like he was on the verge of coughing up blood, and in a grim voice he snarled, my vitality is still vibrant. If you two don't work hard, I'll live long enough to attend your funerals. While reeling from the shock, Zhao Yibai let out a sigh of relief. With a frown, Xiaoya muttered, when we were running away, Big Brother Yibai used a strange power that could ignore the obstacles of space. It allowed him to move faster than an Emperor Realm Master, even though he's just in the Qi transformation realm. Does your inheritance have something to do with this strange ability, honored master? Yang Kai let out a sigh. He initially didn't want to explain these things to them so soon, but Xiaoya was too clever, which was why he was caught off guard. He then raised his hand and manipulated the local space principles. Zhao Yibai and Xiaoya widened their eyes as they felt that the distance between Yang Kai and them was rapidly widening, as though they were now in different worlds. However, the next moment, the original distance was restored. When they came to their senses, they realized that they hadn't moved at all. They were drenched in cold sweat due to the contortion of space. This is the Tao of space, and usually only powerful masters have a right to come into contact with it, much less comprehend it. Xiaobai had already shown his talent in this regard when he was in his mother's womb. I didn't want to waste a talented person like him, and the rest is history. Xiaoya nodded as she finally figured it out. The disciple you've always wanted to take on is Big Brother Yibai. Yang Kai smiled. While Xiaobai can hope to receive my inheritance, it's the same for you. Me? Xiaoya was surprised. I've never felt that kind of power before. Martial Peak, Chapter 4701. Cooperation will benefit both sides. I've taught you how to cultivate and passed on my secret arts to you, but I've never taught you how to use a spear, Yang Kai explained. There are 3,000 grand Daos in the world. While Xiaobai is talented in the Tao of space, your comprehension of the spear Tao is unrivaled. Both the Tao of space and spear Tao are my Daos. Xiaoya finally understood everything. In comparison, your aptitude is much better than Xiaobai's. If I hadn't suppressed your cultivation over the years, you would have moved beyond the immortal ascension boundary a long time ago. A puzzled Xiaoya asked, Master, I've never understood why you've been suppressing my cultivation. Can you tell me now? After giving it a thought, Yang Kai said, I don't mind explaining it to you, but it will take a very long time. You'll find out about it when the time is right. Xiaoya nodded and said in a gentle voice, What about Green Mountain Town? Did you deliberately tell Auntie Lu and Grandma that you came from that place so that I'd look for you there? After all, you brought me out of that place before. Yang Kai fell silent. There had always been a hint of ruthlessness in her since Xiaoya was a young child. This was evident in her reaction when she was forced to become Yang Kai's disciple, and it became even more conspicuous as she grew up. Yang Kai initially wanted to make use of this life experience trip to let her find her biological parents in the hope that the knots in her heart would be solved. However, his goal was not achieved in the end. Master, you were the one who named me. I'll always be Xiaoya, and I have nothing to do with the Su family. I'll not be resentful of them for what they've done to me. After all, Auntie Mei took good care of me during that period of time. Or even now. Yang Kai nodded. However, there's one thing I don't understand. Please enlighten me, Master. Xiaoya looked seriously at him. Go ahead. You could have kept hiding your identity, and it's clearly not the right time to expose it, So why did you show your true appearance after Big Brother Yi Bai and I came back from the adventure? That's because I won't have time to pay attention to you too in the near future, Yang Kai explained. Zhao Ye frowned in puzzlement. Above the Emperor realm is the Open Heaven realm. To reach that realm, a cultivator must gather the powers of Yin, Yang, and the 5 elements before splitting heaven and earth apart in their body to form a small universe. I'm an Open Heaven realm master, and the world you live in is my small universe. Zhao Ye was instantly astonished. The vast world they were living in was actually just her master's small universe. She still couldn't believe it as the notion was beyond her ability to comprehend. My true body is now trapped in a kind of shattered space, and I've been trying to comprehend its secrets over the years in an attempt to escape. I've finally gotten some clues, so I must focus on that now. Therefore, I won't have time to deal with the matters in my small universe. Zhao Ye nodded blankly. When I'm not around, you and Xiao Bai have to work hard and not be complacent. I hope that you'll show significant improvements when I see you again in the future. Yes. Zhao Ye and Zhao Yi Bai nodded their heads at the same time. Yang Kai waved his hand again, whereupon 2 petite figures with wings behind their backs appeared as they danced in the air. Zhao Ye and Zhao Yi Bai were instantly amazed as they gazed at the figures that were the size of a palm. Mu Zhu and Mu Lu flashed amicable smiles at the pair. This couldn't be helped. While Zhao Yi Bai and Zhao Ye didn't know these petite beings, Mu Zhu and Mu Lu were very familiar with them. In the past, when Yu Lu was having difficulty giving birth, they were the ones who used a secret technique to stabilize her vitality, and so they had been there to witness Zhao Yi Bai's birth. Over the years, they had been observing the 2 children's development. It was just that Zhao Yi Bai and Zhao Ye had never seen them before. These 2 are members of the Wood Spirit clan and are also the earliest residents of my small universe. Even before then they accompanied me for years. After I'm gone, you can ask them about cultivation or anything else. Zhao Yi Bai and Zhao Ye nodded at the same time. Yang Kai gazed at Mu Zhu and Mu Lu. Please take care of them. The Wood Spirits replied with a smile, Don't worry, Master. With a nod, Yang Kai disappeared. In the hall, both parties glanced at one another for a moment before Zhao Ye pulled Zhao Yi Bai's clothes and said respectfully, Junior Zhao Ye greets 2 seniors. Mu Zhu smiled helplessly when she heard that. It had been a long time since she was born, but it was the first time she had ever been called a senior. On the other hand, Mu Lu felt that she had taken up a heavy responsibility as she stuck out her chest and pretended to be a senior expert. However, when she took a glance at Mu Zhu's towering mountains and remembered her own vast plains, she instantly became dejected. Are there any questions you want to ask? Mu Zhu said with a smile. Zhao Yi Bai immediately spurted out, Does Master really have several wives? Zhao Ye looked smilingly at him. What's wrong, Big Brother Yi Bai? Do you want to learn from Master? Zhao Yi Bai quickly scratched his head. I'm just curious. Zhao Yi Bai and Zhao Ye were now in their early 20s, and the flow of time in Yang Kai's small universe was twice as fast as in the outside world. In other words, Yang Kai had been trapped in the shattered space for another 10 years. To an Open Heaven realm master, 10 or so years wasn't long at all, hence, Yang Kai, Xia Lin Lang and Qing Yang, who had chased after them to this place, were all doing just fine. The 3 of them were in different parts of the shattered space while searching for a way out. However, both Xia Lin Lang and Qing Yang knew nothing about the Tao of space, so even though they were stronger than Yang Kai, they were powerless to do anything in this situation. On the other hand, after years of study, Yang Kai had finally gotten some clues about this space. That was the reason he decided to expose his identity to Zhao Yi Bai and Zhao Ye at this point. For the next 6 months, space principles never stopped undulating around Yang Kai. His expression kept changing as it alternated between frowning and elation. Suddenly, one day, he opened his eyes as a glint flashed across their depths. His movement shocked Xia Lin Lang and Qing Yang as they turned and paid close attention to him. Under their watch, Yang Kai took a step forward and disappeared. They quickly looked around, but the man was nowhere in sight. No one knew where he was headed. A large part of the void was shattered by an ancient great expert using a space secret technique. Like a broken mirror, the space fragments here were like those shattered pieces. There was no order to speak of here as everything was in complete chaos. Both Xia Linlang and Qing Yang could already feel the strangeness of this space when they previously barged into it. Therefore, they were not surprised that Yang Kai had gone missing, as they were certain that he was randomly transferred to some distant space fragment. However, Qing Yang's pupils contracted the next moment. That was because a figure suddenly appeared beside Xia Linlang. It was none other than the previously missing Yang Kai. A pleasantly surprised Xia Linlang asked, "Have you figured it out?" If that wasn't the case, Yang Kai couldn't have coincidentally appeared beside her. The two of them and Qing Yang had given it many tries before, and were always randomly transferred around the space fragments. They had no idea where they would appear next after leaving a particular space fragment. However, the fact that Yang Kai could accurately appear beside Xia Linlang proved that only mastery in the Tao of space could solve the mysteries of this shattered space. "I haven't figured it out entirely, but I have discovered some patterns." Yang Kai shook his head. After all, the space fragments were originally a single whole. Although it was now shattered, there must be a faint connection between the space fragments. Only experts in the Tao of space could clearly see such connections, though. "Do you have the confidence to get us out of here?" Xia Linlang asked. Yang Kai replied, "It's not hard to find a way out, but what comes after that will be difficult to handle." Xia Linlang suddenly recalled that there were countless divine abilities that just waiting for them outside of this space. Before they arrived at this place, they had experienced a lot of hardship and almost lost their lives. At that time, Bright Sun Divine Monarch was behind them to clean up the mess. If he hadn't blocked most of the divine abilities, they wouldn't have stood a chance to survive. It could be said that Qing Yang had actually done them a favor. With that said, they were forced to sneak into this place as Qing Yang was chasing them. Yang Kai suddenly turned to look at Qing Yang and spoke to him using a secret technique. "Divine Monarch, given the situation we're in, cooperation will benefit both sides while disagreement would do no one any good. Why don't we put down our grudges and work together?" Qing Yang snorted and stared at him with a pair of piercing eyes. "Aren't you worried that I'll harm you?" Yang Kai replied, "The reason you've been hunting me down is that you're after one of the 4 universe pillars, the World Spring. However, I've refined the World Spring and it is now a part of my small universe. Even if you kill me, you might not be able to get it. The World Spring will most likely fall apart alongside my small universe. So even if I work with you, I don't have to worry about my safety for the time being. Without you, Senior Sister Xia and I might not be able to get out of here, and it's the same case for you. Without me leading the way, you'll never be able to leave this place despite being an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master." Qing Yang stared coldly at him for a long time before putting on a grin. "Since you've made things so clear, what else can I say? If you aren't worried that I'll stab you in the back after we get out of here, why would I be bothered?" A moment later, he asked with a smile, "Do you want me to make an oath or something?" "If oaths were useful, what would be the point of cultivating? Even if you really made an oath, I wouldn't believe it." Qing Yang arched his brow. "You're pretty reasonable, brat. Because of what you've said, I can assure you that I won't kill you before you ascend to the 7th Order." "Many thanks for your kindness then, Divine Monarch." Yang Kai put on a faint smile. To the side, Xia Linlang appeared worried. She knew that if they brought Qing Yang out of this place, the other party would definitely stab them in the back. However, if they didn't make use of his power, she and Yang Kai wouldn't be able to leave this place alive. It was understandable that Yang Kai had made such a decision in the face of this predicament. Regardless, they had to get out of here first. "I'll go over there now, Divine Monarch," Yang Kai said, then turned to Xia Linlang. "Don't circulate your strength, no matter what." Xia Linlang nodded. "Got it." As space principles undulated, Yang Kai led her to take a step forward and disappeared from the space fragment. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4702, Escape. Yang Kai and Xia Linlang had gone missing for quite a long time as they still hadn't appeared after half a day. Bright Sun Divine Monarch even suspected that Yang Kai had gone back on his word and decided to leave him here. While he was lost in thought though, he saw Yang Kai and Xia Lin Lang suddenly appearing beside him. Divine Monarch! Yang Kai gently nodded at him. Qing Yang replied impassively, "What do you need me to do?" Yang Kai said with a smile, "It's easy. I'll use my power to lead the way for you, but I must not be disturbed in any way, so please don't resist." Qing Yang stared fixedly at him. By not resisting, he would basically be allowing Yang Kai take control of his life or death. If Yang Kai was ill-intentioned and made a move all of a sudden, Qing Yang, despite being an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, might not survive. With that said, he didn't hesitate for a long time and simply nodded, "Do whatever you have to do. I'll cooperate with you." Without saying a word, Yang Kai engulfed him with his power. The next moment, as space principles undulated, the three of them disappeared from the space fragment. Half a year had passed in the blink of an eye as the trio moved across different space fragments. Yang Kai would stop in his tracks from time to time as he looked around with a frown. As space principles undulated, he seemed to silently be trying to comprehend something. On the other hand, Xia Lin Lang and Qing Yang didn't have to do anything. They didn't even need to use their strength at all. In such a strange place, they could only rely on Yang Kai to bring them out. Although they hadn't managed to leave this odd space after half a year, Qing Yang wasn't in a rush and worked with Yang Kai whenever his help was needed. There came a moment when they abruptly appeared in a certain space fragment. Yang Kai intently looked around for a moment before taking a deep breath. This is the last step. Both Qing Yang and Xia Lin Lang appeared excited. The two of them scanned the surroundings for a bit, then Qing Yang asked with a frown, "Young boy, are you sure we'll be able to leave this damned place after taking a step forward? Why do I feel like we've gotten deeper into this shattered space instead of moving out of it?" Yang Kai replied with a smile, "The order of the space here is in complete chaos. Nothing you see can be believed. That's the reason you have this feeling." Qing Yang didn't remark on that, and after giving it a thought, he nodded. "Since you've said so, I'll believe you. After taking this step, I'll clear a path for the two of you and bring you out of here." Yang Kai shook his head. "I need you to stay behind us just like how we entered this place previously. Senior Sister Xia and I will lead the way." It took some time before the powers of those divine abilities and the artifacts were triggered. With Qing Yang staying behind them, he would be able to resolve them. However, if Yang Kai and Xia Lin Lang were to stay behind, they might not be able to resist the attacks. Qing Yang frowned, but he didn't object to it. After a nod, he said, "We'll do as you say, then." "Many thanks, Divine Monarch." After finishing his words, Yang Kai engulfed Xia Lin Lang and Qing Yang with his power, then took a step forward. The world around them spun around as space contorted. Before they even came to their senses, streams of dormant power roared to life all around them and locked onto their life auras. Horrifying power surged as these divine abilities, which had been dormant for countless years, radiated a dazzling glow. Yang Kai felt his entire figure stiffening. As his flesh squirmed, he directly summoned his Azure Dragon Spear and pushed it out. In a steadfast manner, he yelled, "Let's go!" Two people then turned into rays of light and charged forward. They already had such an experience when they were fleeing previously, so they were not flustered now when dealing with this situation. Qing Yang followed closely behind them as countless divine abilities gathered together and crashed down upon them like an avalanche. Even Bright Sun Divine Monarch sported a solemn expression when facing such a mighty torrent. Once he was swept into this stream of divine abilities, he would probably lose his life despite being an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. While the three of them were fleeing, they cast their secret techniques at their back to resolve the stream of divine abilities behind them, but their attempts were futile. Qing Yang roared repeatedly as his 8th Order Open Heaven Realm power exploded. Every time he made a move, the entire universe seemed to tremble. Yang Kai and Xia Lin Lang, who were in front of him, were terrified. If such attacks had landed on them, they wouldn't have been able to resist them. Fortunately, they had brought Qing Yang with them. Without him bringing up the rear for them, they wouldn't be able to leave this damned place. Initially, the divine abilities that had been triggered were extremely powerful, with some of them being equivalent to the attacks from 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. However, as they moved forward, the powers of the divine abilities gradually weakened. Yang Kai and Xia Linlang had already realized this when they barged into the shattered space previously, therefore as long as they could persevere, things would only get safer. Half a day later, the two people at the front were covered in blood and had consumed a lot of energy. Although most of the divine abilities were far behind them and Qingyang would deal with them, some of the attacks managed to reach them and they had no choice but to make a move. As a result, both of them were injured. There was an extremely deep cut on Xia Linlang's shoulder as she almost lost her arm. Fortunately, she wasn't at risk of losing her life. Yang Kai didn't have time to check on Qingyang, but he was sure that the other party wasn't in a better state. After all, Qingyang had to bear most of the pressure. Bright Sun Divine Monarch lived up to his status as an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, though, despite the pressure he faced, he still followed closely behind them. He even had time to split a bit of his divine sense to lock onto Yang Kai. Half a day later, the divine abilities that had been triggered were only equivalent to attacks from 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. It seemed they were already at the periphery. At a certain moment, Yang Kai secretly whispered, "It's time, Senior Sister Xia." Upon hearing that, Xia Linlang stuck close to Yang Kai without hesitation. Yang Kai wrapped his arm around her waist and surged his space principles. Their figures soon flickered and disappeared from the spot. It was a plan they had come up with previously. As they were approaching freedom, they had to get rid of Qingyang. If they were still with him by then, while it wasn't certain how Xia Linlang would end up, Yang Kai would definitely be captured and become a prisoner. Certainly, he wouldn't let anyone else have control over his life. However, Yang Kai had to bear a huge risk by using instantaneous movement in this place. That was because the divine abilities around them were so numerous and randomly placed. Yang Kai wasn't certain where he would land after using instantaneous movement. He might be able to get rid of Qingyang, but he might also fall into a dangerous spot and be killed. Nevertheless, he believed that life was full of uncertainties and sometimes, one just had to make a bet. Qingyang was obviously acting cautiously, which was why he had locked a bit of his divine sense onto Yang Kai. However, he never expected that Yang Kai would be reckless enough to take such a risk in this kind of place. By the time he came to his senses, it was already too late for him to stop them. Yang Kai and Xia Linlang had already disappeared from his sight, and his divine sense thread which had been targeting Yang Kai had also been cut off. Qingyang wore a dark expression and snorted. However, he had no time to search for them as he was still being pursued by the stream of divine abilities. He could only keep running and resolving the attacks for now. Under a gray sky, ripples spread across an open prairie as two battered figures appeared. They were none other than Yang Kai and Xia Linlang. Before Yang Kai could even breathe a sigh of relief, he suddenly turned his head and pushed out his Azure Dragon Spear at the spot where he appeared. The next moment, several powerful divine abilities relentlessly passed through the void and arrived at this place. Although he had managed to flee with Xia Linlang using instantaneous movement, he had also brought several divine abilities along with him. While Xia Linlang was unaware of them, Yang Kai was not. Following a loud boom, Yang Kai was sent flying away like a sack as he sprayed out a mouthful of blood. His spear-holding arm went limp while his 5 viscera and 6 organs shook. Xia Linlang finally came to her senses as she exclaimed and pushed out her palms, which turned into innumerable shadows that finally blocked the divine abilities. The dust only settled several moments later. A battered Xia Linlang walked up to Yang Kai and looked down at him. "How are you?" Presently, Yang Kai was lying on the ground with his limbs spread. He lethargically opened his eyes and acted tough by saying, I'm fine." Xia Linlang couldn't help but roll her eyes. While standing beside him, she looked around and frowned. "Where are we?" Yang Kai panted and replied, "I have no idea. The last time I used instantaneous movement, I was unable to control the direction. Who knows where we've landed?" However, we've just made a lot of noise, so we can't stay here for long. After a nod, Xia Linlang asked, "Can you walk?" Yang Kai snorted, "Do I look like I can walk?" A speechless Xia Linlang covered him with her power and brought him to a different place. An hour later, she found a cave in the middle of a mountain and snuck into it so that they could recuperate. Although Cheng Yang was behind them bearing most of the pressure while they were escaping, they were still injured and exhausted. Yang Kai wasn't certain if Cheng Yang would pursue them, nor was he aware of any danger waiting for them in this place. He just knew that they had better restore their strength quickly. After consuming some spirit pills, the pair sat down with their legs crossed. A moment later, Yang Kai arched his brow as there was a hint of surprise on his face. For some reason, he could feel his dragon vein throbbing in an excited manner. He also felt a faint sense of affability toward this place. In fact, he was already aware that there was something unusual going on with his dragon vein the moment he landed on the prairie, but he didn't have time to ponder on it. Now that he was recuperating, he could finally try to find out what was going on. After examining it for a while, he could confirm that his dragon vein indeed reacted differently. He even had a feeling that if he stayed in this place for a long time, his dragon vein would steadily become more powerful. Although the feeling came out of nowhere, he firmly believed it to be true. Does this place have something to do with the Dragon Clan? Yang Kai wondered in excitement. Martial Peak, Chapter 4703, Great General. There were 36 cave heavens and 72 paradises in the 3,000 worlds, making up a total of 108 top great forces. Thanks to the Star Boundaries World Tree, Yang Kai had contact with many high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters from the various cave heavens and paradises, but not all of them. That was because both the Dragon Altar of the Dragon Clan and the Phoenix Nest of the Phoenix Clan were part of the 36 cave heavens. It was just that these two cave heavens were extremely hidden, so much so that most ordinary people had no idea where these cave heavens were even located. Yang Kai had been trying to find the place where the Dragon Altar was located for many years. Unfortunately, his efforts had never worked out. Despite asking Bai Shi, the old man could not tell him anything. The old man only mentioned that he would be able to sense the whereabouts of the Dragon Altar once his dragon vein reached a certain level. Therefore, Yang Kai never expected to stumble upon this surprising discovery today. Could this strange place be the Dragon Altar? If this place is the Dragon Altar, then isn't it a little too shabby? But if it isn't the Dragon Altar, why is the power of my dragon vein experiencing an abnormality? Xia Linlang once mentioned that there were rumors about countless divine spirits gathering in the depths of the shattered ruins. It was just that she had never ventured into the shattered ruins before, so she was unable to verify the truth behind those rumors. Having only just arrived at this place, the information Yang Kai had to work with was simply too little. He had no idea what kind of place this was, so he could only discard his distracting thoughts and focus on recovery. Nevertheless, Yang Kai soon confirmed another one of his conjectures. There was an exceptionally peculiar power in this world that could be drawn into his body to stimulate the enhancement of his dragon vein. Too little time had elapsed, so the enhancement Yang Kai experienced was not significant. Even so, he could clearly sense the changes in his body, so he immediately activated some of the bloodline-enhancing secret techniques taught to him by Old Man Bai Shi. Ever since he finished consuming the dragon blood flowers that he obtained from the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, Yang Kai's dragon vein had remained relatively stagnant. Old Man Bai Shi had taught him some bloodline-enhancing secret techniques, but he rarely had the time to cultivate in peace. Coming to this place at this time was truly a wonderful opportunity. As soon as the secret technique was activated, Yang Kai felt a little different. The peculiar power in the world poured into his body all at once as though summoned by something, instantly causing his flesh to wriggle and the power of the dragon vein in his body to roar endlessly. The sudden urge to transform into a dragon surged up from the depths of his heart. It was at this point that Yang Kai finally became certain about one thing: this place was definitely related to the Dragon Clan. At the same time, a tall figure suddenly descended from the sky at the spot where Yang Kai and Xia Linlang had emerged previously. This figure was wrapped in an exceedingly terrifying aura, comparable or even greater to bright sun divine monarchs. Sniffing the air lightly, he coldly snorted, "What a disgusting aura." Then, he reached out a hand and grabbed a handful of blood-stained dirt in the palm of his hand. Rubbing his fingers together, the tall man frowned, "The smell of the dragon clan." He looked to the side and asked, "Is it him?" Not far away from him, a handsome white-robed youth and a young woman holding a peach blossom branch stood respectfully. If Yang Kai were here, he would have immediately recognized this man and woman. They were the two people who picked a quarrel with him previously. Moreover, the white-robed youth had placed a peculiar bloodline mark on Yang Kai during their battle. Cheng Yang had subsequently used that mark to pursue Yang Kai relentlessly. There was no indication as to how the white-robed youth and the young woman holding the peach blossom branch had arrived at this place. The white-robed youth replied respectfully, "I'm quite sure it's him. I definitely sensed him venturing deep into the divine ability sea earlier. It would seem that he escaped that place and arrived here." The tall man smiled grimly when he heard those words. "That's good news indeed. It has been many years since someone from the Dragon Clan appeared in this place. I never expected to encounter one today. Can you still sense his location?" The white-robed youth shook his head. "No. He might have gotten rid of my bloodline mark. However, I don't know whether he died at the hands of Cheng Yang." Cheng Yang had chased Yang Kai all the way into the divine ability sea. Now that more than 10 years had passed, there was no saying what happened during this period. Needless to say, Yang Kai had gotten rid of the bloodline mark during this time. He could not have escaped Cheng Yang's pursuit otherwise. Search for him. Even if you have to turn over every single rock in the area, find that Dragon Clan member." The tall man shouted. The white-robed youth and the young woman beside him accepted the command and sped away. After discarding the soil in his hand, the tall man abruptly turned to look in a certain direction. A graceful figure in purple had appeared from that direction at some point in time and was staring at him quietly. The man grinned. "I heard that the Dragon and Phoenix clans have always maintained a close relationship with each other since ancient times thanks to the resonance between your bloodlines. Have you discovered something, Wuxia?" The purple-robed woman called Wuxia stared at him and parted her ruby lips lightly. "Kun Ao, you must not lay a hand on this Dragon Clan member." Kun Ao sneered, "Ridiculous. There is nothing in this world that I cannot touch, much less a Dragon Clan member with such an inferior bloodline. Even if a divine dragon himself appeared before this king, I will show you that I can fight him." Wuxia said indifferently, "Say that to a divine dragon's face and I'll believe you." Kun Ao coldly snorted, "We haven't heard from the Dragon Clan since the day they left the ancestral land. Who knows whether they've gone extinct or not?" Looking up at her, he continued, "But you can rest assured. I won't kill him even if I find him. We need him to collaborate with you to break the seal that the Dragon Clan left behind back then. The ancestral strength is getting weaker and weaker by the day. I'm sure your 4 Phoenix Pavilion would not want to see the bloodline of your descendants becoming thinner and thinner either. Isn't that right?" Wuxia replied with a frown. "That seal is something the Dragon and Phoenix clans created together in ancient times. Nobody knows what lies beyond the seal. Aren't you afraid of bringing irreversible consequences down on the ancestral land by rashly undoing it?" Kun Ao shook his head. "Both you and I have seen the changes in the ancestral land over the years. If we don't do something, the ancestral land will no longer be worthy of its name one day. Rather than that, isn't it better to take a gamble? Don't tell me the 4 Phoenix Pavilion has never thought of releasing the seal over the years." Wuxia said nothing. Kun Ao went on, "Leaving aside the Kun clan, there are so many other divine spirits in the ancestral land. Which one of them does not wish to undo the seal? It is just that the 4 Phoenix Pavilion has constantly obstructed our attempts for some reason. Be that as it may, you cannot be blamed either. The seal was created by the Dragon and Phoenix clans together. Trying to break the seal with the Phoenix clan's bloodline alone is not feasible. The Dragon clan not only disappeared so many years ago, but also remained hidden, impossible to be found. But now, a Dragon Clan member has finally arrived in the ancestral land. Don't you think that this is the heaven's will? The countless divine spirits in the ancestral land will not remain silent if the Four Phoenix Pavilion dares to stand in the way again. If you are not careful, the people will turn against you. How could Wuxia be unaware of such a fact? In the past, it was possible to dodge the problem by claiming that the seal could not be undone with the power of the Phoenix clan alone. However, a Dragon Clan member had appeared out of nowhere for some inexplicable reason. If the Phoenix clan continued to oppose this matter, even the Four Phoenix Pavilion would not be able to resist the pressure from all the divine spirits in the ancestral land, and a terrifying war was bound to break out if they tried. I will need to carefully discuss this matter with the rest of my sisters, Wuxia said softly. Kun Ao just waved his hand dismissively. Go ahead and discuss it among yourselves. When I find him, I will bring him to the Four Phoenix Pavilion. Wuxia nodded and turned around. Her graceful figure suddenly transformed into a giant, extremely beautiful purple bird. Then she spread her wings and flew away. Kun Ao watched her leave before he turned around and walked away leisurely. Inside the cave, Yang Kai and Xia Linlang were focused on their recovery when all of a sudden, Yang Kai opened his eyes. His gaze was deep, piercing through the void to look off into the distance. After a moment of careful observation, he couldn't help crying out in surprise. In the next moment, his figure flickered and appeared outside the mountainside. There was a tender and jade-like boy who was fighting a bloody battle with a ferocious exotic beast in Yang Kai's field of vision. The child looked to be around 7 or 8 years old. His soft and tender limbs were adorable, and he had a high ponytail on his head. The exotic beast he was fighting clearly carried a trace of a divine spirit bloodline. It was just that the bloodline was not very pure. Nevertheless, each attack it unleashed contained power equivalent to that of a third-order open heaven realm master. Be that as it may, the child remained undaunted. The small figure rode upon the body of the exotic beast, one hand clutching its fur tightly and the other hand forming a fist to punch its head. He might be small, but the strength of every blow was not to be underestimated. Even though the exotic beast fought back bravely and even activated the power of its bloodline, it could not escape the child's attacks. A quarter hour later, the child jumped down. He was drenched in blood, but the exotic beast collapsed to the ground with a resounding thud. Its vitality had been extinguished. Seeming to sense something, the child turned to look in Yang Kai's direction and shouted in a childish voice, "Who's there?" When their four eyes suddenly met, Yang Kai grinned. The child was taken aback for a moment. Immediately after that, his eyes widened and he pointed a finger at Yang Kai. "Why, you great general!" Yang Kai greeted the child with a smile. "It's been so long since we last met. Your noble bearing remains the same." Yang Kai. The child leaped a whole meter into the air, a joyous smile appearing on his face. Striding forward, he rushed over to Yang Kai in a few steps and looked up at him cheerfully. "Why are you here in the ancestral land?" "I just passed by here by accident. Can you believe it?" Yang Kai patted the child's head. Great General turned his head away and yelled angrily, "Don't pat my head. Mother said that I won't grow tall if people touch my head." Yang Kai smacked his lips. "Almost 100 years have passed. Why are you still so tiny?" Great General clasped his hands behind his back and spoke in a condescending manner. "What do you know? Mother said that my bloodline is extremely pure. That's why my growth period is relatively long. When I grow up, I'll definitely be taller than you." "Will you get a sense of accomplishment just by being taller than me?" Yang Kai gave a big grin. Hearing the commotion outside, Xia Linlang came out of the cave in a flash and was slightly stunned to see Yang Kai fooling around happily with a child. Coming over to Yang Kai's side, Xia Linlang asked curiously, "Who is this child? Is he somebody you know?" Yang Kai nodded. "He's an old friend." When Yang Kai first entered the 3,000 worlds, he had been tricked into becoming a worker in Seven Wonders Land. The Fire Spirit Land's protector Venerable, Duan Hai, used to have a pet whom the workers called Ruler of the Dawn Great General. It was from Great General's hands that Yang Kai earned a considerable amount of open heaven pills. When Yang Kai later escaped the Seven Wonders land, he brought Great General with him. Afterward, Great General led Yang Kai to the divine spirit Miameng. It was not until then that Yang Kai learned that the golden rooster-like Great General was actually the child of a divine spirit. Miameng had given Yang Kai 3 golden tail feathers, and it was by relying on one of these tail feathers that he managed to kill the dying golden crow and obtained the golden crow's true fire. It could be said that Miameng's 3 golden tail feathers had been of great help to him. Yang Kai never imagined that he would meet the Great General again in this place. Martial Peak, Chapter 4704, Ancestral Land. Great General might have taken on a humanoid form, but his aura remained unchanged. That was why Yang Kai recognized him at a glance. Great General then looked behind Yang Kai and asked curiously, "Where are Old Fong, Yeyu, and the others?" Yang Kai laughed. "They joined Great Moon Province a long time ago, so they are cultivating there right now." Great General made a non-committal sound in response, seeming rather disappointed. He did not know many people, and Yang Kai was one of the few friends he had. Fong Bai Chi, Yeyu, and Ah Sun were also counted amongst his friends. "You mentioned the ancestral land earlier. What is this ancestral land?" Yang Kai asked. He had been looking for an opportunity to figure out his current location, so now that he had encountered Great General, it was only natural for him to inquire about his circumstances. Great General blinked his large eyes a bit before replying, "The ancestral land is the ancestral land." It would seem that he didn't know much either, therefore, Yang Kai did not ask any further questions. Looking around, he asked, "This place is dangerous. Why are you here alone? Where is your mother?" Great General pointed behind him with his thumb and smilingly said, "Mother is at home. My house is not far from here. Mother will be very happy to know that you're here. Would you like to come with me to visit her?" Yang Kai nodded. "I was hoping to do just that." "Let's go then." While speaking, Great General turned a somersault and dexterously landed on Yang Kai's shoulders. Riding around Yang Kai's neck like he was riding a horse, he pointed one of his chubby fingers in a certain direction. "That way." Yang Kai couldn't help rolling his eyes, involuntarily recalling the scene where this little boy was constantly resting on top of his nest, which caused his hair to resemble a chicken coop. So many years had passed, but Great General seemed to have never forgotten that feeling. Now that he could no longer use Yang Kai's head as a nest, he rode on his shoulders instead. Yang Kai did not chase the little boy off his shoulders. Instead, he allowed him to grab his hair with both hands as he sped forward in the direction Great General pointed. Xia Lin Lang followed behind with an odd expression. Along the way, the trio passed through various mountains and valleys. It took more than an hour before they caught sight of a spirit peak rising up from the ground in the distance. Even from a distance, the spirit peak towered into the sky, standing at least 10,000 meters high. The top of the mountain was covered in a layer of mist, creating a beautiful scenery that resembled a heavenly paradise. A palace came into view when they arrived at the top of the mountain, and there was a noble-looking woman standing there waiting quietly. It was obvious that she had noticed the auras of Great General, Yang Kai, and Xia Lin Lang in advance. Upon seeing the woman, Great General jumped off Yang Kai and cheerfully shouted, "Mother, look who's here." He rushed toward the woman while speaking. However, the woman stretched out her hand as soon as he approached and pinched his ears with great precision, causing him to yelp in pain. "I take my eyes off you for one moment and you go gallivanting off on your own. Didn't I tell you that the ancestral land is dangerous and not to go out on your own?" Great General's small face flushed with pain, and his eyes flitted towards Yang Kai from time to time. He quickly begged for mercy. "Mother, I was wrong. I only went out for a walk because I was bored, and I didn't go far." "Are you going to do this again in the future?" The woman twisted his ears painfully. "I won't. I won't." He nodded repeatedly like a chicken pecking rice. Only then did the woman release her grip. "Go inside. You are not allowed to leave again without my permission." Rubbing his ear, Great General walked towards the palace with a pout on his face. Nevertheless, he turned back and made a face at Yang Kai before he vanished inside. Yang Kai burst into laughter at the sight. Taking several steps forward, he bowed politely. Yang Kai greets Senior. This woman was none other than the divine spirit Mie Meng, whom he rescued from a certain grand array many years ago. Mie Meng in human form no longer had that fierce and terrifying aura around her body. On the contrary, she seemed like a well-mannered woman. Mie Meng looked at him with a slightly complicated look and frowned. "Why did you come to the ancestral land?" Yang Kai briefly explained, "I was chased by a powerful enemy, so I had no choice but to plunge into a place where countless divine abilities and secret techniques lay dormant. Afterward, I just somehow found myself here. It's been years since we last met. Not only are you in the 6th Order Open Heaven realm, but the little girl beside you is in the 7th Order Open Heaven realm. Who could have pushed you to the point where you were cornered so badly? Could it have been an 8th Order Open Heaven realm master?" She raised her eyebrows slightly. Xia Lin Lang couldn't help being startled. Although she had some guesses when she first saw this woman, she couldn't be sure at the time. Be that as it may, the other party had pointed out the depth of her cultivation at a glance, so one could only imagine the strength she possessed. This woman is definitely a mature divine spirit. It's rumored that countless divine spirits gather in the depths of the shattered ruins. Could it actually be true? "I wonder if you've heard a man named Bright Sun Divine Monarch?" Yang Kai asked. Mie Meng frowned. "One of the 3 8th Order Open Heaven realm masters in the Shattered Heaven. I have indeed heard of him before. I believe he is related to the Kuan clan of the ancestral land somehow." "The Kuan clan," Yang Kai murmured under his breath. "Come in first. It looks like you have a lot of questions." While speaking, she turned around and walked into the palace. Yang Kai thanked her for her hospitality before walking into the grand hall together with Xia Lin Lang. The grand hall might be large, but it was actually quite desolate. It would seem that there was nobody else living in this place aside from Mie Meng and her son. When they took their seats, Yang Kai didn't even hope to get a cup of tea from Mie Meng, and Mie Meng herself never even thought to give one. "Go ahead and ask whatever questions you want to ask. I will tell you whatever I can," Mie Meng gently said. "Let me thank you in advance, Senior." Yang Kai cupped his fist. "What this junior would like to know most is, where is this place? Great General mentioned that this place is the ancestral land, but what is the ancestral land?" Mie Meng pondered in silence for a moment before she replied with a question of her own. "You came here by passing through the Shattered Heaven, right?" Yang Kai and Xia Lin Lang nodded together. Mie Meng explained, "Strictly speaking, this place is still within the Shattered Heaven. It's just that this place is the deepest part of Shattered Heaven. Outsiders call this place the Shattered Ruins." Yang Kai and Xia Lin Lang exchanged glances with each other. "You probably entered through the Divine Ability Sea, right?" Mie Meng stretched out her hand and gave a little wave. Starlight twinkled in front of her, and a large number of fluorescent lights gathered to form a ball. The Divine Ability Sea is the periphery of the Shattered Ruins. It is a place where countless divine abilities and secret techniques have lain dormant since ancient times. Anyone who intrudes into that place will trigger the power of those divine abilities and secret techniques. Generally speaking, non-8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters can never enter this place, and even an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master might be trapped and die in that place if they are unlucky. Yang Kai nodded lightly. It was only now that he learned that the region he and Xia Lin Lang passed through was called the Divine Ability Sea. And the ancestral land, she reached out her hand to point at a spot in front of her, is known to outsiders as the Shattered Ruins. It is surrounded by the Divine Ability Sea. Following her movements, the bits of fluorescent light gathered in the middle of the large ball to take on the shape of a continent. She reached out her hand to point at the continent. "We are located in the ancestral land." "Who does the ancestral land belong to?" he asked. "It is the ancestral land of all divine spirits, as well as the place of origin of all divine spirits. All divine spirits in the world were originally born in this place." Mie Meng made a shocking statement. Yang Kai was stunned, and it took a while before he remembered something, but, from what I heard, the birth of the divine spirits is related to the sun's burning light and the moon's serene glimmer. These two were the ancestors of all divine spirits. Supposedly, it was the fusion of their powers that gave rise to all sorts of divine spirits. Meng smiled. It is indeed related to them. The sun's burning light and the moon's serene glimmer were originally born in the ancestral land. It's just that they left a long time ago. Yang Kai furrowed his brow tightly. There were thousands of questions swirling around in his heart, but he did not know how to voice these questions, so for a time he fell into deep thought. Meng thus continued, "You have the Dragon Clan's bloodline, so you must have noticed the uniqueness of the ancestral land." Yang Kai nodded quietly. He had felt that abnormality earlier. Cultivating in this place would greatly help to improve his bloodline power. That is the ancestral strength. No matter what type of divine spirit cultivates in this place, their bloodline will be enhanced at a faster rate. That is also the reason why so many divine spirits have gathered in the ancestral land, but not many of them are willing to leave. The divine ability C might be powerful, but it is not difficult for the powerful divine spirits to leave if they so wished. Even Qing Yang could navigate his way through the divine ability C, so what more need be said about the divine spirits? Yang Kai understood. Is that why you brought Great General back to the ancestral land after you escaped your prison back then? Meng nodded. The ancestral land will be beneficial for his growth. It's only natural for me to return to this place. While speaking, she turned to look at Xia Linlang. But, while the ancestral strength is highly beneficial to divine spirits, it can be said to be a kind of slow-acting poison to those without a divine spirit bloodline. Your companion must not remain in the ancestral land for too long, otherwise, the ancestral strength will begin to erode her small universe, and the consequences will be dire. Xia Linlang was startled. But, I don't feel anything unusual. Meng replied lightly, that's because only a short time has passed. It will be too late by the time you notice any abnormalities. What are the consequences? Yang Kai asked. Meng explained, strictly speaking, a divine spirit is also a kind of monster. It's just that they are the strongest species of monsters. That is why, if enough time passed, she might begin showing some divine spirit characteristics once her small universe is corroded by the ancestral strength. This is a kind of monster transformation, but it might not be a good thing for her. Without a divine spirit bloodline, the monster chi will clash with the cultivation in her body. Just imagining that she might suddenly grow fangs and claws like a monster beast caused Xia Linlang to involuntarily shudder. Yang Kai looked at Meng and said, "Senior, is the Dragon Clan in the ancestral land?" Meng slowly shook her head. A very long time ago, the Dragon Clan indeed lived in the ancestral land. However, the Dragon Clan left the ancestral land for some reason. Most of the Phoenix Clan left with them. Therefore, there is no one from Dragon Clan in the ancestral land today. Yang Kai couldn't help looking disappointed when he heard those words. He originally thought that this place would be related to the Dragon Clan, and it would seem that there was indeed some connection. In fact, it was not just the Dragon Clan but all divine spirits that were related to this place. It was just different from what he previously imagined. Nobody knows about your arrival here, right? Meng asked all of a sudden. Puzzled, Yang Kai shook his head. Probably not. That would be for the best. To be honest, you should not have come to the ancestral land. It is very dangerous for you to be here. Yang Kai frowned slightly and asked, "Why do you say that?" Meng just shook her head and did not explain. Instead, she stood up and said, "I'll escort you out of this place. The divine ability C is dangerous, and with your strength, it will be impossible for you to leave safely." "Many thanks, Senior." Yang Kai bowed with gratitude. Although the environment of the ancestral land was highly beneficial towards the enhancement of his Dragon Clan bloodline, Meng would definitely have her own reasons for saying that this place was dangerous for him. On top of that, how could Yang Kai refuse when Meng volunteered to escort them out of this place? Therefore, he immediately stood up and followed Meng outside with Xia Linlang in tow. Martial Peak, Chapter 4705, The Kuan Clan. However, the three of them had only just walked out of the Grand Hall when an extremely hostile aura swept over them from a great distance. The aura was so strong that both Yang Kai and Xia Lin Lang involuntarily tensed up in apprehension. It felt as though there was an entire universe world pressing down on them. Mia Meng looked up and saw a stream of light on the horizon speeding towards them without the slightest intention to conceal its presence. After getting a clear look at the person heading toward them, she narrowed her eyes slightly and sighed. "This is the reason why I said that the ancestral land is very dangerous for you." Yang Kai frowned deeply. "Senior, who is he?" "I don't like it." That person's aura reminded him of the white-robed youth he encountered previously, but comparing the two, there was no doubt that the white-robed youth was considerably weaker than this person. Nevertheless, both of them gave him an instinctive sense of repulsion and disgust. Kuan Ao of the Kuan Clan. Kuan Clan. Yang Kai murmured under his breath. This was not the first time he heard that name coming from her lips. Those who enter the sea are known as Kuan, while those who leave the sea are known as Peng. Since ancient times, the Kuan Clan and the Dragon Clan have been mortal enemies that hunted and killed each other. Both sides suffered great losses in their long war, and the grudge and hatred runs so deep that it has been branded into each other's bloodline. No matter how many eons go by or how many generations pass, the grudge and hatred will never be resolved. The Kuan Clan is a major clan in the ancestral land. I was in such a hurry to send you away because I was afraid that you might be discovered by the Kuan Clan. Unfortunately, it seems to be too late already. Is he strong? Yang Kai asked. Stronger than me at least. Mia Meng replied bluntly. Yang Kai gasped at those words. Mia Meng was a mature divine spirit, and although he had never seen her take action before, she was probably no weaker than an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. At the very least, she would be on the same level as one. Be that as it may, she claimed that Kuan Ao was stronger than her. One could only imagine how terrifying Kuan Ao must be. He probably came because of you. I will distract him later. You should find a chance to escape. If you fall into his hands, you will never have the opportunity to leave again. Mia Meng warned. Will that cause trouble for you, senior? Yang Kai queried hesitantly. Brushing a strand of hair behind her ear, she chuckled softly. He might be stronger than me, but I have the confidence to drag him down with me if it came to a life-or-death battle. He will not be that irrational. Yang Kai breathed deeply. This junior will never forget this kindness, senior. Mia Meng waved her hand dismissively. If not for your help back then, I would never have escaped from that prison. Just think of it as repayment for back then. During their conversation, Kuan Ao arrived in front of the palace. Yang Kai looked up and saw that this person was extremely burly, his figure like a small mountain. Just by standing there, he gave off an incredible sense of oppression. Moreover, his sharp gaze cut through the void like a knife. In addition, a white-robed youth and a young woman holding a peach blossom branch stood beside him. These two were the ones who fought with Yang Kai back at the Shattered Heaven. Hence, their presence made Yang Kai frown. After listening to Mia Meng's explanation, how could he not understand that the white-robed youth was also part of the Kuan Clan? It was precisely because of the deep-rooted hatred branded within the bloodlines of the Kuan Clan and the Dragon Clan that gave him that unexplainable sense of rejection and disgust when he saw that youth for the first time the other day. That was the power from his bloodline. It was not something he could control. It was just that Yang Kai and Xia Lin Lang had borrowed the strength of Qing Yang to navigate the Divine Ability Sea and arrive at the ancestral land. On the other hand, this young man and young woman were only on par with 6th Order Open Heaven Realm cultivators, so how did they manage to enter this place? Kuan Ao, why did you come here uninvited? Mia Meng stood in front of the Grand Hall and looked up indifferently. Kuan Ao grinned. Mia Meng, stop playing dumb. You are a divine spirit yourself. Not to mention that you have some connection with the Phoenix clan. Don't you tell me that you can't sense this boy's bloodline. Mia Meng frowned and continued. The hatred and grudges between the Dragon Clan and the Kuan Clan are matters of your ancestors' ancestors. How many years has it been since the Dragon Clan last appeared in the ancestral land? Why must you abuse your strength and harass the weak? He is nothing more than a small child to you. Why can you not show mercy just this once? Kuan Ao shook his head. If it was just about the hatred and grudges between our ancestors, there would be no reason for this king to come in person. It has not been long since you returned to the ancestral land, Mia Meng, so it's understandable that there are some secrets you don't know about. Secrets? Mia Meng furrowed her brow slightly. Kuan Ao explained, for countless years, the ancestral strength has been weakening steadily. The bloodline of all the descendants born among the major clans has been becoming less and less pure. It has also been getting harder and harder for them to enhance their bloodlines. What does that have to do with him? Mia Meng didn't understand. It was true that not much time had passed since she returned to the ancestral land. It could even be said that she was not born in the ancestral land. Nevertheless, she was a divine spirit, so she carried with her the inheritance of her ancestors in her bloodline. She knew about the ancestral land, and that was why she came here after she escaped from her predicament. However, she was truly ignorant about the secrets that Kuan Ao mentioned. In ancient times, when both the Dragon and the Phoenix clans departed from the ancestral land, they left behind a seal which was tied to their bloodlines. That seal cordoned off a large portion of the ancestral strength. If we can undo the seal, the ancestral land might be restored to its former glory. This will be of great benefit to all the divine spirits in the ancestral land. But, you've said it yourself, the Dragon Clan has not appeared in the ancestral land for many years. Even in the outer world, the Dragon Clan has not appeared in a long time. Although there are remnants of the Phoenix Clan's bloodline remaining in the ancestral land, they are unable to release the seal with their power alone. If not for that, why do you think the Kuan clan maintains a connection with the outer world all the time? It's so that we can find a Dragon Clan member to break that seal. And now, the time has come. Mia Meng's expression changed immediately after hearing his explanation. For a time, she was not sure whether she could believe him. She instinctively sensed that he would not deceive her, but subconsciously refused to believe him. Thus, she scowled deeply. The reason you came here to find him? Is it to ask for his help in undoing the seal? Kuan Ao nodded. If you don't believe me, you can go to the 4 Phoenix Pavilion for verification. I won't lie to you. I've already met Wuxia before coming here. She has no objections to this matter. Mia Meng muttered, I will confirm the 4 Phoenix Pavilion's attitude towards this matter myself. It's late. You should leave, Kuan Ao. However, he just snickered and reached out his hand. Hand over the Dragon Clan member to me, and I'll leave immediately. Mia Meng slowly shook her head. I will bring him to the 4 Phoenix Pavilion. If you want him, you can contact the 4 Phoenix Pavilion. Kuan Ao's expression immediately turned cold. Mia Meng, you do not want to face the wrath of the Kuan clan. There is a Dragon Clan member standing in front of me right now. I am showing you more than enough mercy by restraining my murderous intent and not acting against him directly. If you refuse to show proper respect here, the Mia Meng clan might be annihilated today. She asked coldly, Are you threatening me? Kuan Ao scoffed. You've never even heard of the secrets of the ancestral land seal. Why invite trouble upon yourself for an unrelated dragon? Besides, if the ancestral land seal is released, it will be beneficial to your descendants too. Mia Meng turned to look at Yang Kai. Find a chance to escape on your own. Yang Kai nodded heavily. Kuan Ao immediately became livid. Mia Meng, do you really want to make an enemy of the Kuan clan? Instead of answering, Mia Meng just charged at him. Impudence! Kuan Ao roared furiously and slammed out his palm. A destructive force that threatened to obliterate the world shot out from the palm of his hand and shrouded Mia Meng. In response, Mia Meng raised a hand and unleashed a dazzling golden light. The 2 divine spirits instantly engaged in a fierce battle, and the terrifying fallout caused the local space to shudder. When those 2 confronted each other, Yang Kai quickly manipulated the local space principles to wrap around Xia Linlang so that they could flee. At that moment, Both the white-robed youth and the young girl who had been standing beside Kun Ao all this time attacked in unison, unleashing their strongest divine abilities. Yang Kai raised a palm to counter their attacks while Xia Linlang next to him also reached out her hand to point to the front. Following several explosions, both the white-robed youth and the young girl were pushed back. They were strong, after all, they were both on par with Sixth-Order Open Heaven Realm cultivators, but the combined power of Yang Kai and Xia Linlang was not to be underestimated either. After repelling those two, Yang Kai swiftly used space principles to escape together with Xia Linlang. When he appeared again, they were already several tens of thousands of kilometers away. Where do we go now? Xia Linlang's complexion was slightly pale. I don't know. We can only take one step at a time. Yang Kai answered through gritted teeth. Without Miemeng's protection, it was impossible for them to leave the ancestral land. The divine ability sea surrounding the ancestral land was an obstacle they could never overcome by themselves. Unfortunately, the ancestral land was not safe with the Kun clan eyeing him greedily. What's more, there were many divine spirits gathered here. For the two newcomers to this land, they were completely ignorant as to where each divine spirit was located and which divine spirits were hostile. Hence, Yang Kai was also at a loss for what to do next or where to go. After several instantaneous movements, the pair had escaped a considerable distance from the battlefield where Miemeng and Kun Ao were fighting. Before Yang Kai could catch his breath though, a furious roar echoed across the sky. A Dragon Clan member has appeared in the ancestral land. Why are you all just standing there doing nothing? The voice was thunderous, and there was no telling where it came from, but it resounded throughout the world. Yang Kai's expression immediately darkened in response. If what Kun Ao mentioned earlier was true, and the ancestral land seal required the combined powers of both the Dragon and the Phoenix clans to unlock, then his identity as a Dragon Clan member would be extremely attractive in the ancestral land. The divine spirits with the intention of releasing the seal would be very interested in him, and Kun Ao's furious roar had undoubtedly revealed his presence to the world. If Kun Ao had the ability to capture Yang Kai himself, he would never have made such a public announcement. He could obtain the greatest benefits for the Kun clan after releasing the seal if he had Yang Kai in his grasp. However, with Miemeng actively blocking his way, he could not get away from her easily. His biggest fear was that Yang Kai would escape from the ancestral land, so he had no choice but to do this as a last resort. Although doing so would reveal Yang Kai's presence to everyone in the ancestral land, it was still better than allowing him to escape. As soon as Kun Ao's words rang out, the entire ancestral land flew into an uproar. One after another, mighty auras emerged as though waking from a deep slumber, and countless terrifying divine senses began sweeping out across the world. A short while later, huge exotic beasts ran across the ground while giant birds took to the skies. Some divine spirits even took on human form to fly through the skies. The overpowering divine senses swept across every corner of the ancestral land, searching for the Dragon Clan member who had appeared out of nowhere. Yang Kai and Xia Linlang were forced into a corner almost immediately. Their situation instantly turned into one where they resembled mice running across the road with people screaming and chasing them. Yang Kai turned several dangerous situations around with the help of his space principles, changing their location before the divine spirits could discover them. Nonetheless, after every escape, it would not take long before another divine sense discovered them again. Yang Kai fled desperately without rest, bringing Xia Linlang with him. Unfortunately, his efforts were to no avail. The divine senses of the divine spirits interweaved as they constantly communicated their discoveries with each other and tightened the encirclement. If this were to continue, it would not take long before there was no place left to escape, not even with the help of space principles. Martial Peak, Chapter 4706, Qingwan. Another day passed and a ripple appeared in the void before Yang Kai and Xia Linlang suddenly emerged out of nowhere. As soon as they appeared, they both spat out a mouthful of blood at the same time. Who was that divine spirit just now? Xia Linlang's complexion was ashen and her expression was fearful. Yang Kai wiped away the blood at the corner of his mouth and answered through gritted teeth, If I'm not mistaken, Tao Wu. If not for his quick reflexes earlier, they would have been suppressed on the spot by Tao Wu. Yang Kai would probably have survived the encounter. After all, the divine spirits of the ancestral land needed his bloodline to undo some sort of seal. They would not actually do anything to him, so capturing him would have been the limit. On the contrary, a human woman, especially a beautiful one like Xia Lin Lang, would have suffered a fate worse than death. Tao Wu was one of the ancient ominous beasts. What's more, the way he looked at her just now was filled with extreme malice. The corners of Xia Lin Lang's brow twitched as she smiled wryly. The people around you don't usually live a long life, do they? She had originally hidden herself in the shattered heaven over 2,000 years ago. Although she had been living in secret and even changed her name, her life had been relatively stable. Conversely, the few years she had spent with Yang Kai had been a veritable torrent of thrilling adventures, death-defying escapes, and constant danger. Being hunted by an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master was nothing at this point, as they were now being hunted and tracked by all the divine spirits in the ancestral land. It was Xia Lin Lang's first time experiencing life on the run like this, and every single time they escaped danger frightened her greatly. In contrast, Yang Kai seemed rather accustomed to this situation. It was obvious that he had gone through numerous similar experiences before. Right now, the person with me is you. You should be careful not to jinx yourself, he said lightly. Her smile became increasingly bitter. Yang Kai's expression changed drastically all of a sudden. Raising his head to look in a certain direction, he gritted his teeth. They arrived so quickly. While speaking, he grabbed her by the arm and shouted, "Let's go." Space rippled, and the two of them vanished before they even had the time to catch their breath. When they reappeared again, Yang Kai immediately stabilized his body and looked up to see a figure with an extraordinary aura speeding towards them from the front. That person had clearly noticed Yang Kai, and when their four eyes suddenly met, he couldn't help being stunned and stared at Yang Kai blankly. Damn it! Qing Yang! Yang Kai swore angrily. This was truly a case of when it rained, it poured. What he feared the most during his repeated escapes was to encounter this kind of situation where he appeared right in front of an enemy due to instantaneous movement. His luck had been pretty good so far, as every time he performed instantaneous movement, he would have a chance to catch his breath for a moment. Unfortunately, his luck had run out and he actually appeared in front of Bright Sun Divine Monarch. Qing Yang must have escaped the Divine Ability Sea and arrived at the ancestral land at some point in time. Be that as it may, Yang Kai quickly discovered that something was not right. Qing Yang did not look pleasantly surprised to see Yang Kai. On the contrary, he looked hesitant and unsure. Furthermore, it was obvious that he was injured. His injuries contained the aura of a divine spirit, indicating that his wounds did not come from navigating the Divine Ability Sea but from an encounter with a powerful divine spirit in the ancestral land. At this moment, he was filled with grievances that could not be voiced. He was one of the 3 great 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in the Shattered Heaven. Although he had been hiding in the depths of the Shattered Heaven and living in seclusion for many years, there was no denying that he was a famous figure. In the Shattered Heaven, he was capable of calling the wind, summoning the rain, and holding up the entire sky. However, in his relentless pursuit of the world spring, he had accidentally stumbled into the ancestral land of the divine spirits. He knew about this place. After all, the white-robed youth from the Kun clan had always kept contact with him. Compared to the other Open Heaven Realm Masters in the Shattered Heaven, Qing Yang had some knowledge of the ancestral land. More importantly, he knew that all the inhabitants of the ancestral land were either divine spirits or those with divine spirit bloodlines. For a human cultivator without the slightest divine spirit bloodline like himself, he was bound to face countless difficulties in this place. When he ran into the divine spirit by chance earlier, the other party had attacked him as soon as they got into a disagreement. If not for his impressive strength, Qing Yang would have died right then and there. Even so, his battle with the divine spirit had left him wounded. For now, the only method for him to resolve his current predicament was to seek refuge with the Kun clan. The Kun clan had been cooperating with him all these years after all, so it could be said that there was some friendship between them. It was just that he had never stepped foot into the ancestral land before, so how was he supposed to know where the Kun clan was located? Just as he was at a loss for what to do, Cheng Yang spotted Yang Kai and Xia Lin Lang tearing space and appearing in front of him. Hence, he was extremely conflicted. Yang Kai was undoubtedly the culprit behind his current misery. If possible, Cheng Yang wanted to rip this little brat's corpse into 10,000 pieces. Be that as it may, he did not dare to attack Yang Kai recklessly under these circumstances lest he attracted the other divine spirits here, which would not benefit him in any way. During that momentary hesitation, there was a bit of a back and forth as he struggled to come to a decision. Suddenly, a voice sounded from afar. Cheng Yang, capture him. The Kun clan will guarantee your safety. Cheng Yang immediately recognized that the voice belonged to the white-robed youth called Kuan-Yu, who had been searching for something in the shattered heaven all this while. Back then, the white-robed youth had brought a young woman with him to seek Cheng Yang's assistance. He claimed to have come from the Kun clan and revealed the bloodline of the divine spirit Kun clan in him. Cheng Yang had not paid much attention to this matter as, in his opinion, there was no harm in providing some conveniences and protection to the other party as long as they did not interfere with his interests. Over the years, Kuan-Yu had constantly wandered the shattered heaven in search of something. Cheng Yang never bothered to ask about the matter. Moreover, the information regarding the world spring was given to him by Kuan-Yu. Otherwise, he would never have emerged from the universe cave heaven that he had been secluding himself in. Nevertheless, he never expected Kuan-Yu to return to the ancestral land so soon. Of course, considering that Kuan-Yu originated from here in the first place, it was not that strange for him to return safely. After hearing what Kuan-Yu said, Cheng Yang stopped hesitating. He intended to seek refuge with the Kun clan in the first place, so seeing as Kuan-Yu wanted him to capture Yang Kai, he would do as he was asked. It would also better allow him to make contact with the Kun clan's masters. Reaching out his hand, Cheng Yang grabbed towards Yang Kai and Xia Lin Lang. The divine spirits in the ancestral land did not know Yang Kai's strengths and weaknesses, which was why Yang Kai had the chance to escape using his space principles. Unlike the divine spirits, however, Cheng Yang had seen many of Yang Kai's methods. He knew that this brat would vanish out of sight if he showed the slightest negligence. Hence, while extending his hand, Cheng Yang also used his divine sense to create a heaven-sealing, earth-locking field to prevent Yang Kai from escaping. Yang Kai gave a furious roar. Summoning the Azure Dragon Spear, a great sun leaped upward as the spear stabbed forward. At the same time, Xia Lin Lang attacked without reserve. Even so, the combined powers of these two were not enough to block the Divine Monarch's attack. The enormous hand descending from the sky merely paused for a moment before coming down on them again. The strength of an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master was enough to make Yang Kai and Xia Lin Lang taste despair. Under the pressure of the large hand, they grunted in pain and their figures steadily sagged downward. They were practically being crushed to the ground. At that moment, a sudden turn of events occurred. A graceful figure in an azure dress appeared beside Yang Kai and Xia Lin Lang without any warning. After a quick glance at Yang Kai, the woman raised her head to look at the large palm coming down on their heads. With a light wave of her bare hand, an aura without the slightest hint of aggression spread out, and the large hand covering the sky instantly dissipated. Cheng Yang staggered and stumbled backward, staring at the azure-robed woman in fear. He might not have used his full strength in the attack just now, but it should not have been so easily resolved. Even an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master like him could not have accomplished this in such a calm and relaxed manner like this woman had done. In other words, this azure-robed woman's strength was definitely much higher than his. Who is this divine spirit? Cheng Yang's figure tensed in apprehension as his eyes stared fixedly at the azure-robed woman without blinking. Phoenix Clan. Yang Kai straightened up slowly while staring at the woman who had appeared beside him and resolved his current crisis. Right now, his dragon vein was giving off a somewhat different and unusual feeling. It was a feeling that he experienced before when he was together with Su Yan, traveling with Lu Yen, and interacting with Jiufeng. That was what convinced him that the azure-robed woman who appeared out of the blue had a Phoenix clan bloodline. "Don't be afraid," the azure-robed woman's words were without feeling, but they gave him an indescribable sense of security. Two streams of light sped over from a distance. It was Kuan Yu of the Kuan clan and the young woman carrying the peach blossom branch. Upon seeing the azure-robed woman, Kuan Yu was taken aback for a moment before his expression became solemn and he bowed in greeting. "Kuan clan, Kuan Yu greets Senior Qing Luan." The azure-robed woman nodded lightly, her beautiful eyes staring into the depths of the void. In all directions, countless powerful auras were rapidly approaching this place after detecting the commotion earlier. Every single aura represented a mighty divine spirit. Qing Luan then spoke, "I shall be taking him with me. In 3 days, you may all come to 4 Phoenix Pavilion to discuss the matter of the seal." After saying that, she flicked her sleeve, wrapped up Yang Kai and Xia Lin Lang in her power, then soared into the sky. The powerful auras that had been approaching this direction swiftly paused in silence. A short while later, they gradually fell dormant once more. Cheng Yang stood there with a frown on his face, his expressions changing in quick succession. All of a sudden, he whipped his head around to look at Kuan Yu. "Were you using me?" If not for the scene just now, he would not have thought too deeply about this matter. However, the divine spirit Qing Luan had appeared in person to rescue Yang Kai from him. Combined with the words she left behind before she left, he couldn't help delving more deeply into this matter after that incident. Not to mention, he also heard a furious roar resounding across the skies when he first entered the ancestral land earlier. That furious roar had claimed that a Dragon Clan member had appeared in the ancestral land. Although Cheng Yang had failed to understand the situation previously, he was starting to get some insight now. Those divine spirits rushing here from all directions were clearly coming for Yang Kai. In other words, Yang Kai was the Dragon Clan member who appeared in the ancestral land. It was most certain that he had some sort of vital role to play in the ancestral land, which was why so many divine spirits had come to capture him. It had to be said that Qing Yang was the one to pursue and eventually forced Yang Kai into the ancestral land. However, the information he received regarding the world spring had come from Kuan Yu. Furthermore, when he first started pursuing Yang Kai, Kuan Yu had not hesitated to consume his own blood essence to leave a bloodline mark so as to facilitate his pursuit of Yang Kai. After combining all these incidents together, Qing Yang was seriously suspecting that he had been used by Kuan Yu. "I was just borrowing your strength," Kuan Yu replied calmly. "Why are you so angry, Divine Monarch? You could have explained everything to me in advance." Cheng Yang's expression was hideous. "Divine Monarch, this is the ancestral land." Kuan Yu's words immediately extinguished Cheng Yang's rage. There was no choice. If he wished to leave this place alive, he would need the help of the Kuan clan, so it was not a good idea to offend them. After falling silent for a moment, Cheng Yang declared, "I wish to meet your elders." "Good." Kuan Yu nodded.